Synopsis. Naruto Uzumaki, raised by All Might, inherits his mother's powerful monster fox, Quirk. Determined to become a hero without relying on one for all, he trains relentlessly while navigating friendships, rivalries, and his own growing strength. As he enters UA High, Naruto faces challenges that test his resolve, his bonds, and his dream to protect others with a smile, just like his uncle. Chapter 1. Eat this. No thanks uncle, find a different person to inherit one for all. Naruto Uzumaki spoke as he yawned, passing by his uncle as he grabbed a bowl of cereal. He covered his mouth with one hand, other hand grabbing the cereal and pouring it into a bowl on the table. He sat down and grabbed a spoon, pouring milk into the bowl to complement his breakfast. He was wearing his pajama pants, and nothing else. He was a boy with an average height, seeing as he was 15 years old, standing at 5 feet 6 inches in height. He had unruly blonde hair, spiked in all directions, and bright blue eyes. His skin was a light peach color, and he bore 3 whisker marks on each cheek. His body was lean-muscled, but not without a small amount of visible bulk to it. His uncle shared a similar appearance. They both had spiked blonde hair, the same color skin, and similarly colored bright blue eyes. His uncle was a monster of a man though, standing well over 7 feet tall, and his entire body was bulky muscles. He was wearing a tight white shirt, and green pants. He was holding out a golden hair for Naruto, and Naruto waved it off. Just like your father, turning down one for all. How is your morning going? Naruto kicked a chair out towards him. Uncle Toshinori, take a seat and stop sucking your gut. Naruto told his uncle with an irritated look. The man in front of him deflated. His muscles all vanished, leaving him as practically skin and bones, though traces of muscle were visible. His combed back hair became much more spiky, similar to Naruto's own, and his face hollowed out. His clothes were not extremely baggy on him, and he took a seat across from Naruto. Toshinori Yagi. You know young man, most people would kill to have All Might's quirk. I've raised you since you were this dash. Toshinori held his hands close together. Big, and can't think of anyone else who I could trust with it more. The man continued as he looked at his nephew in all but blood. Naruto munched. I already have a quirk, and I'll become a hero using my quirk. Anyway, my dad turned down one for all when it was offered to him, there is no way I'm going to take something he turned down. Naruto waved off the generous offer. Toshinori nodded his head, though he seemed slightly disappointed that Naruto turned him down once more. Your quirk dash. Texas smash. Naruto gave his uncle a punch in the stomach, getting his uncle to cough up a large amount of blood almost comically. Naruto gave a smirk and raised his fist up, showing off his impressive strength. I might not be able to use my quirk in tight spaces, but it's not like I'm not strong enough to defend myself. I can thank your training for that, even though you're a shitty teacher. Naruto shook his fist in the memories of how shitty his training had been. For such a great pro hero, his uncle was not suited for teaching people how to fight, or rather he wasn't very good at it yet. Speaking of teaching, I plan on teaching at UA High School next year, in order to find a student worthy of my quirk, provided you don't dash. Not going to change my mind. Naruto heard the insisting tone in his uncle's voice. Anyway, I feel sorry for, oh shit, I'm attending UA next year. Naruto palmed his face when he realized that he was going to be attending that school. He had already been accepted into the school via multiple recommendations. One of which was his uncle, another of them being his late father, and some people he knew through All Might. Naruto sighed. Now he was reluctant to go to UA, but sadly, he was too lazy to take the tests to get into other schools. He had a free pass into UA, and didn't have to take the tests like most other students. Toshinori became serious and turned back into his All Might form. Your father and I might not be brothers by blood, but I was honored that he trusted me to watch over you. As your family, I ask this favor of you. I will one day find successor. I want you to help watch over my successor when I pass one for all on. All Might asked as he bowed his head, touching the table, to his nephew. Naruto scoffed and leaned his head against his hand, snorting at the gesture. His uncle was the greatest hero, but he was not without his humble side, nor was he above lowering his head for a worthy cause. Admirable traits. I was going to anyway. You going to eat, or just sit there? Either way, I'm going for a swim. Naruto stood up and walked towards the front door. As he passed by All Might, now back to being regular Toshinori, he gave his family member a pat on the shoulder. Since you're going out today anyway, why don't you stop by a grocery store and pick up some ramen cups dash? Now Naruto, you know that isn't good for your health. To keep up a healthy body, you need a healthy diet dash. Toshinori stopped and nodded his head. Naruto usually kept to the healthy diet that he, Toshinori, stuck him to. There were a few days a week though that Naruto was allowed to cheat on his nutritional intake. It was easier to stick to a certain diet, when you gave yourself days to not stick to it, and Naruto usually chose those days to eat ramen. He stood up and followed Naruto out, since they were going to be parting ways for the day. Naruto slapped him on the back as they parted ways out of the door. Don't go pushing yourself too hard. When you find the person, you'll know. I'll make you a promise. If you don't find a worthy successor by the time I graduate this hurts me on the inside. Naruto knew that he had to do this for the only person he could call his family. Even if he didn't want to, and he wasn't going to if anyone else showed up willing to take the power, he would do it. I'll inherit one for all. Naruto relented a little. That was still years away, a long time for that. Toshinori smiled and rubbed the top of Naruto's head. You might have your mother's quirk, but you have your father's heart. I'll try my hardest to find a successor. See you. Toshinori and Naruto fist bumped as they left each other. They each had their own trains to catch if they were going to go to the places they were traveling to. Naruto smirked to himself. Despite himself, he was a little happy his uncle was going to be teaching at the school he was going to be attending. Seriously, you're half of the reason I'm even becoming a hero. If I become a hero, I can carry some of that weight you have on your shoulders. Naruto glanced back at Toshinori, before he shook his head and started to walk away a little faster. Toshinori glanced back at Naruto. Minato, he's becoming a fine man. He looks so much like you did when we were his age, but he has his mother's face. Toshinori smiled to himself as he walked with a skip in his step. A new energy to his walk as he found more inspiration to find somebody to succeed him, that way Naruto didn't need to do something he didn't want to. They were the only family each other had. They had to help each other. Chapter 2. Swimming. When Naruto used the word swim or swimming, water was never something he meant when he said it. Swimming through a sea of enemies, or trying not to drown as he pushed himself head over heels in his training. Naruto stood in the middle of a forest, looking at his phone, waiting for a response from anyone that he had texted. He had a slightly eager look on his face, because today he was going to be training in secret with a pro hero, that wasn't his uncle. I don't see why everyone likes him so much, he's just my dorky uncle. Naruto didn't understand everyone's fascination with the man. They wouldn't be nearly as impressed with All Might if they knew what he was like at home. A dorky, pun-spewing, excited, guy with a complete lack of skills when it came to training students. If he was a half-competent teacher, I wouldn't be going behind his back to train with heroes. Naruto always felt bad that his uncle didn't know what he was doing, and that he had to lie to the man. Sure, he was honest with Toshinori about him not being a great teacher, but he had never told the man that he was training with others behind his back. He didn't want to hurt his only family's feelings. Ding. Where are you? Ryuko. Naruto looked at the text he had gotten, before he looked up at the skies, and around the forest. He had picked a place that was pretty far away from civilization, seeing as it was the best place for him to train his quirk. Naruto unzipped his orange jacket, tossing it to the ground, before he took a deep breath and clapped his hands together. His body transformed. His hair started to change color from blonde to orange, and the hair on his head spread to cover his entire body. His bones changed shape, his legs becoming more like the legs of an animal. His torso remained humanoid though, and he kept humanoid hands, claws forming on them. His head changed shape into that of a fox, with elongated ears with black markings extending to cover around his eyes. He grew in height as well, standing over 20 feet tall as 3 tails grew from his tailbone. Amazingly, his pants stretched to fit him, since they were made out of a material designed to grow to fit those with quirks that increased their sizes. Sadly, his favorite jacket was not made of such materials, so he was always forced to take it off when he transformed. He opened his eyes, showing that they had changed color, pure red with slit pupils, and his whisker marks transferred to his face, becoming darker sections of fur that resembled the whisker marks. Naruto roared loudly in response to the text. Naruto's quirk. Monster Fox. The ability to transform his body into that of the mythical creature, the nine-tailed fox. The quirk that he inherited from his mother, who inherited the quirk from her grandmother. The more tails of his quirk that he used, the larger the transformation became. Originally, the quirk was 9 tails before the quirk combined with the gigantification, when the original 2 quirk users had a child together and they fused. Ra! Naruto allowed his bloodlust to infuse into the roar, sending all of the nearby forest animals running out of instinct. Birds flying away from the location, and any creature with a self-preservation instinct making the choice to escape from his sight. Downside of the quirk. It was hard to control the animal instincts of the quirk, considering the fox was still a carnivorous creature. The sounds of wings flapping were heard, and several trees were knocked down when a dragon landed in front of Naruto. Naruto crouched down so that he was standing on all fours, and looked eye to eye with the dragon that landed down. The dragon, visibly female, was roughly the same size as he was now. The two of them were both standing on all fours, looking at each other. She was covered in hard scales, with a more slim body than his muscular body. She had large wings jutting from her back, and on top of her head she had spiked hair. She wore a Chinese dress, designed with a scale pattern, and a scaled headband over her head. The dragon spoke, and the voice didn't quite sound like it belonged to a dragon. I was surprised you sent me a text today. I don't mind helping you train on my days off, but you always pick the strangest locations. Ryuko spoke as she bowed her head politely in greeting, her long neck curving. She stopped bowing her head, and locked eyes with him again. This wasn't their first meeting. Considering she was great with children, she had actually spent a few of her days off in the past watching Naruto as a favor asked by All Might himself. She didn't know how Naruto and All Might were related, since All Might didn't tell her that information, but she had stopped questioning it. Now that Naruto was 15 though, it had been years since she had babysat him. Now, she only really saw him when he wanted some help training. With your scales, you're the best suited for this, but I don't want to force you to break the law, so training needs to be done away from the city. Naruto's voice on the other hand had changed to fit his larger form. It was deeper, darker, far more demonic sounding as it resounded. Ryuko nodded. Naruto used the tips of his claws to pick his jacket up off the ground, and he removed a small sparkling object from one of the pockets. He extended the object to Ryuko and showed it off to be small silver pocket watch. It was his thanks for her helping him, since she did enjoy shiny objects. It wasn't really expensive, being a low purity of silver, but it looked nice. The looks were all that were important, it being a shiny metal object. Thank you, now Ryuko watched as Naruto placed his jacket in a tree, putting the watch back into it for safekeeping until they were done. Let's review the basics, and see your mastery over them. Ryuko raised a clawed hand and motioned for him to attack her. Attack he did. The ground cracked underneath his feet as he rushed after her, their two large bodies colliding violently as they uprooted the nearest trees. Naruto grabbed her by the waist and the shoulder, using his fangs to grab onto her neck just hard enough to hold her, without piercing the scales too deeply. She on the other hand, grabbed onto his right leg and left arm, with her fangs sinking into his shoulder as the two of them became locked into a competition of strength. They were both standing on hind legs, trying to use their footwork to gain the edge over the other. To knock each other off of their balance, with two of Naruto's tails going up and wrapping around her wings. His third tail wrapped around her leg, and her tail was beating against his right side. The fur on his body was thick, serving as a decent defense against blunt and piercing attacks, cushioning blunt attacks, and reducing piercing damage. Grappling. Using his large body to capture enemies without inflicting mortal injuries, judging the right amount of strength to use to counter the enemy. Fighting without killing, and reducing damage to the surrounding area. It was a basic for those with quirks that increased the size of their bodies. Her fangs pierced his shoulder, and she gained the upper hand, tossing him to the ground. Got you. Naruto spoke as he used the hold his tails had on her to throw her to the ground as well. The two of them got to their feet and charged at each other, slamming their foreheads together. Texas smash. Naruto slammed his fist into her sternum. Attacking the vitals. Bringing down villains as quickly as possible, so attacking the vitals after judging how much punishment the villain could take was a basic. Naruto used all of his strength to punch her right between the boobs, knocking her off of her legs and into the air a little. She flapped her wings, her scales visibly bent out of shape, and flew up into the air. The power that you smashed me with was impressive. I felt that impact through my entire body. Ryuko praised the strength of the punch. Her tail ripped a tree from the ground, and she tossed it at him. Naruto didn't look at the tree. He dodged it without taking his eyes off of her, never taking your eyes from the opponent if possible. Dodge attacks through feeling them out, instead of needing your eyes as your biggest cue for dodging. Barely damaged you. I'm quite durable, you said it yourself. Feel free to smash me with all of your might. I want to see how the control over your power has grown. Ryuko wasn't the 9th place hero for nothing. She was one of the most popular, most powerful heroes in the world. She had taken her fair share of beatings before, gotten her ass handed to her several times, and grown stronger for it. Make use of your tails more, you have more ways to attack opponents than just punches. Ryuko advised him, seeing him not using all of his limbs for attack. Naruto ripped 3 trees from the ground using his tails, and threw them all at her together, smashing them together in midair to shatter them. Naruto transformed. His body shrank in size as 3 tails turned into a single tail, his body being only 7 feet tall now. He jumped up into the air, hiding behind the shattered trees, and grabbed onto her long neck. With a firm hold, Naruto's body started to grow in size as he reached his 3-tailed form again. He tails wrapped around her wings, and the two of them fell out of the sky, slamming into the ground. They were biting and scratching each other, fighting similar to animals as they engaged in extreme close combat. Submission holds, their bites and scratches were just ways for them to try and put the other into places where they could put them into a strong hold. Naruto transformed back into a human form, landing on his feet as he ran on top of her body. She reached up and clawed at him, with him putting his hands on her claws, and using them to jump over the next grabbing claw. He transformed into a two-tailed version of his quirk and grabbed onto her neck with his entire body. Size. Size wasn't always important, just because the opponent was larger, didn't mean they would always win. Otherwise, those with quirks that made them huge would be unstoppable. Using the smaller size to the advantage was a basic of combat when fighting those larger than oneself. Naruto snapped his jaws on top of her maw, stopping her from opening her mouth again. She reached up and grabbed him, trying to pry him from her body. Gotcha. Naruto tried to speak with her mouth in his mouth, but it didn't come out quite right. She grabbed him by the tail and yanked, getting a yelp from him, and she bent her neck to bite him. She threw him to the ground and mounted him, sitting on top of his waist as she bit down on his neck. She transformed back into her normal form, sitting on top of his chest. She was pretty, with short spiked hair that curved downwards, her clothes shrinking to fit her. She had a toned, lean body, with more sharp features. Including how all of her teeth were still sharpened, and she had angular, slit pupil eyes. She was fair-skinned, with a similar height to himself. She had a small smile as he transformed back into his more human form as well. Good, you didn't forget the basics. Now, let's practice your martial arts in these forms. Ryuko got up, helping him to his feet as she licked her hand and wiped the blood from his neck. She had pierced his skin when she bit his neck, and while the wounds were superficial, it still wouldn't be good to let the blood keep flowing freely. She noted that he was about an inch taller than she was now, wondering if he was about to start another growth spurt soon. She had long since stopped growing, she was a 25-year-old woman, but it was always amazing to see the tiny little kid she babysat grow into a man. Naruto dusted himself off. Then, out of nowhere he threw the first punch at her stomach, which she sidestepped and grabbed onto his forearm. She punched at him with her free hand, and he leaned his head to avoid it, reaching up to grab her wrist. Damn, thought I had you. That was a well-delivered punch. You never know when a fight will start, so it's better to attack the villains before they can act. Ryuko and Naruto let go of each other's arms, and started to throw and block punches. They carefully and quickly moved their arms to toss aside each other's attacks, used their palms to divert fists, and slapped each other's forearms to knock away punches. They didn't move their feet up, instead of stepping, they slid their legs into proper positions, tapping their feet together and moving them apart as they tried to get the timing right to throw a kick. Figures I can't surprise you. Ding. Naruto was punched in the face and knocked off his feet, onto his but when his phone told him he got a text from his jacket. Naruto took the punch well, rubbing his face and getting back up. Keep focused. Ryuko told him, and Naruto waved a hand in response. He knew that. Sorry Ryuko. Ryuko, sorry. Naruto grabbed his phone and looked at the text. I found my successor, uncle. Seriously, what the hell did I miss? Naruto asked as he tilted his head in confusion, unsure of what to make of the text. As glad as he was that he didn't need to take the one-for-all quirk, he was surprised that his uncle had actually managed to find somebody so quickly. Is everything okay? Yeah. Let's continue until you need to leave if it's not too much trouble. Naruto put his fists up. She wiped the smile from her face, and did the same. Time to get a little more serious. Chapter 3. Naruto had to admit that he was curious about who it was. His uncle was very picky about choosing a successor for the power, very picky. Naruto could only list the number of people on a single finger that his uncle had believed worthy of getting to have the quirk. Of course, that one person being he himself, this list of people only including living people naturally. Naturally, Naruto was very interested in meeting this future one-for-all successor, the person that his uncle was going to be grooming into the next generation for the quirk. Surprising though, was the fact that Toshinori, All Might, had decided to keep who the successor was a secret for the last 2 months since finding him. He hadn't budged on the issue, no matter how much Naruto asked him. I don't want to overwhelm the boy with too much information. Right, the boy was apparently an All Might super fanboy, so learning that All Might had family would be a real shocker. Considering that Naruto knew a ton of personal information about his uncle, it was best to allow the boy to get used to being around his hero for a while. Adjusting him to the shock of everything too soon would be detrimental to his training. He has to be frustrated, finding a successor, but their body not being strong enough to handle one for all. Naruto thought to himself, walking down the sidewalk with his hands in his pockets. One for all was a powerful quirk, and the strength it granted the body was immense. It took a body that had extensive training to use the quirk. Most people die the second they tried to use the quirk. So selecting somebody to inherit it was a challenge in the first place. It took hard work and determination to become strong enough to handle the power. It was part of the reason why his uncle had been so eager to pass it on to him, because his body had been trained since he was a child for the purpose of becoming a hero. Then, when he turned 8, his uncle had started to train him for the purpose of becoming the one-for-all inheritor, though that plan backfired when he realized that Naruto didn't want the power. So he had to keep looking, while trying to convince him to take the quirk, for somebody that he believed had the potential for becoming a symbol for the people, somebody to bring peace to their hearts. Naruto's head jerked to the sound of the scream, and saw a small child was sitting in the middle of the road, her lower body frozen to the ground. The little girl couldn't be more than 4 or 5 years old, and a large portion of the road around her was frozen as well. The girl had awakened her quirk, and had no control over it, in the worst possible place. Naruto glanced at the street, and saw on one side of the road that hadn't frozen, the cars had all stopped for the girl. Sadly, on the frozen side, it wasn't easy for a truck to stop on a frozen road with no warning. Naruto, without even thinking, ran towards the little girl and used his quirk to transform into his one-tail form, and rushed towards her. The truck was trying its best to turn away from the girl, but it just wasn't working. Thankfully, Naruto's legs were much more stable on the ice, and he reached the girl first. Grabbing onto her, he pulled her out of the ice, and jumped out of the way of the truck. Move! Naruto's roar reached the drivers on the other end of the road, with many of the cars going in reverse and hauling backwards. They were able to avoid getting run over as the truck flipped onto its side and slammed into the side of a building. Naruto covered the girl's head and protected her from the loud sound of the building getting penetrated by the large truck. The little girl started crying, from either fear or relief, but she didn't let go of the fur protecting her. The driver is knocked out, but doesn't seem dead. The building isn't in great shape though. Naruto glanced over towards the truck, gently lowering the girl to the ground. Doesn't look like the truck is going to blow either. Naruto sighed in relief when it looked like everything was going to be okay. The girl refused to let go of him, so he had to give his best smile as he removed her hands from his body. Boom! The truck didn't explode. Naruto was right about that. People screamed though when something inside of the building, something hit by the truck, exploded instead. Naruto looked around for any hero that was available in the area to try and protect people. Naruto took a deep breath, before he stood up and started to storm towards the building, a large part of which was starting to collapse. Yuki. The mother of the girl he saved ran over to her daughter, tears in her eyes, and hugged the young girl. Naruto took charge. Everyone away from the building, and try calling for a hero. Don't approach the building at all costs. Naruto shouted with ferocity as he raced towards the building himself. Fire starting to break out all over it as the explosion kicked off a chain of events. Naruto reached the truck and pulled out the driver, who had minor and serious burns on his body. Cradling the man gently, Naruto jumped down nearly 30 feet from the building and lowered the man down. Don't move him, he's breathing, and has head injuries. With that told to everyone listening, Naruto got back up and started to run into the building. Buildings had people in them. Right away, Naruto saw close to 5 people in the first room he was in, 4 of them knocked out cold and injured, and one of them pinned underneath a bookshelf. Naruto tossed the bookshelf to the side, before he picked up the man. He moved to each of the people in the room, and stacked them on top of his right arm, carrying them towards the hole in the building and jumping over the truck. Naruto ran to the street, which had police cars starting to gather and set up blocks to prevent people from getting in the way of the rescue efforts. No heroes yet. So, placing all of the injured down on the ground, Naruto ran back into the building once more and avoided as many of the flames as he could. The explosion, Naruto guessed, seemed to have been some kind of radiator or a gas-powered heater. The flames were spreading very quickly, and they were burning with great heat. Naruto made his way into the next room, and didn't see anyone there. A chunk of flaming wood fell on top of his shoulder, and he knocked it off of him and continued on his path through the building. It's getting harder to breathe. Naruto took off his unzipped jacket, the zipper had exploded when he transformed, and wrapped the jacket around his mouth to filter the smoke as best he could. It wasn't making it easier to breathe, but it would provide some protection against losing to a loss of oxygen. Running upstairs, the building looked like it was about 3 stories tall or so from the outside. Naruto was thankful when he saw a strong jet of water shooting into a window from outside. It would seem either the firefighters had arrived, or a hero with a water quirk was helping from the outside. Help! He ran to the call for helping the fastest way he could, by busting through the wall keeping them apart. Naruto saw the room had several people in it like before, people that were being trapped where they were thanks to a massive hole in the middle of the floor, and spreading flames. I am here. Naruto jumped over the hole in the floor, landing on all 4s in front of the people. He skid over to them, shielding them from the flames with his body, his tail stopping the family from being crushed when part of the increasingly unstable building fell down. Naruto gave a smile as he did so, nodding to the family. It would seem that the building was a home for a family. Naruto saw 4 elderly, and 5 very young children, huddled together. "Are any of you injured?" Naruto questioned them as he leaned his head over them and took a chuck of the roof to his face. A large gash appearing over his face as he knocked it to the side, but he refused to show weakness. He just turned his face so that they couldn't see his injury. Naruto lowered his body for them. Thank you so much." The oldest of the elderly spoke, a man, to him as they started to gather on his back. 2 old folks on the front, 2 on the back, and the children being safeguarded between them. Naruto took his jacket from his face, and tossed it over the heads of the children. Naruto looked around. "I saved 5 downstairs, is there anyone else here?" Naruto asked as he tried to listen for anyone. Naruto jumped back when flames rushed up from the hole in the middle of the room, and water came through the window and started to put out some of the flames. "Downstairs dash. I've already saved them, everyone lower your heads, I'm going to jump." Naruto ordered them as he glanced back at them. The ones in the back forced the children, crying children, to take cover. Thankfully, nobody was offering him too much trouble as he started to run at the window. Slamming his head against the small window, Naruto shattered the wall around it and jumped from the building. Landing roughly on the ground, Naruto skid on the ice as he landed on the street, coming to a halt with a sigh of relief. "Everyone, back away from the building." Finally, the heroes. Naruto allowed the people he rescued to get off of his back, and looked over to see 2 heroes. One of them was putting out the fires on the bottom floor by opening up the fire hydrant nearby and controlling the water into the building. The second one shooting water out of his body into the windows on the upper floor. 2 heroes with water-related quirks. Manual, and backdraft. Thank you so much for saving my little girl." The mother from earlier had seen Naruto, and rushed over to thank him. Naruto was rather instantly the center of attention as he stood up straight and looked down at most of the crowd. There were a few people he could stare eye to eye with large bodies like he had at the moment. Naruto waved her off. "No need to thank me, when I saw her in danger, my body just moved naturally. Anyway, now that the pros are here." Naruto's statement was met with surprise when he started to transform back. His body shrinking in size until everyone was able to see that he was only a teenager. "I'm late for something important." Naruto spoke as he started to make his way through the crowd that had gathered around him. With the pros on the scene, he wasn't needed anymore, and he had saved everyone in the building. Also, considering he wasn't a pro hero, he could get into some trouble if he stayed too long and got questioned for it. Naruto hissed in pain. He had several burns across his torso, and he had a gash on his forehead. Naruto took his jacket from the children as he passed them, and put it on over his body. With the burns covered up, he would attend to them later. He pulled the hood on his jacket up, and increased the speed he was walking with to try and escape unnoticed. He wasn't able to leave without getting praise from the crowd he walked through though. Several hours later. "So this is him." Naruto surprised his uncle by walking up behind him, though Naruto was surprised to see his uncle was standing with the next successor, in his true form. "You're bleeding." Toshinori changed the subject when he saw dried blood on Naruto's face. He showed worry for his nephew as he tried to take a look at the injury, though Naruto waved him off. "Did something happen?" Toshinori asked as he insisted on looking at the cut. "It was a nasty gash. Yeah, something fell on my head earlier. I'm fine though, so this is him?" Naruto asked as he looked at a boy hauling garbage across the beach. Well, hauling was the wrong word, since the boy was struggling to move most of the stuff. The bigger stuff at least. He was pretty plain looking, though distinctive in his own right. Now really muscly in appearance, with light skin and freckles on his face, unruly green hair. The boy was sweating up a storm, his body only starting to show signs of attaining real muscle. He was trying his hardest though, his thin body being pushed to its limits to get stronger. Izuku Midoriya, he's quirkless right now, but in 8 months his body will be ready. Not going to say anything to that. Toshinori spoke quietly so that Izuku didn't hear them talking about him. Naruto shrugged. "It's your choice, and I'll support you, and him. So what did you need me for?" Naruto asked the older man. After so much secrecy, he was surprised at the contact at all. He was giving a sheet of paper. "This is my 10-month plan for young Midoriya, tailor-made to his body. At the end of it, he should be able to handle my quirk without dying. I would like you to look." Toshinori was surprised when Naruto ripped it in half. 10 months, with 8 more to go, huh? That gives just enough time to get into UA, right? I'm going to go home, and rewrite this schedule. Let's make his body ready for one for all in 7 more months. That way, you can actually teach him how to use it. Naruto stated as he turned around and started to walk away. Naruto wasn't, well, he was an idiot, but he knew his uncle well. The man was trying to make this as close to the edge as possible. Then, he was going to let the boy discover how to use the quirk the day of the UA entrance exams. As funny as that would be, it would be better to give Midoriya a month to start to adjust to having the quirk. Naruto didn't expect he would be doing so much work today. Chapter 4. My body is a little sore, thankfully, the cool air is good for this. Naruto, age 11, rubbed his sore shoulders as he walked in the cold air. His jacket, a black and orange hoodie, wide open to let the air touch his sore muscles. His uncle had really put him through the ringer during training, but it was worth it if the results started to show soon. He could see his breath, it was so cold, and Naruto smiled to himself as he took a nice deep breath. Yua. Crap'em late. Well, that was ruined. Naruto saw a young man wearing a hoodie from his uncle's Silver Age costume design line, running towards the bridge. Naruto glanced over and saw a boy standing on the railing near the edge of the water, getting ready to no doubt use some quirk and jump over it. It's been raining, must have some kind of jumping quirk or a flight one. Naruto spoke under his breath. The running boy, seemingly 15 years old, stopped in the middle of the bridge. Huh. Wasn't the way to the station supposed to be this way? Actually, the station is the way you came from, make a right and you'll be there. Naruto came up to the older teen and pointed out where he was going to go. The only station near was about 5 blocks away, but the boy was running in the wrong direction. Thanks to the All Might hoodie, Naruto could tell the guy was going to be using the station to go and apply for one of the many hero academies. He seemed like the type to try for it. Splash. Oh my god. That kid is drowning. Damn it. Naruto unzipped his jacket and transformed as he ran towards the edge of the bridge. He could see the boy from earlier. The boy had surprisingly pink hair, easy to see in the water, trying to stay afloat. As his body became larger and more fur-covered, Naruto reached the edge of the bridge and jumped off into the water below. With enough distance to cross most of the way between them, Naruto landed right next to the boy, who seemed about his age. Naruto grabbed the boy and lifted him up on his shoulder, and prepared to swim against the current towards the land. It's a hero. I can stand. Naruto realized that despite the recent rain, with his current height of over 7 feet tall, he was able to stand up in the water. The water didn't even come up to his waist, the boy drowning must have just been unable to stand up because of the strong current. Don't worry, I'm here. Naruto said as he walked his way through the water towards the edge quicker than he would have swam it. Thanks for the directions, Fox-san. Not a problem, you go and become a hero. Naruto called out to the boy from earlier, who was running towards the station with a brighter smile on his face. Naruto stepped onto dry land, and jumped back up onto the bridge now that he had solid footing. The people on the bridge rushed towards them as Naruto placed the smaller boy on the ground, and took off his jacket, wringing the water out. That was amazing, what's your hero dash? Here you go, since you don't have fur, it's got to be freezing for you. Try not to jump in the water again. Naruto tossed his jacket onto the body of the pink-haired boy. The boy glanced up at Naruto, and he saw the large foxman smile down at him. Naruto locked eyes with him, and saw pink eyes that matched the hair. See ya. Now. I have to pick up green onions, beef, milk dash, Naruto started to mutter to himself as he walked away from the scene. He didn't pay attention when people were snapping pictures of him with their phone, since a story like this was unlikely to make it into the news, it wasn't a big deal. A soft feminine voice spoke when Naruto left. He's Dash. Present day. The one that saved me from drowning. A middle school girl, about to start high school during her next school year, shouted as she stood up at the table and pointed at the news her parents were watching. Her jaw was dropped when she saw the news showing the fire-covered building, and the fox man that saved her life jumping out of it with elderly people and young children on his back. He had a blood-covered face, and burns on his body, but she recognized the orange fox man as the same one that saved her own life. Her bushy pink hair came down to her shoulders, and spread out from her head, and her face had slimmed down from the chubbiness she had a few years back. She had a slim body, nearly no breasts, and wider hips as she wore her school uniform. Her eyes were covered by glasses that mostly hid her eyes, but she couldn't help but drop her jaw. No matter how much she searched, she was never able to find the hero that saved her life. Kazuho, please don't shout. Sorry, Dad. She apologized and sat back down, watching the phone recording that the news was airing of the incident. She smiled to herself and ate her breakfast. She recognized one of the buildings in the recording. She knew what she was doing this afternoon. With Naruto. Now Naruto. I don't want to say this is a bad idea, but I don't believe Izuku will survive Dash. Meh, he'll make it. Your plans were fine and all for preparing him, but all you are doing is taking him to his limits, you gave him way too much free time in the schedule, and days off. I just got rid of those silly things and replaced them with much more useful stuff. Naruto turned his nose up in pride at the redesigned schedule that would be used to train Izuku. The 10-month plan had turned into the 9-month plan. Izuku had been given 2 days off a week, 6 hours of sleep a day, and 3 hours of free time to be used for personal matters. Naruto's schedule replaced the 2 days off with a day of heavy workouts, and then a day spent recovering from the week with a visit to Recovery Girl and light workouts. Naruto had replaced the 3 hours of free time with stamina training, and the 6 hours of sleep had been cut down to 5 hours of sleep. With a short workout being expected before Izuku went to bed each night. Naruto also changed the diet to include vitamin chews and protein shakes in it. Toshinori looked at his nephew with worry. He's not made of money, you're having him dash. Well then, I guess since he is your successor, you're going to be footing the bill for this stuff he needs. I've already contacted Recovery Girl, and so long as you pay her for her visits, she doesn't mind healing him when he breaks. Don't worry, with my plan he's going to be ready and still have a month to learn how to use one for all. Naruto raised a fist up into the air with a grin on his face. He was excited to be helping, though he had a list of things he had to do so he wouldn't meet with Izuku personally until a few more months into his training. Toshinori was pale and sweating. Even on paper, this training looked like hell. This will break him. Toshinori was honestly worried about not just Izuku, but his own nephew. Was this the kind of hellish training Naruto put himself through? Was his nephew a masochist? Yeah, it's supposed to break him. That's why I asked Recovery Girl for help. She already knows about One for All, so it's fine. He's not glass, if you break him, he might come back stronger than before. Naruto mentioned as he slapped a hand down on the paper and pushed it back to Toshinori. Besides, you asked me for help, and the first time he uses One for All, he might break every bone in his body. This way, you have a month to let him get used to the quirk, and you can be a real teacher. Naruto verbally beat down his uncle. Naruto's own nightmare training came to mind, since Toshinori knew that he had screwed up so many times trying to train his nephew growing up. Personal experience showed him that he wasn't built for teaching, and Naruto learned how to teach by learning from experience what it was like to have a horrible teacher. Naruto turned on the TV. Now, everyone, let's move on to our next segment. Here, we have a new rookie hero for an interview. The Hauler Dash. I'm the crawler, not the hauler. Sorry, I'm the sliding hero, the crawler. I just graduated from a hero academy, so my hero name isn't well known yet. Ah, it's that guy, good for him. Naruto saw the teen from a few years back in a hero costume, looking good in his costume. Glad to see his dream worked out. What did they say his hero name was again? Naruto didn't catch the hero name. I think I heard them say the hauler. Toshinori hadn't been the most attention to the name either. Honestly though, back on topic, all of this One for All stuff was so instinctive. I'm not sure how much help I'll be in teaching him. Toshinori looked towards Naruto with a wiggling eyebrow. Naruto sighed. His uncle was such a bad teacher. I'll call Super Gramps tomorrow, and see if he'll train Izuku like he did with you. At least he was a good teacher. Naruto saw his uncle feel the weight under that comment. Naruto took the paper, and he grabbed his pen with a roll of his eyes, before he added a note to it. There, on Saturday he'll have 30 minutes of extra free time. Naruto relented and decided that this would get his uncle to stop pouting. It worked. The training is still a nightmare though. Toshinori stated, with Naruto shrugging. He grinned. Good, the trauma will help him grow. Anyway, if he's going to inherit One for All, don't baby him. You're putting a lot of weight on his shoulders, he has to be ready. I'm not saying be cruel and demanding, but you can't keep secrets from him. Naruto started to walk towards the door. He rubbed his shoulder when a small flash of pain got to him, the burns still hurting him. I'll pick up some pain relievers later, only 8 months until UA. I need to train harder. I heard Endeavor is sending his son to UA too, and if that bastard is anything like him. I refuse to lose. Naruto kept his thoughts to himself as he went to go out and train. The joys of being homeschooled by All Might, he had all of the time in the world to do things that he believed needed to be done. Naruto, you're a magnet for trouble. I know you don't like babying, but you're not a hero yet. You should enjoy your teenage years more, try and make some friends your own age, for me. Toshinori looked at Naruto when he opened the door to leave. Naruto looked back at him. Am I really allowed friends, when we're family? Naruto spoke dead seriously. Toshinori winced. Naruto's lack of friends was because he was afraid that somebody would learn who he was, and use Naruto against him. Now that Naruto was stronger and older, he could worry about this less, but he had forced Naruto to go through a friendless childhood. The only people Naruto could call friends were the pro-heroes that Toshinori would ask to babysit Naruto when he was younger. Naruto had connections with pros because of it, but that couldn't replace having friends your own age. I'm sorry. Don't be. Now that I'm going to a hero school, I can finally make some of the friends I've wanted. Yeah, that sounds nice. Naruto smiled to himself. He wondered what kind of friends he would make. Chapter 5. Everywhere Naruto went, people were talking about the new hero that was in the news. The large fox man that was spreading, and people were just so happening to pull up pictures that they had taken of him years previously when he would do something good for others in his one-tailed form. This wasn't the first time that Naruto had saved somebody, or done something heroic, but usually they were such small matters that the news never made a big deal out of it. Guess saving a family from a burning building, saving the truck driver, and saving a child from getting hit by a truck, at the same time was considered newsworthy. I wouldn't have this problem if my quirk wasn't so flashy, makes me wonder what life would be like if I had my dad's quirk. Naruto thought as he grinned to himself as he imagined himself teleporting all over the place. He shook his head though, since that style of fighting didn't fit his body well. He was built for brute force for the most part. The peanuts from Chiba were delicious. Considering the Foxman craze that was going around in his hometown, he decided to take a small break and travel to a different area of Japan. Sure, the few hours he was on the train sucked, but it was nice to not hear people raving about their new local vigilante. I'm not a vigilante. I was just doing the right thing, because nobody else was there to do it. Naruto muttered to himself bitterly. The labels the news were sticking to him were really annoying. Really, Foxman, they couldn't have come up with anything better than that. Did you hear about those strange instant villains that have been popping up lately? Instant villains? Naruto listened in as he walked behind two police officers that were doing patrols. They were on the lookout for any suspicious activity no doubt, so they could be the first on the scene and call a pro-hero if the situation became too serious for them to control. Knowing his luck, Naruto would happen across an instant villain today, or something similar to it. Yeah, apparently, there is some quirk-enhancing drug that's in distribution. It causes your quirk to get stronger, destroys the victim's mental state. Those who use it also have their tongues turn black. Black tongues, now that was an odd side effect. Then again, this was actually his first time hearing about instant villains and this new drug. He never needed to take a drug to increase his quirk's power, so that might be the reason for his ignorance. Not everyone had a flashy, heroic quirk. Quirk envy. As more impressive quirks appeared, those with weak or lacking quirks were come to resent those with impressive quirks. It was the source for many conflicts between people, and friendships were often ruined because of it. Trigger, isn't it? Not like we can be much use. If we see an instant villain, all we can do is call a pro-hero. Did you see that new hero on TV? Oh, you mean the hauler? Naruto asked with a grin on his face, butting into the conversation. He actually knew about this subject a little, since cops weren't likely to be talking about some vigilante in the streets. It was very common for the police to be talking about rookie heroes and unpopular heroes to make themselves feel better about their lack of authority. Pro-heroes and police did similar things, but on different scales, and nowadays the police force was usually just around to keep things calm until a hero appeared. Becoming an officer was something of a joke to those who wanted to be heroes. It's rude to interrupt conversations. Police 1 spoke as he looked down at Naruto. Police 2 nodded, though Naruto rolled his eyes. No, Foxman, my son was really excited to see a fox quirk in the news. He and my wife have the fox quirk, so they've got fox heads instead of normal ones. It really made him happy to see somebody like him become a hero. Police 2 added with a smile. He rubbed the back of his head with red cheeks, a little embarrassed to admit that his son's hero was somebody that he just saw once on the news. I'm surprised Foxman dash. Naruto sighed and walked off in a hurry, not wanting to hear their praises. He would think that the police would have enough sense not to praise his actions in public like that. He had broken the law, so cops praising him as a hero was very inappropriate. He enjoyed the praise, but not when it came from people who should not be praising him for his illegal actions. Meow. Ah, you're super cute little kitty. Naruto smiled when he saw a cat rubbing up against his leg. The cat had 2 tails sticking where one should be. Naruto picked it up and cradled the tame cat in his arms. You even have a quirk. It's so rare to see animals with quirks. Naruto scratched the little cat behind the ears. It purred in his arms, eating peanuts from his paper bag as Naruto pet him. Wow, he expected something meowing at him to be some large creature, one of those instant villains. That seemed like his luck. It didn't matter what he was doing, but something bad was going to happen in his general area. He just had really bad situational luck, and while his luck was good for the lives he saved, it wasn't exactly great for his reputation. Ah, a massive bee. Wow, that thing is pretty big, and its stinger is shaped like a shot. Naruto thought to himself, looking at the bee that was talked about. It was 3 middle school girls jumping away from the bee. The bee flew around them, with one of the girls throwing a thick, white, fluid out of her hand at it. Acid? The girl had super pink skin, with her hair being about the same shade of pink. She was a few inches shorter than he himself was. Her appearance was far from human, other than being human in shape. She had a rather sturdy, attractive-looking body, but her body was fully pink. The whites of her eyes were pitch black, and her irises were bright yellow. She even had 2 jagged yellow horns coming from her super messy pink hair. She had a very athletic body actually, and with her unique appearance, sex appeal, and acid quirk Naruto could tell that she had future prospects as a hero. Her friends looked like your average middle school student, their normal appearance is far less noticeable compared to Pinky. It's just a bee, see, scared it away. Ah, it's flying away. Naruto stated as he looked towards the strange bee as it flew away towards the other side of the street. Naruto stopped looking at it, and he gave a startled sound when he saw his new kitty had eaten all of his peanuts. Of you little stinker, those were mine, meh. Naruto got over it as he tossed the empty bag into the trash. A loud roar. Naruto blinked when he heard a super loud roar come from across the street. He looked and saw a man wearing a nice business suit, screaming as his suit stretched and ripped. His body started to get larger and larger, sharp spikes growing out of his body as he grew from about 6 feet, to 7, to 14, to 27, and all the way to 40 feet tall. His skin turned sandy brown, hard in appearance, and his clothes had fully ripped off. This is your fault, little kitty. Naruto lifted his cat up and looked at it in the eyes, just needing something to blame. It's a villain. Police 1 ran away from the scene to go and find the nearest hero to take care of this mess. Police 2 ran towards the monster. Everyone evacuate the area. My partner has called a hero. Police 2 started to direct the civilians away from the monster villain. Just in time for the villain to punch a building, and shove his arm through it. The villain gave an angered roar as he swung his arm around. Naruto sighed and unzipped his jacket, placed his cat inside of it as he sat it to the side gently. He's getting naked. The pink girl watched as the boy her age started to strip his clothes off, though he just seemed to be taking off his jacket. She yelped when she finally noticed the giant villain that had appeared for real. She had been zoned out pretty heavily, and hadn't even noticed the monster roaring until she saw the flash of orange that was this teenager taking his clothes off. Then, she saw as he transformed. He became at least 20 feet tall as he stood on 2 legs, before he crouched down on all 4s with 3 tails behind him. He was only a fourth the size of the villain, and when she saw him rush into action, she didn't notice when her friends were evacuated from the area by the police officer. Foxman appeared again. Police 2 shouted in surprise, having not seen Naruto transform. Hey ASSOLE. You got some issues you need to work out, do it away from the city. Naruto shouted as he grabbed onto the arm of the villain, and slammed him into the ground. Naruto looked around, making sure that he didn't throw him into anyone, before he picked the villain up again and slammed him back into the middle of the street. Seriously, if he kept doing hero work like this, he was going to get a really bad reputation. People were going to only know him as a vigilante, instead of a person who just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. His response was a roar. Then, he punched Naruto in the snout and knocked him off of his feet, smashing Naruto into the side of a building. Part of the building collapsing on top of his head, with Naruto grunting as his recent wound was reopened by it. Naruto saw rubble fall down towards the ground next to him, and saw it was going towards the pink girl from earlier. He was going to save her, but she saved herself surprisingly. She took off her shoes really quickly, and skated out of the way by releasing acid from her feet. Don't worry Foxman, you can do it. My name isn't Foxman Pinky. Naruto got up and rushed towards the villain, grabbing his arms and pulled him away from the buildings, into the middle of the road. Naruto was punched in the face by a spiked fist for his efforts, and Naruto returned by punching the man in his armored stomach. Damn, those spikes hurt. Naruto looked at his bleeding fist, having been torn up by the many spikes that were sticking out all over his body. Explaining this to his uncle was going to suck, oh, and the pain of having his flesh torn apart was pretty damn nasty too. Naruto was thrown to the ground. The pink girl from earlier grabbed onto his fur on his face, and when he got back up, she was pulled along for the ride. She climbed up so that she was sitting on his snout, between his eyes. Looks like he's covered in a lot of spikes and armor. Let me help you out. The girl was breaking out into a sweat, she was clearly extremely frightened by the situation she was in, but was still putting forth effort. Naruto jumped back when the villain tried punching him, with the girl being thrown off of him. He grabbed her out of the air, holding her by the entirety of her legs, before he put her on top of his head, letting her ride him. Fine, her acid would be useful. His face is the most heavily armored, think you can throw acid at his jaw? Naruto asked her as he nimbly avoided getting punched by the rampaging villain. The villain was mindlessly trying to attack everything around him. The girl held onto Naruto for dear life, she didn't think this through very well when she grabbed onto the large fox man. Gonna be sick. Not on my head you aren't. Can you cover his chin in acid or not? Naruto roared at her as he ducked under a kick. She was not throwing up on his head. He glanced up at her, and saw her giving a thumbs up. Seeing that, Naruto stood up at his full height again and rushed at the villain. Naruto transformed. He gained a four-tail, and with it his body grew even larger than before. Now standing at 25 feet tall, he slammed his body into the villain. With more strength, ignoring the spike stabbing him with as much willpower as he could manage, he gave the girl the chance she had. She started to throw ball after ball or acid at the villain, she had to throw close to 15 balls of acid at the villain to cover his chin. The villain didn't make it easy for them, as he struggled against Naruto the entire time his chin armor was melted off. Done. Good. Now, Texas Smash. Naruto screamed as he slammed his fist into the chin of the villain, knocking him close to 150 feet down the road. When he hit the ground and rolled, his body started to heavily shrink the second he was knocked out cold. Naruto started to shrink down as well, losing his four-tailed form and shrinking down to his one-tailed form with the pink girl holding onto his shoulders with her legs. The difference in their body sizes now drastically smaller. Naruto looked at his wounds, before he grunted in pain and got down on all fours, with the girl adjusting herself so that she was sitting up properly. They needed to escape before more police and heroes showed up. So, grabbing his jacket, his new kitty had ran away, he ran for it. Minus 15 minutes later. Yuwa. That was so scary. Naruto stood in an alley as the girl riding him collapsed to her knees and started to sob. The bravery she showed earlier gone now as she was out of danger. Naruto transformed back to his normal form. Naruto winced as he used his jacket to stop the bleeding in his chest and fist. Naruto. Naruto stated. The girl continued to cry for a few, about 20, more seconds. She wiped her eyes and face, both were covered by tears, and looked at him. Huh. I'm Naruto, since you saw me transform, you know my real looks now. You were really heroic back there helping me, this hurts. Naruto hissed in pain when he looked at his wounds. Oh, they were not pleasant. I'm Mina. Mina Ashido, and thanks. I'm going to be trying out for UA when they hold their tests. That was so scary, but it was kind of exciting. You're Foxman from the news. Mina introduced herself as well. She would stand up and help him, but her legs were still too shaky. She wasn't sure that she could stand up right now by her own power. Who knew that doing hero stuff was so terrifying? Foxman is a stupid name. I'm going to UA next year too. By the way, you're not hurt, are you? Naruto questioned her. She showed off some burns on her hands, before she shook her head. The burns were so tiny that they wouldn't be a problem for her. If I overuse my quirk, I can hurt myself. I had to make a lot of acid to melt those spikes. I'm okay though. Are you okay? Mina looked at his wounds as she spoke. She crawled, damn legs not working, and saw his jacket quickly soaking with blood. He nodded. I'm fine, this much won't kill me. Fuck. Naruto shouted when he ripped a small spike out of his shoulder. Great, he was bleeding out even faster than before. Naruto got his phone from his pocket and tossed it to Mina. The code is 8008, there is a contact named Sir Asshole, mind giving him a call? I might need some medical treatment. Naruto looked at his wounds. Yep, he needed treatment. Sure, maybe after, we can go to this sweet shop. I planned on going today with my friends, but they kind of ran off. Wanna be friends? Mina offered the hand of friendship to him. He looked at her hand. He didn't shake it. My hands are dripping with blood, but sure. Just because he couldn't shake her hand, didn't mean he was turning her down. He just so happened to be covered in his own red juices. Not a pleasant handshake. Chapter 6. Well, I'm a big enough man to admit when I'm wrong. Toshinori, in his true form, spoke as he looked at the back of his nephew. Izuku was showing far more results just 5 weeks into Naruto's redone training schedule, but the boy had already puked about 15 times already and collapsed about 4 times. All stuff that had been planned out in the schedule, and the visits to Recovery Girl were helping his muscles heal back stronger much quicker than letting it happen naturally. The boy wasn't anywhere near close to ready to inherit One for All, but with the rate of progress he was showing, he would actually be ready for it within a month of the exams for UA at this point. It really made him appreciate the fact that his nephew was such a training freak, since this was speeding up the process for Izuku's growth, and it would allow him to rest easy knowing he had his nephew supporting him and pointing out areas where he could improve his teaching. Now, Toshinori was a big man to admit when he was wrong. Naruto didn't hear a word he said though. Naruto had headphones on and a glare on his face as he punched a punching bag in his room, a bag that wasn't filled with sand like a normal bag. No, Naruto's punching bag was made of pure iron, hanging from a thick and heavy chain. There was only about an inch of cushion between Naruto's fist and the iron inside, and Naruto had his fists wrapped up in bandages as he trained. Unlike with the burning building, Naruto had been unable to hide his injuries from fighting the instant villain, considering he had multiple stab wounds. Wounds that had fully healed thanks to a few visits to Recovery Girl, though she had requested that Naruto take it easier on his training for a few weeks to compensate for the regular stress he put himself through. Naruto didn't listen. I hurt my fist punching that villain. I need to make my fist stronger to reduce the damage I take from attacking hard bodies. Naruto thought to himself, not paying attention to anything but the iron he was punching. The bandages on his fists were blood-stained already, but he kept punching the iron bag with as much strength as he could muster with each punch. The fact that he had trouble with a rampaging villain had showed him areas his body was lacking in, and he just wouldn't allow that to stand. He had to increase the power of his punches more, and strengthen the skin, muscles, and bones in his fists so that he could punch as hard as he wanted without breaking them. Ow, ow. Naruto gave winces as he stopped punching the bag for a second. Naruto added another layer of bandages to his fists, before he started to train again, sweat dripping from his body as he returned to his own training. Toshinori smiled. You really have more raw determination to improve yourself than anyone I know, your father would have been very proud of you. I know I am, and it really makes me wish you would have accepted one for all. Toshinori could only imagine himself watching as Naruto used one for all with pride, seeing his young man take the world by storm and become a newer, greater symbol for peace. Yet, seeing Naruto smash through his limits with raw determination, guts, and an ironclad willpower would be fine too. Ding! Rah! Naruto roared as he started to unleash a new shower of blows onto his punching bag. Toshinori stood up straight and left Naruto's room to go and answer the door, no doubt it was another hero coming to ask him to help them with something. Possibly it was going to be a UA teacher, since he would be joining that teaching staff soon enough. Either way, he was going to go and see who was ringing his doorbell, seeing as he wasn't expecting any visitors, and Naruto didn't tell him that he invited anyone. He enjoyed his small moment to contemplate the mystery person at the door, before he reached it and opened it up. There was a girl he never saw before. No, he saw her riding on top of Naruto's head in a news story covering the instant villain incident. The girl saw him and smiled, waving her hand happily at him with a wide grin that showed off her absolutely flawless smile. Her pink skin and black eyes making the white of her smile just pop out all the more. Hello. Hello, is Naruto home? Sorry for coming unannounced, I'm Mina Ashido, a friend of his. Mina bowed to Toshinori, not recognizing him as the hero All Might. He wasn't exactly eager to tell her, so he just humbly stepped aside and gestured for her to come in. There was really nothing in the house, outside of the stuff in his room, that would really inform her of his secret. It was nice Naruto had a friend, which surprised him. Come on in, I'm Naruto's uncle Toshinori Yagi. I'm sure he'll be happy to see you. Can I get you anything to drink? We have cool tea in the fridge, and fresh milk. Toshinori led the girl into the living room. A small farm he saved had given him several fresh jugs of the stuff, so they had more than enough fresh milk to go around. Actually, if he was being honest, he was starting to get sick of the stuff. She smiled. Milk would be awesome, but I don't want to impose. Any friend of Naruto's is welcome to impose here. Toshinori took a glass from the counter and poured her the milk. Coming back into the living room, the two rooms were connected, only separate by a counter. He placed the drink on the coffee table. She picked it up and smiled as she chugged down half of the glass with a very happy sigh. Toshinori pointed to his face, and got her attention on the milk mustache that she had given herself. So, what brings you here? Naruto didn't tell me you were coming. Toshinori asked when she was finished licking her mustache away. Her had to admit, as happy as he was Naruto had a friend, having somebody coming over to the house randomly could prove, a little worrying for his secret identity as All Might, and the secret behind his appearance. She looked away from his gaze for a few seconds. Well, even though we became friends over a month ago, me and Naruto really haven't hung out, so I wanted to see if wanted to have fun. Mina didn't mention that she got the address when she used Naruto's phone to call Sir Asshole, and when they were riding in the car to drop them both off at their homes, she memorized his address. She didn't want to come off as creepy, though she didn't purposely try and memorize his address or anything. Is he here? Mina asked as she looked around for any sign that Naruto was in the building. She was surprised he didn't answer the door. Toshinori pointed to the door with orange trim around the door. His room is right there, but he's working out. You're welcome to interrupt him, this could be a good chance for him to take a break. Toshinori smiled at her gently, and looked at Naruto's room dead seriously. Naruto needed to take a break, maybe a friend visiting would get him to stop. Thank you. Mina hopped up onto her feet in the most peppy way possible, before she walked with a skip in her step towards Naruto's room. She politely knocked on the door, before she didn't wait for any response before she opened the door and walked in. Wow, didn't expect this. Mina looked at the type of room that Naruto had and was a little surprised. She expected something different. Naruto's room had some of the basics she would expect, a TV, a computer, a bookshelf, and a bed. His bed looked super comfy. The stuff all looked really nice, with his bookshelf being mostly filled with books on martial arts, training, quirks, and the rest of it being filled with different manga. Above his bed though, she saw 2 hero costumes hanging above it in glass cases. She saw a male costume, a bright yellow hero suit with black markings going around it, that formed lightning bolts that pointed towards the Japanese kanji for Thunder God in the middle of the chest. It had a utility belt that was carrying several daggers with markings on them, and nailed to the wall above the glass case was a helmet with a black visor to keep an identity concealed. It was the costume of the X-No. 2 hero, Thunder God. Then she saw the next one, a woman's costume, though she didn't recognize any hero that wore that costume. It was a skin-tight black jacket with a red strip going down the front, and a red turtleneck latex suit that went underneath the jacket. Followed up with black pants made of what looked like a stretchy material for those with growth quirks. There was a white mask that looked like it would cover the top half of somebody's face, and black arm warmers. She honestly didn't know what hero that costume belonged to. Wow, that punching bag looks really heavy. Mina shook her head, getting her fill of his room. She noticed that he had a small bonsai tree sitting on his window, but decided to save that for later as she slapped him on the back. Eep. Mina yelped when Naruto jerked around and pulled his fist back to punch her in the face. She had heard him let out his own startled noise, before he stopped his fist and grabbed his heart. He took his headphones off. God Mina, you scared the shit out of me. Mina. What the hell, why are you here? Naruto's eyes, shocked, opened as wide as they could go as he jumped back from the girl. He didn't know that she knew where he lived. In all of the phone calls and texts that they had shared, he had never mentioned where he lived to her before. Not that he wasn't pleased to see her at his house, but it was pretty creepy that she knew where he lived. Oh, you saw Sir Asshole drop me off that day, but still, what are you doing here? Naruto asked the girl as she calmed down. She had nearly gotten punched. She carefully jumped on his bed and kept her skirt from flipping up, didn't want to flash him her panties, and she leaned down and grinned at him comfortably. Your uncle let me in, not happy to see me? Mina asked, and Naruto rubbed the back of his head. He was happy. Well, I mean, I'm happy you're here, but why are you here? Naruto continued as she jumped up and started to dance with her arms and waist. Deciding to go with it, he did his own lazy dance moves. Here to dance. Naruto tried to guess. She shrugged. I'm just here to hang with you. Want to go to the mall with me, or even play video games here? Honestly, I just want to hang with my buddy, doesn't matter what we do. As long as you take a shower first. Mina mentioned as she covered her nose with one hand, yet she never stopped dancing as she did. Naruto rolled his eyes and grabbed a change of clothes, and his jacket, from his bed. You stink, and are your fists bleeding? Mina asked him, as she looked at the punching bag. She saw blood on the bandages and the punching bag. Yeah, I'm fine. I get injured a lot when I train, so this much is nothing. Make yourself at home I guess. Naruto didn't know what to say when a friend was in his room. This was the first time he ever had a friend at his house in the first place. He opened the window to let the post-training smell out of the room for her. He saw her pull her fist back and take a swing at his punching bag. Her fist hit it, and while the punching bag moved a little, Mina yelped and landed on his bed when she jumped back, holding her hurting fist. Ow. Ow ow ow. What the hell was in his punching bag? They weren't supposed to hurt so badly when you punched them. She felt like she had straight up punched a metal wall, and she was thankful she had not decided to punch the bag with all her strength. She might have broken her hand if she had done that, though it explained why Naruto's knuckles were bleeding so much. Naruto's uncle was right. Naruto needed to take a break from training, if this was how he trained. She was so going to take him to the mall to find him a hobby. Chapter 7. If I strap these to my body and swim through a river, I could get a serious cardio workout. Naruto's thoughts were solely on training as he looked through the mall, seeing a weighted vest, weighted anklets, and weighted wristbands on sale for a decent price. On their own, each of them were kind of worthless to somebody who had trained their body well, but combined and used in an interesting way could make for a surprisingly good training method. Naruto looked through the window selling them. The mall they were inside of contained dozens and dozens of different stores, and 3 floors of places to visit. After a short train ride, and 10 minutes of walking, they had arrived at the place where teenagers could be easily found. Nope. Mina grabbed Naruto by the ear and started to pull him away from the store that sold the workout equipment. She saw the look that he had been showing the gear, and since she was trying to pull him away from training, it wouldn't do to let him buy stuff that would just increase his training even more. Okay. Naruto muttered as she dragged him to a different store. Clothing store. I do this with my girlfriends all the time, and you're wearing the exact same outfit when we met. I think you need a update. Mina stated to Naruto as she poked his jacket, the same style of jacket that he had been wearing when they met. Naruto looked down at his clothes, not seeing what was wrong with them. By the time that he had looked, she had already dragged him into the men's section. You're like super well built, so something with short sleeves or no sleeves is perfect. Also, maybe getting something a size too small would look great. Mina grabbed a shirt that wouldn't naturally fit Naruto and held it up to him. It was pink. That is very feminine. Naruto pointed out as she pushed the shirt into his arms. She pushed black baggy shorts into his arms with them, before she started to really have fun with it as she pulled him across the entire clothing shop. The clothes in his arms piled up higher and higher, until he couldn't even see what was being added anymore. Anyway, my quirk usually destroys whatever clothes I wear, so I wear jackets because they are easy to take off, and my pants are made from materials that stretch for those with quirks that make them bigger. Naruto lifted up the clothes higher up so that he could look at her. His choice of clothing wasn't just a preference, it was something that served a practical purpose in his life. She stopped. Yeah, and my quirk makes acid come from my body. Do you know how many pairs of shoes I've melted? It's a lot. Clothes don't have to be practical. Mina gave him a pat on the head for being so simple-minded about this. He, a boy, just wouldn't understand why him wearing good clothes would reflect upon her as his friend. His image was her image, and the opposite was true. Anyway, look, see, you're on shirts now. Mina held up a shirt that had a stylish image of him in his one-tail form on the front, arms crossed in an action pose. They made t-shirts of him. When? I'm on shirts. Naruto asked with surprise as he looked at the shirt. He whispered it mostly to himself, since he was honestly surprised. Sure, he had saved a few lives in the past few months, but he didn't think he had gained any real fame for it. He wasn't even being talked about a bunch on the news anymore, since he hadn't done anything heroic in like 5 weeks. The news had already moved on to the popular heroes who were constantly doing hero work, so why would there already be merch for him, when there shouldn't be a demand for it? Mina nodded and put it on the growing pile. Yeah dude, you're like super popular with little kids, and since nobody knows what your normal face looks like, it adds to your charm, and your foxy fox form looks really cool. You're pretty muscular on your own, but your fox form is almost All Might levels above. A lot of my friends at school think you're super hot. Mina had seen a ton of her friends put pictures they printed from newspapers and the internet in their lockers at school, and there were a lot of kids she passed on the road that would be playing hero and villain. It wasn't surprising to see children getting their parents to buy foxtails and fox masks, and parading around as Foxman from TV. Naruto furrowed his brow. I didn't do it to become famous. Then why are you becoming a hero? Mina asked when she heard that grumble from him. She pulled him into the changing room, she didn't go in it with him, and closed the door behind him. Most people only becomes heroes to be famous and rich and stuff, right? She asked him through the door. Naruto frowned. I just want to use my power to help people, but I can't do that without becoming a hero. So I need to be stronger, become a hero, and become well known enough, so that when people see me, they feel safe. Naruto changed into the first outfit she showed him, and opened the door to show her. She gave him 2 thumbs up. Looked good. That's like really cool. I mean, I want to help people, but for me being a hero is just something I'm just suited for. Everyone's always told me that because of my looks, my quirk, and my personality that I was suited for it. Really dorky, right? Mina had always thought her own reasons for wanting to be a hero were pretty lame. She felt even more lame when compared to those with selfless reasons. She didn't see it, but Naruto shook his head. In this society, that reason is fine too. Honestly, reasons don't matter as long as we're helping people. Naruto didn't speak his thoughts, but he did smile as he changed into the next outfit. This one has a jacket. Naruto liked that, he really did. Jackets were sort of his style, especially orange or black jackets. They really fit his color scheme well, considering he turned into an orange fox. Mina saw him when he opened the door. Yep, I'm going to try on some stuff too, anything you don't like, just put back where I got it from. -1 hour later. So, what was it like, running into a burning building to save people? Mina liked her ice cream as they sat on a bench in the food court. She had been meaning to ask about it for a while, since Naruto had already done heroic stuff. She had helped him stop a villain, but he had done more stuff in the past that she didn't have experience in. Was it scary? Of course it was scary. It was a burning building, and it could collapse or explode at any moment. I was scared the entire time I was inside of there. Naruto admitted with a grin. Somehow, she didn't believe him. Bull crap. Mina pointed her fingers at him like guns. She didn't buy that for a second. She had seen the news, and he didn't look afraid when he ran into the building, or when he had jumped out of it. He had seemed like the definition of bravery to her. You were totally fearless, admit it. Mina teased him, and he shook his head. He wasn't. I wasn't fearless, I was scared that I wouldn't be able to save everyone. If people see the person saving them is scared, then they're going to be even more scared. My body just moved on its own, and I refused to show them I was afraid. Because this dash, Naruto pushed his fingers up against his cheeks, and spread his lips into a smile. Is the most heroic thing you can do as a hero. Sure, with my body I can save their lives, but with my smile, I'll save their hearts. Naruto slapped his heart a few times to show her what he meant. Mina thought on it. Sounds to me like he wasn't afraid of getting hurt, he was afraid of others getting hurt. That is dash. Mina stopped and smiled at Naruto, before she pointed to him. Really cool. Yeah, All Might is always smiling too. You kind of remind me of him, you could be his son or nephew or something. Man, this gets me really pumped up for you, eh? Mina leaned back in her chair and shouted out her last sentence. She smiled widely, pushing her fingers against her cheeks, copying Naruto. I'm stealing that, I'm going to be a hero who smiles too. Mina stuck her tongue out at Naruto. He nodded and grinned back. He would like that. That dash. Oh, let's go singing. I bet you'll be really good at it. Mina finished off her snack and grabbed onto him, pulling him to his feet as he carried their clothes in one arm, bags dangling from it. She held onto his sleeve as she pulled him, not giving him much of a chance to object to her. This is going to be fun. Naruto just smiled and nodded. Yeah, this was kind of fun. Later. Oh my god, that was awesome, I didn't know my voice could go that high, really enjoying your drink, huh? Mina used a towel to wipe the sweat from her forehead. She had been break dancing while she had been singing, seeing as she loved both of them. You know, I kind of expected a villain to show up today. Glad to see I was dash. Boom. Naruto looked at her with narrowed eyes for her comment seeming to summon forth a villain from somewhere. Naruto palmed his face, before he stood up and zipped down his jacket. He tossed it on her, before he transformed into his one-tailed form. Wear that, and use the hoodie to cover up your hair and horns. Since this is a mall, I'm sure there are some heroes here. We need to help evacuate people. Naruto told he as he left the small room they were in. She pulled his jacket on over her clothes, and flipped the hoodie so that her features were mostly covered. Well, the pink skin on her arms and legs were hard to hide, but with her head hidden, she wouldn't be recognized at a single glance. She followed after him quickly as they ran to the edge of the second floor, looking down on the first floor. Mina pointed. That's the baddie, looks like he's got a hostage. Mina shouted, and Naruto looked at the situation she pointed at. There was a guy wearing a cliché ski mask, most likely to hit his face, and his right arm was a cannon. It would seem his quirk was related to his arm being a cannon, because there was smoke coming out of the end of his cannon arm. He had it pointed up at the ceiling, before he pointed it at a man next to him. Nobody stop me, or he gets it. Mina. You a good shot? Naruto asked as he looked at a trash can. He took the trash bag out of the can, before he tied it up and placed it to the side. Gesturing to the can, she nodded and hopped so that she was inside of it. Naruto lifted up the can itself, her inside of it, before he looked down at the first floor and aimed carefully. Ready? Naruto asked as he closed an eye. Mina grinned. Ready. He threw her, at a high speed, right towards the villain. The villain saw the trash can coming, since it was a straight shot, and moved his aim to fire at the can. Naruto started to run towards the end of the balcony, while Mina jumped out of the trash can just as the villain fired his arm. The bin was destroyed by the shot completely, and as Mina rolled across the ground she lobbed a shot of acid at his pants. His belt and the hem of his pants melted in a second, and like magic his pants dropped to his knees. Out of instinct, the villain pulled his pants up. Mina stuck her tongue out at him, smiling widely. You little bit dash. Naruto came flying in while he was distracted, and kicked him in the chest, knocking him through a shop window and into a wall inside of the store. The man let out a harsh breath as he was knocked out cold. He didn't see what hit him, but everyone around him did as the villain was taken down rather quickly. Naruto looked at the bags that were hanging off of his tail, before Mina jumped onto his shoulder. Thought we were evacuating people? Mina questioned him as he started to run, the items that they paid for hanging from his tail. He ran on all fours to the mall exit, since it would seem their mall day had been cut rather short. She teased him as she poked her face, and she pulled his hoodie down over her face, shifting so she was riding his back. Naruto snorted. That was before I saw a hostage. All things considered, I wouldn't mind hanging with you again. Naruto had fun today, and really wouldn't mind a repeat. Though, next time without a villain ruining things. Chapter 8. Spring was in the air. With the winter season coming and going, giving rise to warmer weather, Naruto couldn't help but enjoy it as he actually took a break from training of his own free will. He wore the pink shirt that Mina had gotten him, though it was too small for him now, stretching to contain his body. Combined with the baggy black pants he wore, it was actually a pretty good combination. The sleeves of the shirt had long since ripped off of his arms, and because of his training the pants had rips near the knees, but Mina had told him that it looked good, so the rips and tears were fine. Hey! Hey Mina! Naruto waved with a grin. She had invited him to come to the park, so he had decided to take a break from training to come. She was wearing new clothes too, a purple shirt that had acid on the front, which extremely short hot pants. Thigh-high socks, colored like one would see from the 70s, and leading into leather-heeled shoes. She ran over towards Naruto and smiled brightly at him, happy to see him, and not in his usual jacket and pants combo. The fact he wore clothes she picked out for him was more awesome, and he had a bad boy look going with the rips that complemented her 70s punk girl look. Looking good. Mina pointed finger guns at him as she hopped back and forth, her entire body as animated as her personality was. And would you look at that, you're only a little hurt today. Mina pointed at the bandages on Naruto's forehead, and the bandages wrapped around his right forearm. He didn't seem super injured, and since the bandages weren't red with blood, they didn't seem like they happened today before he came to the part either. Naruto glanced away from her. This had happened, the day previously, when he trained with Ryuko again, since she had a day off and sent him a message saying she wanted to keep her skills fresh for combat. She had gotten a little too intense in their training, and it ended up with the both of them hurting each other a little more than intended. She had bitten his arm and scratched his head, and he gave her a pretty nasty bruise on her back. Yeah. I'm not getting hurt that much. Naruto denied her. She took her spot next to him and wrapped an arm around his, leading him down the stone pathway through the park. Wild deer all around them, with people feeding the tame, yet still wild, deer who just allowed it. Mina poked him in the side with her free arm, knowing that he was always getting hurt one way or another. Usually because he had the bad habit of pushing himself too hard. Either way, she took the lead and pulled him along, deciding the course they would take for the day. They hadn't gotten to hang out all week, since her school was really pushing them to study for their exams. None of that mattered though. Hey, this summer, before the UA tests happen, we need to go to the beach. I can invite some of my friends, and you can invite some of. Mina's pink cheeks darkened when she realized that Naruto didn't have friends other than her. She quickly let go of Naruto and waved her arms around in apology. So sorry, forgot your situation. I'm sure my friends will love you. I'm friends with this funny guy, Kirishima, he's pretty, he's been kind of down lately. Mina said as she grabbed back onto Naruto's arm. She wasn't super close to some of her friends, but she still wanted them to meet Naruto and have fun at the beach together, all of them. She had barely passed her exams with scores good enough to allow her to apply for UA, and she really wanted to celebrate. Going to the beach, bursting a watermelon, lighting fireworks at night, and even going fishing were all stuff that sounded like a great way to kick off the summer. Naruto nodded. I know just the beach. His brain thought on finally checking up on Izuku's training in person. He had yet to meet the boy in person, see him in person was one thing, but since making the new training schedule, he had never actually checked up on Izuku. He heard about the training from his uncle, and how Izuku had collapsed a great number of times when the stress got too great and broke his body. Only for a visit to Recovery Girl to put him right back on track, even months into Naruto's training hell, the boy had yet to quit. It was surprising, and it showed the teen's determination to inherit one for all from All Might. Mina nodded excitedly. Awesome, this is the perfect to show off my swimsuit. I've waited months for the chance to wear it. Mina pumped her fist high into the air. She nearly punched Naruto in the face when she did it, but he leaned back and dodged in time to avoid it. He had long since gotten used to how much she loved moving her body around, and avoiding her flailing limbs. Wait, this isn't going to turn into a situation where a villain shows up at the beach, and it cuts out time together short like at the mall. Mina suspiciously pointed at Naruto. They hadn't had a villain show up and ruin their hangouts in a while, and a beach trip was the perfect time for their fun times to be ruined. Naruto shrugged. I mean, I doubt any villain would show up at this beach, nobody goes there anymore for relaxation. Naruto seriously doubted any villains would have a reason to show up. It wasn't like everywhere he went was a good place for bad guys. The middle of a street, great place for a villain to make a debut. Inside of a crowd mall, amazing location for a villain to make his mark in the news. This time, it was a secluded location that was being used as a garbage dump for years, and though it looked a lot cleaner now, it had no villain value. Mina smiled widely, eyes sparkling when she realized this was a great chance for her. Something touched her butt. Oh, it's a deer. Mina had turned her head and saw a deer was nibbling at the cut-off portion of her shorts, and she stepped forward out of its reach. She reached out and rubbed the side of its neck. Naruto, touch this deer, it's really relaxing in peace dash. Like Icarus, I swore to the sun. A man with white wings jumped off of tree he had climbed, stripping absolutely naked from his coat, his nude body on complete display as his wings flapped, and he took off into the sky. Mina's skin became a lighter pink when she became her version of more pale, while Naruto looked up at the man, his jaw dropping in surprise when he saw sudden nudity. What the hell? Wanna go to my place and play video games, before this gets weirder? Naruto offered as he turned around, Mina nodding and turning around with him as the two of them smartly decided this was too much for either of them. She didn't see as the man fell from the sky, behind them and hit the ground, before he got up and went back towards the tree to do it again. They decided that seeing what they saw was enough, and they were better off enjoying today indoors, if this was the alternative. Naruto's house. Hey Naruto, tomorrow, do you mind? You have company. Young Mina, nice to see you. Toshinori walked into Naruto's room with a stack of papers in his hands, before he hid them behind his back when he saw Naruto wasn't alone. He had almost entered Naruto's room, and transformed into his muscle form to make a joke, but thankfully he had seen the girl before he went through with it. I have some paperwork I need to drop off at the office, do you mind dropping it off for me tomorrow? Toshinori asked Naruto as he gave a quick show of the paperwork. Naruto nodded. Hey Yagi-san. Sorry for being here, but there was a sicko in the park showing, we decided video games was the mindless activity we needed. Mina shivered when she remembered what she had seen. No. You need to start sucking at this game Naruto. Mina shoved her feet into Naruto's side, laying on her back as she held the controller above her head. She continued to play as she tried to mess with Naruto, though it didn't work as Naruto mostly ignored her bare feet pushing against his side. Toshinori actually smiled at the display. Naruto transformed into his first form, before he tilted to the side, slowly. Mina noticed her feet were on something really soft and furry, really warm, and pushing against her legs. Timbre. Naruto fell onto his side, the side that Mina was on. No. Mina was crushed underneath a soft and fluffy hell as his larger body pushed her down. She had dropped her controller, her hands and feet being the only things free from his body. Naruto continued to play the game, not completely uncontested. If she wanted to play that game, then so would he, only he was going to win it. Need something? Naruto asked as he put his controller down after winning. Sitting up, Mina took the deepest gasp of breath as she sat up. Dude, you would make a great bed. If it's not too much trouble, do you mind dropping these off tomorrow? Toshinori asked Naruto as he sat the documents down. Mina glanced in their direction curiously, while Naruto turned his body back, and looked towards them. They were All Might reports, basically reporting all of his hero work he did. His uncle needed him to be the one to drop them off at the police station, so that they could keep track of what he was doing as a hero. Since he didn't exactly have unlimited time in his All Might form, it wasn't like he could waste time that could be used being a hero, on police reports. It was already established that Toshinori was All Might's assistant at the office, and he was documented as Naruto's guardian by law. It wasn't odd for Naruto to be the one who would drop documents off for his uncle, and by proxy All Might. I don't mind. Tomorrow is the day we are doing that thing, remember, we're seeing that movie. You know. Mina made wide gestured with her arms, ones that confused everyone other than her. Wanna go see a movie? There is a new alien movie I want to see, it comes out tomorrow. I forgot to ask you. Mina rubbed the back of her head, seeing Naruto's confusion, she realized she had yet to ask him. She had assumed that she already had, and had made plans according to that. Well, this was a way to ask. Toshinori looked at her. I'll take care of myself this time, you two have fun on your date. Toshinori was smiling brighter than Naruto had seen him smile in months. Well, other than when he realized Naruto had a keeper for a friend. Date? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Toshinori left the room. Yeah, weird, a boy and a girl going to the movies alone together is totally like a date. I didn't realize that. Well, it's not like we're going clothes shopping together. Mina was interrupted when Naruto spoke up. We've done that. I mean, we don't take romantic walks through scenic parks. We were doing that today. Mina was quiet for a moment as she thought about everything they did together. They hung out alone all the time. She was usually holding onto one of his arms and pulling him along whenever they hung out. They had gone to the mall, and he was in the habit of wearing clothes she picked out for him. She was always asking him to do things with her, usually just the two of them. She had a ton of fun with him, and when she saw her favorite movie series make a new movie, the first person she thought of seeing it with was Naruto. She and he even did some hero work together, several times actually, and their chemistry was through the roof. Even right now, she was pushing her feet up against his face, and he didn't seem the least bit bothered by her. Holy crap, how long have we even been dating? Mina jumped up and pointed between herself and Naruto. She tried to think about when it could have began, when she started to enjoy his company more than her other friends. Actually, you don't seem that surprised. Why aren't you surprised? I mean, if we're already doing everything couples do, then what does dating really change between us? Naruto asked her with a dull tone. They did everything couples did but kiss and that kind of stuff. Honestly, their relationship wouldn't really change if they did or didn't start to officially date. All that would happen was that they would show a little more romantic affection. Mina sat down. Dude, we're totally boyfriend and girlfriend. Actually, I think you're right, and I already think you're a total hottie, and love hanging with you. How about you? Mina grabbed her controller and started to play with Naruto again. She had taken on the same dull tone that he had, starting to realize that she was making way too big of a deal out of this. He did make a really good point after all. Duh, you're super cute, and if I didn't like being around you, this conversation wouldn't be happening. Guess we're official now. Naruto tilted his head to the side, and Mina nodded her head. Yep, Narumina is a thing. Mina spoke sagely, since as a couple, they needed a couple name. By the way, turn into your fox form. Mina told him as she reached out with one hand, and unzipped the jacket he had put back on. When he turned into it, she moved so that she was sitting between his legs, and relaxed back so that she was laying against his chest and stomach. Yep, knew it, you're an awesome chair. You're my boyfriend, so get used to doing whatever I tell you to do. Mina joked with a grin as she looked up at him. He rolled his eyes. How is that any different than what I'm already doing? That means you need to lose to me next round. Mina stuck her tongue out at him. She was getting sick of losing to him over and over, so she was going to abuse girlfriend power as much as possible. No. Damn. Chapter 9. Izuku's training was going well. Only a few months into the training, and Naruto was able to visibly see the massive amounts of improvements that had happened to the boy. His muscles had been ripped to shreds, and reborn into a new, slightly more macho, form than his starting point of, well, having no muscles. Izuku had cleared away over half of the beach of the garbage at this point, and by the time that January rolled around, the first 9 months of the plan would be over, leaving Izuku ready for his training in one for all to start. It would take about a month before the boy learned how to not fire off all of his punches and kicks at 100% power, something that was bound to happen considering the boy was quirkless and had no experience controlling a quirk. It would be harder for the quirkless to learn how to use something that those with quirks naturally knew how to use. Then again, his uncle was an exception to that rule. Seriously, you're just going to lay there, not even play in the water? Mina asked Naruto as she stood over him, looking down at him with a disappointed look, wearing her white frilled bikini just for him now. Originally, she had just wanted to show it off, but she had been waiting for this chance since they started dating. Honestly though, their dating life wasn't really different than what they did before, only they were a little more physically affectionate now. You enjoy the beach your way, and I'll do it my way. You're the one who wanted me to take a break from training more often, and that is what I'm doing. If I go into the water, I can promise you I'll start training. Naruto waved her off. She had her friends from her school here with them, so it wasn't like she was going to be lonely with him not playing around. She had 2 of her girlfriends, and the Kirishima guy that she had tried to introduce him to, and the guy seemed pretty cool for the most part. He had decent muscle on him, but other than that he was a pretty average-looking guy. He had light tan skin, with long black hair that covered a small part of his face, though all of his teeth were sharpened. The guy was a pretty friendly dude, and he was pretty enthusiastic about swimming in the ocean. Mina pointed at him. Gush over how cute I am. Oh Mina, you're so cute, so sexy, I can't take my eyes off of you, my heart is all aflutter, and my stomach has butterflies, please, allow me to look away so that my weak heart won't explode. Naruto closed his eyes as he went back to laying back. Her cheeks puffed out, and she kicked some sand onto his legs. See, I'm enjoying myself just fine, watching you have fun. Naruto cracked open one of his eyes and looked up at her. She stopped pouting and puffing at him, before she shrugged her shoulders with a smiling sigh. Guess they had different ideas of what it was like to have fun on the beach. You could have given me a compliment without being sarcastic. Mina lamented as she turned around and started to walk back towards the ocean, with Naruto sitting up and looking at her ass. That bikini makes your ass look just as sexy as it always is. Naruto called out to her as he laid back down. What was he going to say, that her ass only looked nice and practically nothing? She was always sexy, the bikini didn't really change how good looking she was in his eyes. Mina pumped her fist in victory. I'll take it. She would take that compliment in stride, not much he could really compliment her on when it came to her swimsuit without sounding like a pervert. Also, she had kind of goaded that out of him. She wasn't shy about her body, so no reason to get angry about a compliment. Wait up guys, I want to play too. Kirishima, get a bucket, we're making a giant sand castle. Naruto smirked. He then glanced back at Izuku, the boy was actually sending them all jealous looks. Like he wanted to join them, and Naruto was about to say something about it, before his fellow teen got back to work with a more determined expression than before. Okay, he's a pretty decent guy, he's got determination, and he can motivate himself. Naruto wasn't just laying down to relax, he was also doing it so that he could keep an eye on Izuku's training. It was moving along well, if the boy kept it up at this pace, he would actually finish the first 9-month part of the plan in only 8.5 months. That was, if he didn't push himself even harder than Naruto's plan was pushing him. Actually, in this heat, he should stay hydrated. Naruto opened up the cooler next to him, and grabbed a bottled water. Standing up, regretfully standing up, he walked towards Izuku with water in hand. The boy was pushing a broken fridge through the sand. Touch. Cold. Here, drink this when you get thirsty. You're doing some real hero work here, making this place beautiful again. Naruto took the water off of his face, and tossed it up, forcing Izuku to catch it. The green-haired boy was visibly shocked, before he smiled widely, brighter than he should be. Really, like a hero. Thank you so much. Izuku bowed repeatedly, thankfully taking the water and setting it down gently in the sand, before he waved to Naruto as he got back to clearing the beach. Yep, the boy was hero-obsessed, so comparing him to a hero was a great motivator. I'm going to take a break from everything. Naruto fell face first into the towel he laid down. He would keep an eye on Izuku, but he would do it with his eyes closed. As long as he was listening to everything that was going on, he was sure everything would be okay. The sun just felt so good on his skin, and the warmth of the towel and sand was just divine right now. Shark, and it's got Kirishima. Seriously? Naruto looked up and saw a shark in the water, with Kirishima in its mouth. Okay, so Kirishima had a hardening quirk, since his entire body looked more rugged and solid than before as the shark started to try and rip him apart. Naruto did a push-up as he hopped up, walking across the beach and towards the water. See, told you there wasn't going to be a villain. Naruto stepped into the shallow waters. Mina's quirk was worthless in the water, which would just dilute her acid to harmless levels. Kirishima didn't seem like he had taken his quirk to a level where he could fight a shark while being caught in its mouth, it was taking everything he had it would seem just to not get eaten. Is that what you're worried about? Oh, don't be a baby, you're not dead yet. Naruto shouted to Kirishima as he jumped towards the shark, landing on top of its head with a grin. Also, don't stop using your quirk, because this is going to hurt the shark more than you. Naruto grabbed Kirishima by his outstretched hand, and ripped him out of the shark's mouth. A very decent amount of teeth coming with it as Kirishima was forced to join him on top of the shark. He held on to Naruto for dear life, the shark thrashing underneath them as Naruto held on to its fin. Okay, Kirishima felt mad respect for this man he was holding on to. Naruto just grinned. This is so cool. Kirishima shouted, the fear of the shark eating him alive gone, and replaced with excitement as he and Naruto held their own rodeo on a shark. The shark swimming around in the water to knock them off. The shark started to swim towards a bird that was sitting on the water, a seagull, before it jumped out of the water and swallowed the bird whole. Then a change happened. The shark grew wings. Humans weren't the only species capable of manifesting quirks, it was actually possible for regular animals to gain quirks as well. It would seem that this shark was in possession of its own quirk. Considering the absolutely massive seagull wings it sprouted from its body, it would seem that its power was the power to imitate anything that it swallowed. My boyfriend is riding a flying shark. Mina watched the shark take off into the air, now having a seagull's ability to breathe air and fly. The now winged shark, taking to the skies, carried off her friend and her boyfriend. You're recording this, right? Mina asked as she looked her female friends. There was no way her parents were going to believe her if she didn't have some kind of proof. Seeing her friend recording what was happening, she looked back to see the air rodeo that was going on in the sky above. The shark's quirk was pretty damn cool too. Yeah. Okay, this isn't great, if it drops us from this height, and we're going higher. Naruto thought as Kirishima held onto his torso with all of his might. The shark just flew higher and higher up. Sorry shark, you were just doing shark things. Naruto apologized, since the shark was innocent in all of this. All it was doing was trying to eat, because it was a shark. Yet, here Naruto was, about to absolutely murder the shark for trying to sustain itself. Naruto transformed into his one-tailed state, Kirishima letting out a gasp of shock when it suddenly became a lot harder to hold on to Naruto, though since his eyes were closed he didn't see what was going on anymore. Naruto grabbed both sides of the shark's mouth, where teeth had been ripped out, before he yanked up as hard as he could. There was a very unpleasant snapping sound as the shark's mouth opened far too wide, even for a shark. The wings it grew went limp, and it started to fall back down towards the water. Naruto grabbed Kirishima and jumped off of the shark, opening his own mouth wide as he transformed from his single tail, into his three-tailed form. Just large enough for him to fit Kirishima inside of his own mouth, and close it around him. He prepared for pain. Hitting the water hurt when he flopped on his back the second he landed, and opening his mouth to release Kirishima, he transformed back to a human form. Swimming up as fast as he could, Naruto took a deep breath of air at the same time that his fellow man's head popped out of the water. Where's land? Kirishima had the sense to ask when he noticed that they were very far away from the beach, far away enough that they didn't even see land as anything more than a small dot in the distance. Naruto swore. Hold on to my back, I'll use my quirk and swim us back. Naruto groaned when he realized that he was going to have to grow pretty massive if he was going to swim them both back in a timely manner. What a way to spend a beach trip. Chapter 10. Today was the day. Yes, I'm going to invite him to come and see my parents, and then, I'm going to surprise him with his birthday present. Mina had big plans for the day. Seeing as she and Naruto had been dating for a while now, she wanted him to meet her parents like any good daughter would. Her mother was super excited to meet her boyfriend, and her father couldn't be more supportive. She knew that she shouldn't have told them, but she had told her parents that Naruto was the foxman that would appear in the news every once in a while for saving people when there weren't heroes around. Normally, she was really into being rather spontaneous with her relationship with Naruto. The two just did whatever they felt like. If they wanted to see a movie, they did that. They never really planned out most of the stuff they did together, and it worked for them. This was special though. It was Naruto's 16th birthday, and the first birthday he would have friends for, considering he was homeschooled his entire life. She was sure his uncle was awesome at planning parties, but she was sure that Naruto would appreciate more company. She wasn't really smart, or good at planning things out, but she really wanted to make this work out. She knocked on his front door, and grinned widely to herself, almost unable to contain herself. She was going to give Naruto a big kiss when he opened the door. Kirishima opened the door. Oh, hey Ashido. Naruto, Ashido is here. Kirishima called out, having answered the door. Mina blinked in surprise when, for one, that Kirishima was hanging out with Naruto without her. She hadn't hung out with Kirishima since the day at the beach, and she hadn't seen Naruto hang out with Kirishima either. Kirishima was wearing a white training gi with a white belt around his waist, sweat dripping from his body. When she took her shoes off and came inside, she saw Naruto standing in a similar outfit to Kirishima, but with a black belt around his waist. Oh, Mina. Did we have a date today? Come on Kirishima, don't stop now, get hard and come. Naruto raised his fists up and gestured for Kirishima to fight him. Yes. Kirishima obeyed as his body became extremely rigid, and he ran towards Naruto, and punched him across the face as hard as he could. His fist cracked a little, and Naruto slugged him across the face in return. The two of them traded blows with little regard for their own personal safety. They weren't dodging each other in the slightest. Mina's jaw actually dropped when she went over to the couch and sat down, watching her boyfriend and friend smiling and punching each other. Kirishima's looking more buff now, with our school uniform on, I guess I didn't notice. Mina knew her boyfriend was buff, but she didn't know that Kirishima had been putting on muscle. She had to admit, he was looking pretty good now that he wasn't as skinny as before. He had muscle before, but now it was so much more well pronounced. How long had they been training together? So Mina, I don't think we had a date today, what brings you here? Naruto was punched in the forehead, and he returned with a punch to Kirishima's ribs. Kirishima's body unhardened and he was sent flying, rolling across the ground, before he stopped when he landed upside down against the wall. Ow, seriously, my body is as hard as steel now. This training is painful, but damn if it doesn't work. How are your fists? Kirishima forced himself to stand up again. He looked towards Naruto, and grinned when he saw Naruto grinning. Naruto raised his fists. Just fine. Your body is as strong as it will get from regular training, and you're a lot harder than my old punching bag for sure. Now you just need to find a way to stay hard longer. Naruto glanced at his fist, and saw that his knuckles were slightly purple. He grinned to himself, since he and Kirishima had been training for several hours now. His training was working. Now, he could afford to punch metal and hard bodies without holding back, and causing only minimal damage to his fists. His months of training his fists were paying off, and now he was training the rest of his body by having Kirishima punch him with his hardened fists. Just like how Naruto was increasing Kirishima's hardness by breaking his body over and over again. So manly. They started to fight again, with Kirishima going more offensive than before, a newfound energy after seeing Naruto's manly grin once more. So, how long have you two been, hanging out like this? Mina didn't spend every waking hour with Naruto, she did have school again, and she had other friends she did spend time with. Naruto didn't have a monopoly on her time, and she didn't have one on his time. It was healthy for their relationship if they spent time with their other friends. Friends Naruto apparently now had. My boy here asked me to help him work out a few days after the beach fiasco. Naruto grinned as he knocked Kirishima out of his hardened state again with repeated punches to the solar plexus. Kirishima collapsed to his knees to try and regain his breath, raising a hand up in surrender for the moment, until he had the strength to continue their sparring. You good? Naruto asked Kirishima as the teen started to stand up again, and nodded. Mina looked between them with an awkward grin. That was quite a while ago, and she was only now hearing about it. How could I not? This dude saved my life, and rode on a flying shark, before he swam us back to shore. You're so damn manly. Anyway, Naruto and I have been training like this since then. Kirishima jumped back into the training and he was punched in the nose for it. That would explain why Naruto and Kirishima had more bruises on their bodies lately, if this was what they were doing for training. Okay, and why this? The stronger Kirishima's body gets, the harder he is able to make his body, and by breaking him over and over, he can train to hold his hardened body longer, and I'm increasing my pain tolerance, and training my body to stand up to heavy hits. Naruto took one to the jaw, before he throat punched Kirishima. Hard body or not, that one hurt if the gasp of pain meant anything. Naruto winced as he punched Kirishima again, and knocked him clear over the couch Mina was on, and behind it. Kirishima popped up behind the couch. Ow. That hurt. I'm ready for. I guess this is it, looks like I'm at my limit now. Kirishima tried to harden again, only for his body to refuse to do it. He had reached the end of his stamina for the moment. He was going to need to take another break before he could do it again. I'm sweating up a storm, can I use your shower bro? Kirishima asked, even though he was already heading towards Naruto's room. He had a private shower. Yeah, you can wear some of my old clothes, I've kind of outgrown some of them. Want to go clothes shopping again Mina soon? Naruto asked her with a sorry smile. Mina tilted her head. Naruto hadn't grown, had he? Standing up, she walked towards him and compared herself to him. He was only a few inches taller than she was when they met each other months and months ago, so raising her hand above her head, she measured him. When did you get so tall? Mina had never noticed that Naruto was taller than when she met him. They hung out so much, she guessed she just never noticed the changes in his height before. It was surprising though when it was brought up that her boyfriend was still a growing guy. Most Japanese guys stopped growing earlier than their foreigner counterparts, but it would seem that wasn't the case for Naruto. Naruto walked over to a wall next to the kitchen, and he grabbed a knife, before he leaned up against the wall and curiously put the knife just above his head. Looks like I'm about 180 centimeters now, so 5 feet 11 inches, but closer to 6 feet. Naruto hadn't measured himself for a while now. Mina looked at him. Hey Naruto, my birthday is on the 16th, want to come to my house and play some games with me? Kirishima came out of Naruto's room, looking slightly moist, but clean again. He had taken a super quick shower, and was wearing Naruto's older clothes. Naruto paused. Today is my birthday. I'm 16 now, without my uncle here to remind me, I actually forgot. Naruto had Kirishima hanging off of him instantly. Dude, we totally need to order a pizza and watch bro out. Actually, that is why I'm here. Do you want to come to my house? Mina asked Naruto, and Kirishima raised his hands up in surrender. He knew when he was being a third wheel. I'll wash these and bring them back tomorrow after school, see you tomorrow Naruto. This third wheel knows when to take a hike. Kirishima left Naruto and Mina alone when he walked out the front door. Mina actually sighed in relief, before she smiled at Naruto. She was a little happy and jealous. You know, I would be willing to train Dash. So, you were saying earlier? Naruto unintentionally interrupted her. She frowned for a moment, before putting a smile on her face. On second thought, her quirk was too dangerous, she didn't want to turn her acid against her boyfriend, even if it was only for training. Naruto and Kirishima both had transformation-type quirks, so it was more natural for them to train together, even if Naruto wasn't using his quirk. She grabbed his hand with her own. "Let's go to my house, and celebrate your birthday with my family. I'm a little surprised you're 16. Usually people start UA at 15. Mina spoke, and apparently she hit a raw nerve. Naruto leaned forward, depressed. "My uncle is my teacher, but he's not good at it, and he's always busy. I learned most of what I know by himself to be honest, so I'm not the smartest around, let me get changed and we can get out of here." Naruto told her with a self-hating laugh. She laughed at him, since he just admitted he was dumb, she was stupid too, so she could sympathize with him, but she stopped laughing when she saw that he sent her a hurt look for a second. She would apologize the second he was done changing. Then, they would go to her house for cake. Chapter 11. So fluffy. It's been getting pretty cold outside lately. Naruto spoke as he played a game with Mina. She was sitting in his lap, with her body pressing closely against his furred body. At her request, he had transformed so that she could use his higher body temp and fluff as a way to warm up. She wasn't even throwing a fit over the fact that she was losing to him again, he had really gotten good at this game. She was barely even playing the game in all fairness, but she would be losing even if she were playing with all of her skill. She snuggled deeper into his fur, absolutely enjoying herself, bliss on her face. She didn't mind the cold so much, but she enjoyed the feeling of being consumed by his fluffy body when he transformed after being stricken by the cold. "It's snowing pretty heavily outside, how does this not bother you?" Mina looked up at him. He shrugged. "My normal body heat is a few degrees over 100, even in my regular form." "Fahrenheit or Celsius?" Mina asked him, since he didn't say that. "Fahrenheit." Naruto told her, since his usual body heat was around 101.7, seeing as his body was adjusted to having fox traits thanks to his quirk. The conversation about his hot body ended there, naturally, as they played games in silence. "I'm starting to get bored with this," Naruto told her after he had beaten her again. "Winning was only so much fun. I don't want to go outside though." Mina would have been happy to go outside normally, but it was winter now. There was a fresh layer of snow on the ground, and it was still snowing. "Where is your uncle?" Mina asked Naruto as she glanced up at him. He changed the channel from the game they were playing, to whatever was on the movie channel. "Doing hero work I guess. Is somebody knocking on the door?" Naruto questioned when he heard a really weak knock at the door. He was about to stand up, before Mina turned around and hung onto him. When he stood up, she stayed connected to him by wrapping both arms and legs around him. "Why?" Naruto asked her simply. She gave him a muffled response. "Warm. I'm going to answer the door, maybe it's my boy Kirishima." Naruto said with a wide smile. He hadn't seen his only male friend all week, and he was starting to him. He left his room with Mina attached to him, crossing the living room, and opened the door without questioning who it was again. It wasn't Kirishima. "Hey Naruto, Toshinori-san asked me to come by, and make sure you weren't up to any unauthorized hero work. Mind if I come in?" It was Ryuko. Yeah. "You're the number 9 hero, Ryukyu." Mina instantly let go of Naruto and gushed when she saw the real Ryukyu in the flesh, up close and personal. The cold was forgotten when she ran outside and looked at the woman in her casual clothes. "You're like my favorite hero. Naruto, why didn't you ever tell me you knew Ryukyu?" Mina turned on Naruto and started to playfully pound her fists against his chest. Naruto transformed back to normal. Ryuko just waved. "It's nice to meet Naruto's girlfriend, please, I'm not working or helping Naruto train, so you can call me Ryuko." Ryuko said as she let herself in with a shiver. She leaned forward and placed her head against Naruto's chest, a visibly shiver running down her body. This cold weather was a nightmare for her, and Naruto's hot body was heavenly right about now. Mina wasn't even jealous, she was still just in awe. "I'll make some coffee," Naruto said as Mina went back into the house, and he closed the door. He turned the heater on a little higher than before, since Ryuko was going to be here. "My uncle usually lets me and Mina stay here alone, what changed?" Naruto asked as he glanced back at Ryuko, heading into the kitchen to start the coffee machine. She sat down on the couch, but didn't take off her jacket like most people would have. "Naruto, she's Ryukyu, she's a pink dragon." "I'm pink." Mina's voice was a whisper as she grabbed him by the shirt and shook him back and forth. Ryuko was the only hero whose skin was bright pink when she was in her dragon form. Mina had always admired how the woman had managed to make pink look so heroic and menacing at the same time. Ryuko just watched with a smile. So this was his girlfriend. Romance is in the air, and he felt that you being alone with your girlfriend during this time of the year wouldn't be great for your futures. Ryuko spoke gently as she always did. It was the romantic time of year that teenagers' blood was pumping more than ever, and many times, if given the chance, mistakes were made as a result. Naruto and Mina had promising futures, though she had never met Mina in person before now, and if they made a dumb teenage mistake their futures could get ruined by it. Futures. Oh. Mina's face darkened with a fierce blush when she started to realize what was being worried about. Naruto deadpanned. Seriously? I'm not going to have sex with Mina, just because we're alone together. Naruto stated as he poured a cup of coffee for Ryuko. Mina looked at Naruto with a sharp gaze. And why not? Mina shot at him, finding a little insult in that. His statement heavily implied that he wasn't attracted to her sexually, and that actually hurt her feelings a little. She didn't want to push the relationship too quickly either, but Naruto implying that she wasn't attractive enough to want to have sex with wasn't something she could take lightly. Ryuko took the coffee from Naruto and sipped at it, letting its warmth invade her body from the inside out. She glanced at Mina. Because, I'm 16 and you're 15. And if you pass UA's test to get in, then we are going to be training to be pro heroes. You're capable of getting pregnant, and I'm capable of getting you pregnant. One accident is all it would take to ruin your future, and just because we're dating, doesn't mean I want to start a family right now. Naruto explained with a raised eyebrow. He sat down next to Ryuko, and she leaned into his side and appreciated his warmth as well. She loved how hot his body was during these cold winter days. Even when he was a kid, she would have him sit in her lap when she was his babysitter. Watching TV with Naruto in her lap was one of her fond memories of his childhood. He had grown so big now, he seemed to be a good half-foot taller than her, which was a major growth spurt since the last time she had seen him. Oh. Sorry, you're right. I didn't think about that. Mina sat down on Naruto's other side as he turned the TV on in the living room. She glanced at him. This brings back memories. Ryuko said as the channel was changed to a TV show that was inspired by something from a long time ago. Yep. I don't want to push our relationship, but I guess I wanted Naruto to come on to me. It really hurt when I thought he didn't find me attractive. Naruto has been holding back for my sake, so he doesn't accidentally ruin my future. Mina felt guilty when she leaned against Naruto. Despite Ryuko sitting there, she wasn't paying much attention to the pro-hero anymore. She was thinking about her own feelings, something that took a higher priority to being in the presence of a pro-hero. So Naruto, have you thought about my offer any? Ryuko asked Naruto, and he nodded his head. Mina looked at him. Offer? She asked curiously. This was the first time that she was hearing about this at all. At UA you'll be allowed to intern with a pro-hero, and I want Naruto to become my intern when he's allowed to. Ryuko had wanted Naruto's answer on her offer, an offer from years ago actually. She had offered this to Naruto when he was just a small child, and started to show promise. He and I both have transformation quirks that let us turn into mythical creatures. Our quirks share a good compatibility as well. Ryuko smiled at the thought of it. Mina looked surprised. Naruto had never mentioned it. I haven't thought about that in a long time. Okay, Mina could understand why Naruto didn't mention it if he didn't think on it. Take all the time you need. Have you thought about costume designs yet? Ryuko knew that Naruto would have a little more trouble than others finding a costume. He was like her, and grew several new appendages when he transformed. He was a humanoid fox after all, and his costume needed to adjust to him growing tails and becoming far larger and more muscular. Naruto smiled at that. Yeah. I know what I want there at least. Naruto spoke with a proud smile. He had his costume already planned out. Chapter 12. I can see the family resemblance easily. Naruto was sitting across the unnervous-looking woman, maybe 5 feet 3 inches in height, who looked quite a bit like Izuku Midoriya, which would make sense since this person was Inko Midoriya. It was only a week away before Izuku was going to inherit One for All, and while Izuku didn't know that Naruto was aware of his situation, or that Naruto was involved in anything at all, since he had yet to formally introduce himself, Naruto was going to settle some things first that needed to be stated. So, you mentioned needing to speak about my son. Yeah, you're no doubt noticed he's been working out a lot, and pushing himself to the brink of breaking, and even breaking itself. Since I can tell Izuku is going to keep this a secret from you, I'm going to tell you the truth ahead of time. You're his mother, so you have a right to know what is going on in his life. Naruto knew that his uncle was going to try and get Izuku to keep this a secret from his family. That was wrong, since this woman could become a target for somebody that was going to try and make an enemy of Izuku once he possessed a quirk. This woman deserved to know what situation her son was in, and how it was going to affect his and her life. She looked confused and worried. He's not in trouble, is he? Inko questioned softly, tears already in her eyes. Naruto thought on it. Not now. Anyway, your son has been hanging out with my uncle. He's been training Izuku, and helping get his body physically strong enough to handle something very important. Would you be happy if your son had a quirk? Naruto asked Inko, not knowing how he was going to break this news gently. This woman seemed like her emotions were always on a loose trigger. As important as it was that she really know, this could ruin Izuku's chance of inheriting one for all if she denied him that chance. She looked saddened. Of course, he's always wanted to become a hero. I would give him my quirk if I could. Inko smiled at the very thought of being able to pass her ability to her son. Naruto nodded. My uncle used to be quirkless like Izuku, and his master passed her quirk onto him. Now, it's his turn to pass down this special quirk, and last year, your son showed my uncle that he had what it took to be a real hero. He chose Izuku to be the one to get his quirk, to help your son become the hero he wants to be. Naruto came out and said it. Thump. Inko fainted, she actually fainted, when she learned that her son was going to be getting a quirk. Naruto palmed his face a little as the small, but round, woman had her face planted firmly into the table. He nodded his head though in understanding, if his uncle weren't All Might and he hadn't grown up knowing this stuff, then he would have a hard time believing it as well. He had known about One for All and All for One for about as long as he had been alive, and the entire situation actually. His uncle had never been able to keep it a secret from him, not when he tried to get Naruto to inherit the quirk. Good coffee the woman made though. I'm awake, and... I'm not sure I heard that right. Izuku is going to be, getting his own quirk, for real. The worried mother had more in her eyes than distrust, she had hope, despair, worry, and relief all in her eyes. This sounded too good to be true. It's called One for All. It's the quirk that allows a person to store power, and pass the quirk down to somebody else to store power. Izuku will be the 9th successor for One for All, and if he is willing to endure the hardships that come with it, then he'll become a really great hero. Naruto had a grin on his face. Yeah, his fellow teen was going to be in for a lot of pain, a ton of it. A lot of it would be inflicted by Naruto himself as well, since he was going to be teaching Izuku how to wield a quirk once he got it. Who better to teach how to use a quirk, than a person who had a quirk? His uncle couldn't afford to do this part of the teaching, so it was up to him to do it, the only person who was aware of the situation, and in a position to help. Inko looked for any sign Naruto was lying. She couldn't find it. If he's your uncle, why didn't he choose you? I can't imagine a family member picking a stranger above family. Her concerns were well-founded, since it was in human nature to trust only those that you were close to. Naruto nodded at the question. He's respecting my wishes, I don't want the power. I'm like Izuku, I'm going to become a hero, but I'm going to do it with my own quirk. The quirk I inherited from my mother. He has tried countless times to convince me, but you're right to be suspicious. You're a really good mom, do me a favor dash. Is he going to be in danger? Of course, but he chose the path of a hero. He willingly chose to put his life on the line for others, so dash. Naruto pushed his fingers against his cheeks, and stretched his grin into a wide toothy smile. Do this, and support him. Every boy needs his mother's support, because your smile is going to be the smile that protects his heart, and keeps him strong. Naruto gave her his widest smile. She was touched. She actually put her hands above her heart, taken back by the sheer feelings he was able to convey with his smile. She nodded her head slowly, before it gained speed and she was nodding viciously. I'll support him, this is his dream. I should have supported him from the beginning anyway. Well, with that, I'm done here. I thought it fair you should know, and now you do, I'm out. Naruto stood up from the chair and started to walk towards the front door. Now that Inko knew what she needed to know, him being at her house didn't really serve any purpose. Might as well just go home now, and pick up something to eat along the way. Later. Seriously, I was just trying to get something to eat, why is my luck like this? Naruto back flipped in his fox form as he avoided a villain shooting porcupine-like spikes at him from out of his body. Once more, Naruto had come across one of those instant villains that the news had reported. The guy's tongue was completely black like the other ones in the news too. It was hard to knock the guy out though when his entire body was covered completely in spikes. Not to mention this time, the fight wasn't even in public, this time it was happening in the back of an alleyway that Naruto had been using as a shortcut. I'll cut you, stab you, puncture you. Yeah, I've noticed, and why are you freaking out, you were trying to mug me. Naruto shouted as he looked at the wounds on his body. This time he was using his quirk as a legitimate form of self-defense, since he had been attacked by a villain. The guy had started off trying to mug him by stabbing him several times from behind, which didn't really work too well since Naruto avoided getting fatally stabbed. Well, figures, I was about due for illegal hero work. Naruto turned the corner and went further into the alleyway. There was a girl being pushed up against the wall by an older man in this alley. What was up with this alley and crime? Naruto jumped into the air, grabbed the man by the back of the shirt, and slammed him into the wall opposite of the girl. He was knocked out cold right away, and Naruto hooked his arm around the girl's waist and jumped again when the villain chasing him turned the corner. I've got you. Damn me and my inability to not save people. Naruto didn't have a lot of room to dodge while holding the girl when more spikes came at him. Using his body as a shield, he protected the girl from most of them, and dodged whatever wasn't going to hit her. It was thanks to the pretty thick muscles of his larger form that they didn't go super deep into his body, but several spikes went through one of his arms. The girl smiled widely at Naruto. Wow, mister, you're bleeding a lot, you're a really nice guy. This girl has no sense of urgency, what a weird one. Naruto saw a knife that was on the ground, and though he didn't like weapons, he grabbed it and ran towards the villain. Adjusting the girl so that she was on his back, he held the knife by the blade itself, and took several spikes to the legs as he slammed the handle of the knife into the top of the villain's head. Using the blunt force of the blow, and the extended range the weapon gave him, he was able to get through the spikes and deliver a powerful blow to Mugger. Down like a light he went. He needed to find some sort of way to combat villains with dangerous body armor like that. He had hardened his fists to be able to punch hard-bodied villains, but that wouldn't really work against those that had spikes or some kind of dangerous armor. Naruto transformed back into his normal state and looked at both his ruined clothes, and the cuts that he was covered in. Nothing seemed too deep or life-threatening, since wounds in his larger form shrank a little when his body decreased in size. The wounds didn't heal per se, but seeing as his body lost size, the wounds would naturally lose size. It wouldn't make sense if Naruto got a 5-foot-tall bruise in his giant form, and he had a 5-foot-tall bruise in his smaller form as well. Wow, you knocked them both out cold. Are you okay? Looks like you went through something pretty nasty. He didn't hurt you, did he? Naruto looked at the girl. Something was off about her, and he could tell the second he took in her looks. She was a petite girl with her extra messy hair in spiked buns at the side of her head. Her cheeks were pink and heated, and her fanged mouth was grinning at him as she poked the guy pushing her against the wall with her foot. Her yellow eyes, slit pupils, had dark circles underneath them. Her clothes were way too large for her body, and she wore a girl's school uniform. She looked at the man. Nope. I consider today a win. I got to meet Mr. Foxy from the news. You know, you're pretty good looking. She playfully hopped towards him with her arms behind her back. She looked at him up and down, while Naruto raised his jacket sleeves and wiped some of the blood away from his arm. This was going to be a nightmare to get out. I'm out of here. I'm going to call the cops and report these two people. They'll give you a ride home for sure. Naruto turned to leave and pulled his phone out. My name's Himiko Toga. What's your name, Mr. Foxy? Naruto. Naruto didn't like the way this girl asked that, but he didn't really have a reason not to give his name to the girl. He continued to walk away though, not seeing as the girl sent him the brightest smile she could manage. When he was gone, the girl looked at the man that was assaulting her earlier. She smiled sadly and pat his head. Sorry, I'm in love with a new guy now, and here I was looking forward to becoming you. Don't worry though, I still think you look handsome though. Himiko picked her knife up off the ground. The guy had tried to stop her from stabbing him earlier, and before she could kill him, Naruto had come in and saved her. He looks even better covered in blood than you do. Himiko stabbed him in the side of the neck with a giant grin. She got up and walked over to the other guy, his spikes receding into his body, and she stabbed him a few times in the back. This guy hurt her new love, he had to die for that. Guh. Shoo, it only hurts for a second when I stick it in. Naruto, he was wearing black pants, and an orange hoodie. Skirts are cuter than pants though. Himiko went through her normally internal dialogue outside of her head. She continued to stab the man, looking at the blood with a wide smile as it flowed. Well, if she wanted to dress like her love, then she needed to find an orange jacket like his. She couldn't wait until she met him again. Chapter 13. So Izuku cleaned up this well, not a scrap of trash left on the beach. Naruto thought as he walked barefoot through the sand. It was only 2 weeks before the UA entrance exams officially happened, and seeing as both his girlfriend and Kirishima were putting their all into studying to pass the written portion of the exams, he didn't really have anyone to hang out with. Naturally, that left him with a little too much free time, and normally he would train, but that actually led him to the curious thought of checking up on his uncle and Izuku. After all, One for All had been passed down already, and he was curious to see how Izuku was handling the power, and if his uncle had helped him make any progress with his new quirk. Clench your asshole and scream dash. Smash. Naruto felt the force of the punch as it split almost half a mile of the ocean, before the force of the punch died off. He stood firm though and continued to walk towards the screaming idiot and his student. Seeing his uncle standing over Izuku, who was curled up into a ball cradling his arm in pain. Naruto gained an amused grin on his face when he noticed the elderly recovery girl was sitting nearby with a bowl of gummies, ready to give Izuku her healing kiss when he needed it. Naruto walked up to her, so that he was standing behind her, and put his hands in his pockets. The boy's body won't last at this rate. She knew the second Naruto got behind her, and he hummed as he watched Izuku stand up, his right arm visibly injured by his own newfound strength. It was red and purple, with it being visibly broken. You should have been the one to inherit one for all. You have trained since you were a wee little lad to handle this power. Your body is capable of handling 100%, young Izuku's body isn't ready for this. Recovery girl pointed out under her breath. She was playing the guilt card. Everyone who knew about One for All was of the same thought as her. Naruto had been trained from the age of 5, his body being pushed to the absolute brink and beyond, so that he could inherit this power. He had been broken and healed so many times that Recovery Girl might as well be his grandmother, he had seen her so much. His body was also made to grow larger and become more powerful as well, so One for All would have been an amazing thing to combine with his already incredible physical strength. Sadly, nobody had planned on him not wanting to inherit One for All, and simply wanting to save people using his own natural quirk. I already have a quirk of my own, and I'll become a hero with it. If I were to accept One for All, there would be one less hero in the world, because now I will become a hero, and Izuku will become a hero, that is 2 heroes. Naruto knew that it was a lame excuse, but he just didn't want the power. His father had rejected One for All and became the number 2 hero using nothing but his teleport quirk, a quirk that wasn't even designed for battle. He had a quirk that was actually good for a fight, so why would he accept a quirk that wasn't his own? It's too late now, Izuku has One for All. It doesn't matter if anyone agrees or not, the only people whose opinions matter are Uncle and Izuku. Yours doesn't matter, and mine doesn't matter. Naruto folded his arms behind his head and started to walk towards the chaos that was unfolding. His uncle was still a shitty teacher, it would seem. Well, you have the smash right at least. Toshinori, in his true form, pointed out as he rubbed his chin in thought. My arm dash. Suck it up, baby, it's your fault for using One for All wrong. Naruto interrupted Izuku as the boy started to stand back up, tears of sheer pain in his eyes. If he remembered Naruto from the months ago that they met, it seemed that he was in too much pain to recall him right away. It took him a few moments to register what Naruto had said, while Toshinori seemed surprised that Naruto had showed up. Naruto had yet to take a proactive role in Izuku's training, other than silently watching or modifying the 10-month plan. One for All, I don't know what you mean, this is just a stray dash. It's okay, young man, Naruto here is one of the people aware of One for All, and who I am. I've asked him several times the past few weeks to come and help out, but he's been rather stubborn. Toshinori looked at Naruto with a growing smile on his face. He extended a fist to Naruto, and Naruto bumped his uncle's fist. Izuku looked at Naruto, for all intents and purposes a boy his own age, and nodded in acceptance. It didn't make sense for a random boy to know this mighty secret, but if All Might wasn't going to explain, he wouldn't push. You're not telling him then, fine. Naruto could see what Toshinori was doing. Izuku was just given a great power, it wouldn't do for the boy to know that Naruto had been the original candidate to gain One for All instead of him. It wouldn't do well for his confidence in himself, and would hinder his progress if he learned that he wasn't intended to get the power he now had. Izuku bowed while cradling his arm. It's nice to meet you, I would love any help you can offer, anything to keep me from ending up like this every time I use my quirk. Naruto punched Izuku in the face, sending him flying across the sand. He didn't even hit the ground before Naruto ran after him and kneed him in the gut, knocking him into the air a little, before he slammed both of his fists against the boy's back and smashed him into the sand. He said nothing as he stepped a few steps back and raised a hand up, gesturing for Izuku to come at him. Oh. Izuku's unbroken arm was on his bruised face as he struggled to regain his breath. He started to stand up, not only confused by the random attack, but trying his best to think about why Naruto had just attacked him. What, why dash, Naruto kicked him in the chest, knocking him down into the sand again. Toshinori winced. That had to hurt. Ah, trial by fire it is. Recovery Girl knew her work was cut out for her today, since it didn't seem like Naruto was playing around. Naruto kicked the almost literal shit out of Izuku when he kicked him in the gut, knocking him onto his back. The difference in their strength and skill was clear when Naruto grabbed Izuku by the shirt, pulled him to his feet, and then punched him in the nose. Naruto stopped beating Izuku moments later. Naruto, what you're doing dash. Shut up All Might, come on Izuku, tell me where it hurts. Does your arm hurt from using your quirk wrong, or does your entire body hurt after I beat the shit out of you? Naruto asked Izuku as he looked down at the boy. He groaned in pain. My entire body hurts, can't breathe right. Well, stand up and fight me. You have a left arm, right, use one for all and beat me. Naruto told Izuku as he placed his right hand in his pocket. He used his left hand to gesture for him to bring it on. He waited for almost a minute before Izuku could stand up, and he looked at All Might for guidance on what to do. His power could easily kill a person, he didn't want to fight another human being. Do it. Okay, here I come then. Izuku shouted as he ran across the sand at Naruto. He wasn't a fast runner, he was a little on the slow side actually. Not to mention he didn't really have a fighting style. His movements were extremely easy for Naruto to read when he pulled back his left arm. Smash! Naruto saw the fist coming for his face, before he punched Izuku's forearm and redirected the punch into the ocean once more. Instantly, Izuku's left arm ended up just like his right arm. Now, All Might is the type to let you try and figure this out, and I bet you've already noticed you can't use one for all at 100% without making yourself useless. What use is a hero who uses his power once, and needs to be saved? Naruto asked as he grabbed Izuku's shirt, and pulled him in close and gave him a nasty headbutt. The boy was knocked onto his back, in a heavy daze from the blow. Not to mention, just because you have amazing strength, doesn't mean a strong villain can't beat your strength. Naruto wanted to see if Izuku was capable of seeing what he was supposed to do. All Might winced when Naruto pulled Izuku to his feet. Naruto's training was hell on Naruto, and whoever was unlucky enough to train with Naruto. How? Stop treating one for all as a super move. You've had the quirk for 2 weeks now, you should be able to control how much strength you use by this point. Honestly, looking at you, you might be able to handle 7% of one for all, maybe 8%. Naruto forced Izuku to stand back up. Both of his arms were completely useless, but Naruto made the motion to come on again. Izuku looked at his own arms, before he looked at Recovery Girl and Toshinori. She sighed. I hope you know what you're doing. Toshinori looked at Naruto with some fear. This wasn't great. Control your strength, or you'll lose your arms. Both your arms are broken, if you use 100% again, you may never be able to use them again. Without your arms, you'll never be a hero, and you'll have to pass on one for all to somebody who can actually use it. Naruto taunted Izuku. Izuku stopped moving. He's standing with his right foot forward, so he's right-handed, but his left hand is out. He's going to divert any punch I make, and I'm not fast enough to attack him faster than his reflexes will anticipate me. If I use one for all in my legs, then I'll be able to cross the distance between us in less than a second, but my legs will break and I won't be able to move. He was able to deflect my 100% punch earlier, so he knows martial arts and doesn't seem to show a fear of getting hit either. Even if he doesn't divert my punch, he hasn't shown his quirk, so I don't know what type of counter he has for me. He could have a quirk that lets him strengthen his body, or maybe something to let attacks pass through him. Either way, unless I increase my speed, I have no chance of hitting him, but my punch will do nothing if I don't increase the strength of my punch. Izuku looked at Naruto and started to do every calculation in his head that he could to try and plot out a way to attack. He needed to increase both speed and power at the same time, but he also needed to use less than 100% of his power, or he would end up rather useless, and unable to become a hero. Unable to become a hero? Izuku froze. He's overthinking. Recovery Girl scowled at Naruto. What was he playing at? The boy's intelligence is his own downfall. He's faced with an opponent who he can't beat without risking everything, that he knows nothing about, and who is willing to destroy his body. It's like the young man is facing a real villain. Toshinori could appreciate what Naruto was trying. He was setting up a situation where Izuku had no choice but to come to a single answer. If Izuku didn't figure out the correct answer, his future as a hero was over. No, if he didn't figure out the answer, then he didn't have a future as a hero anyway. All Might believes in me, but how can I do this? I would need to use one for all on my arms and legs at the same time, but, wait. Izuku looked over at Toshinori in his true form. When he used one for all, his entire body became huge and gained a ton of muscle. He was using the quirk over his entire body to constantly increase all of his strength, treating the quirk as part of his own body. For 2 weeks, he had been treating the quirk as an all-or-nothing power to be used with only a single limb. Looking back at Naruto, he saw Naruto blink, before grinning at him. He's got it, damn, he's a fast learner when he's pushed into a corner. Uncle, you've picked a real winner. Naruto grinned over at his uncle as Izuku's body gained red veins for a brief moment all over it, and sparks flew from his body. He moved several times faster than before. Izuku used as much strength as he could, and it hurt, but he used only as much strength as he could that wouldn't end up with his body being destroyed. He could feel the pain spread across everywhere, but it didn't hurt like it was hurting before. He crossed the distance between them in less than a second, and he threw his punch the second he was in striking distance. Naruto ducked underneath the punch, and spun on his heel as Izuku unconsciously let go of his hold on the power now that his punch missed, and Naruto grabbed the back of his shirt and threw him onto his back. Toshinori entered his muscle form. Well done my boy Midoriya. You've just taken a massive step in the right direction. Toshinori hopped over to them and leaned over Izuku's prone form. It was at this point that Recovery Girl stood up and started to walk towards them so that she could heal Izuku. Naruto stopped smiling. He actually almost hit me. I hadn't expected him to be able to move that fast his first time. If my body hadn't moved on its own, he would have tagged me. Naruto slapped his cheeks as Recovery Girl gave Izuku a big kiss on the arm. His body started to glow as all of his injuries started to heal themselves. Izuku's stamina training was for this purpose, so he could be healed back to full health without worrying about dying from it. This was too harsh, he could have ended up paralyzed. Recovery Girl turned on Naruto. She let it go because she thought Naruto had a plan. Naruto gave a cocky smirk. Well, good thing Izuku is good under pressure. Well Izuku, think you understand? Naruto asked Izuku, who sat up and nodded his head. I need to spread one for all evenly over my entire body. I wasn't treating one for all like my quirk. I was treating it like All Might's quirk and using it for finishing moves. How did you know I would figure that out? Izuku saw Naruto stick his pinky in his ear. Didn't know you would. If you had broken your body beyond repair, I would have remanded that All Might make you transfer your quirk to somebody better. Anyway, it isn't All Might's quirk anymore, now it's a natural part of your body. Now that you've used it in a stressful situation, learn to control the power more naturally, and hold the power in place. Now, All Might. Naruto gave his uncle his most fierce glare. Toshinori winced under the glare, knowing that it wasn't good for him. I know. I'll try and teach him better, and stop relying on you for everything. He spoke as he raised his hands in surrender. Naruto pointed at him angrily. You better. It's fine to let him figure things out, but a teacher doesn't let their students figure out everything on their own. You have to take some damn responsibility and tell him what he is doing wrong, and show him the way to correct himself. Then, maybe I wouldn't have to use these extreme methods to make the lesson stick. Also, what do you want for dinner? Naruto decided that he would ask that while he was lecturing his uncle. It was a serious concern, seeing as he was going to go shopping for ingredients. Recovery Girl and Izuku's sweat dropped when they saw All Might himself get treated like a kid by a teenager, and forced to sit on his knees on the beach. It was actually a hilarious sight to see the number one hero get treated this way. Who the hell is this guy to treat All Might this way? Izuku was confused, and scared, when he saw his hero get yelled at like this. Ramen. You're damn right we're having ramen tonight. See you later Izuku, Recovery Girl. I'll give you a helping hand whenever you feel like you need it. You can get my number from this one here. Naruto looked towards Izuku with a grin. Izuku gulped. Should he be scared? Chapter 14. When are you going to tell him Naruto? Naruto grimaced when he was lectured, a lecture that came every time he visited Sorahiko, Gran Torino. The old man standing well over a foot shorter than Naruto, still made the teenager wince when he beat him over the head with a walking stick. Naruto had visited to pay him a visit, partially because nobody visited Sorahiko in his old age, and partially because Naruto got his hero costume and wanted Sorahiko's opinion on how it fit him. Sorahiko was like a grandfather to him, and getting his hero costume several days before he went to UA was a big thing for him. Naruto grimaced and willingly took the hit. When he sees me in this costume. Naruto gestured to the costume he was wearing. Naruto was wearing a black one-piece bodysuit, a bodysuit that was skin-tight without any sleeves to it, letting his arms be completely free. His hands and forearms were covered by yellow gloves that fit smoothly on his hands. He had a red cap wrapped around his waist, with it being held in place with a sun-shaped buckle, and he had white sandals that were open-toed at the front. Finally, he had a white cap wrapped over his shoulders, a cape that had the kanji 4, protect the heart, going down the back of it. The cape had a clip on the front of it so that it could be easily removed, and on the lower back of the black bodysuit was a portion that would open up to allow his tails to escape the suit, easily hidden by the hip cape. Since Naruto's quirk made him grow larger and change shape, his hero costume needed to be started ahead of time, and made of certain materials that could grow and change shape to fit his body better. His boots changed structure to fit his feet when they took on their fox-human hybrid form, and the gloves had nearly invisible slits to them that would allow his claws to come out. Sadly, whenever he transformed to his two-tailed form or higher, he would need to remove the cape, which was possible with the easy removal clip. When I told you who your grandmother was, I believed you would tell your uncle, since he's now ready to learn the truth as well. He's not ready. After his last fight with All for One, his heart and body both were punished. If he learned that who my grandmother was, then that would destroy him. I can't do that to him. Naruto smiled sadly, but it was still a smile. It hurt him to not be able to talk with Toshinori about this, and he had wanted to talk about it for so long. He reluctantly kept the information secret for years and years, and it was perhaps the biggest reason why he never wanted to accept the one-for-all Quirk. Toshinori smiled to hide his own pain, his fears, and everything that he didn't want the world to see. Few knew this about the man, the side he didn't show others. Fine, though, the suit looks good on you. It's styled just like my dear friend's suit, but adjusted to fit your gender and quirk. You inherited her smile, and will to protect others, though sadly, you also inherited her complete lack of talent. Sorahiko spoke as he appreciated Naruto's appearance in his hero costume. Since the material was made to grow, it was naturally also skin-tight and form-fitting, with the gloves and boots being tighter on Naruto and his friend's loose boots and gloves. Not to mention he changed the cape buckle and hip cape buckles to fit his image more. Naruto took the cape off his shoulders and folded it up, putting it away as it put his orange hoodie back on, zipping it up over his costume. Naruto did the same with the hip cape and just slipped pants on over the costume. Finally, Naruto took the gloves off and put them into the suitcase with the rest of the costume pieces removed. Naruto scowled. Talent this, talent that. The way I see it, with hard work and determination, I don't need talent. My uncle is talented, and look at him, he can't teach to save his life. Having no talent just means that when I become a great hero, then people will have somebody to look up to, and aspire to be like, though I really hate that heroes are. Naruto slapped his cheeks to stop that line of thought. The days were long gone that heroes were just normal people with powers that wanted to do good. Now, heroes were government workers who did hero work for money. Many did it for other reasons, like wanting to help, but being paid to be a hero. Naruto didn't like the fact that he had to become a hero through the government, become a villain in the eyes of society to do hero work. He just wanted to help people, that was all. He wanted people to see him and think, I'm safe now, when they were in danger, not become some public idol that could have his image easily exploited for money or fame. Though the title of hero wasn't what it used to be, and Naruto didn't respect the title itself, he would reluctantly become a government-approved hero on his path to saving people. He wanted to be a real hero, not what people considered a hero nowadays. So, gotten laid yet with that girlfriend or yours? PPFFFT. Naruto violently spat out all of the air he was breathing when that statement interrupted his line of thought. What the hell, Gramps? The actual hell are you asking me? Of course I haven't. Naruto denied harshly, with the brightest of red cheeks. Sorahiko sent him a disappointed look. Seeing the pictures Toshinori has been sending me of you two, she's cute, do you not have any sex drive? We've got a declining birth rate and increasing death rate, not having a sex drive is dash. Sorahiko was stopped when Naruto hit him on the head. Of course I want to have sex with her, but I shouldn't. I don't want to risk her getting pregnant and ruining her future. She wants to be a hero, and in a few months we will have been dating for a year, we haven't been in a relationship long enough. Naruto reasoned with a burning red face. Normally he wouldn't be embarrassed by this, but the subject had been brought up so randomly, he wasn't able to put up his usual mental defenses against weird questions. And, other reasons. Condoms exist, you know. Acid, her quirk is acid, and she doesn't have total control of her quirk. If we did something, I don't think she would be able to control herself. Naruto whispered under his breath, not liking the fact he was being pressured into admitting this. Sorahiko seemed to understand, and winced when he thought on it. Quirks and sex. Since quirks came naturally to most people, it was often accidental when somebody used a quirk during intimate moments without meaning to. It isn't uncommon for somebody to lose control of their quirk and hurt their partner a little, or a lot depending on the quirk. The introduction of quirks had introduced entirely new problems into private society, the part of society that wasn't mentioned in public much. Ow. Ow. You are making the right choice. Sorahiko decided not to question Naruto on this anymore. Acid and penis were not a pleasant combination for anyone involved. Naruto got a text. I was accepted. My boy, Kirishima. Alright. Naruto grinned at the thought he would be attending school with his best friend. He even gave a small fist bump to celebrate Kirishima passing the exams for UA. Naruto was about to text back, before he was sent another text, this one being in picture form. It was Mina sending him a selfie of her wearing the UA school uniform, giving him a thumbs up. Going to UA with his best friend and girlfriend was going to be awesome. Chapter 15. All Might bowing his head. It actually wasn't as unusual a sight as one would think if you knew the man personally, seeing as the humble man actually did have a willingness to submit requests to others formally and informally just as frequently as the other. He was a man that was quick to bow his mighty head to others, including the large mouse man in front of him, the principal of UA, the mouse with a quirk Nizu. Nizu was just taking a long drag of his cigarette though, breathing the smoke out of the window, before he looked at All Might with a wide smile. You know, a teacher requesting to have several students in his class is quite the request. Nizu spoke as he looked at the written request in front of him. All Might turned back into his regular form. Izuku Midoriya has succeeded me in taking one for all, so it makes sense for me to be the teacher for Class 1A, and dash. I have no problem placing Izuku in Class 1A, the class fits him. You see, I already had the 20 students for that classroom planned out, and adding your nephew to that class's roster would mean I would have to remove a student from that class, and place them in 1B to trade places with him. Nizu spoke wistfully. In truth, he could understand Toshinori's reasons for this request. Nizu knew that Toshinori wasn't a great teacher, the prodigy had everything come naturally to him, so he didn't really ever have the struggles in controlling his quirk that were needed to allow him to become a teacher. His fighting style, moves, and control of his own power were all instinctual in that he didn't need to learn them, just gain experience with them. Seeing Izuku learning how to use one for all during the entrance exam allowed Nizu to figure out that somebody else had designed the training for that boy, somebody that knew what it took to help others reach their potential. The only person who fit that description that knew of one for all was young Naruto. Cheese. Toshinori showed that in a bag he brought with him, he had an entire wheel of cheddar. It's perfectly aged. Toshinori was sure that he was being offensive, but that didn't matter right now. Nizu looked at the cheese with a thoughtful expression, before he nodded his head after smelling the strong aroma. Cheese aside, your request isn't unreasonable. You yourself recommended him for the hero course, along with Ryuko, Sir Nighthawk, Best Jeanist, and Miruko all recommended him. Endeavor recommended his son, and several rookie and pro heroes recommended Momo Yaoyorozu. These three have the potential to become the next big three of UA. Nizu spoke as he got up and walked over to Toshinori, grabbing the cheddar offered to him, and putting it on the couch for later consumption. He sat down next to it and put his cigarette out in the ashtray. Half cold half hot, a quirk that allowed for the abilities to create and control both ice and fire using the right and left halves of one's body. The quirk alone in its diverse abilities in both the offense and defense would allow for instant fame and easy recognition, as well as boasting incredibly practical uses for its power. Creation, the quirk that could be literally used to create any non-living material from the body's fat cells, with only the user's imagination being the true limit of the quirk. It had offensive, defensive, support, rescue, and even medical uses for it that would allow the one with the quirk the potential to easily become a drastically popular and skilled hero, able to help all people in all situations. Monster Fox, the quirk that allowed the user to become a giant nine-tailed fox, with the more tails added increasing the size and power of the transformation. Once the user gained control over the quirk's bloodlust completely, it was even rumored that the quirk's latent abilities would be activated, allowing the user to freely control the hidden power within the quirk. The quirk's raw potential for battle was considerable, with its multiple sizes being useful for anything from rescue operations to full-on battle, the massive size being both an offense and great defense. These three students were each recommended by pro heroes for their skills and quirks. The next big three. Toshinori was a little surprised. He hadn't thought about that. Yes, the potential these three have is certainly higher than those around them. I was planning on placing them together in a class, to see how they would grow. For strength to grow, it needs to be tested and sharpened by the strength of others, and while they have quirks that are stronger than most pro-hero quirks, it seems they all have holding them back. Nizu had seen the only tests that those three needed to take. The results showed that each of them were being held back by something. It actually made his smile fade when he thought on that. Half cold half hot, refusing to use his flames in battle because of a troubled past. Creation, a strong will and keen mind, didn't understand the hardships of being pushed to the edge, it was unknown if she would hold up when pushed through stress. Monster Fox, a powerful quirk for sure, but the user seemed to fear pushing his quirk to the limits, so instead trained his body beyond what was safe out of fear of his own power. So, he'll be in Class 1A? Toshinori asked with a growing smile on his face. He needs to be, if he runs wild, he needs friends who can help him regain control. The fellow students of Class 1A and their quirks are most well suited for helping him. Nizu wasn't foolish either. Naruto was just as much of a threat with his quirk as his mother had been, though he had the potential to be a greater hero than his father had been. I remember what happened on the day of his birth. The day we lost Thunder God, and his son was left an orphan. Nizu looked at Toshinori, the hero visibly recoiling at the reminder. The day Minato died had been a sad one for him. They had been great friends, students who shared the same mentor for a while, and they had been brothers in all but blood. Minato had never told him who his parents were, not that it mattered to him, but the two of them might as well have been brothers. It was why it was only naturally that he, Toshinori, took in Minato's only surviving child of that day as his own. Also, I'm afraid if he doesn't help me, I won't be a very good teacher. Toshinori admitted with a self-loathing chuckle. He was so bad at teaching, he relied on his 16-year-old nephew to help him, when the child had his own problems to deal with. Though, I'm surprised you aren't seeing him off to school for his first day. Not quite the most dependable of parents, I must say. Nizu spoke jokingly, with Toshinori giving him a short look. Minato is his father, I'm not, and I can't ever replace Minato. It would be an insult to my friend's memory if I took the position of father. I'm Naruto's uncle, and that is what I'll always be for him. Toshinori spoke with cold seriousness there. That was the one thing he had ingrained into Naruto as a child, that he was not his father. It would feel, to him, like an insult to Minato if he stole his child's love for his father from him. Maybe if Minato had the one for all quirk instead of me, he would still be alive today. Toshinori thought for a brief moment, before he slapped his cheeks and prevented that line of thought from going any further. He shouldn't think on that anymore. Nizu glanced to his side and decided that it would be best if he not show Toshinori what he had planned on showing him. It could wait. With Naruto. Kirishima. Killing me. Mina, trapped between them as they bro-hugged after not being able to see each other for a while, managed to choke out as she found herself the unwilling participant of their moment. That said, she smiled as she looked at their faces, before she squeezed her arms out from between her boyfriend and friend, and joined in on the hug as well. None of them had really seen each other in a while now, so she might as well enjoy their reunion on the first day they would all be attending the most popular school in the country. She was completely sure they were doing it on purpose though when they looked down at her. She blinked. Kirishima, dude, what happened to your hair? Naruto asked as he looked at his friend with some surprise, noticing for the first time that something was seriously different about Kirishima. His straight black hair was now bright red, and he had it spiked like horns. I figured this was a chance to make a new me, so red-haired me is the new me. Thought it looked cool. Kirishima looked away from Naruto and Mina, not wanting to see if they were sending disapproving looks. His parents had sent him similar looks when he came out of his room with a different hair color. They ended up being supportive of his choice, but the looks of shock on their faces were a little hurtful. He glanced at them. No real reaction. I guess it's cool, yeah, it looks pretty nice I guess. Naruto was corrected by Mina as she nudged him in the side. Also, I don't care what color your hair is, to be honest. Kirishima was Kirishima, red or black hair. Such a small change didn't really mean anything in the long run. Kirishima grinned. So, what class are you two going to be in? I'm in Class A. Mina grinned as they walked across the school grounds. A2. Kirishima smiled and looked at Naruto. He nodded. Hopefully we're not in the same class as that bastard's son, he's attending UA this year on recommendation like me. Naruto really hoped that he wasn't put in the same class as Endeavor's son. He wasn't sure if he would be able to hold back his dislike, and he might not be able to stop himself from picking a fight if the guy inherited Endeavor's way of ignoring people he didn't consider worth his time. He better not have jinxed himself. Chapter 16. Class A. Traditionally, it was considered the class that spawned the majority of the great heroes that came from UA. All Might, Best Jeanist, and even Endeavor were just a few examples of the greatness that was expected of the heroes that graduated at the top of their classes in Class A. The expectations for many people when seeing a Class A hero alone were usually enough to make some weaker-willed students drop out of the course. Not to mention Class A was the class that had the harshest of teachers for years and years. Man, fighting those robots was super tough, didn't think I would manage to do as well as I did with my quirk. Don't know about that man, it was kind of easy. I'm going to play the guessing game with this one. Naruto looked around the classroom at his fellow classmates. Most of them were already seated in their chairs, some of them hadn't arrived yet actually. He did a mental head count, and noticed there were 3 less people than there were desks. Meaning that some people hadn't arrived at the school just yet. Knowing my uncle, he made sure Izuku and me were in a class together, bet he wants me to help Izuku more. Naruto made a guess at who was one of the missing ones. Didn't matter though, it was up to Izuku to improve his quirk now, and Naruto wasn't going to help any more than he had to. So, what does your quirk do, something involving your whisker marks? Naruto blinked and looked to see somebody talking to him. He looked around in confusion for a moment, not seeing the person speaking. That was, before he noticed a sleeve peek out from his desk. A floating female UA uniform stood up in front of him and the left arm waved at him. Ah, your quirk is invisibility. Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you. Naruto extended a hand to the girl, uniform had boobs and was thus a girl, not to mention she had a cute voice. It was an odd experience when he felt her small hand on his, even though he couldn't see it. You'll see my quirk soon enough, don't worry about it. Naruto waved off her question. He would rather not say his quirk, seeing as Foxman was still something people were seeing in the news. He would rather not explain on his first day of school that he had done illegal hero work. Ah. That's no fair, by the way, I'm Toru Hagakure, I'm seat 16. The bubbly girl introduced herself to him. He couldn't see it, but she had to be smiling. You see, mademoiselle, I would have scored first with my puissant quirk, but I had the need to use the bathroom. Seat 1 spoke, and Naruto could see through Toru's face to see it was a showy boy. A very angular face with swept blonde hair and angular blue eyes, with a V-shaped mouth. He wasn't tall, about 168 centimeters in height, not that big in muscle either, of which he didn't really have anything there. He was speaking to Seat 2, aka, Naruto's girlfriend Mina, as the girl eagerly listened to him talk. Man, you must have a cool quirk then, Aoyama. Mina spoke, and Naruto looked down at his phone. Duh, he had a list of his classmates on his phone, sent to him by Recovery Girl as a personal favor to him. Naruto was bad with names, so he had asked for the list so that he didn't forget anyone's names and make bad impressions with everyone. Seat 1, Yuga Aoyama. Seat 2, Mina Ashido. You turn into a kitty. Toru asked him as he guessed that she pointed at his whisker marks. Nope. Naruto popped the P in nope when he spoke. Seat 3, Tsuyu Azui, perhaps the smallest person in the class at less than 5 feet. She had a rounded face with large eyes and a rounded mouth as well. With her green hair, long but rounded on top, she kind of resembled a cute frog. Her hands were visibly larger than the hands of most everyone in the class actually. Considering she had a small body in general, the school clothes didn't do a great job at showing boob sizes thanks to their looseness, it made her hands actually look kind of cute. She had to have an animal quirk, maybe frog or something like that. Seat 4 was missing at the moment, and the same was said about Seat 5, both of those seats next to each other were empty. You have the power to shoot lasers from your whiskers. Toru guessed again, not noticing that Naruto was looking through her and around at the rest of the class. Nope. Seat 6, Mashireo Ojiro, a boy about Aoyama's size, but much more muscular than the skinny boy was. He likewise had blonde hair, but small black eyes, and his quirk was easily able to figure out based on a very large muscular tail he had, a tail that ended with fur at the end. Good quirk for battle. Seat 7, Denki Kaminari, another blonde only with a black lightning bolt in his short spiky hair. He wasn't super muscled, a small amount of fat, but decent muscle as well. He gave off a rather cool aura about him as he turned and talked with Seat 8, Naruto's own friend Ichiro Kirishima, and based on appearance, Naruto would say he had an electrical quirk. Don't guess kitty again. Naruto pointed out when he felt an invisible figure poke his face. Doggy. Nope. Seat 9, Koji Koda, was a large boy with a malformed-looking head that was shaped like a rock. He had a very wide body, being a good combination of fat and muscle, giving him a brutish look to him. Looking at his shy and nervous face though, Naruto could tell that he had troubles with people. Naruto didn't know if his appearance was quirk-related, or if he just inherited it from a parent. Not all inhuman looks had anything to do with quirks after all. Seat 10, Rikido Sato, was all muscle though, massively bulky muscle that sadly Naruto could see meant he had very little speed to him. Not to mention, because of his body type, he wasn't built for stamina either. He was large, but he had a rather goofy face with big lips that did give him a friendly aura about him. He had to have a strength-related quirk though, based on his appearance. Good hero material. Seat 11, Mizo Shoji, perhaps the tallest guy in the class. One of the few taller than Naruto was, with his body clearly being the result of his quirk. He had size arm appendages, with flesh webbing between them, and a long angular skull with gray hair that covered his right facial features. Only his left eye was visible, because he wore a mask to keep his face hidden. He could be a good fighter, but his appearance would be scary for kids who weren't used to those with mutated features. So, not a kitty or a doggy, these whisker marks are gills, and you breath underwater. Toru guessed as she grew a little more audibly confused. His quirk was so hard to guess. Then he would be suffocating right now. Kyokujiro, my quirk is earphone jack. Seat 12 introduced herself to him when she saw the conversation happening between Naruto and Toru. She was both slender and petite, having a pretty narrow body. She had narrow uninterested eyes, and uneven short purple hair. Her ears extended with plug earlobes, and her hair had sound wave marks in it. Naruto, right, what hero recommended you? She asked, since she had heard that part too. Not a ton of students were in the school on recommendation, since heroes didn't like to put their reputations on the line for children. A couple, so I better live up to their expectations. Naruto pumped his fist and gave an enthusiastic smile. He wasn't in a position to give names right now. Secret then, cool. Kyoka spoke with a small smile, a secret was just something that made her curious about it. Your quirk isn't related to your whisker marks, huh? She asked as she pointed at his face. Kind of, when I use my quirk they stay on my face, kind of. Naruto didn't know what the deal was with his whisker marks. He had them as long as he could remember. Seat 13, Hantashiro, tall and lanky. He had super lean muscle, but his muscle was seemingly built for pure speed and almost no power to it. His arms were on the weak side, with his legs having more muscle. He had lengthy black hair, and a plain face with a large toothed smile. Naruto noticed his elbows in his sleeves bulging out, so he had a quirk that used his elbows. He was chatting with Kirishima and Denki in front of him. Scars from the past, marking you for a grande destiny, supported by those who regret long-gone mistakes. Seat 14, Fumikage Tokoyami whispered as he glanced back at Naruto. His head was, oddly enough, shaped completely like a raven head. He had red eyes though, and a yellow beak, but teeth were visible when he spoke. His neck was even red, but from the shoulders below he was completely human in appearance. He seemed built for neither speed nor power, so Naruto guessed his quirk was distance-based and he didn't need to use his body a ton. Nobody but Naruto and Kyoka, both who had enhanced hearing beyond the normal, heard what he said. Scars, nice. Kyoka poked Naruto's face with a teasing grin, and Tokoyami lowered his head in shame when he realized they heard him. Naruto laughed nervously. Not scars, born with them. Had them when I was born, apparently my brother and sister had them too. Naruto said with a rub to the back of his head. You have siblings, that's so nice. He said had. Kyoka didn't point that out though, but she didn't seem like she was going to say anything about it to Toru either, and Naruto nodded to her thankfully. She allowed the subject to drop. He didn't like talking about it. Naruto gave Seat 15 a glare when he noticed that familiar red hair. Seat 15, Shoto Todoroki, the son of the hero Endeavor. Half white hair, half red hair, with a brown eye and a blue eye. He had a decent blend of bulk and lean, but he wasn't built for physical punching power, but considering what his quirk was, he didn't need a ton of that. His left eye had a burning red scar all over it, and that had Naruto curious enough he stopped glaring for the moment. Seat 16 was Toru herself. Then there was Seat 17, Katsuku Bakugo, the guy was already showing off, another guy with blonde spiky hair, only his eyes were super narrow and red. He had a powerful frame, and Naruto had seen his explosion-related quirk in the news before. He had a cocky smile on his face though, and Naruto narrowed his eyes for a moment when he looked him. This boy was different than the rest of the class. Seat 18 was Izuku. Naruto himself was Seat 19, and finally there was the girl who sat next to him. Seat 20, a girl who was like himself and got in on recommendation. Momo Yaoyorozu was the tallest girl in class, and was actually taller than most of the boys in the class too. She had a different body from the rest of the class, her body was far more mature than the rest of the girls. Surprisingly enough, for a girl that got in on recommendation, her body was both physically fit looking, but she seemed like she had a little bit of fluff on that muscle. She had a good, attractive body, a friendly face, black hair and cat-like black eyes, and she generally seemed like a friendly person. She had the makings already of a good hero, but he was curious about why she had a bit of extra fat on her body, if she took such good care of herself. Class is about to start, let's talk later, show me that quirk of yours. Kyoka told him as she started to walk back to her chair. Toru gave off a pout aura, though he couldn't see a pout. I'll see your quirk soon enough I guess. Toru spoke as she sat back down, and her jacket leaned forward, her head thudding against the desk. Naruto smiled to himself as he saw class was going to start in a few minutes. What was keeping Izuku, Tenya Ida and Achiko Uraraka, Seat 4 and 5? Oh well, they would show up before time was up. Chapter 17. The hero known as Eraserhead by others, a very lazy and tired-looking man that seemed like he would drop dead at any second. The teacher of Class 1A, wearing a full black bodysuit with a long white scarf wrapped around his neck several times. Long unkempt hair, and tired-looking black eyes with a very scruffy face. The guy didn't give off the aura of a hero that many had come to expect, no, instead he gave off the look of somebody that was homeless. The second he entered the room, he had told them to get changed into their gym uniforms provided, and head to the grounds. He already had Naruto's interest. Here at UA, we believe in a freestyle education, and we teachers follow this to the letter. I won't waste your or my time with the useless stuff. Today, we're going to be testing your quirks. Shota walked in front of them and picked up a ball, before he tossed the softball to Naruto, who was standing at the back of the class. Naruto blinked when the ball had been thrown to him, and some students looked at him. Softball throwing, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance running, grip strength, side-to-side stepping, upper body training, seated toe touch, all basic middle school tests to determine national health averages, and isn't rational. Shota sent Naruto a pointed look when he spoke about not being rational. Oh, right, the teachers knew who had what quirk in their classes, so Shota already knew that Naruto made illegal use of his quirk on a regular basis. Yeah, he was a pretty non-rational person by those standards. I see, he's going to have us test these with our quirks, fun. Naruto thought as he started to step forward when gestured to the circle. You don't have middle school records, so you'll be the test dummy, throw the ball without your quirk. Don't leave the circle. Shota spoke to Naruto as Naruto stepped into the circle. Naruto took position, before he winded up. When he threw, several people looked surprised. Without his quirk, this bastard beat my quirkless record. Bakugo thought as he grit his teeth upon seeing how far the ball went. While most people were just surprised at the physical distance of the throw, Izuku was actually one of the few who weren't surprised. Others were Mina and Kirishima. Awesome dude. 252.7 m. Shota held up a distance recorder that showed just how far Naruto threw the ball, which got Naruto to frown. That isn't as far as I was hoping. Naruto was going to have to increase his training if he was going to get stronger. While his record was amazing for others, to him, this kind of strength for his base form wasn't good enough. He was going to have to increase his training another 5 times in intensity. Now, use your quirk. Shota spoke, and Naruto raised a hand. Naruto sighed. Well Toru, you're getting your answer now, and I'm going to say this once. Naruto started to transform, his uniform actually growing with him. Naruto went to his 3-tail form and towered over everyone around as he stood up to his full height. He glanced down at his classmates. Don't call me Foxman, that isn't what I want my hero name to be. Naruto stated to them as he was given the next ball to throw. The ball was so small, he literally just held it with the tip of one of his claws, balancing it. Oh, he's not a kitty. Naruto's sweat dropped as he pulled his arm back, and this time when he let the softball fly, it didn't stop for a great long time. His massive size granting him as large advantage in strength, and with his long arms, he was able to gain more throwing advantage. So when the ball went far enough that nobody could see it anymore, Shota actually waited and looked at his reader for a moment, before he held it out to show everyone. 5,975.5 m. I lost my balance on the ball at the last second, that was harder to throw than I thought. Naruto looked in the direction of the ball with a frown. Sure, he had thrown it further than possible for anyone that wasn't using a quirk, but with his quirk he should have thrown it further. It was just way too hard for him to throw something as small as a softball with his massive hands. We can use our quirks for these tests. Awesome. Mina shouted at the top of her lungs. Kirishima, who knew her quirk, tapped her shoulder. You melt things, your quirk isn't really going to help you with throwing. Kirishima whispered to her, trying to remind her that she would sooner melt the ball than throw it far. Not to mention, other than running, her quirk didn't enhance her physical abilities or give her many advantages in those areas. Then again, Mina was already very athletic on her own, quirk or not she was usually head above shoulders when compared to most others. Hope nobody got hit by that. Toru pointed out when Naruto stood nearby her. He threw that ball several kilometers away, there was no mistaking that it had left the school grounds, and might have hit something. Naruto, upon hearing her, wondered where the ball had landed. In 3 years, you're hoping to become heroes, are you expecting this to be fun and games? Okay, then let's add this, last place will be considered hopeless and I will personally expel them. Shota spoke with a downright deadly look on his face. His flipped his hair out of his face, and gave them all the most menacing smile he could. A few students raised eyebrows. That seems like a motivating lie. Momo crossed her arms under her bust, coming to the conclusion that he was lying to motivate them. Of course, she noticed most students around her seemed suddenly very worried about their chances. More than likely those with quirks that didn't allow them to increase physical abilities very much. Not to mention, everyone was now suddenly competing with each other to not get kicked from the school, so they were all enemies now. Heh. Naruto let out a very small laugh when he realized Shota was lying about the last place part. Yet, he wasn't completely lying either. He's going to expel anyone he thinks is hopeless, regardless of their scores. He expelled an entire class not long ago. Naruto put his hands in his pockets and leaned forward. Suddenly, nobody cared about Foxman when now their futures as heroes were being placed on the line. The first day of school, and they were already being tested with such high stakes to them. Truly, this was a fitting school for those who wanted to be heroes, and only those who had figured out the lie had massive grins on their faces, or were showing true confidence. Well, them and those who were just that arrogant. You're a fox, what do you say exactly? Toru poked Naruto's cheek again, and her tone was cheeky. She seemed to be the only one who was trying to distract herself from the horrors that could lay ahead. This is the hero course of UA, welcome to a harsh 3 years. Shota spoke with a short, yet somehow evil laugh. He would make a good villain. That bastard right there, he's got a fucking powerful quirk. I thought this was just going to be a class of people with quirks that couldn't hold a handle to mine, yet this bastard has a fucking damn cool quirk. Bakugo glared death at Naruto, not that Naruto noticed. He hated the fact that he was forced to admit that there was somebody in the same class with him that had such an amazing quirk. This class was just supposed to be filled with people that would make him look greater in comparison, rocks on his path to the #1 hero spot. Naruto glanced and scratched his face. Man, I can't wait to show off. Kirishima wrapped an arm over Naruto's shoulder, with Mina joining in as they all started to line up to go and do the events planned for them. Mina looked a little nervous, to be honest. Her athletic abilities aside, her quirk wasn't great for this kind of thing. She was going to have to use mostly her own innate physical abilities, unlike others who could use their abilities to get better scores. Naruto glanced at Mina for a moment, and he noticed. You'll do great. Naruto spoke confidently, and Mina's face relaxed at his words. Yeah, thanks Naruto, you're awesome. Toru shouted as her sleeves raised in the air, and she jumped up and down. Apparently, she had taken his words for herself. She wasn't the only one that took his words wrong though. Even Kirishima pumped his fist up into the air, and showed excitement as he literally gave off an energetic howl. Not going to let you down if you believe in me that much. Wait. I was talking to. Naruto stopped when Mina placed a finger on her lips and winked at him. She knew he had been talking to her, and that was all that mattered. If the invisible girl and Kirishima wanted to use his words as encouragement, let them. She didn't see the harm in not correcting this misunderstanding. Naruto sighed, and smiled down at her as she moved so that she was standing right next to him. You've got a point. Naruto was just waiting for things to be his turn. He had a quirk that was great for this kind of thing. Such an obvious lie. Todoroki started his stretches, having taken a few moments to figure out where the lie had been. Izuku didn't look as uncomfortable with this as Naruto thought he would. Right, he can control his quirk better, but he still seems pretty nervous. Naruto thought with a small smile, before he became serious when he noticed that it time his turn to do the next event. Event 1, 50-meter dash. The two-tailed form is the fastest one for short distance, better switch to that one. Naruto transformed his body and leaned down, tensing his legs for a massive start. For this event, people were placed side by side with another person in the class. It kind of made him feel a little competitive, considering that he was running next to that man's son. Todoroki just got ready, a light frost covering part of his body. The small race started. Naruto crossed the distance nearly instantly with his larger body's greater strides, and because Naruto chose to run on all fours, he was able to use the most of his animal features. 1.01 seconds. Damn it. I need to get faster. Naruto transformed back and frowned, and to the few that heard him say those words, jaws could only drop. Should have taken less than a second. Naruto punched his fist into his hand, pumping himself up to increasing his training the second that he had any free time. Todoroki, 4.89 seconds. Event 2, Grip Strength. Dude, what are you, a monster? Denki shouted when he saw the machine that was reading Naruto's grip strength, and Naruto could only really use his one-tail form for this one, since the machine was too small for any other form to use. 906 kg. Damn it. 2 kilograms short of a ton. Naruto had high expectations for this event, since he had always wanted to brag about grip strength. Denki backed away from Naruto a little. Scary training monster. Event 3, Standing Long Jump. This almost isn't a fair competition between us, I hope you do well though. Momo gave Naruto a small nod. Growing out of her body, as she slightly lifted her shirt to show her stomach, came a small trampoline that she stood on top of to increase her jumping distance. Naruto grinned. That looks pretty fun. My quirk was designed for these kinds of physical tests. I'm honestly excited to see all the ways everyone uses their quirk creatively for these things. Naruto spoke as he transformed up to the highest form he had without losing control of himself. He absolutely towered over Momo as he stood in his four-tail form. She jumped first, and got a couple of meters out of her jump. Then Naruto jumped, and he crossed the entire sand pit with his jump. Surprisingly though, this was the one test so far that Naruto's score hadn't been the highest. He crossed the entire pit, but so did several other students. This time the record went to Bakugo, as he used his explosions to continue propelling himself as far as he wanted to. Event 4, Sidestepping. Not transforming. His partner for this one asked as he was stared at, stretching his legs for the test. Won't help, my feet turn into a combination of paws and human feet in my larger forms, so I don't get a speed boost for this event. Naruto looked at Tokoyama as a large dark demon-like bird shadow came from his body, and wrapped its arms around his waist. It helped him step from side to side with increased speed by physically moving him. Thankfully, Naruto had great legs, and was able to keep up and stay among the top students for this one. Naruto frowned when he saw Mina nearby, actually doing better at him at this exam, before he sighed. He should feel happy she was doing so well. Event 5, Throwing. Whoops. I can't beat that score. Naruto noted as one of the girls who had been almost late for class, Achiko Uraraka, threw the ball after applying her quirk to it, and it didn't stop. He didn't have to take this test, since his score was already recorded. This girl blew his score, which had been the highest score, out of the water. Infinity. She negated gravity on the ball, and when she threw it, the ball would continue and go on forever and ever. It would forever continue, until it hit something in space, be it a sun, a planet, a moon, or whatever else that would stop the ball. It wasn't really her physical strength, but the score was still damn impressive. Event 6, Endurance Running. Naturally, Naruto was able to run the distance in record times, with only a single other student coming even close to his score this time. Tenya Ida, and thanks to the engines in his legs, was able to run the long distance they were given nearly as fast as Naruto was able to in his two-tail form. Naruto had crossed the finish line, and only 21 seconds later, Tenya had crossed it. The boy actually looked at his own legs with some disappointment. Brother, this test should have been mine as well. Tenya seemed to hold himself up to the highest standards as well. Naruto liked this guy. Event 7, Upper Body Training. Surprisingly, Naruto was paired with Mina this time, and she just stared up at him in his four-tail form as he lifted, while Naruto lifted entire buses over his head with rather ease. Nobody was really able to compete with that score, since none of their quirks really gave the massive strength his had. It is actually unfair competing against quirks that include turning into giants. Mina complained as her score looked pitiful against her boyfriend's. Sure, she actually scored amongst the highest among the girl, with only Achiko beating her by making the weights weigh nothing, but it was not good for her image to compete next to the guy lifting a great many tons, instead of the small weights most of them were doing. Naruto glanced down at her. Sorry. Seriously, you need to be less strong. Mina complained as she smacked Naruto a few times on the foot. He needed to be a little more considerate to those who didn't have the ability to turn into a massive fox man. Event 8, Seated Toe Touch. Almost everyone, without exception, was able to easily touch their toes, with only those with larger, bulky bodies, or fatter frames, having trouble with this. Event's over. Now that is over, let's show the scores. Your total scores reflect your performance in each event, not going to explain how it's calculated though. Shota turned on the holograph machine that would show their scores. Also, I was lying earlier. Shota spoke as the scores started to show up. It was just a rational decision to bring out all of your best. Shota continued onward. Wah! A great number of students freaked out. You don't seem surprised either. Momo spoke to Naruto, with her, him, and Todoroki being among the few who weren't really surprised. Figure it out. She asked him. I'm good at reading people, though I'm not that smart. Naruto didn't mention something though. He also wasn't lying, he was going to expel anyone who he didn't approve of. Naruto looked at the shrewd man with narrowed eyes. Well, it was good everyone passed his test. After classes, he had training to get back to. Chapter 18. You know, other than that first testing stuff, classes have actually been pretty boring in comparison. Several people felt the same way obviously, and when Denki pointed it out, even Naruto had to agree with it mentally. He didn't say anything to Denki, since he wasn't part of that conversation. Naruto glanced over at Bakugo, who was glaring death at Izuku for some reason. Naruto didn't get it, but Izuku had his head on his desk to avoid looking at Bakugo, so there was a story there that Naruto wasn't told about. It looked like a fight could break out between the two of them at any moment, with the desire to fight being all on Bakugo's end. Naruto was going to keep his nose out of it, unless somebody's life was on the line. So Foxman dash. Toru, call me that again, and I will have Mina strip you naked and hide your clothes. Naruto told the invisible girl. He looked over at Mina, having said that loud enough for her to hear it. She turned around and sent him 2 thumbs up, showing that she was willing to follow through on that threat for him. After all, the girl was invisible, so it wasn't like she was going to get hurt by this punishment, or that anyone was going to get a free show from it. Either way, Toru's sleeve wrapped in front of her chest. Perv. She realized that nobody can see her naked. Momo had realized that Naruto only made that threat, seemingly, because the one that had spoken that name on him had been an invisible girl. You know though, she does have a point. When I saw the Fox Quirk using man on the news myself, I assumed he was just a pro hero that didn't want to be in the spotlight. Momo turned and faced towards Naruto. Naruto slumped forward as Toru sat on his desk. She was joined by Shiro as the lanky boy stood in front of Naruto's desk, and he smiled down at Naruto and gave a wide grin and a pat on the back. Thanks for saving my life by the way, that day when you saved people in the mall, that villain had his cannon aimed at me before you and your partner showed up. Let me know if you ever need help with something, I kind of want to repay the favor. Shiro spoke with a wider grin, it would seem grin was his default expression. Though, one couldn't mistake the gratitude that he was showing in his smaller body expressions. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Mina froze. Didn't know you were there, and I don't need anything. Naruto denied him with a wave of his hand. Mina stayed purposely silent, since Naruto had connections to the police through his uncle apparently. She didn't, so she could get in real trouble if people learned that she had done vigilante work with him. She would have loved to take credit for helping, and it irked her to stay silent, but she knew she had to. Anyway, I'm just in the wrong place at the right time. When I see a person in need, I have to do something. Naruto turned to Momo and waved his hand. Because of his fox form's large size and muscular frame, people assumed he was a fully grown adult when he took that form, it was an easy mistake to make. Shiro took his seat again, but he flipped his chair so that he was looking at Naruto. Most everyone in the class were talking in small groups at the moment. Man, don't downplay it. Shiro insisted on it. What Naruto did was noteworthy and deserving of praise, he needed to man up and accept what was coming to him, the praise of others. There was being humble, and then there was being awkward about it. I wish I could get noticed for doing awesome stuff. Toru pointed out to Naruto. He twitched. Honestly, I don't go looking for people to save. I really just constantly find myself around when villains appear. It's just bad luck there is never a pro around when the villains nearby strike. Anyway, I hate that nickname the news gave me. My hero name is going to be something cooler than that. Naruto turned to Toru and gave her a glare for saying the news name for him. Seriously, Foxman was such an uncool name. He didn't care about being seen as cool so much as he at least wanted to be known by a cool name in general. Something that he picked out himself, that inspired people to feel safe with him. Foxman just sounded like a big fluffy guy. So, do you howl at the moon like foxes do? Toru asked him as she poked his cheeks again. That's wolves. Momo and Shiro both turned to look at her, saying that in time with Naruto face palming. The girl didn't know her animals very well if she thought foxes howled at the moon. Revelry in the dark. Either way, the teacher should be showing up, so if you would please take your own seat. Momo looked at Toru, who was still sitting there and poking Naruto. You could see where her finger poked him by where his skin indented, and her sleeves drooped as she seemed depressed. It was hard to tell though, until a whine escaped her. Also, in the future, you might want to take more care not placing yourself in a position to be a vigilante. Momo turned her lecturing gaze to Naruto. Moments later she turned forward, before she coughed into her hand. Also, thank you, when that giant villain attacked, my mother was in a car nearby. If you hadn't been there. Momo blushed when she realized her thanking him for his illegal actions went directly against what she told him not to do. Naruto waved her off. Toru poked him one last time before she went to her own desk. You don't dash. I have dash. All Might, in his Silver Age costume, rammed his body through the door like an almost normal person. His old cape billowing behind him as he made a loud and rather epic entrance for most of the students who had never seen him in person. Izuku instantly perked up, and many students were now paying rapt attention to the front of the classroom. Come through the door, like normal. Naruto looked at his Silver Age costume. It's really All Might, here to teach dash. You idiot. Naruto shouted as he got up out of his chair and started to storm over to All Might. There was an intense silence that went over the entire classroom as Naruto approached the world-famous hero. Jaws were literally dropped as far as they could go, eyes bulging, when their fellow student walked to All Might and jumped up to smack him on the top of the head. All Might instantly got down in Seiza, shivering in what appeared to be fear. He's treating All Might like a child. Seriously, this is your first day as a teacher. What happened to that custom-fit suit that I had to go out of my way to pick up on the way to UA this morning, the suit that was for you to wear? Why the hell am I picking up a suit for you, when you're just going to wear something completely different? Naruto loudly lectured his uncle, the grown man forced to sit down. If the class had been dead silent before, they were pale, shaking, and completely shocked to their collective cores when they saw how the number one hero was being treated. Izuku was shocked, and he had seen this happen before. I just wanted to make a good first impression, surely my boy, you understand dash. Texas smash. Naruto got All Might on the top of the head with a downward punch. The bump that formed was comical in appearance, and Naruto looked down at All Might with the look similar to a lecturing parent once more. Don't my boy me. You and I both know you just love attention, and making flashy entrances. Now, you are going to go change into that suit I was forced to bring for you, and then you are coming back like a normal human being. Naruto pointed to the door with a strict finger. The ball's on him. Kirishima had never seen Naruto do this to anyone, and he didn't know that his best friend knew All Might to this point. Even Mina, who knew that Naruto had connections to All Might through his uncle, was surprised to see the hero get treated like this. All Might got up and left the room with drooped shoulders. Even Bakugo, as angry as he was not angry and simply shocked as Naruto went back to his seat and sat down with crossed arms. Seriously, I'm not picking up suits for you anymore if you aren't going to wear them. God, why does he always have to be such a flashy attention whore? Naruto continued to grumble with a growing look of irritation. Nobody was able to say anything to Naruto, because he looked angry for a few more moments, before he took a breath and sighed. Seriously, you're a damn shitty teacher, don't go out of your way to make a fool of yourself to the other teachers at school. Naruto thought as he calmed down. He wasn't so much angry at the suit thing, he was a little mad, but he was much more angry at the fact that the man needed to at least look the part of a professional teacher. He was already bad at teaching, why make that even more noticeable? -5 minutes later. He's dressed in a suit now. The entire class thought as All Might came through the door in a completely normal way and stood at the teacher's test, dressed in a stripped brown suit, ready for teaching. Everyone looked at Naruto, and then at All Might as the man looked at Naruto, before he took a breath of relief when Naruto nodded his head in approval. With that done, he gave a wide smile like always and laughed. Ignore that, class. I'm friends with Naruto's uncle, so we've known each other for a long time. All Might covered for his and Naruto's secret relationship, since it would be best if nobody asked questions. Naruto blinked. Oh right, he had just snapped without thinking about what others would think. Everyone looked at Naruto. What he said. I'm going to be your teacher for your hero basic training class. In this class, I'll be putting you through training to mold you into heroes. It might be the first day of school, but let's start off with a bang. So I've chosen battle training. In accordance with your personal requests and your Quirk registry, we've put together costumes for all of you to wear. All Might looked at Naruto as he spoke calmly, and Naruto gave him a sly thumbs up. He was doing good and being professional, and as the wall next to him opened up and revealed costume boxed with their seat numbers, Izuku pulled out a backpack with his, and Naruto was wearing his under his uniform, with his capes, shoes, and gloves in his backpack as well. The class looked excited. Costumes. The class was very excited. Chapter 19. Man, I can't wait to see the girls in their hero costumes. Being in a room with a lot of half-dressed men was something Naruto didn't have experience with, but he didn't really care too much either. He was wearing his costume underneath his uniform, so all he needed to do was take off the top layer of his clothes, and add on the extra stuff. Most of the other guys had complicated suits to get into, or they had gear made to help them with their quirks. In contrasts, Naruto didn't need the help with improving his quirk that devices could get him, all he needed was clothes able to handle the strain of his increase in size. Hey Naruto, why didn't you tell me you knew All Might that well? Kirishima, in his underwear, asked Naruto as the taller teen undressed. He showed the clothes that he was wearing underneath his uniform, and simply folded the clothes he took off. Others were listening. No wonder that bastard is so strong. I'll prove I'm better than him, and you. Bakugo glanced at Naruto, before glaring death at Izuku. Naruto raised an eyebrow when he noticed the glare, but didn't think anything of it. Izuku just shivered when a bad feeling went down his spine, and the source of it was obvious even if he didn't look for who was sending him negative vibes. How does your uncle even know All Might? Shoji asked as he approached Naruto, curiosity in his visible eye, though his monotone voice didn't speak it for him. He spoke from a mouth that formed at the end of one of his tentacles. It was a question everyone wanted to know, but not a lot of people could think up a great answer for. Naruto took his shoes off and replaced them with his yellow boots, wiggling his toes, before he slid the gloves on over his hands. Naruto thought about how to answer that one for a moment, something that got him a look from Todoroki, surprisingly enough. Why did he have to think about that if the answer was simple? Naruto stood up and tied the red cape around his waist, before he slung the white cape over his shoulders and clicked it into place on the costume. My uncle works as the senior supervisor for All Might's agency, so I've known All Might since I was little. My uncle is always busy, so sometimes I work at the agency, and drop reports off. Naruto came up with the simple truth, since Toshinori Yagi was a registered worker at the All Might agency. He told the truth at least, so nobody could prove without a shadow of a doubt he was lying to them. I'm done, hurry up all of you. The sooner you get dressed, the sooner the fun starts. Naruto stated as he glanced around at all of them. His gaze lingered on Todoroki for a moment, and they had their eyes meet, before they both turned away from each other at the same time. Naruto simply walked out of the changing room, but not without growing in size as he took on his one-tail form. Naruto planned on keeping his identity a secret by always being in his one-tail form as a hero if he could help it. Though, if he ever needed to reveal who he was to get the job done, then he wouldn't hesitate to do that either. He would just like some privacy outside of being a hero once he became a pro. Also, having fox ears meant he could hear danger from further away, and do his job better. Naruto blinked and rubbed his forehead, before he felt something go off on his radar. In any fox form, Naruto had a magnetic sense of sorts, that would give him a mental picture of how far everything was away from him. It gave him a good sensory for things, and right now Naruto could see a girl that his eyes didn't see on his mental map of the area. He looked over at the girl, and didn't see anyone there, and his mental image of the girl moved and showed a little surprise that he had turned his head to look at her. He didn't see her image in color, but she was very pretty. She had the features of a Japanese model, mixed with those of a handsome foreigner. Naruto rubbed his eyes, before he reached out and placed his hand on top of the girl. His magnetic sense was picking up all of her body's details that his eyes kept hidden from him, and his face would have turned red if his face wasn't covered by fur. Eep. Toru. What the hell, this is the guy's changing room. Why the hell are you trying to sneak in, why are you naked? Naruto whispered urgently to her, since he had caught her trying to sneak into the boys' changing room. Toru covered her chest with her arms, and Naruto could actually see her face change as the subtle distances between her face changed. Naruto closed his eyes, and he was actually able to get a much clearer image of her in his head, able to see her body and her movements based on his super hearing, sense of smell, and his magnetic sense. Toru realized Naruto could see her, and instantly her hands went to cover her breasts and privates, seeing as for the first time in her life, she was actually exposed to somebody. She always felt embarrassed when she was naked or getting naked, but this was the first time that somebody had seen her naked. Judging by Naruto's reaction to her, it was pretty obvious he could see her, through some method. You can see me? Yes, I can see you, invisible perv. Now go get changed in your hero costume, and I won't tell the guys what you planned on doing. Naruto grabbed her by the wrist and started to drag her with him towards the girls' changing room. He obviously didn't go in, and he didn't say anything else to Toru as he pulled her along. The both of them were far too embarrassed by their situation to say anything to the other. In the girls' changing room, minutes later. Sorry everyone. I wasn't able to sneak in and see what the boys were talking about. Toru apologized to the rest of the girls who had been waiting for her to come back with the answers. They all knew that the boys were going to ask their local celebrity about All Might's private life, and had wanted to get Toru to spy on them for the information. It was obvious to send the invisible girl to go and get info after all. Tsuyu made a rib-bit sound as she placed a finger on her cheek, thinking on it. Oh darn, I wanted to know what the guys were talking about, thanks for trying anyway. Mina pat Toru on the tit when she meant to pat her on the back. Sorry. Mina apologized right away when she realized that she slapped her new friend's tit. She looked at her hand, before she glanced at where Toru's voice came from. She would have to be careful when she interacted with Toru physically from now on, or else she might do something weird. She didn't want to make things awkward between them on their first day as friends. I was against this. Momo pointed out as she strapped a belt with a large book around her waist. Her costume did not leave very much to the imagination at all, though not that any of them were wearing clothes that failed to show off their figures. Most of them had skin-tight outfits, with the exceptions being Kyoka as the girl wore loose rocker clothes, and Toru as she put on gloves and boots for her costume. Jiro tied the choker around her neck. How did you get caught anyway? Jiro had heard a very deep voice lecturing Toru, but it had broken off into whispering she couldn't make out. Naruto saw me. Toru leaned forward and sighed. Saw you, you meant he heard you, right? Because you're naked and invisible, if he saw you Ochiko asked with a growing blush on her face. Several others blushed when they realized that they had sent their classmate to get spied on by a boy. Mina frowned. I'm his girlfriend. I'm not going to get angry over this. Mina thought as she took several calming breaths. She was not going to allow this to get to her any more than it did by thinking on it. It wasn't like Toru meant for Naruto to see her naked, and it wasn't like he meant to see her naked either. It sounded like a complete accident, by Toru's voice at least. He didn't do anything to you? Tsuyu asked with a worried tone. She didn't like to admit it, but Naruto was a little scary to her. She shouldn't be afraid of him, but when she saw him lecture All Might, and dominate the physical tests with his large form, not to mention those red eyes and deep voice. He was just a frightening guy for a small girl like her. Toru waved her hands wildly. Of course not. He grabbed my wrist and made me come back here, and told me he wouldn't tell the guys about what I did. He was just as surprised as me that he could see me. Toru's arms weakened in how hard they were waving. It was kind of exciting, having a boy who could see me. I think I'll ask him out on a date. It would be nice to have a boyfriend that could see me. Toru laughed at her own idea. Mina sucked in her breath. You like he saw you naked, rather weird. I'm not happy he saw me naked. I'm just happy somebody saw me. Toru corrected Ochiko, since she wasn't the pervert people would imagine her to be. Nobody had ever complimented her looks before, because nobody knew what she looked like. Naruto was able to see her, so she could get his opinion on if she were pretty or not, and what kind of stuff looked good. Momo thought on it. Foxes do have a magnetic sense that allows them to judge distances, so I wouldn't say that he saw you, as much as mapped out your body with said sense. So while he can see you with his brain, I don't think his eyes see you. Either way, it would be better if you wore more clothes. Momo explained the science behind why she had been seen. Of course, she didn't know if she was right, but she liked the chances that she was correct. You should donate some of your hair to the company that makes our costumes, and have them make you an invisible leotard. Momo pulled out one of her own hairs to show. Since as it stood, as long as Naruto took a fox form, he was going to be able to see Toru naked. Mina nodded at that suggestion. Outside, Toshinori stood waiting with a giant grin, waiting for all of the students who had finished changing, and he saw the first figure that was coming out of the building. Seeing the large frame on the figure, he could only guess that it was Naruto. He saw a billowing cape behind Naruto, darkness still obstructing his view of Naruto. So Naruto decided to take after him, that made his heart warm. He had always hoped that Naruto would base his hero costume after his own, such was their bond, and he wanted to be looked up to by Naruto. So to see that Naruto had apparently taken his hero costumes to heart. Sunlight shined on Naruto's costume. Master. Toshinori said without thinking when he saw that familiar outfit make a new appearance with an updated, male, design to it. Naruto shrunk his body down to his humanoid form once more, and rubbed the side of his face without looking at Toshinori. Give him black hair, and you could say he was her son. Toshinori almost lost his muscle form from shock as he looked at Naruto. He was unable to smile as he looked at Naruto, tears in his eyes. Naruto looked down. I wanted to tell you for a long time now, but I didn't know how to. My father is Nana Shimura's firstborn son, before she married her husband. My father never told you, because he didn't want you to feel guilty over inheriting one for all. Nana Shimura is my grandmother. Are you okay? Naruto looked at All Might as the man tried to clear away his own tears. He slapped his cheeks roughly, before he sent Naruto a thumbs up. I am not okay. Toshinori shouted with a laugh, before he looked serious. If anything, this makes me happy. I've been raising my master's grandson, and I've raised him into a wonderful young man. Do her costume justice, okay? Toshinori requested of Naruto, and Naruto nodded his head with a wide smile. His uncle took that better than he thought he would. He hoped this didn't change anything between them. Chapter 20. Team Training. In actuality, Naruto would say this, for his first lesson his uncle had actually been placed in charge of a pretty unique and cool test. It was well thought out, nicely designed, and overall, there was no way his uncle actually made it up on his own. Naruto could tell this was a UA tradition of sorts, but all the same, it was a well-designed first lesson. With 20 students in class, everyone was able to split up into even teams on 2, with 10 teams being formed. Half of the teams were playing the roles of villains who were guarding a nuclear bomb, and it was their job to defend the job, beat up the heroes, or just defend the weapon until time was up. Sadly, All Might had needed a cheat sheet on this test to explain it to the class, which had shown Naruto that he hadn't thought it up. This placed all of the hero teams at a disadvantage, while giving every advantage to the villain teams, including the fact that they were inside of old buildings, which meant heavy combat on the hero part meant risking popping the bomb open. Team C, Naruto and Momo. Her costume doesn't leave much to the imagination. Naruto glanced at his partner as he sat on top of the nuclear bomb. It was a fake bomb obviously. If it weren't for the 2 large belts around her waist, and the large book on her behind, then there would have been too much exposure for most people. With her costume, she was sure to become a popular hero among teenage boys for sure. Not to mention she had a body that was far more mature than it should be at her age, not that he could say anything to having a mature body. She was walking around the room, trying to think up a plan. After watching Midoriya and Bakugo, I have the gist of this dash. Momo saw that Naruto raised an eyebrow. Right, you designed to warm up instead of watching the others test. Momo realized that Naruto was among the few students who decided to do something different, instead of watch his classmates battle. Naruto didn't care to watch battles, when he needed to prepare for his own battle. Naruto thought on it. Izuku won. Bakugo went ballistic against Midoriya, and beat him up too harshly, but the heroes still won. I'm thinking we should barricade the doors. Momo stated as she turned away from Naruto and opened up the front of her leotard. Exposing herself to nobody, she didn't look at Naruto. A hammer and nails, as well as wooden planks started to form out of her stomach and chest. She turned her head and looked back at Naruto as he seemed mostly uncaring about what she was doing. My costume dash. You need to have a lot of skin exposed to use your quirk better, right? Naruto asked her knowingly, and she blinked, before she nodded. Naruto jumped off of the bomb, and put his hands behind his head. She seemed surprised. Yes, I actually requested my costume be more revealing, but too much exposure would have been inappropriate. I'm sorry ahead of time if I show you anything indecent. Momo apologized ahead of time. If she accidentally showed him her breasts, she would apologize to him for her inappropriate behavior. Naruto waved her off and walked up towards her, passing her and picking up the wooden plants. He didn't look at any part of her exposed body, and she even covered herself when he got to close. He's not. Momo was a little surprised at his professional he was being about this. Naruto hummed a small song to himself as he hammered the planks into place, and she was a little surprised at how willing he was to go along with her plan. Actually, he seemed to not be looking at her on purpose as well. He was showing her respect, so that she could expose herself and keep doing her role to the best of her ability. So, she got back to work and made more materials for them to work with. She didn't know what else to say. He broke the silence. We're versing Shiro and Kirishima. Shiro shoots tape from his elbows. Naruto tried to remember everyone's quirks from what he had seen during the fitness tests. Naruto used all of the planks she made to board up one of the two doors into the room. He glanced at Momo when she closed her front again, and was able to turn to him without showing her goods. He was thankful he was in fox form, because she was a very attractive girl. She nodded. Right, his quirk is good for capture, and with his range he just needs to have a straight line of sight on the bomb. Are you not worried about Kirishima? Momo asked, since Naruto only mentioned Shiro. He mentioned nothing of the red-haired boy, which could mean he was underestimating Kirishima. Naruto nodded. We've been friends, and we train together. His quirk is hardening, but stamina is his weakness, and if you break his body, it's hard for him to get hard again. He's strong, but I have the advantage against him. Naruto knew him too well, and he knew his own strength as well. The problem was Shiro, since Naruto didn't know how the team fought, and if they were a good match or not. He walked over to the bomb, before he placed his hand on it. Can you make a copy of this? Naruto asked her. She shook her head. Her quirk allowed her to transform her fat cells into different objects by changing them at an atomic level, and while she could create more matter than fat, she still had a limit to how much she could make before she used up all of her fat cells and became malnourished. Thankfully, her body built back up fat cells easily because of her quirk, and that had been a challenge in of itself since she had to stay physically fit to become a good hero. She had to keep her body healthy and athletic, while also maintaining a healthy body fat. I could, but I wouldn't be able to use my quirk very much. Why? Momo questioned. It would be a few minutes before the hero team made their way to them. Naruto looked thoughtful. Screw it, you come up with a plan. You seem really smart, so I'm going to trust you. Just tell me what you want me to do, and I'll do it. Naruto extended his hand to her with a smile. His plan was to make a fake bomb, and hide the real one. That way they could pretend to get beaten, and let the heroes take the fake bomb, before launching a surprise attack. They could capture both of them in one fell swoop without risking the bomb, but if she couldn't do it, then he wouldn't ask any more of her. Momo smiled a little. You're nicer than you look. I look mean. Naruto asked with some confusion and hurt as he pointed to himself. Regretfully, Momo had to nod to that, before she took his extended hand and gladly shook it. When I first saw you, you seemed like your mind was somewhere else. If you would like, I would be glad if we could become friends formally. Momo let go of his hand and bowed. She would like a friend her own age. He would like more friends. Fine by me. Now, I'm going to get into character. Naruto smiled back at her, before he transformed into his two-tail state and hopped back and forth. If he was going to play the role of a villain, then he was going to get into the role with all he had. Momo had almost literally sparkles in her eyes when she realized he was going to act like a villain, so he was going to have fun with this exam. Joining him, she created a black cape with her quirk and pulled it over her shoulders. Observation room. Communication is key between teammates, both hero and villain. While the last testers had no communication, it seems Team C and Team J are showing excellent teamwork. It's not perfect, but they are at a good starting point. Can anyone tell me where they can improve? All Might asked the few students who were watching the cameras with him. A couple started to think on it, before Tsuyu raised her hand up quietly. Yes. He asked her. She waited a moment. He was too willing to let her make the decisions, and she isn't asking for his help. Tsuyu wasn't sure. All Might surprisingly shook his head. No, some people are superior to others in some ways. Momo is perhaps one of the most intelligent girls at this school, and Naruto's battle prowess are not to be mocked. By allowing her to become the brain, and he become the brawn, they are splitting up the roles according to their skills. All Might started a lecture. This was a rather normal thing that heroes overlooked, trying to become things they weren't. It was fine to improve areas they were lacking, but it was also good to rely on those who were superior to you in the areas who were lacking. There was silence. They aren't covering their own weaknesses. They're only playing to their strengths. Tenya commented hopefully, and he was given a smile and thumbs up from the teacher. Correct. With Naruto and Momo. The door burst open. Zero, quickly, the bomb. Kirishima shouted as the two of them rushed into the room, his body being used to break down the door. Zero jumped in after him, and shot tape from both of his elbows towards the bomb. He grinned under his helmet when it looked like nothing was going to get in the way of their victory, before the tape hit something in front of the bomb. A thick glass barrier. Momo spoke up. Damn. Kirishima grinned when he looked at the sight before him. Momo was sitting on the ground, a black cape on her shoulders as she sat against Naruto's side as he laid on the ground next to her. She had a dark, but adorable, smile on her face as she looked at them from behind the glass wall. Maya hahaha. Maya hahaha. Good luck heroes, but I predicted you would take this course of action. Now that your surprise attack has failed you, go, my loyal minion, go and turn these heroes into. Momo placed both of her hands against her head as she tried to think of something threatening. She puffed up her cheeks when she couldn't think of anything, so Naruto stood up behind her and walked shattered the glass barrier. Hero. H is for hearse, which you will be needing. E is for eradicate, which I'm going to do to you dash. Naruto pointed at Zero, who gulped when Naruto took a few steps towards him. R is for red, the stains I'm going to leave of you. Finally, O is for off, because I'm about to off both of you, hero. Naruto spoke a soft, threatening poem towards the two men. Zero jumped to the side and shot tape at Naruto. Momo created a cannon out of her stomach, and she fired a cannonball at the tape. Zero's tape caught the ball, and both the tape and Zero went flying as they were attached to the ball, and pulled along with it. Zero slammed into the wall, his body landing right next to the cannonball. He groaned in some slight pain as Kirishima ran at Naruto to fight him. I've never fought you in this dash. Kirishima was going to comment on having never fought Naruto in this form, before Naruto grabbed him by the face, and shoved him through the ceiling. Naruto then grabbed his ankle, yanked him out of the ceiling, before he slammed him into the floor. Without letting go of his ankle, Naruto slammed him all around the room as he turned Kirishima into a human stress toy. Help. Zero, I need a hand man. Kirishima wasn't going to win this fight. Zero got out of the wall and nodded his head. I got dash. That cannonball is actually hollow, and I filled it with a special material, and with the press of this button dash, Momo pressed the button, and there was a small explosion that consumed Zero, launching him across the room and into the other wall. Zero saw that there were a ton of tiny bombs on the wall he landed on, and he watched as Momo pulled out another button from her cape. She smiled. He gulped. Boom. Seconds later. Well. To be fair, it was kind of an uneven matchup. Naruto and Momo got the number 1 and number 2 spots in class. His physical abilities are insane, and her test scores have yet to fall below 100% on any test. In retrospect, it might have been unfair to put the smartest student with the most flexible quirk, with the strongest student with an extremely powerful quirk. In the future, All Might would have to make note that Naruto and Momo were not allowed to team up against students who weren't also in the top 5 in the class. Kirishima and Zero really didn't stand a chance, but they had tried, and heroes that tried in the face of impossible odds were amazing in their own right. Well, he would try and make things a little more fair next time. Chapter 21. Excitement. Been a while since I've had a girls' day. Mina thought as she sucked up her drink. She was sitting with her female classmates, at least a few of them, since Tsuyu had rejected the idea on the reason that she had to make lunch and dinner for her siblings today. It was their one day off of the week from school, and while she originally wanted to go on a date with Naruto today, he had actually turned her down. Apparently, today he and his uncle were going to be training together. I wonder what his uncle's quirk is. Mina didn't even know that Naruto's uncle had a strong quirk, at least strong enough to hold his own against the freak of nature that was her training-addicted boyfriend. So here she was, with Ochiko, Toru, and Momo as the 4 of them sat in a family diner. It's a shame Jiro and Tsuyu are with their families today, it would have been nice to have all the girls together. Toru's excited voice broke Mina from her thoughts, and she looked at the invisible girl, taking a bite of a sandwich. It vanished the second it entered her mouth, so it was amusing just watching her eat. They were all in their pretty casual clothes. Ochiko just had a water, and a side of fries in front of her, preferring to snack instead of have a full meal. Strange. So Yaoyorozu, what was it like fighting alongside a pro? Ochiko asked, who they believed to be the only person in their group to fight alongside their local celebrity. Sure, Naruto wasn't an actual pro hero, but the fact that he knew All Might personally, combined with how many heroic feats he had under his belt, it was only a matter of time before he became a member of the top 10 heroes himself one day. He had already been labeled as the strongest student in the class, with Momo being labeled as the smartest, and even Todoroki was given a firm number 2 in strength. The three of them had already cemented themselves as the strongest three in the class, with their high scores, and powerful quirks. Momo put a finger to her lips. I hadn't thought on it, it seemed his mind was somewhere else during that training. He seemed like a good person though, and he was willing to play along with my plans. Momo had been the one who really wanted to get into character. He just went along with it, and with his appearance, it would seem that he was easily more villainous in appearance than she was. Toru snickered. You really don't look like a villain. Toru's sleeves pointed at Momo, who puffed up her red cheeks in embarrassment. She had looked over the footage from her battle, and even she would admit she looked nothing like a villain. Her plan had worked against Zero, but putting a black cape on something, and making them smart didn't a villain make. In retrospect, Naruto with his threatening demeanor had been the better villain. Even the likes of Bakugo in the first battle had played the role of a villain far too easily, and Tenya had tried his hardest to act like a villain. Mina nodded. Speaking of looking like a villain, I think Bakugo has some pretty bad attitude problems. What he did to poor Deku - Mina had heard Ochiko start calling him that, and decided it was fitting. Was just wrong. He seemed really angry at the guy for something. She had watched that fight, and Bakugo had just been vicious to Izuku. He had beaten his fellow student to a near pulp. It was only because Ochiko had done her part as a hero that allowed them to pass, and the building collapsing because of Bakugo's explosions helped her use her quirk. Said girl shivered. Honestly, Bakugo and Naruto scared her a little. How strong was a person to make All Might shiver like that? With Naruto. Come on Deku, get your shit together. Naruto caught Izuku's fist with his hand. He had heard several people in class calling him Deku, and the nickname just stuck with him. Izuku had a black eye and a bloody lip, but he was trying his hardest to land a decent hit on Naruto. He was only able to bring out 7% of One for All, but that much wasn't enough to land a clean hit on Naruto in a straight-up sparring match. 7% hadn't even been enough for him to defeat Bakugo in the battle training, so there was no way it was going to help him against a student who used almost solely hand-to-hand. All Might watched in his shriveled form. He's trying his hardest, but he's thinking too much against Naruto. Against an opponent who fights using instinct, but still has a mind for battle, using just your mind won't be enough. Toshinori thought as he watched his nephew and charge fight. So far, Izuku hadn't even been able to match Naruto use his quirk. The point of this training was for Izuku to land a hit on Naruto, that was it. This wasn't One for All training, this was martial arts training using One for All. Watching the boy, Toshinori could actually see where he was going wrong with his fighting style. He was trying to imitate the All Might fighting style of punches, when his body just wasn't built for lots of upper body martial arts. He needed his own fighting style until his body was capable of using 100% power all over. As it stood, he wasn't a fist fighter. Naruto looked a little annoyed with Izuku. Naruto used 2 fingers and grabbed a lock of Izuku's hair, before he yanked his head down with it. He punched him in the nose and knocked him off of his feet, before he grabbed his ankle and slammed him into the sand. I can't read his moves, it's like he has a dozen different fighting styles, and never sticks to a single way of combat. Izuku, even in the sand, had the wind knocked out of him as Naruto put his hands in his pockets. He liked observing others and how they fought, and used their quirks, but everything he learned from watching Naruto was useless. The second he tried to fight Naruto's current fighting style, Naruto just switched into a different way of fighting and threw him for a loop. When he tried to adjust to the new style, Naruto switched into the old one, or a new one. No matter how much he tried to take control of the battle, Naruto didn't let him, and he had no way of predicting what Naruto was going to do next. Come on kid, get back up. Toshinori whispered as he encouraged Izuku. This was his successor, he needed to support him right now, not Naruto. I'm done. Naruto turned and started to walk away. What? I thought we were supposed to be fighting all day. Izuku jerked up as quickly as he could, and he wobbled to his feet, before he ran at Naruto. Not to punch him, just to ask him why he was giving up. Naruto turned around and placed his palm on Izuku's head, before he pushed him onto his butt, right back in the sand. You're not ready to train with me, even if you could use 100% of that power you have. That body of yours isn't the only thing holding you back from making me take you seriously. I'll train with you again, when you understand what you're doing wrong. Naruto was done with Izuku. Toshinori didn't say anything. Izuku was far too predictable, because he thought out all of his moves. He was easy to trick into acting a certain way, and no amount of speed or power would change that right now. He needed to learn how to think on the fly better, and act on instinct more. As it stood, no amount of training with Naruto would help him with that. With the girls. So what do we talk about now? Mina asked as they all got their food. They had a full day of fun planned, but right now they were going to sit down, eat, and maybe gossip a little. Boys? Toru asked. I'm not interested, right now, I'm focused on becoming a hero. Momo rejected it. She wasn't going to be trying to get into a relationship with any boys until she had become a pro hero, and had gotten used to that harsh life. A relationship could wait until she was an adult. You can talk about it, I just won't have much to say. Momo did relent when she saw Achiko blushing, and Mina seemingly uninterested. She was kind of interested in why the most tomboyish of them, Mina, seemed like she didn't care too much about this topic. Like what, who is the hottest in class, or boys we like? Mina didn't really have much to say. She was in a relationship, and in a couple months, she and Naruto were going to have been dating for a full year. The two of them were having a somewhat rocky patch in their relationship, but they would be out of it soon enough. They both had a lot on their plate right now, so they just weren't spending all the time together that they did when Naruto didn't go to school. She did have opinions on the other boys though. Oh come on, think about it, we've got a lot of hotties in class. Todoroki, Naruto, and even Denki are all pretty good looking. I would include Bakugo, but his attitude. Everyone could agree there, that with Bakugo's anger issues, he was taken off of any potential boyfriend lists. Of all of the boys in class, the hottest ones had to be Naruto, Todoroki, and Denki, with Kirishima being pretty good looking. There were other good lookers, but those four had to be highest on that list. Toru still planned on asking Naruto out, but not until she had seen more of his personality. Oh, and I sent some of my hair to the company like you said. They're going to make me invisible tights. Toru sent a thumbs up, an unseen thumbs up, to Momo. She nodded. In all honesty, the fact you only wore gloves and boots for a costume was very indecent. Even if nobody could see you. Making a young girl run around mostly naked was just horrible, it didn't matter if she was invisible. It wasn't appropriate, and it wasn't very smart when considering Toru was going to be a hero, and thus would have to work in both the hot and cold. It was just unhealthy for her to be naked in the winter months. You're oddly silent, considering you're very enthusiastic. Momo pointed out, looking right at Mina. The girl smiled awkwardly. Just been in thought. Naruto's with his uncle today, but knowing him, he's going to get into trouble somehow. Mina mentioned in passing, without meaning to. She got looks from the girls. What? Mina asked with a confused look. What? You're pretty concerned for him, considering you barely know him. Achiko didn't want to sound rude, but she had never really seen Mina and Naruto interact with each other. The only ones she had really seen Naruto talk with was Momo, Toru, and Kirishima. He hadn't really talked to anyone else, he did talk to Mina a little. Do you like him? Achiko asked with a smile. Toru huffed. Hey, I called dibs. You called dibs, on the boy I've been dating for nearly a year. Naruto and I eat lunch together on the roof, and we don't sit close together in class. Also, my boyfriend Mina sent a pointed look to Toru, who had the decency to shrink back into her seat. She didn't realize Naruto was taken, and she had made a fool of herself for trying to flirt with him during class the last few days. Is too oblivious to notice a girl's feelings, so I was just going to let you confess your feelings, and let him be the one to let you down gently. Seriously girl, I've been waiting for you to ask him out, so I could tease Naruto about it. Mina pointed out with deadpan face. She wasn't angry at Toru in the slightest, a little annoyed, but Toru was honestly innocent of any crime. As long as it doesn't interfere with your studies, I have no problem with it. Just try and think of your future before making rash choices. Momo didn't really care either way. She did mentally make note of the fact that she too hadn't really seen Naruto make any romantic advances on his own girlfriend. Also, try not to dash. Boom. What was that? In the streets, a villain just appeared. We need to go and find a hero. Achiko shouted as the dinner they were in shook. They all stood up and looked out the window, seeing traffic stop as a villain with what looked like bombs growing out of his body, screaming in pain and throwing his bombs everywhere. A real villain. Momo looked in surprise, not accepting this today. Mina looked surprised. This only happened to her when Naruto was. It's It's Foxman. Toru corrected herself when she saw Naruto jump in front of a bomb that nearby hit a car, and take the explosion with his body. He rushed towards the next bomb thrown, and tossed it up into the air, before he used his body again to shield a small group of businessmen. He was in his two-tail form to give him the size to block the explosions, but they all knew it was him now. Dash is around, seriously. Mina should have known Naruto was somewhere close by if there was a villain that was attacking out of nowhere. We should help him. Achiko actually got ready to go outside and help. She was stopped by Momo though, as they watched Naruto rush towards the villain as he threw 2 bombs at the side time. Naruto grabbed both of them from the air, and tossed them high up where they could explode safely. "Why are you stopping me?" He could get really hurt. Ochiko didn't want her classmate hurt, even if she was a little scared of him. "Let's help evacuate the civilians." Momo pointed to all of the people Naruto was using his body to shield. They were just students, but they could still help direct people to evacuate. With Naruto. "Seriously, I was just here to get lunch. This guy has a black tongue. Is this a trigger addict?" Naruto wondered as he looked at the guy laughing his head off in pain, a strange situation if there ever was one. Naruto had taken explosions on his arms and chest. There are too much people around. Naruto would have already had this taken care of, but the guy just kept throwing bombs at civilians when Naruto was about to knock him out. This situation sucked. Thankfully, the guy only had 3 bombs left growing out of his arms, and he grabbed 2 of them. He threw them in opposite directions, so Naruto rushed towards one, grabbed it, and threw it up as he jumped towards the second one and landed on top of it. When it exploded, and he was sent flying into a car, a large bloody mark across his chest. That hurt. Ha ha ha. Time for the boom boom. The man ripped his shirt off, and showed his chest was a bomb. He didn't just grow bombs from his arms, he was a living, breathing, suicide bomb. Naruto increased his size, crushed the car he was above, nobody was in it anymore, and he kept growing until he was at his current limit. He grabbed the man, and pulled him into his chest. Naruto curled up and wrapped his tails around himself, holding the man as close to his chest as he was able. He didn't know how powerful this explosion was going to be, but it was going to hurt. Boom. It hurt, a lot. Naruto was sent flying into the side of a building, transforming back into his normal form, his chest and arms now completely bloody by the explosion he just contained. The bomber was still alive, his body immune to his own explosions, but his body was super skinny as he used up all of his body's nutrients, leaving him in a severely malnourished state. Oh, fuck, that's the news. Naruto fell out of the building, and landed face first on the sidewalk. He glanced around, and he was surprised when there was nobody around to see him untransformed. Naruto groaned in pain as he forced himself to transform back into his one-tail state, and got back up. As thankful as he was nobody saw him, he needed to get out of here before other heroes, the police, or the news arrived. That sucked, so much, asshole kept throwing bombs at innocents. Naruto hated when villains played dirty like that. Oh well, everyone was safe now. Naruto wobbled into an alley out of view. He then passed out. Chapter 22. Well, Naruto was in a pickle. Waking up was fine and dandy, considering almost anyone else who had took explosions to the chest and arms would have been dead. He still felt a massive amount of pain in his chest and arms, and he couldn't move much either. Actually, he couldn't move at all. He flexed his arm, and he felt something tying both of his wrists down. His ankles were in a similar situation, and he had something thin wrapped around his neck. Na-chan, how happy you woke up. Who are you? Naruto looked at the girl who walked in. He didn't recognize her off of the top of his head, but she seemed a little familiar to him. The frizzy bun hair, the blonde hair, and yellow eyes, and those fangs. Of course, he recognized her clothes more than anything. She was wearing a super baggy orange hoodie, that was literally just like the one that he wore. She had it half unzipped like his, showing her moderately impressive cleavage. She wore super baggy black pants, that was only held onto her body with a tight belt, and the legs were rolled up to allow her to walk. She was literally wearing his clothes, and he meant literally. He could smell himself on those clothes. She stole his clothes. Oh Na-chan, don't you remember, I'm Himiko Toga. Our love started in that alley, and I just couldn't resist taking you. Himiko spoke with a love-struck voice. Naruto deadpanned. First, I'm going to transform, break out of these bonds. Second, I'm going to rip my clothes off of you. Finally, I'm going to beat you up and drop you off at the police station. Naruto told her his step-by-step plan for what was about to happen to her. Also, Naruto glanced down, and saw he was wearing pants still. His chest and arms were bandaged up, so she must have broken into his house and stolen his clothes. He shivered. That was even worse than if she just stripped him naked of his clothes. Sounds fun. Himiko jumped onto the bed with Naruto, and he yelped in pain when she landed on his chest. She poked his neck, where something was wrapped around it. If you transform though, you're going to slit your handsome throat. Himiko pointed to the iron fibers that were wrapped around his neck. Durable enough to not snap when he transformed, meaning that if he upped his size, he would be slitting his throat in the process. Naruto frowned, and he glanced at the ropes that were tied around his wrists. They weren't made of the same material, but they didn't have to be. The thread around his neck was good enough to keep him restrained. Who was this freak? So you have me here, what do you want? Naruto asked her as he tried to think of a way to get out of here. Wherever here was, he was going to escape, and take this girl down when he escaped. Himiko traced the bandages on his chest. First, going to let you heal, then I'm going to stab you. When I saw you bloody that day, I just had to fall in love, and I've been following you ever since. Learning about you, watching your movements. Her face twisted as a sick glee overcame her features. Her cheeks turned bright pink as she remembered what she had done, the things she had gotten to do in her pursuit of love. Watching you, learning to imitate you, taking your clothes, making myself dress like you, pretend to be you. Himiko exclaimed to him as she scooted down so that she was sitting on his abs. She was twitching and squirming like a schoolgirl with a crush, and was more than happy to explain everything to him. Sadly, now he remembered her. No windows, one door, and this room smells like blood. There is no escape, honey. I'm going to keep you here, but don't worry, you'll still have a social life. I'll go to school for you, as you. I'll break up with that sexy girl you like, so Himiko laid down on top of him so that she was looking at him eye to eye. She pushed her finger up against his wounds, and opened them up so that he started to bleed again. Her smile widened even further, taking a far more perverse look to it as she lowered herself further on him, liking his bleeding chest. The fuck? Stay calm, surely, Mina will notice, somebody will notice this girl isn't me. Naruto watched as she got off of him. She rolled off of the bed and onto the floor, before she hit the ground. He couldn't see her, but when she stood up, she looked just like he did. Down to the last detail, she was his exact clone. You can turn into people like drinking their blood. Naruto pointed out. That would explain the fangs, to be honest. He was disturbed when his voice came out as a response, out of a body that looked just like his. Her wearing his clothes just made it even worse. Don't worry, we're just one step closer to becoming one person. I love you so much, Nachan, and soon, we'll become one forever. Next day U.A. My boy Kirishima. Sorry I couldn't hang with you yesterday, I was with my uncle. Himiko shouted as she ran over to Kirishima. She high-fived Kirishima like it was nothing, before the two of them pro-fisted. He gave her a thumbs up. Dude, saw the news, you were awesome. The way you took that explosion, and saved everyone was awesome. So manly. Kirishima punched Himiko in the arm, and she wrapped her arm around his shoulder. They bumped fists again. Man, you must be feeling great, you're so energetic this morning. Kirishima hadn't seen Naruto this excited for school. Naruto. Toru jumped on Himiko's back and started to poke the whisker marks on her face. Toru. Himiko asked with Naruto's confusion. She knew his expressions down to every last detail, she had been watching him for a while now. I wanted to ask you on a date, but because you're with Mina, let's just stay friends. Toru was completely open with it. She was going to respect her friend by not being attracted to her boyfriend. She didn't have feelings for Naruto anyway, she just wanted to date him to see if any feelings developed. Himiko smiled. Let's stay friends, sounds like a plan. Himiko just let Toru keep poking her, and moments later the invisible girl got off on her own. Mina showed up and grabbed a hold of Naruto's hand. Morning Naruto Mina leaned up to try and give him a kiss, but she blinked in shock when Himiko jerked out of her grip and walked several steps forward. She saw that annoyed look on her boyfriend's features. Well, somebody woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Mina shrugged her shoulders and smiled moments later. Well Grumpy, no kisses for you today then. Himiko turned. We're done. I don't want to be with you anymore, not after what you did. Himiko even imitated Naruto's serious voice too well. What did she do? Toru and Kirishima looked at Mina, who was just stunned with wide eyes. She could tell when Naruto was being serious, and he wasn't joking around with her. She watched as Himiko made a show of storming off. Mina was frozen with wide eyes, she took a hesitant forward, but she stopped and placed her hand on her arm. You're not Naruto. Kirishima looked at Naruto with a frown. Himiko froze when she was outed already, surprised. Now that I think about it. I didn't feel any heart when you greeted me. Kirishima proclaimed with a bold step forward. Himiko smiled. Such good friends Naruto had. What do you mean, this has to be Naruto, it's not like somebody can just take his shape and... Toru realized what this meant. Several other students were listening in, though they didn't know what was going on, and just passed by them. A couple of students in their class joined in though. What's going on? Shoji asked as he joined them, since they were making a scene. Naruto took an explosion to the chest, an explosion that the news reported left him, in visibly dire condition. Mina remembered that she had evacuated civilians, and didn't see what happened in person. But when she watched the news, she remembered seeing Naruto in his giant fox form heavily injured. Kirishima caught on, and grabbed Himiko by the collar, not caring that he was making a scene. "Where's my best friend, you bastard?" Kirishima roared, and the others got into a battle stance when there was a laugh. It wasn't Naruto's voice anymore. "A girl?" Shoji asked in surprise when he heard a soft voice. Part of the disguise had come undone, and half of Naruto's face turned into a girl's face. A girl none of them recognized, to be honest. She was grinning. "Such good friends, and I'm Naruto, so don't I have such great friends? Don't worry, my love is safe. He's injured, and when he's better, I'm going to cut him some more, make him even more handsome." Himiko was punched in the face by Mina, not surprising, and knocked out of Kirishima's grip. She had angry tears in her eyes. Kirishima grinned and got ready for a fight. They all turned to face the impersonator. She was gone, somehow in the second that they looked away, she was gone again. They didn't know how she did it, but even looking around they couldn't find any trace of her. They all looked around, trying to find any trace of her, but nothing. Mina actually screamed in anger, actual anger, when she realized that now she knew Naruto was missing, and the only person who knew where he was and had him, had vanished right under their noses. She wasn't the only angry one, Kirishima and Toru were pretty angry too. They had to find Naruto. Chapter 23. Something was off. Shota looked at his classroom, and right away, something was extremely off about it. He glanced around, before he noticed that several of his students were not in their seats. Actually, it wasn't just that they were in their seats, it seemed they were gone altogether. He saw that Mina, Kirishima, Shoji, Toru, and Naruto were all not in their seats, which was odd that so many students were absent at the same time. Even worse considering that some of them were friends, and this would mean they were skipping school to hang out. If their reasons aren't good for this, I'll expel all of them. Shota would tell All Might about this, but he wasn't going to go out of his way to track down a classroom of skipping teenagers. They better be able to explain this. With Naruto. "You're a monster, you didn't even break that Kit Kat, you just took a bite out of the whole damn bar." Naruto moved his head around so that she wouldn't feed him her secondhand chocolate. She was in his clothes again, laying down next to him, and trying to feed him. Of course, he would rather starve than get an indirect or direct kiss from this psychotic bitch. She had a knife in her other hand, drawing crude lines down his arms, leaving thin cuts that just barely bled. She was sure enjoying herself, and she rolled on top of him and smiled. When he got out of here, he was going to beat the shit out of this girl. "Oh, don't be that way, you have to eat to keep your strength up. If I want to suck your blood, you need to not die, so you got to keep that strength up." Himiko tried to sound cute. She was cute, but Naruto wasn't going to think it after what she did to him. He jerked his forehead forward, and smashed his head into her nose. She yelped in pain and rolled off of the bed with a hard thump, slamming into the dresser on the way down. Naruto smirked at his small victory, he wasn't going to make it easy for her to have her fun with him. He frowned though when she hung over the side of the bed with a bleeding nose, and a wide smile. She was licking her own blood as it went over her lips, having actually enjoyed his violence against her. She enjoyed pain, she enjoyed pleasure, she enjoyed hurting and being hurt. He didn't know how to handle her, other than beat her within an inch of her life and leave her to rot in prison. Honestly, that was his only answer for dealing with her. With the Naruto rescue squad, hours later. "This is the scene of the crime yesterday," Kirishima whispered as they looked around the busy streets, that were busy once more. There was a construction crew that was filling in the holes blasted in the road from the villain fight. There were brown spots on the side of the building, spots that were dried up blood. Kirishima was worried for his friend, but he had to admire how far Naruto went to save lives. He had taken a super powerful explosion and contained it with his own body, which was the height of manly. This was their only place where they could start looking for Naruto, the place where he was last seen. Shoji looked at blood marks dried up and on the ground. They went into the alley nearby, but after that, it was clear that Naruto had collapsed. The blood marks continued from there, so he placed a hand on his chin in thought. He's gotta be hurt really bad. Mina slapped her cheeks as hard as she could to try and stay calm. Her pink cheeks turning bright red from her abusing them, but she was able to try and stay calm because of it. Toru was looking in the trash cans in the alley for any clue. "Shoji, can you make dog noses with your quirk, and sniff Naruto out?" Kirishima asked his classmate. Shoji shook his head. "I'm limited to making copies of my own body parts. While I can make multiple eyes and ears to give myself better range, I can't modify the nose I would make to make it smell better than my own." Shoji explained his quirk, even making an eye come from one of his arms. If Naruto was here, he could become a fox and track dash. Toru stopped when she realized that if Naruto was with them, they wouldn't be doing this in the first place. Mina looked upset at the reminder, but she got her phone out and called Naruto's phone. Toru reached into the trash and pulled out Naruto's phone, and she answered the call. So, we can't track him by phone signal. Shoji whispered as he started to follow the trail of blood. He took the lead, with Kirishima following behind him closely. He had both of his arms raised up, ready to fight if the girl appeared. We should have contacted a hero. Shoji pointed out with his mask shifting and showing he might be frowning underneath. Mina shook her head, and so did Toru. Naruto would get in trouble for doing illegal hero work if they told a teacher about it, and they were taken to the crime scene. The only heroes that they could contact about this would have to be heroes that Naruto was personally close to, those who knew he helped people in need. Where were you two when Naruto got kidnapped? Kirishima didn't want to come off as accusing, but it needed to be asked. They were here when it went down. I was helping get people out of the area. When the fight ended, I was a few blocks away. I didn't know Naruto had been hurt until I saw the news. I thought he had just escaped so that he wasn't seen by the news. Toru spoke the absolute truth. Naruto had cemented himself as a hero in the eyes of much of the classroom, so it was easy to see him as somebody who was invincible. That seemed to be further from the truth. Mina just gripped Naruto's phone in her hands. I should have helped him. It's Momo's FAU. Mina stopped herself. No, it wasn't her fault. She chose to go along with what the group wanted to do, and help evacuate people. She could have went against the group, and helped Naruto fight. Then he might not have gotten so hurt in the first place. If she had thrown some acid at the villain, and hurt him, then maybe Naruto wouldn't have had to protect everyone from the big explosion. It was her fault for not following her instincts, not Momo's fault. The girl had just been doing what a hero would have done, and helped evacuate those who were in need of help. It's okay, we'll find him. Kirishima held back a little and put a hand on her shoulder. They continued following the blood trail as far as it was going to go, but the further they went, the less Naruto had been bleeding. His wounds having stopped bleeding as time went on. Kirishima pushed his fingers against his cheeks, and pushed his lips into a smile. Come on, do what Naruto would do right now, and try and smile. Naruto told me that a hero smiles to protect people's hearts, and he told me your smile is his favorite. Kirishima tried to get her to smile again. Mina did smile, and she forced herself to grin widely. She never knew Naruto liked her smile so much. Naruto must talk about her behind her back with Kirishima, and from the looks of it, he said good things about her. I'll show him my brightest smile too. Toru shouted. You do that. Shoji, the blood stops here. Kirishima commented when they were all forced to stop. They didn't have a trail to follow. Let's split up. Kirishima, you go with Toru, and I'll go with Mina. If we find Naruto, we don't do anything until all of us are together. That girl wasn't very big, and her quirk wasn't strength-related, so she couldn't have carried Naruto super far. Shoji tried to think about everything that he had seen so far. They needed more of a plan than that though. Wish there was a pro that we could turn to without getting in trouble. Kirishima whispered as he teamed up with Toru. Mina blinked and looked at the phone in her hand. She looked at Kirishima. Kirishima, Naruto changed his password on his phone, do you know it? Naruto knows some heroes that might help us. Mina pointed out as she gave him Naruto's phone. She didn't want to part with it right away, but Kirishima nodded. 0730 Kirishima typed it in. July the 30th? Is that his birthday or something? Toru wondered out loud, since that sounded like Naruto had picked that number for a reason. Mina took Naruto's phone back, and she found the password a little odd as well, and she felt like she recognized that number. It didn't matter right now though. She looked through Naruto's phone contacts, his uncle wasn't going to be any use here, so she continued scrolling down them. She didn't see All Might's number in Naruto's phone, so Naruto must know that number out of the top of his head. She tried to find the number for a hero that she could trust to help them, but also not get Naruto into a trouble. She found it. Who are you calling? Kirishima asked, not recognizing the name that Naruto had in his contacts. Who the hell was his Ryuko Tatsuma? With Ryuko. Thanks for this, we're grateful. Just doing my job, no need to thank me. Ryuko in her hero outfit spoke as she looked down at two police officers. She was in full dragon form, holding two criminals in her hands. She had been called to take care of two villains who had attempted to rob a bank. They had flame quirks, so her scales had been a very good protection against the fire. Not to say her hero clothes didn't have some burns on them. They had put up a fight, and several water quirk heroes were putting out all of the fires that had sprung up. She tossed them into the cop car, back seat, before she transformed back into a human form. She reached down and took her phone out. The holder stabbed to her leg. A heroine's work is never done. The cop joked when she turned away and started to walk out of hearing range for those around. It was Naruto. He should be in school right now for starters, so he shouldn't be calling her. Second, today wasn't her day off, and she was on duty. He knew not to call her when she was working. She was going to have to lecture him about time and place for this sort of thing, and make sure that he wasn't slacking off in class. Naruto, this isn't the time. Naruto is in trouble. We need your help. Mina. Ryuko stopped her lecture when Mina on the other end shouted over her. She was a little surprised Mina was calling her, and she mentally went over those words again. Naruto, in trouble? He's always in trouble. Nothing is new about that. I'm working right now. So when Naruto is done handling the trouble, tell him to call me later. Ryuko had utmost confidence that Naruto could handle whatever situation he was involved in. She had trained the boy herself, and he was stronger than the average pro hero. He could handle himself just fine against most things. She was about to hang up. Naruto was kidnapped, and he might be dying. Tell me everything. Ryuko spoke more harshly than she intended to. This was instantly more serious than she thought it to be. She doubted Mina would say those words lightly unless the situation was really serious. This sounded bad. Yesterday, a villain appeared that used his body as a bomb. Before he could explode, Naruto used his body to contain the explosion. He was really hurt though, and before anyone could find him, he was kidnapped. We've been trying to find him, but his blood trail stopped. Blood trail. Ryuko knew that leaving a blood trail meant that a person had to be bleeding a lot. If Naruto passed out from blood loss, and a villain took him, then he was in real danger. That. Ryuko registered the rest of the story as well. Naruto sacrificed his body to save others, and ended up extremely hurt because of it. That sounded like him. We're in an alley next to where the villain attacked, please help us. I'm on my way, and you should have contacted me the second you realized Naruto was in danger. I'm going to be talking with all of your teachers about this when this is over with. Ryuko sounded stern. This was something that students shouldn't be dealing with. This was hero work. It was one thing to do hero work when you were forced to, like Naruto usually was, but these students were skipping school to track down their friend. They should have contacted the police or talked with their pro-hero teachers first thing, and not call a hero when they couldn't find Naruto. Turning into a dragon, Ryuko flew up into the air. With Naruto. Ah, come on, you should at least scream a little, you look so angry. Here I am, making you look even sexier. Himiko twisted the knife that she had in Naruto's shoulder. His face was pained, but he was refusing to so much as grunt in pain as he glared at her. She just enjoyed his blood on her face. You twisted little dash. Naruto stopped when the knife stabbed him again. Himiko got off of him, and grabbed a glass of water. She used a spoon and stirred it up, before she poured it on his wounds. He wanted to shout. See, I'm taking care of you like a good girlfriend. I'm making you more handsome, and I'm pouring salt water on you to slow the bleeding. Himiko continued to pour salt water on his stab wounds. I think that's all for today. I stabbed you a lot already, and you're still injured from Mr. Bomb. Let's pick this up again tomorrow. Himiko told him as she put her knife away. She looked at his bloody body, blew him a kiss. Naruto bit his lip and held back a scream, before he glared at her when she tried to force him to eat again. His stomach was growling, but he kept his mouth shut when she tried to force feed him. The second I get this wire off my neck, your ass is grass. He was going to kick her ass for this. Chapter 24. Seriously, I would rather die than eat your food, or kiss you. Naruto kept turning his face away from Himiko as she kept trying to lay kisses on him, and he went so far as it nearly break his own neck avoiding her. He wasn't going to allow this twisted girl to kiss him, even if he didn't have a girlfriend. She was just fawning over him at the moment, since she had stabbed him too much for the day. Unable to stab him anymore, she was forced to show her affections the somewhat normal way. Somewhat, because he was still tied down, and covered in stab wounds, and she was rubbing herself on his blood. Oh, don't be like that, nobody is coming, so it's just us here. In our own little world. See, doesn't this make life easier? This world is so cold and unforgiving, but like this, everything is simple. We never have to worry about talking to other people. If you let me take care of you forever, then we can live in this bloody bliss. Himiko spoke as she tried to kiss him. Naruto gripped the pillow with his teeth, before he swung his neck and knocked her face away from his with it. She giggled at his resistance, which pissed him off even more. He sighed, before he grinned. His body started to grow as it stared her down. He kept his transformation as slow as possible so that he didn't slit his own throat instantly. I would rather die. Stop. Stop. Don't do that. I don't want you to die. Himiko grabbed the lamp and slammed it into the side of his head to try and make him stop transforming. His transformation reverted, and his head was turned to the side. Blood coming from his forehead, a piece of shattered glass stuck. Himiko was breathing heavily, her cheeks red with frustration over what Naruto had just attempted to do. The world will never be an easy place. Naruto told her with a heavy grin. Even more so for those of us with quirks people label as evil. Naruto saw her turn her widened eyes to look at him. She wanted the world to be simple and easy. If she wanted to play this perverse game of house with him, then he was going to be the man of this house, and tell her some unpleasant truths. I want the world to be easy, and I'm going to make it easy. Himiko denied his statements as harshly as she could. She was delusional. The day I was born, both my parents, my little brother, and my little sister both died. My mother, Kushina Uzumaki, lost control of her quirk in the middle of the hospital and killed people. She lost control, and nobody knows why, but she transformed, and crushed half of the hospital. My father used his quirk and tried to save everyone. The first and only time my father held me, was to give me to my uncle, before he went to try and calm my mother down. Naruto started to tell Himiko everything. He was going to break this little illusion that she could make the world an easy place by avoiding everything around her, and becoming obsessed with a twisted love. Stop. She killed him in her rage. His body was cut in two, and with the last of his strength, he teleported to my mother's Hoshi no Tama, and he used the last of his strength to break it, just like the 9 tails in mythology. When those with the monster fox manifest their quirk, the first thing they do is spit out a small ball, and when it breaks. Naruto explained, and Himiko had to cover her ears to try and avoid hearing his words. She didn't want to hear it, she couldn't hear it. I can't hear you. Yes you fucking can. We die. My mother killed my father, and my father didn't want to see her become a monster, so he used the last of his strength to kill her too. My birthday is the day I lost everything. Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, Menma Uzumaki, and Naruto Uzumaki. I lost my entire family, because this world is not an easy place. Naruto screamed at her at the top of his lungs. He forced her to listen to him, because he was going to break her. If he couldn't move his body, he would move his mouth, and he would break his twisted worldview with words if he had to. No. My quirk is Monster Fox. If I ever lose control, I could kill everyone I love. My quirk is a quirk that is stained in blood, and every day I have to try harder than everyone around me to not give in. Everyone who remembers what my mother could do, looks at me with eyes that treat me like a ticking time bomb. Life is hard, but as humans, it's our job to face this cruel world with everything we have. Even as she screamed, Naruto just shouted at the top of his lungs to make sure that she was able to hear him. With her mental state, this had to be devastating to her. She curled up into a ball and held her head in her hands. She looked towards Naruto, hoping he would take back his words and comfort her. When he didn't, she rubbed her arms together. You're lying, this is just a lover's spat, we had to have one eventually. Himiko smiled as she found a way to justify Naruto's statements in her mind as wrong. She was still breathing heavily, and her cheeks were flushed. Outside the door. Oh my god. Kirishima covered his mouth, tears in his eyes as he heard what had been said. With Ryuko's nose in her dragon form, locating Naruto had been easy, and they had been able to sneak into the abandoned building without being heard thanks to Toru going ahead of them and pointing out all of the traps. They had been able to sneak around undetected, and just as they located the room Naruto was in, they heard his voice. His strength is unreal. Shoji couldn't feel anything but respect for Naruto after hearing about the day of his birth. Hey, your mother killed your siblings in an uncontrollable rage, and then she fatally wounded your father. But don't worry, with his last breath, your father killed your mother to stop her rampage. Mina looked at Ryuko, who nodded. She knew all of this. If I ever lose control like mom, are you going to kill me? Now isn't the time to get distracted by bad memories. Ryuko had started to train Naruto in controlling his quirk, because if he gained control, she would never have to do what was asked of her. It was way Naruto was introduced to all of the strongest fighting members of the top 10. They had been told by the government that if Naruto ever lost control and killed a person, they were supposed to put him down. Mina placed her finger against the lock on the door, and made a little acid so that she could burn through it as silently as she could. She was crying like everything, she was biting her free hand to keep from bawling. Naruto never told her any of this. Toru, but naked and invisible, slipped through the door as she quickly and quietly opened the door. Himiko reacted out of instinct, and threw a knife towards the door. Toru let out a shout of pain as the knife stabbed her in the shin. Toru dropped to the ground, the knife still stuck in her. Stop what you're doing right now. Ryuko rushed through the door and stood in front of the students. Himiko reacted as quickly as she could, visibly nervous as she stood before a pro hero from the top 10. She grabbed one of her knives and jumped on top of Naruto, placing the knife next to his neck. Hostage situation. You unmanly coward. Kirishima burst into the room with Mina, while Shoji picked up Toru from the ground, pulling the knife from her leg. Thanks. Can you walk? Shoji asked her quietly, and her felt her head move in a nod. Setting her down gently, he noticed that he didn't see any blood, so her blood must have been invisible too. Naruto. Naruto, it's going to be okay. I'm here now. Mina called out to Naruto. Kirishima blinked. You monster. You didn't even break the Kit Kat bar, you just took a damn bite out of it. Kirishima looked around and saw the chocolate she had tried to force Naruto to eat. He saw that she had taken a bite out of the entire bar. Naruto pointed his fingers at Kirishima. That's what I said. Naruto liked having somebody agree with him on this. His emotional outburst over now that his friends were here to save him. Are you okay, Toru? Naruto asked Toru, having seen her get stabbed, well, the floating knife at least. I'll be okay. He's been stabbed at least 13 times, and he still has damage from the explosions he took. The fact he's still alive is amazing. Ryuko slowly moved her foot into position, to try and rush Himiko before she could use that knife. The girl looked flustered and angry now that they had interrupted her. If you come quietly, then it will be better for you. Ryuko stated. Somebody didn't like that. I'm going to kick your ass. Mina lost her shit when she saw what state Naruto was in. She gathered her most lethal dose of acid that she had ever produced, so lethal that even her own hands felt like they were burning. She threw it at Himiko's shoulder. She wasn't going to kill the girl, and the girl ducked it. When it hit the wall, it created an easily 3-foot wide hole instantly. Himiko actually smiled, and pushed the knife against Naruto's throat closer, reminding Mina what position she was in. I like you a little more now, that was really dangerous. Having somebody try and kill her had actually put Himiko's mind at ease, now able to see everything more calmly than before. Kirishima looked at the wire wrapped around Naruto's neck, stopping him from transforming. He glanced at Shoji, who was silent, and looked where Toru might be. God, Mina, you nearly hit me with that. Naruto shouted louder than he needed to. Get the hint, Mina. Seems like this is going to have to continue later. Our love will go on, Naruto, some other day. Himiko looked down at Naruto. She looked at the small hole in the wall, her only real escape now. Kirishima nudged Mina's side, and made a point of looking at Naruto's neck. Ryuko was unable to transform in such a cramped room, and Toru couldn't walk, while Shoji's quirk wasn't going to help here. Mina was the only person who had any power over long range right now. I can't. Mina whispered back to him. She couldn't hit Naruto. Mina. I'm telling you, I'm already going to be in for a long visit to Recovery Girl. Trust me, I can handle it. Naruto snapped at Mina. If she didn't hurry, Himiko was going to get away. What? Ryuko was a little confused, until Mina gathered acid again and threw it at Himiko. The girl jumped towards the hole in the wall, the acid coming missing her. Everyone watched as Naruto's chest and the side of his neck were splashed with acid. I made it as weak as I could. Mina called out to him. Naruto transformed, his neck snapping the weakened wire on his neck. Naruto used his strength to snap the ropes holding him down, and he grabbed Himiko's leg. He ripped her out of the hole in the wall, and threw her at the group. She twisted her body in the air to avoid Ryuko and Shoji as they tried to hit her. The girl was surprisingly skilled at close combat. She slashed Shoji with the knife she had hidden away in her pocket, his shoulder getting a deep cut. She swung the knife at Kirishima, and it broke against his skin. Stay away from my friend. Kirishima slugged her as hard as he could right in her cheek. He wasn't the only one. Don't touch my boyfriend. Mina added her fist to the punishment, and took a shot right at Himiko's stomach. She was knocked onto the floor, her eyes rolled up into her head. Naruto forced himself to stand up out of the bed. Nope. I've got you. Ryuko gently spoke as she held him up with her body. Shoji and Kirishima went to Naruto, and they each took an arm, and wrapped it around their shoulders to help him stand. Now, take him to Recovery Girl at UA. I'm going to have a word with your teachers about this after I've taken this girl into custody. Ryuko didn't praise any of them for this. She wasn't allowed to praise them for what they were doing. She didn't even praise Naruto when he did illegal hero work, at least while she was on duty. Operation, Rescue Naruto. Success. Chapter 25. So, instead of telling your teachers, a highly trained staff of pro heroes, you four decided to go off on your own to save a kidnapped friend? Shota's lectures had nearly ended, but he was staring down at his students with a rather pissed off expression. It was after school, they had been literally gone the entire school day, and surprise, surprise, they were back in need of healing. Toru had a stab wound on her leg, Shoji had one on his shoulder, Mina had melted the skin off of her own hands partially, and Naruto had to be carried to Recovery Girl for emergency treatments just to begin his extensive damages. It had been hard to tell where the injuries started, and where they ended. Not to mention, he was so low on blood, he wasn't even able to stand on his own. Mina and Kirishima were somewhat understandable, since Naruto was their friend before they attended UA, so they could have gotten pulled by their emotions, but Toru and Shoji going along with it just made matters worse. Part of their punishment was that, since none of their wounds were life-threatening, they couldn't be healed by Recovery Girl for a full day. They would have to wait until tomorrow before class started, before they would be healed of their wounds. The other part was the long lecture they were being put through by each and every teacher that they learned from. All of the teachers whose classes were skipped had words to say to them, but they weren't going to be expelled for this, their first offense against the school rules. "I'll accept any punishment, just don't punishment Naruto." Kirishima didn't want his friend to get punished for missing school. It would seem that Ryuko had left out the bit in the story about Naruto doing illegal hero work. Since that didn't have anything to do with why they missed school, she only reported the actions that directly led to why the 5 of them had been missing school. Shota sighed. "Ow, ow, Saiza on my leg sucks." Toru thought, since she and everyone had been forced to sit Saiza the entire time they were being lectured. This was punishment in its own right, to be treated like this while injured. She didn't say it out loud, for fear of a worse punishment though. Shoji just nodded in silence. Shota raised an eyebrow. He was kidnapped and tortured, his reason for missing school is acceptable, and punishing him further would be cruel. Not to mention he is in for a long recovery. Recovery Girl's powers rely on the stamina others have. Nobody has enough stamina to be fully healed from that and remaining standing. Shota spoke, and he didn't even get to finish before life proved him with proof. Naruto was walking with a bowl of ramen in his hands. Recovery Girl was walking next to him, hitting him on the back of his head with her cane. Everyone looked at them, the wounds on Naruto's arms and face were completely gone, and his pale skin had taken on its peachy color again, showing he was refilled on blood. He was wearing a bright pink shirt, and black pants, and he was taking his beating rather well. Mina sighed in relief, happy to see him up and walking so soon. Shota sighed in annoyance, since life found a way to prove him wrong. "Naruto, you missed classes today, so your homework is waiting for you in my classroom, on your desk. Seeing as you're doing well again, I expect it to be done by tomorrow." Shota mentioned in passing to Naruto as the boy walked by. Naruto looked at the friends who saved him, before he frowned and took a step in front of Shota and looked down at them all. He had something he wanted to say. "I don't know if you heard everything I said back there, but can you please keep it a secret?" Naruto asked them with a sorry smile. He had been shouting so loud, there was no way they didn't hear some of it. He didn't want their pity that he lost his family on his birthday, and he didn't want them questioning him on it either. He had never intended to tell any of them, not even Kirishima or Mina, about that. The only reason he told Himiko was so that he could try and break her of her delusions of an easy world and a simple life. Naruto finished up the ramen bowl he was eating, before he gave it back to Recovery Girl so that he could bow to them. "Thank you. You guys were my heroes today." Naruto wasn't used to being formal about anything, it wasn't in his nature, but this was important. They risked so much to help him, it would be wrong if he just said thanks in his usual laid-back way. He needed to show just how truly thankful he was. Kirishima was glared at by Shota, because he almost spoke. His words were cut in his throat, and he just nodded his head and gave Naruto a thumbs up. Nobody was allowed to say anything. "Come on Naruto, your uncle is worried about you. You better go home soon, or he'll worry himself to death." Recovery Girl was done lecturing Naruto for the day, but there was still one person who needed to speak with Naruto. This was going to be unpleasant. Later. "Naruto. You're okay. This is super unpleasant." Naruto was crushed when Toshinori, All Might form, wrapped his arms around Naruto and squeezed him. The massive man was crying tears of relief that his only family was okay. Naruto winced when he felt something crack, even with healing his body was still weakened by his experience until he had time to really recover. He just took the pain, and gave Toshinori a pat on the back. "Stop crying you big baby, I'm fine." Naruto pushed his uncle off, but the worried look didn't end when his body was examined. "I'm fine now." Toshinori took his true form, and rubbed his eyes. He had been so worried. "When you didn't come home last night, I thought you just pushed yourself too hard, and passed out in the woods. When you didn't come to school the next day, I was so worried about you, and when they carried you in half dead." Toshinori couldn't help but remember Minato. Now though, he was also imagining his own master Nana also bruised and beaten. Everyone he loved who was related to Naruto passed by in his mind, and it was just horrible for him. You're okay? Toshinori asked Naruto again, not finishing what he was going to say. Naruto put on a bright smile. Don't worry about me, I'm here, so everything is alright. Naruto spoke genuinely. Toshinori smiled too, before he frowned. I'm moving you into the UA dorms tomorrow. I'm not supposed to tell you, but news about you getting kidnapped traveled. Other parents are freaking out about their children, so we're going to be moving students from the hero courses into dorms to try and help ease parents. Toshinori told Naruto anyway. Somehow, the news had leaked that a UA student had gotten kidnapped and tortured. The exact details of the leak were unknown, but it was assumed that somebody in the police department that Ryuko talked to, spoke with a news reporter. Parents were freaking out, and their trust in UA had dropped a little, so they were trying to win back the trust of the parents. Naruto blinked, before he nodded. No doubt teachers were going to be asking parents for permission to allow their children to move into the dorms on the next day off from school, and since Naruto's uncle was his legal guardian, there was no need to worry about getting permission. I'll start packing then. Naruto didn't mind moving into the school for now. You're okay? I'm alright, being a hero is dangerous, this is just part of the job. Naruto told his uncle with a thumbs up, going into his room as he tried to calm his uncle again. When he closed the door behind him, Naruto let loose a small sigh. He was okay, physically, but this event had forced him to think about things he didn't like. Instead of starting packing like he said, Naruto went towards his closet. Opening it, Naruto leaned down and looked at a small safe on the floor. Entering in the code, Naruto opened it and revealed a small box. Naruto took the box and took out his phone, before he wrote out a text, and he deleted it. Naruto looked at the box in his hands again, before he opened it up. It was a small white ball, small enough to fit into the palm of his hand. It had a faint glow to it, and it gently hummed in his hand. Naruto hadn't had it in his hands in years, not since he had first developed his quirk. He had always kept it safe and quiet in his personal safe. His uncle had told him what it was when he first developed his quirk, and that if it was ever destroyed he would die with it. Yet it was also the key to unlocking the secret abilities of his own quirk, the double-edged sword of his quirk. Telling Himiko about what happened to his parents, it reminded him about his own. Getting his phone again, he rewrote the text he wanted to send to Mina earlier, and tried it again. Not finding the right way to word it though, Naruto deleted it and wrote it again, and again, and again, and again. No matter how many times he rewrote it, he just couldn't find the right words he wanted to use. In the end, Naruto just sighed to himself and reboxed his Hoshi no Tama back in its box, and put it into his safe again. He had packing to do. Chapter 26. Tired. Waking up at 1 a.m. in the morning to move into the dorms, after having no real sleep since his kidnapping, and being forced to go through an extremely stamina-draining thing such as recovery girl healing had taken a lot out of him. So, practically the second Shota had gotten into class for the morning and called attendance, Naruto's head hit the desk and he went to sleep. Since the other students weren't going to learn that they were going to be asked, not forced, to move into the dorms during the weekend, Naruto was just going to go along with everything quietly until then. This sucks, got detention with Aizawa this afternoon. Naruto looks tired as hell. Kirishima glanced back at Naruto, and grinned. He was just happy Naruto was safe with them. Zzz. I'll let it slide this time, but next time, he's getting a week's worth of detentions for that. Shota had noticed Naruto sleeping as well, but instead of let this get in the way of class, he could sympathize with Naruto's need for sleep after his long few days he's had. He would hate to have to wake Naruto up, just as much as he would hate it if somebody woke him up from a nice nap. Thankfully, Naruto put his homework on his desk, already finished, and he had a recorder next to his head, to record the day's lesson, so Naruto actually seemed pretty well prepared to learn while sleeping. He would allow the sleep this one time. 5 minutes later. Naruto Uzumaki, 7 votes. Momo Yororozu, 2 votes. I'm not waking him up to tell him he's class president. Kirishima raised his hands up in surrender. He wasn't stepping on that landmine, no matter what anyone said to him. Last time he woke up a tired Naruto, he got punched in the face for it. Naruto's first response to getting rudely woken up was to hit whatever woke him up. Anyone who had seen it happen knew this much. Somebody had to wake Naruto up and tell him the news, before the lunch bell rang. Nope. Mina crossed her arms with a grin. She had been there when Kirishima got punched, and it had been hilarious. It was Mina and Kirishima's reactions to waking Naruto that got the rest of the class pale and sweating over the idea of what was going to happen to them. Everyone also remembered how Naruto treated All Might, and suddenly, even Bakugo didn't feel like being the one to wake Naruto up. Vice President, if you will. Shota was having none of their irrational fear, so he ordered Momo to take care of it. If she was going to be the vice president, then she was going to need to work with Naruto a lot to make the class run smoothly for the teachers. The girl nodded her head and started to walk towards Naruto, placing her hand on top of his shoulder. Kirishima and Mina winced, waiting for the punch that Momo was going to get for it. Naruto just groaned and rolled his head to the side, opening a single eye to look at her. She froze. "Oh, Momo, whatcha want?" Naruto yawned and sat back up. She pointed at the chalkboard. "You are the class president, and I'm the vice president. We were voted by the class, so I hope to get along dash." "What the hell, Naruto? When I woke you up, you punched me out of a window." Kirishima felt a little pissed, so Naruto stood up and walked up to the front of class with Momo. Usually, class president was reserved for those who had the potential to be a top hero. Naruto could guess that since everyone knew he did illegal hero work sometimes, that they believed he was the most heroic of them, and deserved the position. He gestured to Momo. "You woke me up by coming into my room, and screaming at me, of course I'm going to hit you. Anyway. I don't want it, you, glasses. Tenya, right? You look like you follow the rules. Class president is yours." Naruto went back to his seat after giving away his position. He left Tenya in shock when he was just given such an important position. Naruto's head touched the table again, and he was out like a light. 4-5 seconds. "Thank you so much. I will do my best to dash." "Shut up." Naruto shouted as he snapped awake again, punched Tenya across the classroom, and out of the window, before he slumped his head on the desk again. Funny enough, Tokoyama had opened the window just as Naruto punched Tenya out of it. He had enough sense to do it the second the glasses boy had started to scream at Naruto his thanks. Kirishima felt vindicated. "Lunch. Dude, that's gross, and I'm surprised you're joining us, Shoji." Kirishima saw Shoji drinking an energy drink, no lunch, through his mask. Sitting at their small lunch table now was Toru, Mina, Naruto, Kirishima, Shoji, and Momo had been added to their small little group. Naruto just had his face in a bowl of ramen, literally, eating and sleeping at the same time. He was slurping the noodles, drinking the broth, and snoring all at the same time. It was gross, but Mina was having fun with it, pulling Naruto's head out of the ramen, and switching him to another bowl of noodles, just for him to do a repeat of it all. Shoji nodded to him and raised his energy drink. They had kinda bonded over the Naruto rescue mission, so it made sense for them to sit at a lunch table together. "I just wanted to ask, why did you all skip class yesterday?" Momo asked them curiously. The real reason she sat with them actually was to find that out. They had missed the entire school day, so it made sense for her to try and find out why. Food vanished into Toru's mouth. "We were totes saving Naruto from a freaky Yandere girl. It was super scary, but it really made me feel like a hero when Naruto thanked us." Toru couldn't help but almost shout that too loudly. She yelped when Naruto opened an eye and glanced at her, before he closed his eye and fell unconscious again. "We got in a lot of trouble." Toru mentioned with rub of her head, that nobody could see. Mina grabbed Naruto's wallet and walked up towards the pro-hero in charge of lunch, before she used his money to buy another 2 cheap bowls of ramen. Coming back to the table, she sat one down in front of Naruto and dunked his head in it. She put the next in front of herself and dug into her own lunch. Naruto had offered to allow them all to use his wallet to get themselves lunch today, since some of them needed to recover their stamina after getting burned or stabbed saving him. "I see, that explains why UA is in some legal trouble," Momo whispered to herself. She had heard the news mentioning parents wanting to pull their kids from UA, since apparently a super strong student had been kidnapped and tortured to near death. She had been curious who could have been kidnapped, and it would explain why Naruto was so tired. Actually, if it happened after Naruto fought the guy that tried to blow himself up, then Naruto could have been captured when he was already half dead. There was silence for a moment. "So, what made all of you want to be heroes?" Toru asked to try and restart a conversation. "I want to be like Crimson Riot, the fearless hero," Kirishima proudly proclaimed almost instantly. Crimson Riot was the hero he had looked up to since he was a kid, and he had always tried to style himself after the man. Crimson Riot was why Kirishima chose to dye his hair red, and spike it up like he did. "He's the coolest." Kirishima stood up and howled out. "He got some looks for that. Retro. I've always been athletic, and I have flashy looks, and a strong quirk. It only makes sense that I try to become a hero, right?" Mina didn't really so much choose to become a hero, so much as becoming a hero just felt right to her. She didn't really know what she wanted to do, so becoming a hero had just made sense, and she liked helping people a lot. "You Shoji?" Mina asked their quiet giant. He thought about it. "I never thought on it, it was expected of me I guess, my father was a hero dash." "Who is your father?" Toru spoke up over him, and Shoji didn't seem to have a problem answering the question. "My father is Kakashi, my quirk is actually a mutation of his quirk, and my other's quirk." He's not a very well-known hero, he retired from hero work to raise me. Shoji didn't have much to say. His parents never married, but they stayed together. His mother was a grocery store worker, while his father had retired from hero work and got an office job, so that they could raise him without his life being in danger. Oh. You mean copy wheel? He's an old-school hero, his quirk let him predict and copy martial arts and how villains move. Momo was a little excited to hear about that one. She actually had a signed picture of Copy Wheel when she was taken to a hero convention by her mother as a child. I wanted to be a hero, so I could put my quirk to good use. Momo used her quirk when she noticed that Mina had forgotten chopsticks, and she made a pair for her. With my quirk, I can help people in almost any situation. It doesn't make sense for me not to become a hero. Momo furthered her own explanation. With a quirk like her quirk, she would be wasting her potential by doing anything else but being a hero. Blah blah blah. Words Naruto, words. Mina corrected him with a nudge to the side. He pulled his head out of the bowl, before he looked up at all of them. I just want to help people, so that when they see me, they feel like everything is alright. I wouldn't be at this school if having a license wasn't required by law for heroes nowadays. Naruto then put his head back in the ramen bowl, and forced himself back asleep while eating. Kirishima got up, and grabbed Naruto's wallet, before he went back up to get something more to eat as well. Naruto was paying for all of them. How about you to dash? Speaking of food, I noticed the other day, but you eat a lot Yororozu. Toru pointed out as she looked at Momo's plate, which had more food than Mina and Toru combined. Momo didn't seem to mind being interrupted by the girl, and just nodded. She showed off her arm and pinched it, showing a small amount of fat there. I want to be a hero, so I need to stay in shape, but my quirk requires I eat a lot. The more I eat, the more material I can produce with my quirk. I try and stay athletic and keep a good figure so that I can fight and keep my flexibility, but I also try to maintain a little body fat. Momo's arms were slim, but they had muscle to them. She also had a small layer of fat to them, but it was hard to notice if you weren't looking. The same applied to most of her body, but thankfully, her quirk condensed the fat on her body and allowed her to multiply the fat she did have to a certain degree as she transformed it. If I was like a Shido, and had no fat, then I would become malnourished by my own quirk. Momo looked at Mina's body. The girl didn't have any visible, non-boob, fat on her body that wasn't needed. She was a purely athletic girl, and because of that with her balanced diet, her physical conditioning was amazing. Way better than my quirk, all I do is get hard. Kirishima hardened his arm to show off. He was jealous of those with useful and flashy quirks, since they usually blew his quirk out of the water in a peel. He was okay in a fight, but he wasn't useful in a bunch of other situations. Mina covered her mouth. Dude, phrasing. Mina. Does he realize? Momo. He said that at a table with women. Shoji. That's what she said. Toru shouted, unable to resist anymore with all the talk of getting hard. She rolled onto the floor, giggling her head off at her own joke, and Kirishima's face became as red as his hair when he realized what he had said. A security alarm started to go off. Instantly, students started to freak out and try and run towards the exits. Several students were knocked out of their seats, and were swept up in the rush of students. Then again most of the students were with the general courses and business courses, so they weren't trained in stuff like hero work. UA wasn't just a hero school after all. All of you, shut up and calm down. Instantly, a giant fox appeared in the middle of the students, a fox whose head reached up to the ceiling. Naruto, having been knocked out of his seat, transformed and towered over the students around him. His deep and booming voice taking command over the cafeteria instantly, his annoyance reaching all of them quickly. Ow, ow, ow. Toru, Momo, Shoji, Kirishima, and Mina were all on Naruto's head, being pressed up against the ceiling while Naruto made his anger known to everyone. It's just the news reporters breaking into the school, look out the windows, the teachers have it handled, all of you get back to your damn seats. Naruto watched as the students fearfully went back to their seats. Threats from a giant fox weren't something to be taken lightly. Naruto sighed and lowered his size, transforming back, and dropping his friends back onto their feet. Ow. Whoops, didn't realize they were on his head when he transformed, since he had been knocked to the ground, transforming must have put them on his head, and thus pushed them into the ceiling. Maybe now he could get some sleep. Chapter 27. The bus. Not tired anymore? Mina asked Naruto teasingly as she sat next to him. Both of them were in costume, most of the class was in their various costumes actually, except for Izuku surprisingly. Apparently, in his battle training with Bakugo, his costume had gotten heavily damaged. Naruto actually wished he had seen that fight, since it sounded like it had gotten pretty intense. Naruto was awake and alert now, something that hadn't been the case an hour ago when he had been sound asleep in class. Feeling better, big baby boo. Mina teased him. Bonk. Mina pouted and held her hurting cranium in pain, since Naruto had given her a swift bonk to the head for her teasing. He smiled down at her though, nodding his head as he looked at everyone, and he nodded at Momo. Sorry Naruto Uzumaki, from now on neither of you will be placed together on teams. After going over your abilities and the results of your testing, the two of you are far too good together. It doesn't matter what training we do together now, the two of us aren't going to be on a team. Momo thought as she nodded back to Naruto. Getting ready for rescue training had been something that had reminded her of what Shota had told them near the beginning of class when they were boarding the bus originally. Apparently, their stats were just too good for them to be placed together for team trials. Honestly, that makes me want to form a hero team with him when we graduate, if even teachers think we are an unfair matchup. She could imagine it in her head, kind of, how well they could team up. The results their teaming would create, and how effective they would be against villains, would just make the matchup make sense. Naruto didn't think on that though. He didn't like this. I've got a bad feeling about this training. Naruto felt something was off about the air. Something in his head was going off, an animal instinct telling him that danger was approaching. He didn't know, but he didn't like it. This was the first time in his life, despite the number of times he had been in danger, that he had actually felt something horrible was coming. What did you say, frog face? Hey, don't insult frogs, jackass. Frogs and toads are a part of the same family, and I won't have you using frog as an insult. Naruto stood up and pointed at Bakugo with a frown. He used to have a pet toad before it died, and he just had never gotten around to getting another one. Naruto looked at Tsuyu, who seemed unfazed by the comment from Bakugo in general. You're absolutely adorable, Tsuyu. Naruto looked at the smallest girl in class, the only one who was sitting on all fours in her seat at the moment as she got the compliment. Toru nudged Mina. What, he's just telling the truth. Mina had no issues with Naruto complimenting a cute girl when it was true, and he wasn't trying to flirt. Tsuyu didn't blush or anything, and she didn't seem offended or pleased. She just accepted the compliment with grace. You wanna fight, fucktard? Why bother? Naruto seemed a little confused why Bakugo wanted to start a fight. The guy's quirk was explosion, he sweat an explosive liquid from his palms, and his explosions so far had been weaker than what was usually required to do any real damage to him. Naruto's fur was highly flame resistant in his stronger forms, so flames usually didn't do a ton of damage to him at their lower heats. The guy wasn't stupid, he was high up in the classroom, so there was no way that he wasn't aware of the difference in their strengths and weaknesses. Stop fighting. Bakugo was forced to sit back down when Shota turned around and glared at the two of them. Naruto shrugged and sat down too, not really angry to begin when. He just didn't like it when people were insulted because of things they couldn't help, even more if that thing made you look like a cute frog. Naruto glanced at Mina, before he thinned his lips. Suddenly, the lump in his chest, and the one in his pocket, felt a whole lot heavier. I hope I don't regret bringing it here to train. Naruto thought to himself, patting his side. At the USJ. Holy crap, this is amazing. It was, the USJ was filled with multiple biomes that were host to different type of disaster relief situations. Visible from their current location, there was a landslide zone, a flood zone, fire zone, and multiple other places that would train heroes on dealing with different types of rescue scenarios. Standing in front of it all was their guest lecturer for the day, a hero wearing a fully body space suit, a very bulky one, the Space Hero 13. Naruto had never actually been to this place before, so this was even a new experience for him as well. I hope I don't get sent to, that feeling, it's getting worse. Naruto didn't like it. The hairs on the back of his neck were raising up, he felt a pit in his stomach, and he didn't know why he felt something really bad was coming their way. Even against villains, his danger senses never went haywire like this, so why now? Naruto felt his heartbeat pounding in his ears, he wasn't able to hear the teachers anymore. Something was wrong, terribly wrong, and he wished he could pinpoint it. It couldn't be 13, despite the fact that his quirk was. Black hole, it can suck up and tear apart nearly anything. And you've used it to save people all over. Izuku commented, and suddenly, the heartbeat in Naruto's ears stopped. The world returned to him, but instead, he had a voice in his ear. Ochiko was nodding her head in obvious excitement to see 13 in person, the happiest smile on her face. Run. A voice spoke to Naruto, and he looked for the source, but nobody was saying anything to him. My powers could easily kill, and for some of you, that's true too. In our world full of superpowers, we regulate the uses of quirks, and it might seem that is good enough, but one mistake, one uncontrollable quirk, and people die. 13 explained, and silence fell over the students as they listened to the morbid words. The word struck a chord with Naruto, and several others with quirks that could easily kill, but for once Naruto didn't think about his mother. Run, it's coming. The voice spoke again. What is this voice, and this what happens when I'm about to lose control? Am I losing control of my, no, it has to be something else. Naruto forced the thought he was losing control out of his mind. Why wasn't anyone else noticing something was wrong? During Aizawa's fitness test, you learned your own hidden potential. With All Might's battle training, you learned how dangerous your quirks are to others. This class will show you a new point of view, how you can save lives. Because your powers aren't meant to hurt, they are meant to help people. 13 gave them a short bow. That is all, thank you for listening. He's awesome. It's here. What is that? Naruto looked down towards the ground far below them, and he saw a spiraling black mist forming in front of the fountain. Naruto's statement brought attention to it, and others started to notice it too. The only person who noticed it at the same time as Naruto was Shota himself. He saw the mist become large enough to form a portal, and people started to come out. At first, a man covered in hands came out, then it happened. Escape. A large figure, even larger and bulkier than All Might, appeared out of the portal with other villains. He had scars on his arms, and his brain was completely exposed, with his mouth being a sharp beak with rock-jagged teeth, and a jet-black body. The voice went absolutely haywire, screaming at him to run away, the second Naruto laid eyes on that one villain. Those are villains. Shota got ready for battle. Everyone run. Get out of here as fast as you can, that big one is dangerous. Naruto shouted at his fellow students. Run. I'm going to die. Naruto transformed up to his two-tailed form as jumped over the edge of the platform, sailing down towards the one who was setting his instincts off. Naruto ignored literally every one of the villains as they ran up the hill towards him. Naruto upped his size all the way up to his four-tail form, and curled up into a ball, rolling down the hill and running over as many villains as he could. Naruto ignored the thought that he was going to die, and charged straight towards the dangerous one. That thing, it's a monster, if anyone fights it, they're going to die. I need to take it down, even if it kills me. Naruto glanced out of the side of his eye, and saw that Shota had joined in on the battle. When he got to the bottom of the hill, Naruto saw that a large black mist had formed at the top, where he had been, but he forced himself to believe that the others were safe. If it was just a portal then they were being sent somewhere else. Somewhere away from that thing. Well, looks like the first dead kid is coming to us all on his own. Maybe a dead fox will bring out the symbol of peace. Naruto transformed back to the two-tail form and slammed fist as hard as he physically could into the black thing's body, and he wasn't even knocked back by the blow. His body got a little bigger as he absorbed the shock of the attack. Naruto felt the attack before it could connect, and he dodged a flurry of close to 10 fists. He had to transform back to his normal form just to become small enough to dodge all of them. Naruto ignored the blue-haired bastard, though he wasn't being ignored in return. He didn't pay attention, but the one covered in hands looked at Naruto wearing his costume with a look of genuine surprise. Shock-absorbing quirk. Naruto transformed back and slashed him across the chest with his claws. If his fists weren't going to work, then he was going to have to use his claws to make this monster bleed. Surprisingly, Naruto's face had blood splash on it when the creature stepped back for a moment, claw marks slashing down its chest. Only moments later though, the marks healed and it looked right back at Naruto. And a regeneration quirk. Naruto took a fist to the stomach, and blood came from his mouth. He was sent flying through, so fast that his body broke the ground when he hit it, and he continued to fly. You can't beat Nomu. Not only does he had shock absorption, and you would have to really rip him apart to beat his hyper regeneration. He was made to kill All Might after all, you can't beat him Naruto-kun. Gak. Naruto puked blood and undid his own transformation. He hits her hard as Uncle does, he's got strength quirks too. This guy, the only way to have multiple quirks is. Naruto continued to puke blood, before standing up and wiping the blood from his lips. That guy just said his name. Naruto-kun. Nomu, this guy has the monster fox quirk, don't hold back even an ounce of strength. The seeming leader spoke as he pointed at Naruto. Naruto stood up and got ready to fight. I'm not letting you touch my classmates, and I'm not letting you even think of fighting All Might. I'm going to dash, Naruto shouted out as he heard the voice try its hardest to stop him. Run. Live. Fight to my last breath. Naruto transformed, and he took one calming breath. He was fighting an enemy on par with his uncle. Foolish student. You need to leave the dash. Shota arrived on the scene, and Naruto's eyes widened with joy. This guy is as strong as All Might, even if you erase his quirk, your body isn't strong enough to fight him. Help me. Naruto shouted as he ran at Nomu. Naruto had an ally now, even if his ally was pissed at him. Shota was surprised at Naruto's statement but ran after Naruto. Fists collided with faces. Shota's eyes glowed red as Naruto was sent flying by the punch, and he erased Nomu's quirk a split second late. Throwing his scarf out, Naruto powered down and grabbed it, being flung towards Nomu. "You need to run, this is too high level for you," Shota said, as Naruto kicked Nomu off of his feet. He was grabbed by his own though and slammed into the ground. A real hero puts their life on the line, even when they can't win. Just erase his quirk as long as you can. Naruto started to trade blows with Nomu as fast and hard as he could. The leader of the villains glared at Shota and rushed towards him, distracting him long enough for Nomu to punch Naruto with his full strength. "No cheating, this is one-on-one. He really is as strong as my uncle, this feels just like a 100% punch." Naruto nearly had his lights knocked out of him. Naruto took 5 more punches as he was still flying from the last one. Getting slammed into the ground by a 6th punch, Naruto was pretty sure every bone in his body was broken now. Nomu grabbed Naruto's arm and yanked on it, gripping it with all of his might. Snap. Fuck. Naruto shouted in pain as his arm was crushed. He was then picked up and slammed into the concrete again. Then again. Uzumaki. Looks like that is one student dead, brings a lot of shame on the symbol of peace, huh? The villain leader jumped back and avoided Shota, while Nomu stood up and started to punch Naruto more. He's just rubbing salt into the wound now. I really expected more from a monster fox. What? Nomu was blasted as massive amounts of blue flames rushed out of the hole in the ground, roasting him and sending him flying. A massive figure started to grow out of the hole. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shota's eyes saw a number of tails continue to grow and grow, as a large, bloody orange fox came out of the hole and continued to grow larger. His size didn't stop growing, and the number of tails didn't stop. 6, 7, 8, 9, he's lost control. Shota didn't like the looks of the situation. This Nomu had just beaten Naruto into losing complete control. Standing taller than ever before, giant red eyes looked down at all of them. Easily over 100 feet tall now, a giant fox with the aura of a demon, glared death down everywhere. Fox. Blue flames gathered in Naruto's mouth, and he leaned down so that he was looking over Nomu. Fire. Naruto spewed the flames down. The flames consumed everything in their path, burning all that they touched to ash. The villain leader's eyes widened. Nomu wasn't immune to fire, since that wasn't an ability All Might had, so he wasn't given a power to make him immune to it. Nomu was turned to ashes. Rah! Naruto slammed his hand into the ceiling, and broke a hole in it. His fist then swung and smashed a building to pieces. He spewed flames at the ceiling, burning a massive hole in it. Naruto glared everywhere, looking everywhere for the being that hurt him so much. Red eyes took delight in the destruction that his body caused moments later. Naruto's transformation ended when Shota turned his eyes on Naruto, and erased his quirk as quickly as he could. The Monster Fox quirk was born when the Gigantfication quirk and Nine Tails quirks fused, and it's been passed down, but his mother didn't use Fox Fire, she used illusions when she rampaged. Shota saw the leader of the villains running away from him. He was scratching his neck while running, right towards the villain who had created the portals. Nomu is dead, it's game over for us this time. Shota had to keep his eyes on Naruto though. Naruto waking up and rampaging again was now the worst case scenario. That villain, Nomu, had been created to kill All Might, and had beaten Naruto so badly to the point that his quirk had forcefully rampaged. There are still dozens of other villains everywhere, and students battling them. Shota had to defeat all the villains around them, before he could go and help the other students. The biggest threat was gone, but all of the students were still in danger. Shota saw a small white ball fall out of Naruto's pocket, and roll on the ground next to him, but he didn't pay it any attention. Instead, he just went to work. There were villains to beat. Chapter 28. Blood. A lot of blood. That was what 13 saw when he was finished taking down most of the villains in the area he had been in, and went to help Shota deal with the most dangerous threats that had been in the middle of the building. He had seen the giant fox that had appeared very shortly, and while it had been frightening to see that, he had tried to finish what he was doing as quickly as he could to join. Since he was a rescue hero, it had taken him a lot longer to defeat his villains than it would have taken Shota to do it, but thankfully he had the help of several students who left the building to go get as much help as possible. What happened here? 13 asked his fellow teacher. The man didn't look happy. The villains created a hero that could defeat All Might, they came here with a plan, they were organized. The thing was a monster, and had multiple quirks, while Naruto fought that monster, I was distracted by their leader. Shota explained what he knew. He had captured all of the villains that had been in the area, and had tried to get as much information out of them as possible. He was also trying to keep Naruto's vitals stable without moving him, since he wasn't in a fit condition to be moved right now. With what happened, his internal damage had to be severe, no doubt he had head trauma, and all of his bones were broken. Not to mention his arm was crushed and bent out of shape. It took everything he had to keep Naruto stable, and he wasn't a hero that was very good with medical skills, so this was a little bit of a challenge for him to try and do. What he wouldn't give to have Recovery Girl's power right now. He controlled his quirk. 13 had seen the giant fox appear and shrink down. That was a good sign that Naruto had taken control of his previously believed, uncontrollable quirk, and tamed it to defeat an impossible villain. He rampaged. Nomu, the monster, beat him to near death, and it pushed him over the edge. I'm afraid of what would have happened if I hadn't been here, everyone could have died. Shota had been picked as Naruto's teacher for this very reason. To end any rampages that could happen as early as possible while Naruto learned to control his quirk. The villain's leader, and the portal guy, both got away. I should expel him. Shota knew that was something he had the power to do, and something he had done many times before. Yet, it wasn't right. He had seen the fear on Naruto's face when he charged into battle, before it had been replaced by acceptance. This student, this boy, had charged into this fight with the full knowledge that he was running to his death. He had done what many heroes weren't capable of doing, and while completely foolish, he had placed the lives of others before his own. You won't. No, I'm not going to praise him for risking his life, but the only reason he did it was so his classmates could run away. His actions were those of a true hero, and he might not have ended up like this if I had fought alongside him. Shota thought on it some. Naruto had a point, if the two of them had teamed up, then Naruto could have beaten Nomu without risking so much in the process. Shota used his scarf to wrap around Naruto's torso, and tied it tight enough to stop the flow of blood. He himself, Shota, would have lost to Nomu in a fight, quirk or no quirk. But if the two of them had worked together, Naruto's powerful body, and him erasing Nomu's quirks, could have been the key to a quicker, less bloody, victory. 13 went to Naruto's other side, and he looked at the white ball on the ground for a moment. This is his? 13 asked, and he got a nod in return. Damn Naruto. Those villains must have been hardcore, I've never seen you bust out of that many tails before, or breath fire. Kirishima, with Bakugo behind him, both started to run towards their direction. They weren't the only ones though, several other students with minor injuries started to show up towards them as well. So far, the only ones who were showing up were Todoroki, Izuku, and Tsuyu. Izuku and Tsuyu having been sent to the flood area, while Bakugo and Kirishima had been sent to an area together, so all of them had been rather close to the middle when it went down. Todoroki had just finished the cannon fodder villains sent his way quickly, and rushed to help with the middle area. Shota cursed under his breath, the sight of their injured classmate wasn't something they needed right now, and considering UA was on thin ice, the fact that villains got into the school and a student was placed near death, again wasn't going to be great for them. Thankfully, since Naruto was in a small crater, they hadn't seen him just yet. Students, everyone quickly go and help your classmates. Help should be arriving soon, Eraserhead and I have this area dash. Naruto. Kirishima had seen into the crater, and he jumped into it without a second thought. Naruto. Dude, you're okay right, these wounds won't keep you down. Kirishima cheered Naruto on as he landed next to him. He was about to shake Naruto awake, but he was stopped by Shota before he could touch Naruto. This wasn't a joke. Go help the other students, Naruto is in critical condition. If he's moved carelessly, it could put his life in more danger. Here, you're his friend, protect this for him. Shota grabbed the Hoshi no Tama and gave it to Kirishima. The boy looked at his friend laying on the ground, before he regretfully nodded his head. Naruto would have trusted Kirishima with guarding it for sure. Tsuyu hopped into the crater, and she looked at Naruto's condition like Kirishima. Todoroki, can you make a stretcher out of ice? Tsuyu asked the boy, and he looked a little surprised to be addressed directly like that. He nodded though, and placed his hand on the ground, making a flat chunk of ice in the general shape of a stretcher. Shota looked at it, before he figured out what Tsuyu was thinking of doing, and he nodded in approval. They could safely move him on a stretcher. Eraserhead, let's move him onto it. 13 gently moved Naruto's head and shoulders, while Shota moved his lower back and legs. The two of them worked together to gently move him onto the ice that would slow his bleeding and help him. This girl, she has a calm head on her shoulders. 13 thought as he looked at the frog girl with some appreciation. She would be a good rescue hero. Deku, Kirishima, can you two carry Naruto? I know it's a lot to ask, but I can carry that ball Kirishima. Todoroki, you're strong, if you'll protect us while we carry Naruto, and Bakugo dash. Shut it frog face, I'm strong, so I'm going to protect the front. Icy Hot can guard the back. Bakugo shouted at her, and she took it in stride. Kirishima looked at the small ball, before he handed it over to Tsuyu. Opening her mouth, she swallowed it whole, seeing as she could spit out her stomach later to get it out, she was the best suited to hiding something that seemed so important. Everyone got into position and they started to move out, with Tsuyu running next to the stretcher. I'm going to help in the mountain rescue area, a lot of villains looked like they were over there. 13 knew where he was going to go, and Shota nodded his head. He would go to another hurricane area, and find any students who were teleported there. With Naruto. What kind of opponent was he fighting? Kirishima whispered as he looked at Naruto's horrible condition. Even when Naruto took an explosion to the chest, and spent a full day getting stabbed repeatedly, he didn't look as bad as he did. He had never seen somebody beat his friend in a straight fight either, so he had just assumed that Naruto had won the fight and somehow knocked himself out by losing too much stamina. How far are we away? Kirishima wasn't in the lead, so he wasn't privy to that knowledge just yet. Boom. All these villains are damn cannon fodder. Bakugo blasted 2 villains who were running at them away, completely clearing their path towards the exit doors. Open the doors, losers. Bakugo shouted at the few classmates who hadn't been teleported from where they started. Mina and Achiko were the only ones left, the others having gone to get help, or help the other students with their villains. Mina. Shit. Kirishima couldn't let Mina see Naruto in this condition, she would freak out. He wasn't the only person who had this thought though, because Achiko had glanced and saw Naruto, and she looked at Mina before the girl could see her boyfriend. Achiko covered her mouth in shock when she was able to lay eyes on how bad of a condition their strongest classmate was, but she quickly blocked Mina's view. Uraraka. Mina asked in confusion when Achiko made sure to block her view of Naruto as much as possible, as the rescue team ran by them and out of the exit doors. Who was that they were carrying? It's okay, I know Naruto is accident-prone. He must have just broken his legs or something. I'm a hero too, I can handle seeing him get hurt. Mina pushed her aside with a forced smile. Achiko stood in her way again, making sure she didn't see it. Let's go help the others, I'm sure Naruto will be fine. Achiko didn't sound sure, and that worried even Mina. She frowned, but she nodded her head and forced herself to turn around and prepare to go and help the other students. Before they could though, most of the pro-hero teachers rushed through the doors and started to run towards the different areas as well. Leading them was an angry All Might. All Might wasn't smiling, the fury on his face was palpable. Who did that to one of my students? All Might shouted as he jumped, and knocked the girls over with a shockwave from his powerful legs. Neither of them had ever seen him so angry, nobody had, and suddenly, Mina looked towards where they were carrying Naruto. You two, take this chance to get out of here. We'll finish up with the villains here, and rescue your classmates. We'll have the police talk with everyone later to get your stories on what happened. Nizu spoke as he hopped down from a hero's shoulder, and motioned to the girls to get moving. As hurt as the young man looked to be passing him, he must have been in a tough fight. Nizu gave credit where it was due. Then again, even before Tenya had gotten to the teachers, they had seen the massive blue flames shooting into the sky. It was hard to miss that, to be honest. All of the pro-heroes got ready, and split up to go to each of the areas. They had students to save. Chapter 29. Gotta hurry and check on the others. Tsuyu hopped, her fastest way of running, out of the main school building so that she could go back to the USJ, and continue to help out with anything that they could have her do. After seeing the others off, when dropping Naruto off for emergency healing, she instantly made herself scarce. The others were strong enough to protect Naruto from further danger, but she was needed elsewhere. She wasn't sure what help that she could be, but it didn't hurt to go and find out from the pro-heroes if they had anything from her. She didn't want anyone else to be hurt. Her body froze, and her eyes dulled when she felt control of her own body give way. She hit the ground roughly, and though she wanted to wince in pain, her body's controls were no longer her own. She couldn't even twitch her eyes to see who was behind her, all she heard was the tapping of a cane against the ground. A villain. Child, in your stomach, you have something very important to me, something that is very useful for my plans, come with me, child. The male voice, she decided, spoke to her calmly, calculated. Tsuyu couldn't turn around and see him, but she felt his hand on her shoulder. Somehow, he had been able to sneak onto the school grounds without an alarm going off, or he was one of the villains who had joined on the USJ raid. She tried to open her mouth, but her body moved against her will as she walked with the man. The man tossed a small coin-like device on the ground in front of them, and it exploded into a small portal. Don't worry, you won't be harmed, as long as you don't fight. Of course, your mind might not be strong enough to fight my control. The man walked her towards the portal. He wanted what was in her stomach. Naruto's ball thing she promised Kirishima she would protect. No. Have to fight, have to. Tsuyu was led through the portal. Chapter 30. It was silent. Sitting down next to Naruto, his nephew, and seeing the teenager still unconscious, down on a bed with an oxygen mask over his mouth, and his arm in a sling, combined with the bandages on his head, it hurt Toshinori when he saw it. All he could do was hold Naruto's unbroken hand for support, not support for Naruto, support for himself. He had snapped when he saw Naruto being carried on a stretcher, and had gone into the USJ ready to destroy whatever villain had did this to him. Normally, all Naruto needed was Recovery Girl's healing kiss and he would be usually completely healed. Not this time. Before she could even use her powers, they needed to perform actual surgery on Naruto, to remove bone fragments from his lungs, set the bones in his crushed and twisted arm back into place. They needed to check his organs to make sure nothing else was vitally wounded, and thankfully, the most vital organ that had been injured had been his lungs. The rest of his organs didn't go undamaged though, and it was pure luck that the scan showed Naruto wouldn't suffer from any brain damage. He lost control. Shota spoke to Toshinori seriously. Thankfully, only 13 and I know he lost control. When I was asked by the police, I told them Naruto's desire to protect his classmates gave him temporary control over his quirk, and he passed out because of his injuries. Shota continued with a sigh. He had told the police a pretty big lie, but considering Naruto wasn't to blame for losing control, it wouldn't be good to punish Naruto. His quirk had acted on its own as a self-preservation mode, it had happened when Naruto had already been knocked out. If Naruto hadn't lost control, Nomu could have continued to rampage, and he could have killed a lot of people before Toshinori arrived to fight him, and that would have been a horrible thing to deal with. Toshinori bowed. Thank you, has there been any word from Tsuyu Azui? Toshinori tried to take his mind off of Naruto, he had to, otherwise he wouldn't be able to face himself when he went home. All of the students were accounted for and, other than Naruto, uninjured. The only student who was missing was Tsuyu, and the only injured was Naruto. They had been looking for Tsuyu for close to 8 hours now, and there was no sign of the girl. Even those with powerful noses said her scent just vanished completely, right in the middle of the school grounds, and the other scent with her wasn't like the scent of any of the villains who had attacked. It was frightening. Shota got a text, and he stood up when he looked at his phone. I just got a text from Midnight. She found a trace of Azui. You stay, if villains come back, you're the most suited to protect the school right now. Shota wrapped his scarf around his neck and prepared to go and get his student back. He looked at the location again, before he left the room, and he saw Mina was sitting outside of the room. He didn't say anything to her, as much as he would have liked to, but the tears in her eyes showed that she needed to speak with somebody. You can go in, I'm leaving now. Shota told her as he quickly passed by. All she did was nod and get up, heading into the room he just left. With Midnight. This is odd, the girl's quirk forms state that she can secrete a slime that is slightly poisonous, but what is it doing all this way from the school? Midnight was a little confused as she worked with her fellow teacher and pro-hero, Hound Dog. The one who had actually found the trail of slime, and he contacted her to make sure it was from the right student. The two of them had tracked down the traces all of the way down to a park, and considering it was so late at night now, it was doubtful that Tsuyu had been here to play around. Not a girl her age, and not at a park for little children like this. What do you think, Hound Dog? Midnight asked as she looked at the traces on the slide, bending over and examining carefully. She got no response as Hound Dog sniffed around, trying to find where the tracks went. They stayed in the park. Odd. I can smell her scent here at the park, but I don't smell it either entering or leaving. Hound Dog didn't know what to make of that. His nose had never lied to him before, but he didn't smell anyone else coming to the park, or leaving it. Midnight went to the bushes and looked into them for anything else. I sent a message to Eraserhead, he should be here soon. Let's see what else we can find in the meantime, Hound Dog. Midnight stood up and turned around. She looked to her fellow teacher, only to blink and pull out her whip when she didn't see him standing. Her free arm went to her white bodysuit, preparing to rip it. Hound Dog, you better not be pissing on a tree. Midnight tried to make a dog joke to flush her ally out. She was greeted by silence. Something was off. A small ball dropped out of the air, and landed on the ground in front of her. She ripped her suit, and pink gas started to fill the area, coming out of her skin. Her scent quickly surrounding her. In response to that, the small ball at her feet opened up, and all of her scent started to get sucked up into the ball. She ripped more of her suit off, and instantly her scent was sucked up into the ball again. The ball made a beeping sound, before it changed colors from pink to blue, and started to release a blue gas. She covered her mouth as quickly as she could, but her vision started to fade, before her body gave out on the ground. Hound Dog, Quirk, Dog, and Midnight, Quirk, somnambulist. Pro-heroes of quite a high standard, far exceeding the average hero for sure. Though, your original costume would make you far more suited to being in my collection. This scent, that little ball cancelled out my scent, and then released a scent that can knock me out, how? Midnight passed out. The next day. Where am I? Naruto's eyes weakly opened as he winced, the morning sun shining right in them. He felt horrible, his entire body was in a ton of pain, and breathing was difficult for him. He felt like he had gone 10 rounds with his uncle in his prime, and had taken a good amount of hits. What was worse, was Naruto felt an uncomfortable weight right on his stomach, which didn't really hurt, but made it harder to breathe. Trying to move his body, he found himself unable to move very much, even moving his hand was a challenge for him. All he could do was lean his head, and see that Mina was sleeping with her arms and head on his stomach, her eyes red and puffy, showing that she had been crying. On his other side, he saw his uncle sitting there, awake with a cup of coffee in his hands. This was Recovery Girl's emergency treatment room. It's okay, you can go back to sleep. You did it, you saved your classmates, but next time, can you save them without worrying me so much? Toshinori wasn't going to yell or scream, or even trying to tell Naruto not to save people. He would be a hypocrite if he told Naruto to stop risking his life for others. He tried to smile down at Naruto, and Naruto tried to remember what had happened. Nomu, that thing that he fought, all he remembered was getting smashed into a crater, then everything went black. Naruto nodded a little. Morning Yagi-san. Naruto. You're awake. Thank God, Recovery Girl said it would be days before you would wake up. Mina screamed when she saw his open eyes. She jumped onto him, and wrapped her arms around his neck as weakly as she could. Tears of joy were streaming down her face. She rubbed her cheek against the side of his head, and Naruto gasped and winced in pain. Recovery Girl took her cane, and smacked Mina on the butt as she walked in. Down. Sorry. Mina apologized as quickly as she could, holding her hurting bum with both hands. The elderly woman stood up on a chair, and looked at Naruto's condition with a critical eye. Is he going to be okay? Mina asked quietly, like she was trying to keep her words a secret. Getting a good look at Naruto again, she could see that Naruto wasn't in great condition. Recovery Girl nodded. How stubborn you are, never ceased to amaze me. I'm amazed you were able to survive with those injuries, and kept fighting despite of them. Now, you wake up days before you were scheduled to. You must have questions. Recovery Girl removed his breathing mask, and allowed Naruto to take a breath of fresh air. She kept it close by just in case Naruto wasn't ready to have it taken off just yet. Naruto's mouth moved, but he didn't have the strength to speak. Mina, and his uncle, looked like they wanted to cry when they saw him so weak. Gathering up as much strength as he could, and going beyond that, Naruto managed to sit up with a weak grunt. Toshinori helped him with a hand on his back, and Mina placed a hand on his chest. What? Where is it? He's unconscious again. Mina didn't know what to make of that question. She saw that Naruto was already asleep again, having used up all of the strength he had regained. She was pushed out of her chair, and Toshinori took, as the healing hero started to make them leave. Can't I stay with him longer? I'm his uncle. I'm going to start another healing for Naruto, and he's going to need more rest. With any luck, he should be able to move around again by tomorrow. Until then, you two are making him push himself too far to make you happy, out. Recovery Girl lectured both of them as they were forcefully pushed out of the room. The door was closed, and locked, behind them. Mina and Toshinori didn't know how to react right away to that, but Toshinori let loose a sigh of relief. Naruto was going to be okay, physically speaking. Toshinori and Mina looked at each other, before they nodded. If anything, the fact Naruto was being so stubborn meant that he was going to be okay, and they just needed to give him time to rest. You head to class, I know you'll be late, but you might want to head to the locker room and use their showers. Toshinori told her with a smile. She had been in her hero costume since yesterday, and had worked up a sweat when the villains had appeared. She deserved a nice hot shower before going to class, but she had been so worried about Naruto making it, she had stayed by his side all night. He didn't want to say it out loud, but the girl was really good for his nephew. She had been nothing but loyal to him when he was in great need, even if he wasn't awake to realize it. She nodded her head, and stared to walk off just as Toshinori's phone started to ring. Strange, he didn't recognize this number. Empty lady office. As you can see, we're still in the red with that last stunt, it might really be best if we move out of the city. No, I want to make it big, and to do that I have to be in the city. Empty lady complained as she listened to one of her very few workers explain to her how bad their financial situation was at the moment. With her gigantification quirk, even she knew she was best suited out of the city. That being said, she still set up her office in the city so that she could bask in the praise and glory that came with being a big city hero. There was a beep. Empty lady, there is an investor here to see you, do you want me to send him in? Yes. Empty Lady shouted into the mic, eyes dazzling. She had the brightest smile on her face, because in all of her short time as a pro hero, she had yet to have any investors come and visit her. The closest thing to that was when she had put out her line of hair care products to make extra money, and she met up with stores to decide which places could carry it and produce it. See, we're not bad off, investors means money. Now, scoot out, I want to see at the desk and look official. Empty Lady started to rush the man out of his desk. If she was sitting behind a desk, she would look a lot more business-worthy. She was happy she was wearing her costume right now, it would send off the best impression. Her advisor exited the room, at the exact same time as a man in a black suit, with slicked-back black hair and black sunglasses came in. He had a completely neutral expression and face, everything about the man was very neutral actually. He had a briefcase though, and he sat down across from her. Empty Lady, it's a pleasure to meet you. Always a pleasure meeting an investor, so, are you the one investing or do you have a boss? And let me just say, I am open to negotiations. Empty Lady acted as cool as she could. She could negotiate how much money she could accept, and if she was going to have to undergo small style changes, or start mentioning certain businesses and items for sale. She dropped her guard, and made herself look as naive and innocent to the business world as possible. She leaned forward and pressed her breasts together using her arms. He didn't even glance at her breasts sadly. I come as a representative. My boss is quite the fan of heroes, and your rising popularity has attracted his attention, as well as your powerful quirk. There will be no need for negotiations. If you will be willing to meet my boss, he has prepared dash. The investor spoke to her, and opened up his briefcase. Empty Lady saw the money in the case, and suddenly became very lightheaded. 1 billion yen in cash, with an additional 1 billion yen if he believes you have potential. The investor spoke calmly, and clearly. Empty Lady felt like she was going to have a heart attack when she saw the amount of money, and heard that it was only half of what she could be getting out of this. That was enough to take her out of the red completely, and put her far into the green. Deal. Empty Lady was drooling so much that when she shouted that, she accidentally spewed all over the investor's face. He paid it no mind. Very well, shall we? The investor stood up and reached into his pocket, putting out a small coin. He tossed it on the ground, and it opened up to create a portal above the coin. Well, let's not keep your boss waiting then. Empty Lady walked briskly towards the portal, her greediest smile possible on her face. She slapped her cheeks as she walked through the portal, and though it was strange that portals existed, it just might be because of a quirk she didn't know about. She put on a pleasant smile, before she blinked. She was looking at Eraserhead, Midnight, and Hound Dog, 3 pro heroes from UA, and they were standing across from her with blank looks on their faces. She noticed she was standing in the middle of what looked like a cathedral, with a painted ceiling. Lined on the walls were large pods, with heroes' names below each pod. In the middle of the room, behind the heroes, was a large pillar that went up into a hole in the massive ceiling. Heck, the walls were also lined with windows, revealing nothing but white outside of the windows. Odd. Holy crap, that's your original costume. Empty Lady looked shocked when she saw Midnight wearing her original, even more super revealing costume that lacked the bodysuit underneath it. One slip, and her breasts would become super exposed. This type of suit had been banned, thanks in part to Midnight herself. She blinked when the investor walked up behind the heroes. Empty Lady, I'm pleased you could join us. The investor pulled out a phone, and a voice came out of it. She thought she was meeting the guy in person. Wow, this is a pretty nice place you have. If you weren't investing in me, I would say this was a competent villain hideout. Empty Lady joked, seriously, as she glanced at the expressionless heroes. Add her to the collection. Damn it. Empty Lady looked saw the ceiling was tall enough to use her quirk. Grinning, she was shocked when instantly, her quirk was erased and she was unable to use it. She covered her mouth when pink gas filled the area from Midnight, and even though it was better against men, Empty Lady covered her mouth and nose, preparing to fight them off without her quirk if needed, they're under some kind of mind dash. Hound Dog slammed a fist into her stomach, knocking arms away from her mouth as she gasped, breathing in a large amount of scent. She suddenly felt woozy, but maintained consciousness for a bit longer. One of the pods in the room opened up, before she was captured by Eraserhead's scarf, and thrown into the pod. Erasing quirks, a fast and powerful dog, and portable knockout gas. I knew adding you 3 to my collection first would be a boon. Now, return to your pods, I want to keep you preserved. The pro heroes all obeyed the commands as more pods in the room, with their names, opened up. Just as Empty Lady's pod closed, and her body was placed in status. With Class 1A. Man, Aizawa-sensei is sure late. Achiko spoke with a wide smile. This was giving her the chance to finish up the homework she forgot to do with all the excitement from yesterday. She had a wide smile on her face, because she was almost done and the teacher was 15 minutes late for class. Several other students were just hanging around, talking with each other in small groups, while Tenya and Izuku were with her. It's inappropriate for a teacher. Tenya spoke with a frown, adjusting his glasses just to show his annoyance. Izuku waved his hands. He must just be exhausted from yesterday. Izuku mentioned as the doors opened up, and Mina tried to silently enter. He's not here. Izuku told her with a good morning wave. Mina sighed in relief. Mina. How's Naruto doing? Kirishima screamed as he ran towards her. She yelped when he grabbed onto her and started to try and physically shake the answers out of her body. She was soon crowded by other students that were curious about the answer, and trying to get it from her. Speaking of late. Momo whispered with a furrowed brow. Where was Tsuyu? He's going to be okay, he just needs some more healing, and some rest. Mina saw everyone who was friends with Naruto at this point sigh in relief. Kirishima even rubbed the joyful tears out of his eyes, hiccuping in a dramatic way at the safety of his friend. She was rubbed by Kirishima and Toru, both of whom seemed to be bawling, glad at the news. Shut up. That bastard is too strong, he beat a guy made to kill All Might, as if he would die that easily. Bakugo snapped at them for their crying. He had the most unpleasant look they had ever seen on his face, as if it had physically hurt him to say those words out loud. Yet, even he had to give credit where it was due, because otherwise he wouldn't be able to challenge himself and push his own limits further. Fucking bastard, hiding so much power. I'll beat him, I'll beat all of them. Bakugo thought with a clenched fist. Mina hugged Toru and Kirishima, before she quickly let go of them. An enemy made to defeat All Might. Izuku thought about that for a moment, before he blinked. That seemed impossible to him, he would have to ask Naruto about that when he saw him next, and get his opinion. Okay class, everyone to your seats. Everyone was surprised when a different teacher came into the room. Cementos, their modern literature teacher, came into the room instead of Shota. It was odd for them to see the man outside of his own class actually. Sir, where is Aizawa-sensei? Kyoka asked with a raised hand, the first among them who was willing to voice her thoughts on it. Cementos looked at her. He's resting right now, but he'll be back as soon as he's ready to teach again. Don't worry, we're sure he's in no danger. Cementos then proceeded to start giving out the lessons. With Ryuko. Seriously? Can't I enjoy my day off without some villains deciding to attack me? Ryuko wasn't exactly dressed for a fight, wearing a swimsuit for starters since she was at the beach. She just wanted to relax, and suddenly she was met with several masked men surrounding her. All of them with slicked back hair, black suits, and briefcases. They had white masks covering their faces, and were standing politely, with guns pointed at her. The life of a hero was a difficult one. Thankfully, her swimsuits were made of the same material as her clothes, so she could transform without worrying about destroying them. Going up to her dragon form, she looked down at the men and gave them a glare. Guns wouldn't hurt her in this form. She's using her quirk, open fire, go for her wings first like the boss said. The men opened their briefcases and pulled out ammo for their guns. Switching to the preferred ammo, Ryuko swiped at one of them. The one she swiped at shot her elbow, and a small blue ball impacted her scales, exploding and covering her elbow in a thick case of extremely cold ice. The men started to fire at her wings, weighing them down heavily with thick ice that started to form on her. They iced down her legs to the ground, freezing her in place. She wasn't even given a fair chance to struggle before her neck was completely covered in ice. The cold quickly started to sap her strength, as her eyes started to close. She transformed back into human form, and slipped out of the ice, hitting the ground as a shivering mess. The men fired at her again, and froze the lower half of her body. Two men changed ammo, while she laid on the ground helplessly. She was shot in the neck by two small darts. She was out cold moments later. Pro hero, Ryukyu captured. Transporting to base. The man's cold, neutral voice spoke as they captured the woman. With Endeavor. Oh, so you bastards think you'll be able to fight me? Endeavor shouted as he summoned forth flames, and threw them at one of the men. He was surprised when the man's suit wasn't even burned as he walked through the flames. A light green force field flickered around the man, all of the men around. They walked and formed a circle around Endeavor, as quickly as they could, before they opened up their briefcases and dropped thick metal plates on the ground. Endeavor had just been in his office, when these men had broke in and interrupted him. When he told them to leave or be fried, they simply told him his resistance was useless. We know all about your hell flame, and without oxygen, flames cannot live. Without heat, they have trouble starting. The seeming leader spoke, they all looked the same. I. Endeavor suddenly found he couldn't breathe. All of the air in the room was quickly sucked into the plates. He formed a quick flame, but the room's heat was drained as well. Without heat or oxygen, his flames quickly died into nothing. He ran at one of the men, hoping to beat him and break his machine. He hit a barrier preventing him from going a step further, as all of the men drew closer to him. Your popularity, status as a hero, and strength are all remarkable. The master wishes to add you to his collection. The leading suit spoke as Endeavor was shot with darts, his strength even more quickly fading away as he was grabbed. They created a plan unique to capture me. They analyzed my fighting style and my quirk. Who are these, Bast? With those as his last weak thoughts, Endeavor passed out. The men grabbed him and packed away their capture tools. Endeavor, captured. With Gang Orca. We don't wish for violence, a peaceful surrender is the best course of action. Underwater. Gang Orca was underwater, looking all around him as men in black suits surrounded him, surprisingly agile underwater like him. They were holding briefcases that they were opening to reveal strangely shaped guns. A hero never surrenders dash. That though the go for them to attack, and Gang Orca felt like his head was splitting open the second they pointed their weapons at him. He writhed and shouted in pain as extremely powerful sonic waves assaulted his head harder than he had ever experienced before. He couldn't see straight as they attacked, all of his senses went haywire, before his eyes rolled up into the back of his head. Two of the men swam over to him. His eyes rolled back to where they were supposed to be, and he punched at the men. He was then assaulted by more sonic waves, only this time, the men near him switched their ammo and shot capturing ropes at him. His legs and arms were tied up, and he was forced to bear the mind-rending pain. He struggled for several minutes, but even he needed air. He passed out, and a man placed an oxygen mask on his face, before injecting him with a knockout drug. Gang Orca, captured. In the mountains. Don't worry, the wild pussycats are here to save you. We'll get you out of there in a jiffy. The team of 4 heroes all went towards the collapsed cave. They had been called and sent to rescue several people who had called for him with a cave-in, and being a mountain rescue team, they had been the first team that had been chosen for this job. Tiger started to use his body to grab tree trunks and move them out of the way. Pixie Bob reporting for duty, let's clear away this earth. Pixie Bob shouted as she placed her hands on the ground, and the collapsed cave started to fix itself, boulders crawling out of the cave and into the open. It moved slowly so that no more cave-ins would happen. Don't worry, we'll save you soon. Mandalay thought as she sent out thought waves into the cave. She would reassure the victims until they were saved. They were a well-oiled team, and Ragdoll looked around everywhere excitedly, but she was blinking in confusion. Weird, I don't see anyone in the cave, no living or dead people anyway. Ragdoll didn't know what to make of that. With her quirk, she could see 100 people at a time, even if she didn't have her eyes on them directly. Yet, she couldn't see any people in that cave. Tiger started to squeeze through the cave-in, before he was gone from their view. Okay, be careful in there, Tiger. Pixie Bob, try and build up support structures, make them a good exit. Mandalay gave out instructions to her teammates. As the leader of the team, she had to make sure everything was good to go. Ragdoll furrowed her brow. She still couldn't see any people. I found them. Tiger's voice was heard loud and clear, which only caused Ragdoll to furrow her brow even more in confusion. People her quirk couldn't see. Perfect, and Pixie Bob is nearly done making an exit, are they injured at all? Mandalay called out her question. Seeing that there was enough space for her to go in as well, she traveled into the cave after Tiger. I'm coming in. Mandalay vanished into the cave after. Pixie Bob sent Ragdoll a thumbs up. We're Neanderthal. Pixie Bob made a joke, and Ragdoll nodded with a wide smile. Pixie Bob finished clearing out the cave-in, and with sunlight, Thai looked in and saw that there was nobody there. Not even Mandalay or Tiger were there. I don't see any people. Ragdoll stated, before a coin dropped on the ground in front of them. A portal opened up, and a small horde of men in suits came out of the portal before it closed, and the coin destroyed itself. I still don't see them with my quirk. Ragdoll pointed out with more confusion. Pixie Bob jumped next to her. Get ready to call for help, we don't know what their quirks are. Pixie Bob was pretty sure she had a good idea what happened to their teammates. She prepared to use her quirk, and the earth under them stirred to her call. The men all opened up their briefcases, before they pulled out rods and stabbed them into the ground. Pressing a button on top of each rod, her control over the earth around her was instantly ruined. Electricity ran through the ground, and as she gained control over it, the electricity ruined her control. They had negated her quirk. We need to get out of here, and warn Ragdoll started, but didn't get far into her statement. The men shot them with tranq darts, with the 2 women going down. The men surrounded them and tied them up, getting them ready for transport. Wild pussycats have been captured. After school, Class 1A. Man, those villains must have taken a lot out of the teachers. Aizawa-sensei and Midnight were both missing today. I hope Tsuyu is feeling well. Sato commented as he sat down with Shiro. School had just ended, and everyone was getting ready to go home. Ojiro nodded. It's certainly odd, but with the villain attack yesterday, things must be pretty hectic for them. Ojiro commented in a normal way. He tried to be understanding of the teacher's situation. They were all lucky they didn't end up like Naruto, or worse, dead with the villain attack. It was hard to imagine what it was like for the teachers to have to balance pro-hero work with teaching right now, not to mention they could have been injured as well. It was a lot to take in. So, Jiro, want to get a latte or something? My treat. Denki offered Kyoka with a grin on his face. She looked at him with a raised eyebrow, not seeing why he was offering this to her. She shook her head. I just want to go home and relax, I'm still a little shaken from yesterday. Kyoka denied him swiftly. She wanted that latte, but she wanted to spend time with her family winding down as well. He pouted and nodded. Why did that never work? Mina, want to hang out with me? Toru asked with an upbeat jump. Mina waved her off with a smile. I'm going to go home and change clothes, then I'm coming back here to visit Naruto. I want to be there for him when he's recovering. So see you guys later. Mina used that as her time to leave, finishing packing up all of her stuff. Sue her, she wanted to be there for her injured boyfriend, instead of just hanging out. As much as she wanted to spend time with Toru, some things had to come first. Tenya stood in front of Izuku. Midoriya, if it wouldn't be too much trouble, I wish to ask for your assistance with something. Most of the class was doing whatever they could to try and not think about what happened yesterday, though some of them didn't seem the least bit affected either. Strangely enough, Todoroki was actually smiling a little, which never happened in class. I feel like something good happened. Todoroki thought to himself with a smile. He didn't know what happened, but something good happened. Mina, can I visit Naruto with you? I have something I need to ask him about. Momo asked Mina with a concerned expression. Something weird about yesterday, a question she really wanted to ask Naruto, and she was sure that Naruto wouldn't answer it if he was able to walk away from her. Now was her only chance to ask the question. Sorry Ida, but I actually wanted to speak with Naruto about something too. Ashido, Yororozu, can I join you too? Izuku kindly denied Tenya, and he walked over to the two girls. Mina didn't really have a problem with it, and Momo wasn't in a position to judge him for asking, seeing as she asked the question too. Surely, Naruto would be willing to answer their questions. With Naruto. Gotta get stronger. Naruto grit his teeth in pain as he did push-ups with a single finger, his broken arm still in a sling. After his healing, which he didn't know how many times she had to heal him while he was out, he had been able to move his body once more. I'm not going to lose like that again. Naruto honestly didn't remember anything but his own defeat. Defeat. Not being beaten while training with Ryuko or his uncle, no, a real defeat against a villain. It wasn't a non-serious issue, he had actually lost a fight. A fight with the lives of others on the line, and it was just amazing that nobody else had gotten hurt. Child, you're trying my patience. I leave for 5 minutes, and I come back to see you exerting yourself. Recovery Girl stated as she lectured Naruto the second she came back into her office. She knew this much was going to happen as soon as Naruto could move his body. Naruto moved too much. Gah! Naruto let out a pained shout, and he fell to the ground. Your body is still incredibly injured right now, just because you can move, doesn't mean you should. As soon as you recover more stamina, I'm going to heal you again. Get in that bed, and stay there until I tell you to. Recovery Girl told him as she sat a bowl of ramen at the table next to his bed. It was a food that was great for restoring stamina, a food Naruto loved, so she would give him this. The quicker his stamina was restored, the quicker he could be healed to a better condition. She frowned to herself as she looked at her computer, and saw she was getting a flood of emails again. Naruto stared down into the ramen's broth, seeing his own reflection. I can't hear that voice anymore either, and I feel like I'm forgetting something, damn, these drugs are making it hard to think. Naruto rubbed the side of his head. He was on so many painkillers, and he could still feel pain, that it was extremely hard for him to form most complex thoughts. He felt like he was forgetting something important though. Bastard. What? Naruto asked when he heard somebody walk up next to him. He was surprised when he saw Bakugo, but he didn't make anything of it. He saw Bakugo glaring, normal, and he saw the boy look like he had swallowed a lemon, also normal for him. He was a generally unpleasant person to be around, but it was surprising that the boy who seemed to hate him, was visiting him. Tell me something. A hidden location. Ah, look at this collection. I have Midnight in her debut costume. Eraserhead, a hero who stays out of the spotlight. Then there is Hound Dog, a popular hero with animal quirk users. Endeavor, the number 2 hero, and Ryuko, the number 9. Not to downplay Gang Orca, or the wild Pussycats, and I have the complete collection for them. All these powerful quirks, added to his collection, and to be used as he saw fit. He had spent such a long time building up his massive fortune, using his own quirk to allow him to control others. With it, he was able to subdue a young man with a quirk that gave him near unrivaled intelligence. He had then spent years, quietly observing the pro heroes with interesting or powerful quirks, taking apart their battle styles, and trying to locate any weaknesses in their quirks. Do you see Tsuyu? I can change the world, change it how I see fit. I don't want to have to hurt you. With the Hoshi no Tama that I got from you, I've been able to do great things. When the boy's mother died, I had thought I would never lay my hands on one of these, but alas, I couldn't have been more pleased when my sensors picked up one moving around, in the open so freely. The man draped by shadows, wearing a cloak over his body so that Tsuyu didn't see his face, spoke as he held the white ball in his hand. Tsuyu was free from his control, but her hands were tied behind her back, and she was being dragged around on a leash like an animal. What use is that to you? It belongs to Naruto. All will be revealed in time. Until then, be a good pet and just follow your master around like an obedient creature. The man yanked on her leash and pulled her behind him, as she was forced to gaze at the growing collection of heroes the man was amassing. Tsuyu made sure to memorize everything she saw. The interior of this place was massive, and it was filled with such high-tech machines that she didn't know where to begin. She had also seen the man's robot army, the men in the suits, coming and going through those portal coins. They would leave to capture a hero, after getting suited up with the appropriate gear for their target, before they could leave. The heroes were almost always brought in with little to no injury, which was terrifying to the girl. This man wasn't a villain. He was a supervillain. Why keep me around? Tsuyu asked, and the man glanced back at her. When my final machine is ready, I'll use this Hoshi no Tama to cleanse this world, and then I'll use my collection to create the perfect world. If I want to enjoy the perfect world, I'll need a lowly creature like you, to remind me how far I've come. Since you practically handed world domination to me on a silver platter, you will be the lowly creature I keep as a pet. The man coldly spoke to her, all of the niceties before were gone as he looked down at her. Despite what was thought, he had no interest in her body. She wasn't going to be used as a breeding tool for his new world, and she wasn't going to be abused either. She would just exist to remind him just how he had succeeded in creating the perfect world. A portal opened up. 2 more portals opened up. Ah, Best Jeanist, Ms. Joke, and Mirko, what amazing additions, please, quickly place them in stasis. Good work. The man was excited to see 2 more of the top 10 had been so quickly captured, while another excellent pro hero had been brought along with them. His plans were going as smoothly as possible, and none of the heroes had caught onto his plans just yet. Even if they did, it was impossible for them to track him down. He was using portals to make sure nobody could find the location of his base. Then again, his base was always moving, so not that they would ever find it, until it was too late. My friends will stop you, even if the pros can't. Tsuyu tried to sound calm, but it was hard. Seeing so many captured pros was horrifying. Why should I worry about some worthless, no-name students? I've created plans on how to capture every pro hero that is worth anything. Some children are nothing to me. The man dragged her along with him as they went back to his throne, and as she was forced to sit on the ground, he took the throne. A platform started to raise his throne up high into the air, taking them to the control deck. Tsuyu looked out into the blue sky. This wasn't good. Later. Reports say that several pro heroes, including those of the top 10, are currently missing, and unable to be reached. If you have any information on the whereabouts of these heroes, please contact the police with haste. Nizu turned off the TV, with all of the teachers on his pro-hero teaching side, in his office with him. All of them had watched the news report the missing heroes. All of the heroes had vanished without a trace, which was odd on its own, and none of them were answering their phones, or responding to texts. It had become practically impossible to track them down, and the fact that their teaching staff was included in the missing heroes was frightening for them. It started when Shota went to check up on a lead for the missing Tsuyu, and it continued to spiral from there. What do you mean we can't help look for them? Vlad shouted as he slammed his fist into the table. They were being told not to do anything. Until we know more about this, we need to tread with caution. Every hero that went missing has gone missing without so much as a trace. For heroes like Midnight and Eraserhead it makes sense, but even Mirko and Endeavor were caught without signs of a fight. We're dealing with something we haven't dealt with before. Nizu placed his paws up to calm down the unruly teacher. As it stood, everyone was on edge. Midnight, Hound Dog, and Eraserhead weren't the only ones who had gone missing, even from their teaching staff. Ectoplasm, who had heard the report earlier than others, had gone to investigate, and he had already turned up missing as well. They were done by almost half of their pro-heroes in their teaching staff. If I go, I can make quick work of this. Toshinori explained, but Nizu glanced at him. If they took Endeavor down without a fight, it makes sense they also know your weaknesses as well, and have created plans against you. If we lose you, we lose hope as well. This isn't the time to go rushing, we need a plan of action. As it stands, I doubt the villain has murdered them. Nizu tried to explain, but the teachers didn't like it. They didn't have to like it, what he said made sense. Toshinori cupped his hands together, and frowned to himself. The only teachers they had left were Power Loader, Snipe, Cementos, Vlad, and himself. 13 was out on an assignment elsewhere, and the others higher up weren't fit for battle. As it stood, they wouldn't be able to protect the students. Are the students in any danger? Vlad calmed down a little and asked. He had been wondering about it too. This entity seems to be targeting only pro-heroes who hold a reputation, are well known, or have a strong quirk. The student status as students seem to protect them from this, but I wonder if Tsuyu Azui going missing has any relation to this. Nizu remained upbeat as he analyzed all of the data they had so far. He didn't stay upbeat though, and frowned. So many heroes have been captured in such a short time, and we have no information other than guesses. If we make any unwise moves, it could spell the end for us. Nizu didn't like saying it, but it was rather simple. They were fighting an uphill battle right now. They all went silent as they digested those words. This wasn't good. With Gran Torino. The elderly man stood with an unimpressed look on his face when a group of men surrounded him in his own apartment. He glanced around at them all, before he smirked and prepared for a fight. My boss wishes for you to come peacefully. Peacefully is for villains and the dead, I'll go down with a fight. Gran Torino moved too quickly for any of them to see and kicked one of them in the head, knocking him into a wall, before he moved around and kicked 2 more. As he was kicking them around, 5 more of them placed small square devices with holes in them around the room. He kicked down 3 more of them in under a second, half of the villains knocked out with ease. He went for several more, but his quirk stopped working, and he could feel his airs popping. The room's air pressure, it's too low for me to use my quirk, so they came prepared, and they aren't human. Gran Torino saw the men standing up, the skin on their faces having peeled off to reveal robot faces underneath. They replaced their masks and covered their robot features, before they got guns out and aimed at him. They didn't look like normal guns. It seemed these people were very prepared to fight him. You're a relic of a golden age of heroes, our boss will value you greatly. You will be unharmed if you surrender peacefully. Gran Torino raised his hands up in surrender. Very well, but I'm hungry, I want something to eat before I go. Wait for just a second. Gran Torino's mind thought quickly as he was allowed to walk over to his fridge and microwave. Placing frozen food in the microwave, he accidentally spilled the ketchup. Ah, dang it. I can't leave this place a mess, or I'll never be able to surrender peacefully. Gran Torino was allowed to clean up the spilled ketchup, just as the microwave went off. Smiling to himself, he placed his ketchup-stained fingers in the microwave, and after a few moments, he pulled out his food. He was allowed a few minutes to eat, before they opened up a portal, expecting him to walk in. Gran Torino, captured. Secret message, sent, you better be as good at tracking people down as your grandmother was Naruto. Gran Torino thought as he finished secretly typing a small messaging on the phone, hidden inside of his glove. Sending what he hoped was a decent text to Naruto, he willingly walked through the portal. He couldn't win this fight without his quirk, so he would entrust it to somebody he believed in, somebody with a quirk that was nearly impossible to plan against. The unpredictable idiot. With Naruto. What the hell is this? Naruto looked at the text he had gotten from Gran Torino, with a confused expression. He was still sitting in his bed, but he had been given his phone by Mina, as she, Momo, and Izuku all stood around him. NRRD Jelp. What the hell? Mina looked at his phone. So you're okay? Momo asked him, glancing at Mina and Izuku, unsure if she could ask her question with the others around him. She saw Naruto nod, and she sighed in relief. You seem to be recovering well. Momo looked at him, and though his arm was in a sling, he was doing much better than she pictured him. Mina nodded. She was happy that Naruto was already able to move this much again, getting multiple healings from Recovery Girl was having amazing results. Recovery Girl walked back into her office, and though she was a little surprised to see the other students, she made no comment on it. Thanks for healing Naruto, Recovery Girl. Mina thanked the elderly woman. Recovery Girl wasn't paying attention to her. Well, I can walk again, so I'm going to go and find my thing. Naruto said in the most confusing way he could have. Since he was sure the only ones in the room who knew what a Hoshi no Tama were, were him and Mina, it would be smart not to make that super public knowledge. Recovery Girl didn't even pay Naruto any attention when he got up and started to walk out of the room. Naruto locked eyes with Izuku. Your thing? Mina asked with a tilt-led head. A thing? I can make a thing. Momo then proceeded to make a small doll. She was sure that she could make a copy of whatever Naruto was missing. Mina grabbed Naruto and pushed him back into the bed, before she proceeded to jump up and sit down on his stomach. He wasn't moving. I'm not letting you leave until you're all healed. With your luck, the second you leave here, a supervillain will start raining fire from the sky from a flying fortress. Mina said the most strange thing she could think of. With Naruto's luck the last week, it made sense for something even more weird to happen. Then, you'll be right back here. So my butt is staying right here, and your butt is staying right there. Mina made herself comfortable on Naruto, until he got the hint and stayed in the bed. She was sure that this would keep Naruto in bed. He's going to dash. Izuku knew Naruto a little, and knew this wouldn't keep him in the bed. Naruto laid back and grabbed Mina, pulling her into the bed with him. I need my Hoshi no Tama, it's on the move, I can feel it. Naruto whispered gently into her ear so neither Momo or Izuku could hear them. Mina's eyes widened when she realized that Tsuyu was the last person to have it, and right now, Naruto's life was still in danger if anything happened to that little ball. Not to mention, if they found it, they could find Tsuyu as well. I totally forgot, we had that date thing planned, ahahaha. Mina laughed nervously as she jumped up off of Naruto. Naruto nodded. Yeah, so we better go, and get ready. We'll see you guys later. Izuku, I don't know what you need to ask me, but if you have questions, try and answer them yourself. Naruto told his classmate, and he wasn't the only one that took the answer. Momo nodded her head, since she had a question too. She would go and think about it herself now. Izuku just nodded with a downtrodden look, and though Naruto wanted to help, Izuku had to learn to help himself improve too. You could be trained by 100 skilled trainers, but if you weren't able to improve yourself, then you were placing limits on your growth from the beginning. What was that about? Mina asked Naruto as they walked by. Naruto would tell her later. It's on the move, that thing is too much trouble. The second I get that thing back, I'm going to lock it up again. Naruto frowned as he thought on it. It was his key to unlocking the secret powers of his quirk, but at the same time, it was his biggest weakness. He had never intended for Tsuyu to get her hands on it, he would have preferred it if Mina or Kirishima were holding onto it for him while he was knocked out. Actually, he would have much preferred his uncle over everyone else. Sadly, only a few people knew what it was, so he doubted that Shota knew how dangerous it was to leave with Tsuyu. He couldn't afford to leave his weakness exposed, even if it meant he was sacrificing a large amount of his potential. Let's hurry and find that, and find Tsuyu with it. Mina didn't like how much danger her friends were in. They weren't in a good position. Secret base. Almost complete, soon, my precious army will finish constructing my cleansing machine. The man looked up at an incomplete machine with a smile. He had locked Tsuyu up in her cage, since this part of the base wasn't something she could see. He could just imagine placing the Hoshi no Tama into the machine, and finally powering it. He had already created his 15 core controllers for the machine, and he had them strategically scattered across his base. The machine was 55% complete, and he had begun constructing the second. The location of a Hoshi no Tama was located and seen moving around. He had almost lost hope that he would never be able to go through with his plan, but everything was falling into place. After waiting for years, the wait was almost impossible to take. Not only would he have to wait for his machine to finish, but he needed to wait for the Hoshi no Tama to finish charging up the machine. He could have done this all years ago, but it had become impossible to use Kushina's Hoshi no Tama, or even her mother's Hoshi no Tama before her. Both of those had been shattered long ago, and even if he put them back together, it wouldn't restore their power. Boss, the machine's completion will be ready in an estimated 31 hours. Very well, and the charging time? The man asked his robot. 15 minutes. Then that is how long this world has, before the cleansing will start. Be sure to collect all of the heroes that are on my list before then. My new world will only accept the best, and the genetics of heroes can't get any better. I want a diverse gene pool at my disposal for cloning. The man gave his orders. He wanted all of those pods filled, and he wanted to begin the process of creating the next, perfect, generation of humanity. Using his hero collection as a genetic base for his experiments. The world had less than 2 days before he started to purge it. Understood. The man smiled. I have a dash. With Naruto. Bad feeling about this. First Tsuyu went missing, and now everyone seems worried about something, and Ryuko won't answer her phone, neither will Rumi, and she never rejects my calls. Naruto said as he tried to call anyone he could. Something was weird, civilians seemed like they were in a state of unrest at the moment, and nobody was willing to say why. Did something happen while he was out cold, something that freaked everyone out so much that people were getting off of the streets as quickly as possible? Why were people so freaked out? Who is Rumi? Mina asked as she pinched his cheek. Also, where are we going? Mina questioned further. Seeing Super Gramps, his text message is weird. I should check up on him. Considering how people are acting, and the weird feeling I have, something bad is going on. This is like the feeling I got yesterday. Naruto mentioned with a frown. It was like the feeling, but there was no voice in his head this time. The feeling of imminent danger was bad enough. Mina was silent at the reminder of yesterday. Think a big villain is going to show up again. She wasn't sure she could handle that right now. They got to a small house, and Naruto walked inside using his copy of the key. Frowning when he right away saw signs of a fight, Naruto looked around. Super Gramps, you here? I smell burnt ketchup. The microwave. Naruto walked over towards the microwave and looked at the ketchup stain on the ground in front of it. The smell wouldn't be burnt though if it was just a stain on the ground. He opened the microwave, and he didn't see any ketchup there either. Mina looked into it, and because she was shorter than Naruto, she was able to see the top of the microwave. Ah, a message, what does I've been taken mean? Mina asked, and she spoke the I've been taken in English, a language she wasn't super familiar with. A language Naruto was familiar with. I'm calling my uncle. Naruto stated with a frown. With Toshinori. All Might, captured. Toshinori laid on the ground, clutching his side as his body was covered from neck to foot in a highly dense material that was so heavy, even he had trouble moving in it. The material kept growing tighter and tighter around him, and when he tried to use his strength to get out, all it did was loosen up and jump off of his body, before it would get right back on it. His phone started to go off, and one of the men destroyed it the second he noticed it. They surrounded him and placed him inside of a mobile pod. Not yet, I'm not. Going into his muscle form again, having been forced out of it, he broke free for a second. He managed to break out of the pod, and though he was free, it didn't last long. His quirk was erased. A portal opened up, and Eraserhead came through with an emotionless face. His quirk active, and forcing Toshinori to stop using his own quirk. Before he could escape, he was shot with the capturing gel that got him before, and a second pod was placed around him. All Might, captured again. The number 1 hero, was captured. Chapter 31. Now, normally we don't do these things, but if they will help All Might investigate a missing girl, this is her address. Mina had a dull face when she saw Naruto lie to a police officer, using All Might's name of all things, to get information from, again, the police. What was more surprising was that they didn't even check to see if Naruto was telling the truth, by trying to contact All Might himself. They just looked up the personal information of a citizen, and were giving it away to Naruto like it was nothing. More heroes had gone missing, and it was getting worrying. Thank you, I'll tell All Might how much help you've been. Naruto nodded his head, keeping a straight face through the entire lie. He didn't allow a single bit of his fib get through his voice, which was surprising considering he was normally a shitty liar, to those who knew him well enough at least. Please, keep this a secret. All Might is undergoing this investigation under the radar right now. Naruto forced a smile and put a finger to his lips. His uncle was one of the kidnapped heroes, he just knew it, and it would be bad if people assumed that All Might had been captured. No doubt, this news would leak, and people wouldn't assume their symbol of peace had gotten kidnapped. In times like this, the people would crumble without hope, and All Might being captured was the same as losing hope. The officer nodded with a wide, hopeful smile. It hurt Naruto to lie to this man. With All Might. Now this won't do. I knew he was injured, and I figured out how his quirk works and the methods around it, but in this condition he has no worth. Fix him. The man spoke as he looked at All Might's smaller, skeleton-like form. He saw the heavy wounds, and while he never knew what caused them, he knew that this was All Might's new true form. Of course, that wouldn't do, he needed a fully healthy All Might. Replace the damaged organs, and place him in the restoration chamber for 4 or 7 cycles. Then place him back in stasis. The man waved off the robots to go and do his bidding. Funny, his sensor said that All Might was quirkless right now, which was impossible considering he was using his quirk earlier. His machines couldn't give him back a quirk, but the damage done to his body could be repaired at least. The greatest hero deserved that much. He wanted heroes as they were when they first debuted, and while he had a costume replica from All Might's debut, it would do no good if All Might was in a lesser condition. He had made sure to make Midnight wear her debut costume, and all of the heroes were in their debut costumes as well. It wasn't really worth anything to be honest, other than collection purposes. Shall we start the cloning process for the other heroes, sir? No, we'll clone them to repopulate the planet once we have cleansed this world of lesser humans. The man didn't want to do things out of order. First, the world needed cleansing, then he would clone the best heroes, not to mention he was still adding to his collection. Who was to say he would be fine with just capturing the top 10, and the popular heroes? He was going to capture every hero who had caught his eye before ending the world, those with good quirks, good reputations, and most of all, those who had cemented themselves as legends. Tsuyu's home. We're really doing this? Mina asked with a slightly down expression. They were doing something wrong. We need clues to find Tsuyu, at the least, I need something that has her scent on it. If I transform, my nose should be able to track her scent for miles. Naruto stated with an equally upset face. They were going to be invading the girl's privacy, and the girl had saved his life too. This was to find her though, because Naruto had the sinking suspicion that she was related in some way to the disappearance of the heroes. After she vanished, multiple heroes started vanishing as well, including his uncle and Super Gramps. If they could track her down, then maybe that would be what they needed to help them find the pros. So, when Mina knocked on the door, she was surprised when it wasn't a parent who answered the door, but a young boy. Hello Sammy Dare, I'm your sister's friend from school, and I don't like asking this, but can we come in and check her room out? Mina placed her hands together in a begging position. The boy looked between them with a straight face for a second, before he closed the door in their faces. Naruto twitched. That was a normal thing to do, sadly, it didn't help them. Naruto knocked again with a little more harshness to it, and the boy opened the door once more. Go away, Tsuyu isn't here dash. We're not here to hang out kid. Your sister is missing, right? We're here to try and find her. Your sister saved my life, and she might be in danger. I know we're strangers to you, but heroes are vanishing, and right now, the two of us are the only ones looking for her. Naruto was a lot less nice as he glared down at the child. If the boy slammed the door in their face one more time, then he was going to break down the damn door, and pay for it later of course. Sammy Dare looked a little put off at first, before he nodded. Okay, her room is upstairs, first on the right, take your shoes off. Sammy Dare told them as he welcomed them in. Thanks. Mina passed the boy and smiled, taking her shoes off along the way. Naruto went in after her, did the same, before he pat the boy's head. Sorry I was mean there kid. We're really going to try and find your sister though. Naruto told the boy as he passed him. He followed Mina as the girl went up the stairs and into Tsuyu's room. When Naruto followed her, he was a little surprised to see her room looking very normal for the most part. He closed the door behind them, before he started to glance around. First, we should get a piece of her clothing, something she wore recently that has her scent on it. Naruto stated, and Mina already had that one taken care of. She opened Tsuyu's closet and pulled the skirt she had been wearing a few days ago out of the hamper. Unlike a shirt, this would be easy to carry around for them, they could fold it up and fit in their pocket easy. Not to mention a shirt was too bulky, and bras and panties were too, well Mina wasn't comfortable with her boyfriend sniffing that. It doesn't look like she was taken from home, no signs of a struggle at least. Everything is pretty clean. Mina looked around the room. Books, DVDs, CDs, yaoi manga, seems like none of this stuff is out of place. Mina looked at Tsuyu's well-organized bookshelf. Naruto didn't even bat an eyelash. We can agree to disagree on that last one, but you're right, everything seems to be normal here for the most part. Naruto stated as he grabbed the skirt from Mina, and closed his eyes. Transforming, Naruto smelled the skirt and started to memorize her scent. The smell was sweet, she used a very nice body soap. It was a little bitter because of the very small amount of poisonous mucus on her skin. It had the female scent on it as well, hormone-wise at least, and he could smell the sour of sweat on it. The unique blend was easy for him to memorize, and with it done, he tossed her skirt on her bed. Let's go, once we walk around, I can get a better read on her scent. Naruto told Mina, and she nodded. Naruto powered down, and she followed after him as they were walked out of the house by the younger brother, and when they left, they could see the boy sending them a slightly suspicious look. He didn't fully believe them, but gave them a chance. I think this is the first time we've ever gone out actually looking for hero work before, usually it just finds us. Mina commented as they started their walk away from the house. Whenever they fought villains, before joining UA, it had always been where they were out doing something else. This was the first time that they were actually purposely doing illegal hero work. Naruto frowned. We don't have a choice. Pro heroes are vanishing, the top 10 are gone. See the road, no cars, no people. Everyone is scared shitless, and the heroes are all busy trying to find the other heroes. They aren't going to care about one missing girl at a time like this. We need to find her, and with her, we might find the others, and Naruto trailed off. He didn't want to make it sound like he was only tracking her down to save his own life. He would track her down if she had his ball or not, but right now, her disappearance didn't seem like a coincidence with the hero's vanishing. Mina held his hand, and smiled up at him. They would find her together. He would do anything for his friends, that's a reason I love him so much. Mina didn't say her words out loud. She just smiled, using her love as a way to get her pumped up to find their friend. She was happy that Naruto was so brave in the face of these trying times, because she might not have been if he wasn't there by her side. I didn't know you could track Naruto. Mina realized moments later that Naruto was literally tracking Tsuyu down like she was an animal. Naruto furrowed his brow, before his eyes widened. He got a scent. Come on, I got a scent. Naruto took his lowest form and started to run towards the biggest source of the scent. Mina chased after him, able to somewhat keep up with him with her athletic build. They might just have a lead yet. Healing chamber. What do you mean he can't be healed? All Might's injuries couldn't be healed through his medical science, and it was frustrating for him. Even with what they could do, they couldn't heal the greatest hero and return him back to his prime. To hear that news was absolutely frustrating, so frustrating that he thought about cloning All Might, a better one, and throwing the original away. He forced himself to calm down though, and took a deep breath. He hated that he couldn't have the original in mint condition, sure, but slightly used would be fine as well. The rest of the top 10 were in prime condition, and All Might, the symbol of peace, was an achievement to get on its own. He would have to make do with what he was being given, and that might be a disfigured All Might, but he would live with it. He hated getting second best anything, not being able to heal All Might to his strongest was like getting a husk of the original. He wouldn't think on it anymore though, because then he would anger himself. All Might's DNA wouldn't have his physical flaws, so the clones he would make would be fine, so all was good. His perfect world could still happen. Back with Mina. A park, a children's park. Mina corrected herself when they started to run into the park. It was the middle of the day, but there were no children at the park. With the disappearance of heroes, parents were no doubt keeping their children inside right now. Naruto leaned down closer to the ground, and he looked around. He could see quite a few sets of adult footsteps, but the high heels in the dirt seemed familiar to him. Smelling the air, he smelled a very sweet perfume, the smell of a slightly wet dog, and Shota, all in the same area, but with Shota's scent appearing to be the freshest. Naruto saw slime on the ground as well, though it was nearly dried up completely. The slime gave off the same smell as Tsuyu gave off, so it had to be from her body, but a far more concentrated dose of her. The smells led into the park, but they didn't leave. Eraserhead, Midnight, and Hound Dog were here, but their scents vanish here. Naruto commented as he looked around. He wanted to find any tracks that could be a hint to what kind of assailant had attacked them and taken them. So far, he wasn't finding anything of great importance to note. Mina, help me search the ground, anything that looks weird or out of place. Naruto told her, and she saluted him. Aye, Captain. With that, she got down on her hands and knees and started to look around in the dirt. She would need a shower after all of this, but it would be worth it if they could find a clue to where Tsuyu was. Nothing was standing out to her though, not the children's footprints, not the small, broken coin that had mechanical wire inside of it. Not that long black hair on the ground. Is a small broken coin, with mechanical stuff in it weird? Mina asked as she picked up the broken remains of a strange coin. Naruto looked at her like she was stupid, and she gave it to him. I have no clue what to make of this, but I don't recognize it. I doubt anyone in our class will recognize this level of tech either. We should check with the support class and see if they have any geniuses who know what this is. Naruto was pretty sure the smartest girl in the class, Momo, wouldn't know what this was either. His best guess was that it was a GPS tracker of some sorts, but he didn't want to put money on his guess. He could be very wrong, and it could be something completely different entirely, so it was best to see if somebody else had a clue. To the support class. I think this might be Midnight's hair too, but I'm not sure about it. I'm going to bring it with us. Mina pocketed the long black hair, just in case it did belong to Midnight. Then they would know for sure if the woman had been here, and not just go off of her scent being there. It was possible to fake a scent, there were quirks that could disguise scents after all. They needed to hurry, the longer they took, the more heroes that were going to disappear. Udodic support workshop, later. Boom. Oh shit. Naruto pulled Mina back when the door to the workshop exploded, shooting off its hinges. Smoke came out of the room, and was quickly sucked up by the vents. Naruto sighed in relief when he saw that the girl that was knocked through the door, he just noticed her, was unhurt, other than being covered in a large amount of dirt, ash, and oil. The girl was a mess, didn't look like she had left the workshop in a while, and was very sleep-deprived. Holy crap, her boobs, this girl is stacked. Mina, with a slightly above-average rack, felt inadequate when she looked at the amount of cleavage this girl showed off. At her old school, she had been the biggest around, but at UA, she was finding girls left and right who destroyed her. She glanced at the girl, and noticed she wore no bra, and she glanced at Naruto. Then, she slapped her cheeks when she saw Naruto only quickly glanced at her cleavage. No. Mina elbowed Naruto in the side. She didn't like being jealous, so she only lightly elbowed him. Naruto rubbed where she got him. You're with the support class, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I need to speak with Power Loader about something, can you tell me where he is? Nope, haven't seen him in hours. He was called out to help somebody, I'm all here alone with my babies, which I need to get back to. Inventing my beautiful babies is more important than anything that takes up my time anyway. The girl walked right by Naruto. Naruto glanced in the workshop, and saw it was filled with a lot of inventions. The way this girl talked, she was the one who invented a lot of them, and a good number of them were pretty complicated. Mina frowned. Rude. Then you'll do. I have a machine that I need to question, and have it rebuilt, but mostly, it's an extremely complicated machine I've never Naruto suddenly had the girl right in his face. She grabbed his shoulders and pushed her boobs up against him, face to the point she was practically kissing him. Her eyes bulged in interest, and she had a wide grin. Should have started with that then. I'm May Hatsum, if it's an invention you need looked at, I'm more than happy to help. Come on in, come on in. May grabbed Naruto's hand and started to pull him in. She grabbed Mina by the front of her shirt and pulled her as well, the two of them being practically dragged into the workshop by the girl. That was a newfound interest in what they had. This girl has no personal space priorities. Mina complained in her mind, and Naruto thunked her on the head for it. Ow. Stop being jealous, Mina, even if I think she's attractive, I'll never cheat on you. Also, you're pretty quirky too, anyway, May. I found this coin here, can you tell me what it is? Naruto started when they stopped, and the girl crossed to the other side of a table. He took the coin out of his pocket, and placed it on the table in front of her. She grabbed the parts of the broken coin, and slid them over to her, before she looked at them. The crosshairs she had for pupils seemed to zoom in on the coin, and she looked a little confused. Then she grinned. Ahaha. I have no clue what this is. May admitted proudly, as Naruto and Mina's heads hit the table at that. Why was she happy about that? Not a clue at all. Mina questioned her, and she was ignored. May didn't seem to notice her. Not a clue at all. Naruto asked for Mina, and May looked at him and lifted the coin up. Went over towards her gear, and she grabbed several very small tools, before she came over to the table again. She leaned down closely, before she started to quickly and carefully put the pieces, all of them, back together. She melded the wires together without ruining anything first, and from there she started to repair the coin. She grinned. I have no clue, but with my quirk, Zoom, I will repair this no problem. Once I repair it, I can run it through my computer and see the data this thing has. This is such a high-spec piece of tech, somebody has to be proud of this baby. Oh, this makes me excited, super excited, whatever this is, I'll make something even better. May muttered to herself as she continued her work. Mina leaned over and whispered. If she gets aroused over this, I'm out. Going to be honest, still like her more than Himiko. Naruto whispered back. Even if this girl was freaky, she was the good kind of freaky. She was the freaky that was using their freak aura for good, and not evil. May heard them, but only grinned and ignored them. She finished the coin in 15 minutes and 13 seconds. She placed it next to a scanner on her computer, before she started to run a program that would copy the coin's programming into her computer, so that she could see how it was programmed. From where, she could try and see what it was programmed to do. Wow, this is the most complicated programming I've ever seen. Whoever made this is a complete genius, an inventor worthy to be my rival. May spoke as she started to grin to herself. She couldn't even begin to see what everything on the coin was made to do. She got it up and operational again, for sure, but she didn't know anything else. All of the data was super encrypted, several levels of it, and what she could understand dealt with programming that was beyond modern science. She grinned. Do you know what it is though? Naruto asked her with a curious look at her programming. She ignored him for 5 minutes, 5 full minutes, and then she spoke. She got it. It's a teleporter, you rub your finger along the edge to activate it, and then throw it on the ground. It breaks after one use though, and I have no clue where this coin is programmed to lead to. Where was it? May asked with a non-blinking gaze. It could be a clue, where it was found. A park. Then this one might lead back to the base of the maker, but I can't be sure. It does have a GPS tracker in it, but the tracker doesn't track the coin. Instead, it seems to track the location of something else. Odd. I like it. It will take me hours to understand all of this. May liked the challenge that was brought to her. This would keep her busy for hours understanding it, and it might keep her busy for weeks trying to replicate and surpass this technological masterpiece. A portal teleporter with a built-in tracking core, the one-use limit was kind of horrible, but it prevented anyone else from getting their hands on the tech, which was smart as well. It was clearly made to be mass-produced. Hours. Here, this is my cell number. When you have it figured out, call me. I want to hear the results as soon as you can. Naruto told her, grabbed a piece of paper on her desk, and wrote down his number. She didn't have her phone on her, otherwise she would have already modified it, no doubt. May nodded and put the number in her pocket. Skipping, around the table she grabbed Naruto's face, before she surprised everyone in the room by planting a kiss flat on his lips. It was wet, and lasted for only a moment. Hey. Thank you for this, you've given me a wonderful present. You helped too, so don't think I forgot you. May walked towards Mina as the girl prepared to take a swing at her. Grabbing her face as well, May planted a wet kiss on her lips as well. Mina was surprised and blushing in shock when she was kissed like her boyfriend. Then, the two of them were quickly pushed out of the room. What the hell? Naruto muttered as he stood in shock, with Mina. Now go, and next time you find anything this interesting, bring it to me again. What the hell? Mina looked at Naruto and blinked in shock. She pointed behind her into the workshop, right back at May. She didn't know what to make of that either. The girl had just planted kisses on both of their lips, and it was weird to say the least. She was never talking to that girl again if she could help it, and only when she was sure that she wasn't going to have her lips violated again. The hair. Naruto reminded her. Damn it. May, do you have anything that can track a person by their DNA? Mina ran back into the workshop. May looked at her with dull eyes. Yeah, but I took it apart to improve it. I'll work on that after this coin, so give me a few hours. It shouldn't take me more than a few minutes, and this is way more interesting. May started ignoring her again with a smile, in favor of looking at the rows and rows of data in front of her. Oh, the sweet programming fountains of knowledge she was to learn from. Naruto frowned and walked back in after Mina. May seemed very self-centered by nature, it would seem. If you can work on the tracker first, then I can give you tickets to go to Island. If you ever break up with this man, he is mine. Well, my deeply connected friend, give me 15. 10, give me 5 minutes and you'll have a DNA tracker. May turned and looked at Mina with a hardcore look. One that Mina wasn't comfortable with, for reasons, and then the girl was all smiled as she went into her pile of inventions, and pulled out a small radar-looking device. This can track anyone who possesses DNA with a 100% genetic match within a 10-mile radius. I took it apart because I learned that it thinks twins are the same people, and tries to track both at the same time. Kind of useless when chasing criminals with twins. May meant to have her invention fixed up so that it didn't do that, but it was harder to program a machine to tell twins apart, and only track one of them. Darn those twins, and their perfectly identical genetic codes, making her machines have fatal flaws to them. Mina stood next to Naruto, holding his hand to calm herself down. This girl was, very upfront with her desires. Minus 30 minutes later. This thing has another flaw the girl forgot to mention. Mina was a little angry when they started to follow Midnight's DNA signal, and it took them to her apartment. Well, we can't get in there dash. Naruto leaned down and looked at the lock, before he transformed, and put the tip of his claw into the lock. After some careful work, Mina was surprised when she heard the click, and Naruto turned the handle of the door, opening it up. Midnight's been kidnapped, we might find clues dash. I'll go in alone this time. Midnight is the 18+ rated hero. I don't want you seeing anything in there. Mina went in alone and closed the door behind her. She had the radar in her hands, and she followed it. Walking into the bathroom, she saw Midnight's hairbrush, and the radar was telling her the hairbrush was Midnight, because of all of her hair on it. It didn't just sense twins, it also sensed any large amount of DNA of the person it was tracking, which was less than helpful. Mina went towards Midnight's room, and she looked around, not seeing anything. Mina covered her mouth when she saw how many of those types of books she saw on the shelf. She felt a little pity towards Midnight in that instance, when she saw close to 100 or more books detailing that, and several about marriage. Well, she was getting to be that age after all. What is this? Mina questioned when she saw a costume doll. The doll was shaped like Midnight herself, and it was currently naked. She looked at it curiously, and saw that it seemed to have been moved out of its spot and thrown aside. Looking down at the ground, she saw a second one of those broken coins. Whoever kidnapped her, broke into her apartment and stole something too. Mina guessed as she put the broken coin in her pocket. That was a pretty big clue. Wait, did they steal her hero costume, or an older version of it? That kind of made sense, but at the same time, it really didn't. Find anything? Yeah. Mina screamed and threw acid behind her. Naruto jumped out of the way the second that she threw it, and the acid burned through almost 35 of Midnight's books down to the last pages. Naruto looked at them, before he sighed. I'll pay for it, and apologize to Midnight for you. Naruto palmed his face, before he looked at his blushing girl. She better have found something. Okay. I found another coin, and this mannequin looks like it's been stripped and tossed aside. Mina pointed out the only two strange things she found, other than Midnight's large porno collection. She didn't make a point of mentioning it naturally, as much as she wanted to. Some things didn't need to be said. Naruto frowned. So, we know the maker of this coin did something to Midnight now. Let's get out of here. Naruto said as he turned to leave. He had gotten worried when Mina had taken her time, but now they were going to have to try and track down Midnight through another method. Mina nodded and followed after him. They were getting closer to finding the truth. With Tsuyu. They just brought me lunch, so maybe I can sneak out, and check this place out. If I try and escape, they'll catch me. These bars. I might be able to slip out. Tsuyu had a small body, not counting her boobs and hips, but small enough that if she was lubed up, she might be able to squeeze through the bars. She finished off the lunch they brought her. Right now nutrients were nutrients, and she needed them if she was to try and get information to her friends. She couldn't rely on pro-heroes right now, since this man seemed to have intimate knowledge, and a method to defeat almost every pro-hero. The man had captured the entire top 10, and dozens of pro-heroes now. That included All Might. She needed to rely on her friends, who this man was underestimating. His quirk, he hasn't used it on me since it was broken the first time. It let him control me, but how does it trigger? Tsuyu tried to think about it as she started to strip herself down to her underwear. A sports bra and regular, non-sexy, panties. She started to build up as much mucus on her skin as she could, the slime spreading over her body. She didn't know how long she would have, but she would need to get back to her cage quickly if she couldn't escape. She squeezed her body towards the bars of her cage, and she was actually able to force her body through it with extreme trouble. Popping out of the other side of the cage, she hopped towards the wall and started to crawl on the wall towards a window. She crawled out of the window. Rib bit. She couldn't escape, not without help. She wasn't just in a fortress of a villain, no, this man went above and beyond, with extra points towards the above. This man had created something that was to be expected of a man that had captured so many pro-heroes in so little time. She would fall to her death if she tried to escape on her own. Chapter 32. This is another of those core chambers, but what do these cores control? Tsuyu crawled on the ceiling and looked down at the machine that was surrounded by a cage of thick glass, with a small crystal being placed in the middle of the machine, a small broken crystal. There was a powerful electrical charge that, just by being in the same room as the machine, made her hair try to stand on end. She mentally marked this place down, and noticed that there was a hero pod inside of here as well. The hero pod that was inside of this room seemed to belong to the hero, Ms. Joke, and there was the woman in her pod. Frozen in stasis until she was ready to be used, it would seem her power and popularity wasn't high enough to be placed with all of the rest of the best heroes in the main chamber. She had visited 5 of the 15 core chambers already, in the few hours that she had managed to slip through the bars, and she had noticed that so far, there was a hero pod in each chamber. Were they guardians for the core chambers? So far, the only hero pod she had seen in the chambers, contained Ms. Joke, Snipe, Kamui Woods, Empilady, and Ingenium, all of which she noted down as having been captured heroes. Knowing she didn't have much time left, she started to crawl back into the direction of where her cage was. It was soon going to be dinner, and while she was in the cage, she was being treated moderately well. She was being given 3 meals a day, all of which came at the exact same time, and soon it would be dinner. He had told her this much himself, since she was supposed to survive the end of the world in order to be a reminder for the man. The fact the machines weren't looking for her was enough to prove that they didn't know she was gone yet. This place was massive. How had the man managed to do all of this without anyone noticing over the years, and moreover, she had yet to see another living human being as well. The only humans were in pods, and all of the workers were robots disguised to look like humans. All of them looked exactly the same, and dressed the same though. She had yet to see the man's face either, even though he had taken to dragging her around on a leash. I was the first to disappear, so somebody in my class might have put a connection there. If they can track me down, we might be able to destroy these cores, that might power this place down. So you didn't know how the man planned on cleansing the world. If she could find where that machine was, then maybe she would be able to try and break it, or at least make notes on it. As it soon, she was crawling as quickly as she could to get back to her cage. She didn't have long now, and thankfully she was close to her cage. There are only 2 pro heroes on your list left uncaptured, boss. Good dash. Tsuyu froze and looked down at the room she had crawled in, and saw the man walking with a robot following him. She held her breath, and she stuck herself to the wall, and closed her eyes. Praying that she could do this, she changed her body heat and the color of her skin. Using her frog quirk, she forced herself to camouflage herself to match the ceiling that she was on. It wasn't perfect, and her underwear would give her away if anyone paid real attention to her. And my machine, how much closer to completion? The man asked, and he sounded almost like an excited child. The machine, she needed to hear this. Our earlier calculations were off. The machine will be ready by 4:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, but right now, it is slightly operational. Good. Capture the last 2 good pro heroes, and prepare for a test fire. I'm going to announce to the world the end of days, and provide them with a little preview of what's to come. It will give them time to make peace with their end. There is a small abandoned island nearby has always been a stain to me. The man spoke, and with that knowledge, Tsuyu started to quickly and quietly crawl into the next room. She dropped down from the ceiling, and ran towards her cage, squeezing herself between the bars. She didn't have long, maybe a minute or two, but she had to get dressed again so she didn't look suspicious. How was she going to relay this to her friends? As it stood, it looked like the world, family, her friends, everything she loved was going to come to an end. Tsuyu couldn't help as tears tried to escape the edges of her eyes, calm-headed she was, but she had emotions like anyone. She squeezed her eyes shut and closed the tears out of them, wiping them from her face. Part of her wanted to give up hope, because if the world was destroyed, her hope would be destroyed with it. The rest of her was trying to deny that part of her, because she wanted to be a pro hero, and dealing with hopeless situations came with the job. He needs Naruto's Hoshi no Tama thing to power that thing. If I get it, and break it, no, he mentioned something about a connection. I can't risk Naruto's life for a plan that might not work. If he releases the pro heroes on me, I won't get close anyway. Tsuyu wasn't going to get close to the ball, and she knew it. She was starting to get an idea on how the man's quirk worked though, after seeing him use it on several pro heroes, and she had seen several flaws in it. She didn't know just how he was able to control so many pro heroes at the same time, but the man never stood in front of a person he wanted to control for starters. He never let anyone see his face either, so one of those things had to be connected with a quirk trigger. Hero Workshop. Still don't like her a lot. Didn't matter that Mei was currently their biggest lead to finding the pro heroes and Tsuyu, and it didn't matter that the girl was being so compliant with their demands, considering that Naruto had promised the girl a trip to Island and had given her some super high tech. It didn't even matter that, even Mina knew this, that both she and this girl had similar levels of enthusiasm about the stuff they liked to do. The fact this girl was so attractive, plus with how open she was with what she wanted and what she liked, finally combined with the fact she was kissed by this girl cemented her dislike. After this girl had kissed her boyfriend as well, and threatened to steal him if she ever broke up with Naruto. What do you have? Well, I was able to trace the tracker in this coin, which I will dub the TPC, and I know where it will teleport things to. Also, with what I had in the lab, I was able to make 20 copies of the coin. Mei spoke as she showed the stacks of coins. She had been able to remake them, without improving them like she wanted. It was easy now that she had taken the coding in it, and been able to replicate that. Mina smiled. We can take the entire class to save Tsuyu. Wrong. 5 of these coins will teleport you to the enemy base, and 15 of them will teleport you back here. You have 21 usable coins though, and my copy coins can only open portals for maybe 2 seconds, after 1 to 3 people crosses the portal, my coins will break. Mei corrected her with some frustration. The coins she had made were inferior in quality to the originals. She had tested them by opening portals in her own lab, and broken quite a number of different coins doing it. Her TPCs were vastly inferior to the originals, and that angered her. Even with several hours of hard work, she hadn't surpassed this person's invention. If the pro heroes were captured, then only about 10 people can use the portal coins to get here, and maybe 45 will be able to come back through my portal coins. Mei didn't like the limits of her own copy inventions when compared to the damn originals. Whoever made these was a frustrating super genius, with a level of tech savvy that she couldn't even begin to compete with. She loved the feeling of competition, and hated these feelings of losing. 21. The sound we started with, it can teleport there or back I take it. Mina, let's split up and get some people we can trust to join us, or we think will help. Naruto told her with a nod in thought. They were going to need to build a small team, at least 3 fighters, and 2 people more geared towards rescuing. Can you get Achiko? Her zero gravity is the best thing for safely transporting people. Naruto's first thought was her. With her ability to negate gravity, their mobility would vastly improve, and if everything went south, she could be a good method of escape. Who? Classmate of ours. So, her, and Bakugo and Todoroki? Mina asked, since she figured those two would be better for battle roles than most of their other classmates, herself included. With her acid though, she was a good fighter with both long and short range. Not to mention she was good for a variety of situation. Naruto thought about it for a second too, which gave her confidence in her idea. He shook his head. They dash. The TV in the room turned on by itself, and it was completely static at first. Mei blinked in confusion, as did Naruto and Mina, when she reached for the remote and tried to turn it off, but it kept itself on. The static slowly started to vanish though, and instead of static, it revealed a man in a black suit with a white mask, standing on a boat with a view of an island behind him. The man's arms were crossed behind his back, and sitting next to him was a briefcase. Hello world, my master wishes to relay a message to the world. Don't bother trying to turn the TV off, the signals are all being interrupted. My master wishes all of you have been having a good day. The minion bowed to the camera slowly, and politely. His robotic-like voice lacked any emotion, showing on sincerity in his words. What the hell? Naruto asked quietly, and he wasn't the only one. Total robot. Mei pointed at the guy on the screen, and guessed. She was sure that man was a robot made to look like a person, his movements completely gave him away in her eyes. If the man had built a coin capable of bending space and time, then he was capable of building a robot that could seriously pass for a human in looks. What is that in the sky above that island? Mei asked with some curiosity in her voice. It was massive, visible from a distance, maybe the size of a western castle. It started to fly down out of the clouds into frame, and it looked like a high-tech flying castle, with several flying rings around it. It had a massive cannon coming out of the bottom of the fortress, and it was unknown what was keeping this giant metal masterpiece in the air. If Mei had to guess, it would be some kind of anti-gravity device that was holding it up, with some kind of flight control built into those rings. As you've all noticed, your heroes dash, the minion spoke, and the screen switched to what looked like a view of the inside of a beautiful cathedral. Yet, letting the walls of the cathedral were display pods showing some of the heroes that had gone missing, and in view were several of the top 10 as well. That's Midnight, in her original costume, these guys were the ones who broke into her apart, and might have taken Tsuyu. Mina shouted when she saw a brief glance at Midnight in a pod. The screen switched over back to the view of the minion that was overlooking the island, and the massive mechanical fortress. With that one look at Midnight, it was easy to guess what had happened to her apartment. Those people had grabbed her original costume for some reason, which didn't make a ton of sense to her from an evil standpoint. Mei grinned. Bring me back some of their tech. Have been captured. Any pro-hero that could have had any hope to stop us is gone, having been easily captured with my master's genius planning. Now, before first sunlight tomorrow morning, this world will be cleansed. The minion spoke as the cannon on the fortress, the one hanging from the bottom, started to charge itself up. A blue glow started to escape the bottom of it, and the sky started to darken around the fortress. Lightning bolts tried to zap the fortress, but they were absorbed by the rings outside of the fortress. Now my master wishes you to see a taste of what awaits. What the dash, Naruto started. The island was a beautiful island. It was an old abandoned island with a city on it that had long since lost human contact, but nature had blended with it well. Suddenly though, a massive torrent of blue flames shot out of the cannon, and liberally coated the entire island in seconds. Plumes of smoke rose up high into the air, and large amounts of hot steam rose from the ocean as the flames made contact with that as well. For 10 seconds, the island was bathed in flames of blue, and for those 10 seconds everyone could only watch, across the globe, in shock as the flames were cleared away, to reveal nothing. Everything that had been covering the island was gone, melted to the ground, or turned to ash and glass. The city on the island, gone, reduced to nothing in the wake of the flames. Mina's eyes widened, and she felt a sudden fear echo through her entire brain, and even Mei, the excitable girl, dropped to her knees when she suddenly realized what was going to happen to all of them. We're going to die. Mei was going to die without achieving any of her dreams. Naruto grinned. Now it all made sense, those weren't just flames, those were the flames that were produced by his quirk. Tsuyu's disappearance, since she was the last person in possession of his Hoshi no Tama, made sense now. She had refused to give it up, and had been taken with it to that sky castle. The heroes all vanishing, those who were worth anything or could stop this villain, this supervillain, it made sense to. The guy didn't seem to want to kill them, and was collecting them for some reason. The reason why he could feel his Hoshi no Tama always on the move, and why the GPS on the coins were saying their portal location was always moving. The flying fortress was in the air, above the clouds, so naturally it would always be on the move. Everything we've done, it's for nothing. Mina had tears form in her eyes. By the time the sun rises tomorrow, this world's cleansing will begin. The screen went black, and then a doomsday clock appeared on the screen, counting down until the start of the end. You're grinning?" Mei asked with a shocked look on her face. Mina's head spun and looked at Naruto in shock, before he placed his hand on top of their heads. Mina didn't know why, but she could feel as if some of his confidence was flowing through her. Naruto pointed at the clock. "Now, our enemy has revealed himself. We know what he plans to do, we know where the pros are. After all, now we can focus on a single goal. Mina, go get everyone in Class 1A. If he thinks there isn't anyone left to stop him since he has the pros, let's show him what students can do." Naruto grinned wide and proud. With the final boss in front of them, they had a goal and a target finally. They weren't just searching around for clues anymore, and they had a time limit for when they would lose. Everything had fallen into place. Mina looked at him with wide eyes. "You have a plan? You think we can win?" Mei asked over Mina, and Naruto slammed his hand on the table. The two of them both jumped in shock, the fear they had been feeling was gone. They could only look in his blue eyes, and see nothing but confidence. "Mei, I need you to track where that fortress is going to start, what part of Japan he's going to start his cleansing. Right now, I'm sure the Air Force and Navy are going to try their best to fight, and the pro heroes that weren't captured will be helping them. I have no doubt in my mind they won't be able to do anything. You want to go to Island, right, Mei? Then you better hurry." Naruto pointed at her. Her eyes widened in shock, before she nodded and opened up her computer. She plugged some wires into a coin, and she started to look over the GPS coordinates that were constantly changing. She could track the fortress, it was possible, meaning that Naruto might have a plan. "The fortress will reach land at this spot. I'll send the coordinates to your phone." Mei typed away as fast as she could. Naruto heard his phone go off, showing she sent them to him. She worked as fast as she could, and slowly a smile worked its way back on her face. "You're not going to use the coins?" Mei asked with a confused look when she saw Naruto preparing to head out. He grabbed a single coin from her, the original coin. Mina started to text all of the people from their class that she had the numbers for. Naruto tossed her his phone as well once he had the location memorized, and looked it up on his phone. She and Naruto had different numbers saved into their phones. Naruto transformed into his two-tailed form and leaned down so that Mina could get on his back and ride him. The beach, 3 hours later. "Are you sure anyone is going to come?" Mina stood with Naruto as the two of them looked at the fortress in a distance, and it was a distance away from them now. They were watching as jet fighters tried to fight against it, only to be shot down out of the sky. Naruto saluted the fallen men in the sky, since their sacrifice was a noble one. Trying to defend the lives on not only their own nation, but also the world. Sadly, this wasn't going to happen without a loss of life this time, and Naruto wanted to make sure these brave men were honored for their sacrifice, honored by victory. "Of course they are." Naruto spoke. The first arrived in the form of a limo, and Momo opened the door and slammed it shut as she ran towards them. She was in her hero costume, like asked, just like Mina and Naruto were. If they were going to play the part of the pros, then they needed to look the part. Naruto grinned when he saw one of the most important parts of the plan show up right on time. Mina smiled wide when she saw not only Momo show up, but she saw Tenya running down the street towards them as well, jumping off the railing and landing in the sand nearby them. "I came as fast as I could. Are we really going to fight against that?" Momo asked as she ran up after Tenya. She had originally just planned on spending her last moments with her family, but she had gotten a text from Naruto's phone saying that there was a chance that they could do something about this. She wasn't sure about it, so she had taken the family limo without permission, and decided that she would trust Naruto. Tenya looked at the giant fortress as it came closer. "It's massive, can we really take it down?" he asked curiously, and Naruto looked at Momo, ignoring him for the moment. "Yes, and Momo, I need you to make a boat that can fit about 5 people, make it as lightweight as you can." Naruto told her his orders for her. Her creation ability was key for them not needing the coins to get onto the fortress. "Tenya, you're important for this plan, so you should go and fuel up." Naruto told Tenya, who actually came prepared, and showed that he brought several cans of orange juice with him. "On it." He started to drink it. "She uses a limo, think on that later." Mina thought with a shiver, but her eyes almost sparkled when she saw more and more of their classmates coming towards them, in whatever mode of transportation they had to them. She saw Kyoka coming with Denki, running with Siro right behind them. Momo opened the front of her leotard, and it took a lot visibly out of her, but a small boat shot out of her body and onto the sandy beach. "Good?" Momo asked with a look that wanted to know why she was doing that. "Hey, got the text, we really doing this?" Denki shouted to Mina, who he had gotten the text from. Kyoka ran up to Naruto, before she looked at the boat, and then back to Naruto, before at the fortress. "That's not getting us to that." She pointed out plainly, seeing as this small boat, wasn't going to fit 20 of them, and the boat wasn't going to fly. You got a better plan in your head? Kyoka had to ask him. Naruto just grinned wider. It'll work. Not long after they arrived, while Momo was eating snacks from a nearby vending machine, Izuku arrived with Achiko and Yuga. The three of them came from different directions, but they had gotten there with a pretty good time. Izuku ran up to Naruto the quickest, and looked up towards him, with a downright shocked look on his face for the most part. 100%, really? Izuku asked that question alone, because Naruto had sent him a very different text after everyone else had been texted to meet up at this beach. Izuku looked around, and saw it was the very same beach that he had used for his one-for-all training. I brought what you asked. Izuku said as he took out a small rag and handed it over to Naruto, which Naruto pocketed. Good. Where are all the others? Achiko asked, since so far, a little less than half of their class had shown up. She asked Mina, who had sent her the text to start with. She had come as fast as she could, because if there was a chance she could save her parents, she would gladly take it. You would have to be completely selfish to not answer the text this time. Even Bakugo came running in angry minutes later. Achiko, Bakugo. Once Todoroki gets here, I need the two of you and Tenya to come talk with me. Screw you. Bakugo, if you don't want me to kick your damn ass before you die, then you're going to do it. Naruto threatened Bakugo flat out when he got that response. Unable to really answer that, Bakugo just nodded with an angrier face. Slowly but surely, everyone else in the class other than Tsuyu, started to arrive and gather in behind Naruto at the beach. Momo finished what she was eating, and restored her power, while Tenya finished filling up his stomach with juice, promising that he would have enough fuel to do whatever it was he needed to do. Naruto turned around and faced all of them. So many of them seemed scared of what was happening, and that was normal. Only a few days previously, they had come face to face with real villains for the first time, but this was something on a different level. Some were confident like Naruto, and all were confused at what they could possibly do for this. Naruto didn't grin at them, instead he gave them his confident smile. Tenya, Momo, Kyoka, and Tokoyama. I need the four of you to get into the boat. I'm not going to give you all a speech to tell you we're going to make it. I'm just going to say, if we fail then the world ends. If we want to win, then put your faith. Naruto spoke and pointed to the boat. The four students that he pointed out actually followed his instructions and got into the boat. Tenya saw that there was holes in the back of it that looked like his thrusters, so he sat there and put them through the holes. He could guess that was where they were going to go. Achiko stood next to Naruto. You needed me? She asked, and Naruto pointed at the boat. You're going to get in the boat with me too, you're vital to the success of this as well. I need you to make the boat, and everyone in it other than you, weightless. Think you can do that? Naruto asked the girl. She blinked in surprise at the request, before she nodded her head with a smile. She could do that. What about the rest of us? Shiro asked with a grin. Anyone who isn't going up there, is going to be defending the city down here. If those of us going up there fail, it's up to all of you to try your hardest to protect the people of the city. Naruto's words hit hard for those in the boat. Naruto grinned again moments later, before he turned around and pointed at the fortress in the sky. We're not going to fail though. Come on everyone, let's do it. 5 minutes later. Play, you say run. Everyone ready? Come on, it's time to go above and beyond. Bakugo, hit me with your most powerful explosion. Naruto stood at the back of the boat, holding onto it with his bare hands, and the boat only on the ground because of Achiko's weight. Bakugo grinned and a small explosion came out of his hands as he prepared himself for something that was going to feel extremely good. Everyone prepared for the shockwave that would come. Todoroki got ready, and the right half of his body started to freeze, lowering his stance. He created the largest, most powerful ice wall that he could, a ramp that was pointed right at the flying fortress. In a second, his part was done, and he looked back towards the others. Go. Boom. Die. Naruto took Bakugo's explosion straight to the chest, and like a rocket, the boat was pushed forward right up the ice wall. Naruto powered down from his two-tail form with moderate burns on his chest, nothing serious. Everyone on the boat had been pushed back by the speed they were going, and suddenly Achiko looked extremely dizzy. She held herself towards, and dark shadow came out of Tokoyama and started to steer the boat as it approached the end of the ice wall, taking careful aim towards the fortress in the sky. Quickly, they had less than a second, they approached the end of the ice wall and soared through the sky. I've got it. Ida, now. Momo shouted as she used her quirk to create more orange juice canes for him. Activating his quirk, and using its fullest power, flames shot out of the engines on his calves. Any speed they might have lost in the air was regained instantly, and they started to fly through the sky in their boat. Dark Shadow used his wind-like arms to guide the boat in the air. Kyoka pointed her ear jacks towards the fortress, and acted as a sonar for any enemy attacks incoming. Attacks came. Missiles. Momo, brains and brawn time. Naruto called out to her, and she created several spears from her arms. As fast as she was creating them, Naruto grabbed them from the air and threw them towards the incoming missiles. Hitting them dead on, they exploded in the air, and their boat sailed right through the flames, with Dark Shadow shouting a whimper as he protected them from the fires and continued to steer them. Tenya started to sweat at the force it was taking for him to keep up his max speeds, shooting the boat forward, even if the boat only weighed as much as Ochiko did thanks to her being the only one with any weight. If it weren't for that fact, his engines would have already stalled. Naruto reached into his pocket, before he placed something in his mouth, and gave it a quick swallow. Frowning to himself, and hating what he had just done, Naruto looked towards the fortress with determined eyes. "I'm about to stall." Tenya called out as his engines started to sputter. "Ochiko, Momo, do it." Naruto shouted out to the two girls. Dark Shadow wrapped around everyone in the boat as Naruto transformed into his one-tail form, and wrapped his arms around everyone. Momo created a bomb, while Ochiko touched her cheeks with her hands. Suddenly, she too was weightless. Tenya only saw darkness as Dark Shadow surrounded all of them. The bomb that Momo created landed in the boat underneath them as Naruto gave one last push forward. The boat exploded, and the 5 of them were sent flying even faster towards the fortress. Inside the fortress. "Master, sensors indicate the object approaching us has exploded." "Fitting." The man spoke simply as he looked at the footage of the explosion with a small smirk on his face. The children in that boat weren't even worth his attention, and now they were dead. It was a fitting end for those so low on the hero totem pole, that they weren't even worth him researching them or their quirks. Good riddance. With the rescue squad. Blah. Ochiko threw up over the side of the fortress, as they stood on the bottom layer of it all, right next to an open window. She had pushed herself too far with her quirk, and now she was going to have to deal with the side effects. Tokoyama looked at the burnt blue blanket that was over their bodies, which had surrounded Dark Shadow just before the explosion. It had been a last-second camouflage, to make them look like the ocean underneath them, so if they were being recorded, nobody would see them flying through the air if they only watched the footage for a second. All of them stood up and looked towards the inside of the fortress with determined looks. Other than Ochiko. She was still throwing up. Chapter 33. Crunch. Thank God these are robots, or that would be downright terrifying. Kyoka commented when she saw Naruto bite the head off of the robot, and then proceed to spit it out. She herself unplugged her earphone jacks into the backs of the robots' heads when she fought them, and blasted a super-amplified heartbeat through them. It destroyed them pretty quickly as easily, but she was a little surprised at the ways her comrades were fighting, or not actually. Ochiko just made the robots float in the air, and pushed them out of the window. Tenya fought using almost only kicks, Tokoyama was maining Dark Shadow, and Momo wasn't fighting, since Naruto told her to save her quirk up. Also, how did these robots capture any heroes? Kyoka asked with some surprise as they took down the horde of robots that had been in the room, without so much as a real problem. These robots seemed to not even know how to fight them. Most of the robots looked at them, and were unable to identify who they were. Some of them would pull out a weird weapon from their briefcase, but the weapons were usually useless against them. One of them pulled out a weapon that dropped the air pressure, and another used a weapon that made the air around them cold. It was like these robots didn't know how to fight people with their quirks, and were just trying to use weird methods that wouldn't work against them. "Don't throw up when you're on my shoulders." Naruto threatened Ochiko as the girl pushed more robots out of the window. Heavily overusing her quirk caused her to puke, but thankfully, or regretfully, her stomach was now fully empty. She had literally nothing in it anymore to throw up, but the horrible feeling of having to throw up was making it too hard for her to walk and fight. Meaning, somebody was carrying her, so she was sitting on Naruto's shoulders until she had the strength to stand and run on her own again. Tsuyu was in this room recently. I can smell several heroes coming through here, but they are in those pods. Ochiko, do it. Naruto walked over to several hero pods, and the girl placed her hands on each one they passed by. They started to float. I'm on it. Momo said as she rushed over to the floating pods, and she formed several parachutes out of her body, and attached them to the pods themselves. Forming large rocks out of her body, she tied them to the pods as well. Pushing the hero pods out of the window, she leaned over the edge of the window and watched the pods falling out of the sky at a much slower rate than they would have if they had all of their weight. There. Momo pressed a button she had attached to her belt, and the parachutes opened up, falling safely now down towards the beach, the wind blowing them right back onto land. The combination of Momo and Ochiko was the reason why Naruto wanted the two girls to come into the air with them, because they would be able to much more smoothly rescue people in this sky fortress than any other combination in the class. Kyoka plugged her jacks into the wall. Anything? Tenya questioned her, and she glanced at him. This room is silent, other than the sounds of machinery in the walls. Kyoka described it the best she could. The reason why she was brought along, not only her moderately good fighting potential, but her ability to act as a radar and a scout. Her small body and radar-like powers made her great for the boat they used to fly, and her quirk would allow her to go off on her own and still be somewhat comfortable fighting. Tenya nodded and activated his quirk, with Kyoka jumping onto his back, rushing out of sight down the nearest hallway, the two of them quickly turning a corner and vanishing from sight. With Tenya's speed and Kyoka's quirk, they would be able to locate as many heroes as possible, and Ochiko and Momo would be able to provide the rescue support for them. I think I can stand again. Ochiko slid down Naruto's back and onto her feet again. Everyone stayed as alert as they could, with Tokoyama keeping Dark Shadow out at all times to make sure they never had an enemy get the drop on them. Naruto had thought about all of their quirks, and had decided to pick them for this mission based on that. Tenya's engine was good with Kyoka's earphone jack, Momo's creation was great with Ochiko's zero gravity, and having only pure one fighter was bad, so Naruto picked a powerful fighter in the form of Tokoyama, who had a very versatile fighting quirk that could provide a range of support in other areas. If they ever got separate, then Tokoyama would be able to provide support to the others rather easily. It was the perfect team for rescuing people in an unknown place, speedy area mapping and locating, combined with fast and safe rescue, while having two fighters to cover the rescuers as they did their job. In this kind of situation, this was the team that was needed. Naruto blinked when he heard movement, and he wasn't the only one who heard the sound of something squishy against the walls. Guys? Tsuyu? Ochiko asked as she looked up towards the sound of the voice. Surprised, Ochiko let out a gasp and pointed at Tsuyu when she realized it was the frog girl that was crawling on the ceiling towards them. In an instant, Tokoyama averted his eyes from the half-dressed frog girl, and covered his eyes with his hands to avoid the temptation to look. Naruto raised an eyebrow when he saw her sports bra and panties, but didn't make a comment about it as he looked away from her, with much less of a reaction of urgency than Tokoyama did. Seriously, they were just underwear, it wasn't like the girl was but naked, so he didn't see why Tokoyama was making such a big deal out of it. Your clothes! Momo shouted as she ran over towards the girl. I had to take them off to escape. Tsuyu spoke like it was normal, though with red cheeks. Naruto reached into his pocket, and he took out the skirt that he had been using to track Tsuyu. Tossing it on the girl's head, she looked down at it when she grabbed it. This is mine. I went to your house to get something with your smell on it, to try and track you. I kept it, because I didn't know what condition I would find you in. Here, take this to cover up. Naruto draped his cape around her shoulders. She used it as cover to slit her skirt up her legs and zip it, before she gave him back his cape. Momo, don't even think about using your quirk for this. Save your quirk as much as possible, you're okay in just a skirt. Naruto asked the smallest girl in the class, and she nodded her head. I mean, she's wearing a sports bra, people go jogging in those all the time. Even Ochiko nodded her head at that. It was a widely accepted practice for a girl to not wear a shirt, if she was at least wearing a sports bra. Tsuyu had red cheeks, and was no doubt not one of the girls that did that, but she was decent at the moment. So, we have Tsuyu, we just going to save the heroes and leave? Ochiko asked as she pointed to said girl. They got their classmate, they should get the heroes, and wake them up to let them take care of everything now. Right, now we can let the pros dash. They're being controlled by that man's quirk, somehow, he can put people under a mind control spell. I don't know how he does it, but since he used it on me, he hasn't used it on me since, but it seems to pros haven't been able to break out of it like me. Tsuyu informed them of the state that the pro heroes were in. She didn't know how the man was keeping them all in a state of mind control, and she didn't even know how she was able to break free of his control. She had guesses, but none of them had any real supporting evidence behind them. Ochiko fell silent. Anything else? Tokoyama spoke up, asking the girl. She nodded. There are these 15 weird machines. 5 of them are guarded by pro heroes, and in the middle of the machines are small, broken crystal fragments. I don't know what they do, but they seem important. If we break the machines, it could destroy the base. What are you doing? Tsuyu asked when she saw Naruto go behind her, and look at the back of her head in his fox form. He used his hands and stared to feel around at the back of her head for something, looking around for anything that might prove her as a robot, or a fake. Nothing to prove she was fake. I'm pretty sure robots don't stick to ceilings. Ochiko pointed out, before Naruto pulled a small tick out of her head. It was a black tick, with a small red antenna on it, and the antenna was flashing red. It was clearly not a real tick, but Naruto took his phone out and snapped a picture of it. Opening the doors to the next room, Naruto looked and saw a hero pod. Glancing inside of it, Naruto saw that there was a tick just like it on the back of the pro hero's head as well. Holy crap, that's gross. Ochiko shouted out, and Naruto gave it to Momo. She was smart and stuff. Transmitter of some kind. If the guy uses a hypnosis like Quirk, this must be something to help him use his quirk. Momo started to think about it, and everyone entered the next room. Momo started to look at the heroes who were all in their pods, and while she continued to make parachutes for all of them, she looked into the pods. She could see the ticks are all in the same spot on the heroes. It looks like the ticks are all positioned right against the cortex and cerebellum. Did he put this on you when he first took control of you? Momo asked Tsuyu, who shook her head. She didn't even know the man had placed one of those on her, and if it was still on her, then why was she not under the man's control to this moment? It made no sense for her to not be under control. How did you break out? Tokoyama questioned her. I don't know. You didn't break out, my guys, as these ticks are transmitters. The man must use his quirk to send waves into the back of the head that lets him control people's bodies, not their minds. Since Tsuyu's brain is still developing, after a while, she became immune to his control. For the pro heroes, they are adults. Their brains have finished developing, and they can't become immune, since he has to target the back of the head, he needs these ticks to transmit his wavelength. Momo theorized the best that she could under the stressful situation they were in. In her studies, she had read a bunch about the human brain. She knew which parts of the brain controlled what. That is, provided that you could still think for yourself. Momo admitted the biggest flaw in her theory. If Tsuyu lost control of her mind, then her theory was done. I could still think for myself, but my body moved on its own. Tsuyu admitted, and Naruto looked around. Momo, make us all headbands. Line the inside of them with something that blocks out waves. Naruto told her, even if they could become immune, it would be best if they could avoid being controlled to begin with. Very quickly, Momo made them 6 headbands, Tsuyu was immune, and didn't need one, and gave them out. When Tenya and Kyoka got back from their mapping, they would be given some as well. Tokoyama, you and Tsuyu should go and destroy the machines, she saw. When Tenya and Kyoka get back, Momo and Ochiko, you two go with them and free all of the heroes. Naruto gave them the plan, what they were going to do. He's taken the spot of leader very well. He's not scary like I thought. Tsuyu looked at Naruto with a twinkle of admiration. She had always thought he was kind of scary, an intense sort of guy, but she could see the hero in him. He was putting everyone with somebody that would be able to help them the most. He was clearly trusting all of them to be able to do their part. What are you going to do? Tsuyu asked him out of concern. Naruto lifted his arm up, still in a sling, and he slammed it into the wall. He broke the cast right off of his arm, and grinned to himself when he didn't feel any pain. I had Izuku get me some super heavy painkillers, so I'm going to play distraction. I can sense my Tama here somewhere. He's using my Tama to power his cannon, if I can get to that, then he can't fleece the world. Naruto stated, taking on the most dangerous task for himself. What he was doing was going to attract the most danger, and put him at the most risk. He would no doubt have to fight actual pro heroes, or even maybe fight against the supervillain himself. Kyoka's earphone jack should be helpful. She might be able to break the control on pro heroes for a moment. If you come across any pros out of these pods, hit them really hard in the back of the head. Naruto pointed to the back of his own head for imagery. If they could destroy the transmitters, then they would be able to steal control of the heroes away from the villain, and it would make all of their lives that much easier. Tenya and Kyoka came back at that moment. Are you okay? Ochiko shouted out in concern when she saw Kyoka's arm. She had blood dripping down her hand, which was hanging limply at her side. She also had a stained hole in the arm of her jacket. I apologize, it was my fault. As we were scouting, I didn't see a robot with a gun, and Jiro-san protect dash. Shut up already, you told me sorry way too many times. Yeah, it hurts, but I'll be fine. It really hurts actually, but I'll be fine. Thankfully, we were able to locate where all of the pros are. We also saw about 13 or 15 weird machines around the place. Kyoka explained as she covered up her bleeding arm with her hand. She had been shot by an actual got, right in the forearm. Her life wasn't in any danger at the moment, and it wouldn't be if she kept the bleeding slow. Tsuyu. Kyoka looked at the girl, and she smiled in relief. Good, she was safe. Ah. I'm sorry, I won't look at you if it makes you uncomfortable. Small change of plans. Tenya, carry Momo and Ochiko and free all of the hero pods. Kyoka, go with Tsuyu and Tokoyama to those machines you saw, and break them. If you see any pro heroes, hit them in the back of the head as hard as you can without killing them. Naruto mentioned as he showed them just the spot to hit at. They didn't need all of the details, but as long as they knew what they would have to do, that would be fine. Texas Dash. Get going. Naruto shouted as he shoved all of his classmates to the ground. Naruto powered up and pulled his fist back on his good arm. Naruto saw All Might rushing towards them with a pulled back fist. Smash. Naruto punched his uncle's wrist and redirected the attack towards the side of the room, with the shockwave easily blasting a hole right through it to the outside. Knowing that they couldn't hope to fight All Might, the other students retreated and left this task to Naruto. Naruto looked at his uncle, and he grinned to himself when he had to deflect another punch. Naruto used his tails and smashed them into his uncle's left side, and blood spewed out from his mouth. Looking at All Might in the eyes, Naruto grinned. You sent the worst possible opponent to try and stop me, villain. I know every weakness this man has, and I know exactly how to counter his fighting style. Looks like you're getting pretty scared if you're going to send the big guns after us. Naruto stated with a dark grin, knowing he had the bad guy scared was a great feeling. It meant that they truly did have a hope of succeeding now. 9 more figures started to walk into the room, with one of them transforming into a large dragon the second she got into the room. All of their quirks activating in preparation for a fight that was to come. Nobody can beat the top 10 dash. Oh, shut up with your monologue, I'm not here to hear you go on and on about how you're unstoppable, and blah blah blah. I don't care, the world is in danger, and I'm going to save it. Anyway, I'm not fighting the top 10. I'm fighting you, and there is no way that you can control the top 10 and have them fight at their full strength at the same time. Let's see what you got. Naruto raised his fists up as he got ready for a fight. If this guy was controlling their movements, not their minds, then it stood to reason that the man wouldn't be able to make them fight at their full skill level. That took a conscious thought to do, and these people were smart and knew how to use their unique quirks to their ultimate potential. This man wouldn't be able to bring out that potential. He was just bringing out an imitation. With the man. Damn him, damn him, damn him, damn him. That is the boy, if I kill him, then the flames in his Hoshi no Tama will die out. Damn it. He's here, ruining my plans. He's freeing my collection, and he didn't even let me finish my monologue. The man shouted as he slammed his fists into his throne. He was controlling each and every one of the top 10, and even now he was making them all fight Naruto. Yet, somehow Naruto was able to hold his own against them, and had even powered down so that he was fighting without his quirk. He was being mocked. This child was mocking him, telling him that he couldn't make the top 10 fight at their full strength. How dare this boy make fun of him like this, and insult the top 10 while he was at it. With Naruto. That 6 down dash, Naruto said as he dodged a punch and kicked one of the top 10 in the back of the head, shattering the tick. Out of the control of the villain, the top hero collapsed to the ground, knocked out. If he was facing the actual top 10, and they were in control of their own bodies, then the fight would be going very differently. As it stood though, right now he was fighting mere imitations of what they should be. Hollow shells of them, controlled by a crazed villain. That said, with his uncle's speed and strength, and Ryuko in her dragon form, and Endeavor's flames, it would still be hard to take them down, simply because shattering the ticks on their heads would be a feat to do. Then there was Mirko, one of the fastest of the top 10, and perhaps the third physically strongest after Ryukyu and All Might, and she was just hard to hit enough as it was. Robots with guns also started to come into the room and surround Naruto. They were careful to not shoot the pro heroes as they fired, and Naruto had to transform again to gain strong enough muscles to ignore the bullets for the most part. Naruto was kicked right in the stomach by both of Mirko's powerful legs when he was busy dodging All Might's punch, and Endeavor's flames. Naruto hit the wall, and landed on his back on the ground, coughing up blood. He felt the heat of strong flames lick his skin as Endeavor put his foot on Naruto's chest, and Naruto looked up at him. He summoned forth flames, and prepared to burn Naruto to a near-death state. This is what you get for mock dash. I've always wanted to do this dash, Naruto stated as he pulled his fist back, and he slammed it as hard as he could right between Endeavor's legs. Nailing him with a powerful punch, right to that nads. Naruto's punch was strong enough to lift the man off of his feet, into the air, and Naruto used his tails to wrap around Endeavor's legs, before slamming him into the ground. Shattering the tick on the head of his head. And it makes me dash. With Todoroki. How are you smiling right now? Everyone in Class 1A was extremely busy, catching all of the hero pods that were falling out of the sky, and placing them down safely on the beach. Todoroki didn't know why he was smiling, but something very enjoyable just happened. With Naruto. Seriously, I enjoyed that way too much. Fuck you Endeavor, come on, it's still 3-on-1. Let's see how your top 10 wannabes can hold up against me. Naruto stated, and he noticed that the longer he fought, the better the villain was getting at controlling the heroes. Not to mention since he was controlling less heroes, it was easier for him to maintain a firm control over these heroes. Their movements are getting sharper, this is getting a little bad, also. Mirko broke my ribs for sure, thankfully, I feel very little pain right now. Naruto really was going to thank Izuku for bringing him that pain medicine. It was helping him keep his mind free of pain, which was very good for him right now. Boom. All Might tried to rush out of the room when an explosion was heard, and Naruto ran in front of him and kicked him across the face, sending him flying into the wall as well. You're not stopping my friends. Just like I can't leave this room, I'm not letting any of you leave the room. Naruto transformed to his three-tail form and rushed at Ryuko, tackling her against the wall. Mirko rushed him and slammed her legs into him, and he grabbed her with his hand. Naruto snapped his teeth around Ryuko's neck, and the two of them began to grapple. Come on, hero basics, grappling the villain. Naruto repeated with her flesh between his teeth, her scales protecting her from major damage. Naruto slammed the back of her head into the wall, and he did it over and over until she stopped trying to grapple him. He jumped and slammed her head into the ceiling when All Might rushed him, and he barely avoided getting a powerful punch, just as Ryuko transformed back into her human form, knocked out cold with the tick broken. Naruto slammed Mirko into the ground head first, she was super tough, and he shattered the tick on her head. Naruto transformed to a smaller size, and placed the women down gently, before he turned to look at his uncle. I'll just swarm you with every hero I have then. More heroes started to get released from their hero pods, and Naruto saw dozens of heroes with their quirks active coming at him. Naruto raised his fists up, and prepared for the fight of his life against dozens of quirks. With Tsuyu. Boom. Got the crystal. Tsuyu said as she picked up the crystal, after Kyoka and Tokoyama destroyed the machine that it was inside of. She didn't know why she was picking it up, but if the villain was using them for something, then it clearly wasn't anything good. The hero pod in the room opened up, and they were soon face to face with Lady as the woman started to run towards them. Tsuyu jumped up high into the air, and as Lady used her quirk, Tsuyu landed on her head. Her tongue stretched out, and she grabbed Kyoka and brought the girl up to their level. Kyoka's earphone jack stretched out and entered Lady's ears, before blood came out of them when she took the heartbeat amp at point-blank range. Tokoyama used this as his chance to break the tick on the back of her head, by stretching Dark Shadow up and shattering it. Thank God the guy controlling them seems to be distracted by something. Achiko, Momo. Ida. Kyoka asked when she and Tsuyu landed on the ground, seeing Tenya with the other girls running into the room. They had a few crystals in their hands. The hero pods opened, and the heroes are going to where Naruto is. We're going to join you in this. In the basement. Cough cough. An extremely elderly man, laying in a machine with tubes running in and out of his body, coughed up blood. Most of his body was covered up by machines, including the top half of his head. His body was sickly and pale, and he had almost no muscle. He was practically, or literally, skin and bones. The machines connected to him had their tubes running up into the walls around him, 15 tubes connected to the walls, and several of them were no longer functioning. With the man. Those brats, they're ruining it all. The man spoke as he felt an amazing amount of pain run through his mind. This isn't how this is supposed to go, they're just children. I can't be defeated by mere children. The man shouted as he took off his cloak and revealed his face. He had long, slicked back black hair, and sharp yellow eyes with slit pupils. He wore a black suit like his minion robots, but his had golden lining to it. Several parts of his body were clearly mechanical, including his hands and his neck. He stormed off of his throne, and prepared to go deal with it himself if he had to. He was going to have to put an end to all of these children with this body. He stopped and growled in anger when he sat back down on his throne, hating what he had to do, but if he left his throne then it would become far too hard to control so many heroes at the same time. The back of his neck reconnected with his throne, and he frowned when he realized that the majority of the heroes had been defeated. With Naruto. Ha, fuck this is hard. Naruto stood on the body of the latest defeated hero, with the only hero still fighting him being All Might himself. Naruto's body was bloody and bruised, with his broken arms snapped in the wrong direction once more. Even on pain medication, Naruto was in a metric ton of pain. Naruto took a coin out of his pocket, and he palmed it in his hand. Naruto ran at All Might, and jumped over a punch, before he threw the coin into the doorway. Opening up a portal, right into the UA workshop, all of the heroes in the room were blasted into the portal one after another, thanks to the shockwave from All Might's punch. Naruto slammed his hands into the back of All Might's head as his eyes widened upon seeing all of the heroes pushing through the portal. All Might passed out when the tick on his head was crushed, and Naruto grabbed him, before he threw him into the portal by the cape as well. No doubt, Mei was super pissed off right now, considering Naruto just dumped dozens and dozens of pro heroes right into the workshop. Oh well, the heroes were off of the fortress, which was good enough. Naruto was going to have to trust his friends were saving the other heroes on the fortress, meaning this was his chance to go and retrieve his Hoshi no Tama. Naruto took a shaky step, and looked down at his legs. Both of them were broken. Recovery Girl was going to love healing him again, when she learned that he had destroyed his body. Boom. Child, you're become a though dash. Save the monologue, I don't want to hear it. Seriously, talk, is that all you villains do when you're pushed into a corner? Oh great, another robot, at least this one looks different, so what should I call this robot? Minion 1. Minion 2. Naruto asked as he raised his fists up. A throne started to descend from the ceiling, and a man sitting on it looked down at Naruto with disdain. Clearly, he hated Naruto at this point, for taking most of his collection from him. That much was obvious, and the man's throne landed in the room with a loud thud. The man stood out of his throne. I'm not going to kill you, but you're going to dash. Monologue. Naruto grinned when the man looked furious at being interrupted again. He wasn't going to let this villain enjoy this, not even a little. You're in no position to smile, brat. I captured all of the best pro heroes. What are you? A child. I can crush you. Yeah, and how many years of planning did it take to capture these pros? Yeah, I'm a kid, but I'm a kid you never planned on. You don't know how I work, you don't know how I fight, you don't have a plan on capturing or fighting me. Just because I'm a student, I bet you didn't bother researching any of my classmates either. Well, your arrogance is going to cost you, my friends are destroying your machines as we speak. Naruto spoke as transformed. Naruto tapped the side of his head as well, the man seemed angrier for some reason. Also, can't control me, can you, should I turn around? Naruto turned around and showed the back of his head to the man. Nothing. How? The man asked, and Naruto grinned. My classmates are pretty damn smart, we figured out your quirk. Now, what's the name of the villain I'm going to beat up? Naruto asked again as he returned to a fighting position. This robot is more than likely a lot stronger than the rest of them. I better be careful. I'm too injured to take this lightly. Naruto thought as he observed the man in front of him. Just because he was making himself sound cocky, didn't mean he was going to underestimate this man for even a second. Orochimaru. Chapter 34. Releasing yet another pro hero to fall out of the fortress, with a parachute on, as Momo worked with the others to free the 5 pro heroes that were guarding 5 of the 15 strange machines that were surrounding the outside edges of the fortress. They had cleared 14 rooms of machines at this point, and had stolen 14 of the crystals in the machines, while also breaking the machines just for good measure. At the same time, they had actually come across only 4 of the 5 pro heroes that were being used to guard the chambers. So, is anyone else surprised they were picked to storm the fortress? Kyoka asked as she ran behind everyone as they tried to make their way to the last room they would have to go towards. She, personally, had no expected to be picked for this part of the mission, period. She had been expecting to be told to stay behind, and catch the pro heroes that were falling out of the sky. Instead, she was right on the front lines, Naruto was still doing the hardest part himself. Even then, she had a bullet wound for her trouble, so she had her own hero scar from this event. Hopefully, this won't scar. Kyoka hoped as she looked down at her wounded arm. She wanted to be a hero, and if pain came with it, she would accept it. Yet, she was still a woman, and she didn't want to have any scars if she could help it. If it scarred, she would be just fine, and would get a tattoo or something to cover the scar with, more than likely she'd just learn to deal with it. She expected Momo for sure, since Naruto and Momo's teamwork and their skills together were phenomenal, to the point that they had been banned from working together in class just to make it fair for other students. That girl was to be expected, and Tokoyama was on the higher end of the combat scale in their class. His dark shadow was perhaps one of the more powerful and unique quirks in class, though not as powerful as Naruto's own Todoroki's quirks. I thought Kirishima or Deku would be picked. Ochiko looked out, and saw the moon up high in the sky. Doesn't dark shadow get stronger in the dark? Ochiko asked Tokoyama, since his quirk was shadow-related. It would make sense for it to get stronger in the dark, and weaker in the light. Of course, the rooms they were in were brightly lit, so it wasn't like they were just in the dark. It just so happened to be night time, and it would be morning rather soon. They had been working for what felt like hours, trying to take down all of the machines they could get. Yet, the machines were far away from each other, and the ones guarded by heroes were a lot tougher, harder to destroy in general. Not to mention every time they saw a hero pod, they took the time to free the hero inside. That just means Naruto selected each of us as the best for the job. Tenya stated with a nod. That was Naruto saying he acknowledged their skills and abilities, and not only were they the best for the job, but they could be trusted to do it. It also means Bakugo is going to hate all of us, since he wasn't picked. Ochiko pointed out as well. The rest of the class would be fine not getting picked for this, but Bakugo would be absolutely pissed off that he wasn't picked for his battle skills. Though, maybe explosions on a flying fortress aren't smart. It would suck if he hit whatever it was keeping this place flying, and we all went crashing down. Ochiko realized with a shiver at how quickly everything could have turned to crap if Bakugo was up here, with all of them. A lot of people could die, yet, the world might be saved, but she was pretty sure everyone on the fortress would be dead if it crashed. Tokoyama was silent, but he made Dark Shadow go in front of everyone as the door slammed in their faces. Not only did the door slam in front of the last room they needed to go to, but extra doors appeared over this room. Massive, iron doors that were thick enough that even all of them together might not be enough to break it down. He had gotten a quick glance into the room, and inside was a crystal that was bigger than the others they had taken. "I'll blast it open." Momo was about to form a cannon. "No," Naruto said, "save your quirk. You've about reached your limit, right?" Tsuyu looked at the girl, and she had visibly lost some weight. Her body was thinner than it had been when she first arrived on the fortress. Any more, and her ribs would be visible, and forming a cannon with explosive power would have taken a lot out of her. It would take far too much, all things considered. Momo formed the cannon, and she started to pant as she blasted a hole through the iron doors with one booming blast. She was breathing heavily, and like Tsuyu said, her body was getting visibly thin. Her leotard was looser than before, and her belt was hanging further down her legs. She lost a little stamina too, and dropped to her knees and took deep breaths. "I'm fine, if I'm not ready to put my body on the line, then I'm not cut out for this line of work. Naruto's facing far more danger than any of us, to allow us to get this done, and the world is counting on us now, we have too many people depending on us for me to think about myself." Momo spoke as she stood back up. She actually got some smiles, Tenya rubbing the tears from his eyes and gesturing to her. Well spoken, like a hero. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, as Momo was shot in the shoulder, and two more as she was got in her thighs. She shouted in pain as she was knocked off of her feet, and Dark Shadow covered all of them. Momo landed her back, cradling her bullet wounds with a pained expression on her face. "Dark Shadow!" Tokoyama shouted as he sent his Dark Shadow into the hole in the wall, to make it fight against the pro-hero and teacher, Snipe. "Azui!" Tokoyama shouted and looked back at Momo. Tsuyu rushed to her side, so did Kyoka and Ochiko, while Tenya jumped through the hole in the wall and started to try and fight Snipe as well. It was a lot harder than fighting any of the other pro-heroes instantly, as Snipe was able to use his gun against them. He even had robots supplying him with more ammo, and more guns, so Tenya was forced to run around the room and use anything for cover that he could. Snipe dropped a smoke grenade on the ground, and filled the room with smoke, making it even harder for Tenya to try and find the right cover. It's like the villain controlling Snipe is a lot more focused. Naruto must have defeated other heroes. Tenya could see how this could happen. The more heroes this villain was controlling, the harder it was to make all those heroes fight with any level of skill. The more heroes controlled, the more they needed to rely on using numbers. The opposite being true as well, the less heroes being controlled, the stronger the control, and the more skillful the fighters being controlled were. Tenya rushed towards the glass protecting the machine, and for his trouble, he was actually shot in the side. The bullet not piercing anything vital thankfully, and going through cleanly. Still, Tenya's foot rammed into the glass, and put a crack in it. This was the part where Kyoka would have used her earphone jack to shatter the glass. Tenya's engines were out of juice. Thankfully, Dark Shadow covered for him, rushing in front of him to block bullets, and grab him to pull him behind cover. In the smoke-filled room, Dark Shadow grew bigger and more powerful, and more vicious. Rushing towards Snipe when Tenya was behind cover, he used a quick claw swipe, before he tried to tackle the man. It didn't go well for the Quirk though, Snipe dropped a flash grenade in front of himself. "Ah! Sorry, Dark Shadow is weakened by super bright light, how is she doing? Tenya, can you manage alone for a minute?" Tokoyama shouted into the room, taking cover behind the mostly intact doors. "How do they fight with these injuries?" Tenya didn't say anything to give himself away. He looked at his bleeding side, and undid his armor, tightening his shirt around the area. He looked to his side, and saw a gun pointed at his face. Click. It was empty, and as Snipe was refilling his ammo, Tenya used his chance to escape. He rushed to the doors and jumped through the hole, and Dark Shadow blocked the hole once more. "Is Yororozu okay?" Tenya asked as he limped towards them. He looked at the girl, cradling her wounded body, but she forced herself to try and sit up when that question was asked. She created bandages, and gave them to Kyoka, to tie around her wounded parts. She grunted and yelped when she had her wounds covered up, but she nodded her head and forced herself to stand up. "I'm out of juice. Yororozu. Can you make one more can of orange juice? Tenya asked the girl, purely for the reason of allowing him to keep fighting. She nodded her head. Kyoka frowned. No, I'll do it, call Dark Shadow back, and make me light Ochiko. Kyoka extended her hand to the girl. Ochiko looked concerned, but nodded her head and did it for her. Dark Shadow came back towards them, and Kyoka floated towards him. Grabbing onto her, Dark Shadow rushed into the room through the hole. Let go of me. Kyoka whispered to Dark Shadow, and the second he did, she started to float up into the air. Attention on Dark Shadow, Snipe started to shoot towards the hole to try and get at the kids behind the doors, ignoring Dark Shadow. Shatter. He couldn't ignore the glass case shattering, or the girl falling out of the air. Shooting at Kyoka, and hitting her in the same arm, inches away from her other wound, as she landed on top of him and pushed him to the ground. She stretched her earphone jacks down at him, and stabbed them next to his head. Playing the most intense heartbeat she could manage, she shattered the ground around his head, and when Snipe stopped moving, she guessed the tick with it. She heard the sounds of guns though, shifting their aim to her, and saw the small robot army preparing to open fire. Sorry, gotta use this. Kyoka rolled across the ground and grabbed Snipe's gun, and she fired it at the robots. She missed every single shot. It took more than just holding a gun to use it, it took more skill than she had expected it. Thankfully for her life, Dark Shadow rushed around and destroyed the robots with ease once she had missed, and quickly after, the smoke in the room cleared away. Dark Shadow opened up the doors with some serious effort, but soon enough all of her teammates were in the same room with her again. You did it. This is the last one. Ochiko ran over and hugged Kyoka. She was so glad that the girl didn't die. I'll use the last of my strength to make parachutes. Momo spoke as she formed enough parachutes for everyone in the room. She attached one to Snipe first, and with help, threw their teacher out of the window. Watching him fall, she pressed the button to open the parachute from a distance, and smiled to herself as the teacher safely fell down towards where their fellow students were, to catch him. Let's grab the crystal, destroy the machine, and jump. Momo strapped her parachute on herself. Everyone noticed she seemed to be forgetting something. What about Naruto? How will he escape? Tsuyu asked what they were all thinking, and Momo turned and looked at her with a smile. He's Naruto, I'm sure he has a plan to escape. I have full faith in him. Momo answered rather simply. If anyone was a pro when it came to not dying from things that should kill him, it was their strongest classmate. The guy should have long been dead from the things he had suffered from, but he was still alive and well. Kyoka nodded in agreement, and plugged herself into the machine, blasting it to pieces with internal sound waves in one quick blast. Tsuyu hopped up into the machine and grabbed the crystal, ripping it from its spot. In the basement. Splat. Orochimaru spewed more blood from his mouth, his elderly, weak form unable to manage anymore without his connections to the flying fortress around him. Trapped in his machines, he was unable to get up and escape as red lights started to go off all in the room around him. The last of the tubes connecting to his body snapped, and the color of his skin started to drastically grow paler. With Naruto. Fuck. What is that robot body made of? Naruto rubbed his sore fist as he jumped back. He ducked underneath a laser, and rolled out of the way as Orochimaru tried to kick him. The robot fell to the ground on his knees for a moment, and Naruto panted, before he grinned in relief. What, robot body can't keep up with, what? Naruto stood up straight as the red lights in the room started to go off. Orochimaru's face twisted into a scowl. My life support. Those fools, they destroyed my life support, and the only thing keeping the weapon stable, this entire place could blow at any moment now. Your friends have doomed us all. Orochimaru shouted as his robot body started to fade. Unable to control it very well anymore, with his real body dying. Naruto's eyes widened for a moment, before he sighed and sat down. Well damn. If this place could blow at any minute, and in his condition, then there was no way he was escaping the explosion. Naruto took out his phone, and looked at his contacts, before he smiled to himself. Well, my friends should have escaped by now. If my life is what it takes to save the world, that seems like a fair trade. Naruto looked at his broken legs, and sighed to himself. He wasn't in a great condition at the moment, and transforming wouldn't fix his broken legs. There was no way he was going to escape in time to outrun the place blowing up for sure. Orochimaru looked shocked. Do you not fear death, boy? Of course, this is terrifying. This is the life I signed up for, so I really can't complain, about dying at least. You being the last person I see, now that is something to complain about. Naruto leaned up against the wall and sighed to himself. Naruto felt the pain medication wearing off, and the pain his body was going through was getting much more intense. Orochimaru barely managed to stand up, his control over his false body becoming more and more unstable. This place might have 5 minutes before it explodes, and my real body no longer has the Hoshi no Tama fragments acting as life support. To think, my 129 years of life ends today, even my immortality didn't last. Orochimaru fell down, unable to control his body anymore. Naruto looked at him with a frown on his face, before he sighed to himself. He hated the way that sounded. You seem to have accepted it pretty dash. Not. Don't think you've won just yet. Orochimaru shouted with a dark, insane, grin on his face. Naruto really didn't like the sound of that. On the beach. Guys. All of the pros are safe. Mina shouted as she rushed over towards their friends as they fell out of the sky. The countdown clock that was displayed everywhere had actually stopped. The world was safe once more, in comparison to being burned to ashes at least. There were still villains all around the world of course, but this big baddie was gone now. That medication should be wearing off by now. I hope, where is he? Izuku ran towards everyone as well. His eyes widened a little when he did a head count, and while he counted Tsuyu, he didn't count Naruto among the people who had escaped. The fortress was flying out of the sky. The world is safe. The bad guy was beaten, and everyone is, mostly unharmed. Denki shouted out, before he saw the blood that was staining their bodies. Half of them were covered in their own blood, but not enough to warrant their lives being in immediate danger. Where is Foxy? Denki looked around for their Vulpine classmate as everyone touched down on the ground. Nobody could see him everywhere. Where is my bro? Kirishima asked as he walked up to Tokoyama, the least injured person present among the rescue party. Tokoyama slid his parachute off his shoulders, before he nodded at Kirishima. He was playing distraction, with his strength, he should escape any moment now. Tokoyama showed his confidence. Seeing as Naruto put faith in him, he would in turn put faith in Naruto to survive. Ding! Mina ignored everyone else as she looked down at her phone, and she saw that she got a text from Naruto. I love you, thank you for being in my life. Mina didn't know why, but tears rolled down her cheeks moments after reading his message. Naruto isn't here yet. I'm sure he would have been done by now, but that means he is still. Ochiko turned her head and looked towards the falling fortress as well. Everyone started to look that way, 19 pairs of eyes watched as the base started to come apart. Eyes started to widen. Then, it happened, the base exploded with enough force that even where they were, they could all feel the explosive power of the boom. The heat from the explosion, the blue flames filling the sky itself. Giant parts of the fortress fell into the ocean, the sky clearing and revealing the moon above. Some pieces even rained down on the beach around them, but Kugo even blasted a piece out of the air and into the ocean in front of them. Naruto! Naruto! Mina shouted, screamed, at the top of her lungs as she tried to run towards the ocean. She was stopped when she was grabbed by the wrist, just as a giant piece of metal nearly crushed her. There was silence in the class, even Bakugo had his head bowed in respect at their fallen comrade. Mina broke down in the sand and stated to cry then and there. His last words to her. She didn't even have the chance to respond to them before Naruto died. His last words were so heartfelt, and even over a text, she could tell they were sincere. His last thoughts before he died, they were of her. She was crying so hard, it physically hurt her body. They had been dating for nearly a full year at this point, they may not always show it, but she had strong feelings for him as well. Most of those in the class were actually crying. He died to give us a chance to save everyone, he was a true hero to the end. Tenya thought, clenching his eyes shut, tears in them at the last act of a real hero. Can somebody please help me? I can't move my body, and I'm in a lot of pain. Seriously dude, what does it take to kill you? Kirishima shouted as Naruto started to float in the water towards them, a shark carrying Naruto towards the land. Everyone watched as the shark dropped Naruto off at the shore, before the shark grew wings and flew away. Dude! I thought that shark was dead. Kirishima remembered that shark as the one that had tried to eat him. Yet here it was again, alive and well, carrying Naruto back to the shore on its back. What is dash? Naruto! Mina pushed Kirishima out of the way roughly as she grabbed Naruto. I love you too. I love you so much, don't ever scare me like that again. I thought you were dead. Mina pulled the limp Naruto into a powerful hug. It hurt him, a lot. Almost every inch of his body was covered in damage and bruises, with massive cuts along his body. Thankfully, he was immune to his own foxfire, so the fire from the explosion actually didn't hurt him at all. It was the powerful explosions from the other fires in the explosion that had done some damage to him, not to mention getting thrown into the ocean hurt like a bitch. Is he too stupid to die? It was a common thought in the class. Got it, got my Tama back. Naruto let go of the Tama that was in his hand, letting it fall into the sand. He had gotten it back right as the explosion went off. He had a weak grin on his face. Mina flipped him over, before she grabbed his face, and she didn't care that they were surrounded by everyone, and that everyone was watching them. Mina kissed him, and though they had shared many kisses in private with nobody watching, this kiss was perhaps the most passionate one that Naruto had ever gotten from Mina. Tears turned into smiles. Why was he not chosen for this power? Why was it given to me? How could All Might not see that Naruto was suited for this power? Izuku looked down at his fist, and he couldn't help but feel the weight of the power he was given. Seeing somebody who should have gotten the power instead of him, it gave him an empty feeling inside. He had always thought, since All Might chose him, he had been the one most worthy of the power in All Might's eyes, but here was somebody who had fully prepared to die today. Mina was crying on Naruto's face, but they were happy tears. Now this was a happy ending. Okay, now can I go to a hospital or recovery girl? Everyone laughed when Naruto made that joke, until he coughed up blood. Okay, not a joke. Chapter 35. Checks. For their work in doing the jobs of pro-heroes, when there were no pro-heroes capable of saving the world, all of the students of Class 1A were given rather decently sized checks for their efforts. Checks from the government that were worth 1 million yen each, about $10,000, for their efforts in saving the world. Sadly, most of the students weren't going to be getting credit for what they did, only the ones who had a direct role in taking down the fortress were being credited in the news as the ones who did anything. That was only because the news had been able to see the kids who were parachuting down from the sky, and had assumed they were the only ones who did that part, while Naruto was the one who destroyed the fortress. For some, the checks were amazing, Ochiko, and others didn't really care about the money, Momo. Sadly, the fact that students had to save the teachers had not really gone over well with the parents, which was why the teachers that had to be saved, All Might included, were currently speeding up their plans and visiting all of the parents. It was now more important than ever to get the students to move into the dorms to try and regain as much trust from the parents as possible. It always amazes me how fast he heals. Girl, your arms aren't moving as fast as your mouth is. Midnight spoke down to Mina with crossed arms. The woman was enjoying lounging in a chair, in a swimsuit, while Mina used a fan on her face to cool her down. When Midnight had gotten into her home, she had pretty quickly noticed when she saw her bookshelf, and how her favorite BL books had been melted to nothing. It had been very easy for her to assume that Mina had been the culprit, and even though her reason for being in her apartment was okay, the fact her books, all limited edition, by the way, that she used the most were gone. You two are going to be spending your days off of school working for me until I've had enough. Midnight pointed out as some water splashed on her legs. She wiped the drool from her lips moments later when she looked back to the sight before her. In her other hand was a video camera that was recording Naruto's part of the punishment. I should have stayed injured. I really should have. Naruto lamented the fact he wasn't dying right now. No, he just had to have enough stamina to let Recovery Girl heal all of his injuries in a few days. No, he had to have a sturdy body, a body that Midnight was currently filming. Here he was, being put on display in a fucking Speedo, with nothing else on him. Washing cars for free, this wasn't even to pay for the books. Midnight told them she would forgive them if Naruto did this, and Mina acted as the woman's butler. Even right now, Mina was wearing a butler suit with fitted shoulders, while also taping her chest flat. She had her hair slicked back, and was wearing sunglasses to hide the feminine shape of her eyes. Midnight had turned the girl into a crossdresser for the very purpose of making her look more boyish, and enjoy this situation as much as she could. She's got very questionable hobbies. This woman is a dash. Mina didn't even get to finish the sentence, before Midnight picked up her empty glass, and motioned for it to be filled again. Mina was forced to refill her glass with more tea, as the woman enjoyed watching her boyfriend wash cars. She wasn't the only one. Mina was forced to watch as women of all ages with cars drove into Midnight's free car washes to get the view of the boy who was appearing in the news. Even some men, which disturbed Mina a little to have other men looking at her boyfriend, were coming in for the view. I guess it's not so bad though. Mina thought to herself as she glanced at Naruto. She wasn't going to complain about the view she was getting for sure, made her a little hot under the collar to look at him with so much of his body revealed, and not bloody this time. Recovery Girl had done amazing work healing Naruto up to full health again. I should have made him wear a smaller Speedo. Midnight let loose a sigh as she looked at only half of the young man's butt being exposed. She should have also gotten one with a design on it, something on the crotch, like the word big or youth. Something along those lines, instead of the simple red Speedo he was wearing. Keep working until you're dripping with sweat, Naruto. I want all of the cars that come through here to shine. Midnight called out to him, before she turned her attention back to Mina. Fan harder, I want him to sweat, not me. I can appreciate how your efforts were to save the world, but ruining my porn dash. Don't you mean romantic novel? Mina tried to help Midnight's image a little. It was porn and we both know it. I'm not ashamed of my hobbies. Midnight denied the help. She was the 18-plus only hero. She had an image as a rather naughty woman to uphold, though she was still a rather modest woman as well. She was not ashamed of her hobbies. Her love for youthful and manly men, and her more lustful side, were not things she ever denied. As long as her hobbies didn't hurt others, there was no reason for her to take shame in them. Anyway, you should be thanking me. I can smell a virgin from a mile away, and you reek of it. Midnight winked at the girl. Mina appreciated that, and she smiled and nodded at Midnight. Maybe this wasn't so bad. You know. I can understand why guys look at girls a little, seeing this is kind of hot. Mina whispered to herself. After telling him I loved him. Mina thought to herself, before her cheeks flushed deeply. She looked at Naruto's body, before she looked away and fanned Midnight harder than before. After a while in her relationship with Naruto, about 6 months or so, she had actually been willing to have sex with Naruto if he ever asked her. She would have never gone out of her way to do it, but she was willing if Naruto ever pushed the issue. Now after admitting to Naruto and herself that she was in love with him, now she wanted it. She wanted to make a move, she wanted him to make a move. It was no longer an issue about her being willing or unwilling, this was something she flat out wanted. She wanted to take her relationship deeper. It wasn't just because she was attracted to his body, but they had been dating for nearly a year, and other than the occasional butt slap, they hadn't gone beyond kissing. Even then, the butt slapping was mostly her messing with Naruto, and him giving her dirty looks for doing it at bad times. Oh come on. Oh, look at the dirty on that car, he's going to get so dirty covered in all of that. Midnight zoomed in with her camera, her own cheeks flushing. She was so going to use this the second she was alone. Mina glanced down at her. You know that is my boyfriend you're objectifying, right? Mina deadpanned as she made sure that she continued to fan Midnight, really not generally liking this part of it. If it was your boyfriend, you. Mina's nose started to bleed a little. It's really dry outside. Mina said, ignoring the water and steam that were around them. She didn't give the smirking Midnight the satisfaction of knowing that she was enjoying this right now. Midnight passed her a cold glass of tea. If it's so dry, you must be feeling really thirsty then. Midnight enjoyed teasing Mina, and watching Naruto. She was going to have so much fun with their punishment for breaking into her home, good reasons or not. So much good porn of hers had been lost, and just paying for it wasn't going to be enough for her. This girl was so hot for her boyfriend, and teasing her was so much fun. With Ochako. Money, what do I even do with this much? Ochako looked at the 3 checks that she had received. Momo and Naruto, seeing her totally shocked reaction at the amount on the checks, had actually both given her their checks. Since her quirk had been the entire reason they were able to save so many lives in the first place, they had decided to forego their rewards for their work done, and give her their money rewards. So here she was, sitting with enough money to not have to worry about money for a good while, and she didn't know what to do with it. She was pretty sure even her parents had never seen this much money, and they weren't going to accept the money if she tried to give it to them. 3 million yen, it was a lot of money, to not know what to do with. Ochako laid down on her bed, before she rolled around, hands on her face. She kicked her legs out and screamed into her hands, unsure about what she wanted to buy. Screw it, not going to use it, just going to put it in the bank. Ochako shouted as she jumped up. She would save it up, and use it when she graduated from UA, so that when it was time for her to start up her own hero agency, she would have the money for it. With Naruto. I hate this so much. I should be training for the sports festival next week, but no, I have to do this. Naruto hated this so much. The Speedo was super uncomfortable for him downstairs, and he was wasting his time with this. He didn't care if people looked at him sexually in general, he was used to it from Mina when she thought he wasn't paying attention. He just hated wasting time he could spend doing something like this that served absolutely no purpose. He was pretty sure he saw a woman purposely drive her car through a muddy water puddle just to bring her car back through the wash. How haven't I gotten written up for indecent exposure yet? Naruto asked with a frown. Right now, he would really appreciate a police officer coming by, and writing him a ticket for this, that way he could put on regular swim trunks. Speaking of the police. Damn, check on the bulge on that kid. Damn it. Naruto whispered when a female officer passed by on her patrol, and she didn't even do her job. She just eyed him, before she nodded to Midnight with a wink. The 2 women seemed to know each other. His only hope was the male officer with the woman officer. What a body. Damn it. What the hell is wrong with my luck? Why can't a villain attack right now, just, attack right now so I have an excuse to not be here? Why does a villain never attack me when a pro hero is nearby? Naruto looked at Midnight in the area. What was wrong with his luck? If he had just been out with Mina, a villain would have certainly attacked. Yet, midnight was here, and no villains to be seen. Thankfully, nobody else he knew was here. Naruto? What are you wearing? Ryuko asked as she walked by in her hero costume. She had her arms crossed as she looked at Naruto, not so much as a blush on her face. He's certainly grown from the little kid I remember. Ryuko glanced at his body. She didn't really show any other reaction though, she was just more curious why Naruto was doing this. Naruto slammed his forehead into the concrete. Fuck his life. Chapter 36. Movie, check. Popcorn, check. Toothbrush, check. 5 intense showers, check. Perfume, check. Almost done with my checklist. Mina was excited as she looked at the list for everything she was going to need. It was after, and the movers were transporting her things to UA's dorms. Her parents had agreed to her moving into the dorms, so she had some time to kill before she had to get back. She would sort her room out after school the next day. She didn't mind living in a mess for a while, not when she had something so important that she was going to do. She had checked her calendar for this day, and marked down that this was the best possible day for everything she wanted. She had finally decided, after seeing Midnight's punishment, what she finally wanted. She literally just finished having her period, so it was the best and safest time for what she was going to try and get Naruto to do. Aren't you a little too young to be buying condoms? Just shut up and take my money. Mina stated with narrowed eyes. She had grabbed a box in each of the sizes, other than small, since after seeing Naruto's bulge, she got a pretty good idea of what his size was not. Now, these are quirk-proof, right? Mina asked as she looked at the different boxes. Her cheeks were burning red, but the woman in front of her simply picked up the boxes and looked at the backs of them. She had done some research, and learned that condoms came with different anti-quirk measures for a great number of brands. These are fire, ice, electricity, and made with enhanced durability. Do they protect against acid though? Mina asked with a serious face. She knew she didn't have the best control over her quirk in the world. The fact that she had melted through her own clothes enough times going through school proved that. But since starting high school, she had really started to get a handle on her quirk. She was 90, 80. 75% sure that her quirk wasn't going to activate when she had sex. That was a C on the grading scale, which was a passing grade, right? Just to be safe though, she wanted to at least try and see if there were condoms that were resistant against her quirk. I don't want to hurt my boyfriend. Mina stated with an awkward look behind her, as her items in her basket were rung up. Thankfully, nobody behind her seemed to care about what she was saying, mostly because the guys were wincing in pain and covering their crotches, no longer imaging themselves in her boyfriend's position anymore. Girls who spewed acid were not in demand for sex. Acid? Maybe, I don't know, I've never met a person with that quirk who found anyone willing to be with them. Wow, you're super helpful. Mina sighed to herself. With all of the measures she was taking to make this work, Naruto better be willing to work with her. As in, he better put aside his possible fear of penile harm, and stick it in her. With Naruto. Been a while since we trained like this, you're sure pumped up. Kirishima shouted as he trained with Naruto in his room at the dorms. Kirishima was already done moving in, so they had decided to get in some practice for the sports festival coming up. That meant that Kirishima was getting hard, and Naruto was punching the shit out of him until he couldn't stay hard anymore. It was a good training method, but it seemed that Naruto had really stopped getting anything out of it. What are those, by the way? Kirishima asked as he looked at the bands on Naruto's arms. Naruto punched him in the face. A girl in the support class made them for me. These sense how much my body weighs, and becomes half my body weight. Naruto explained as he socked Kirishima in the forehead. Naruto had 10 of them on each of his arms, and 10 of them on each leg. The amount of weight that Naruto was adding to his body was no small amount, and the layer of sweat Naruto had produced was more than Kirishima had ever seen of Naruto. Naruto kicked Kirishima in the ribs, and broke him from his hardened state with ease, the powerful kick destroying his hardness. Kirishima collapsed and held his side. That hurt. Going to feel that tomorrow. Kirishima grunted out loudly, pushing himself back to his feet to start again. Naruto was his most regular sparring buddy, and ever since they started this, Kirishima had learned a good deal of martial arts from watching Naruto and learning from him. Naruto was increasing the strength of the bones in his fists and legs by attacking him, thus raising the amount of power he could attack people with, without worrying about hurting himself. That was, until Naruto's bones had become even harder than his own hardness, making what Naruto gained from this training practically worthless to him. You're already super strong, shouldn't you be training in your fox dash? I'm not going to use my quirk in the sports festival. I've been relying too much on my quirk lately. Kirishima. I rampaged. I lost control. I can't let that happen again. I locked away my Hoshi no Tama in its safe again. Until I'm stronger. I'm going to try and use my quirk only when I absolutely need it. The sports festival is going to be the perfect place to test myself. Naruto denied him easily. Kirishima didn't know what it was like to have a quirk that could make you become a murderous monster at the drop of a hat. He had only really used his quirk so much against the supervillain because he could not afford to hold back his quirk, so many lives were on the line at that point. Kirishima tried to punch Naruto, but Naruto caught it and flung him to the ground, before he kicked him in the side, rolling him onto his stomach with a loud gasp. Kirishima got on his hands and knees. You rampaged? I thought you just used all of your power against that super strong dash. Luck, it was sheer luck I only killed that Nomu. If Aizawa wasn't there to stop me, I wouldn't have stopped there. I'm scared. I'm really scared of what I could have done. Naruto knew he was safe to talk about this. Kirishima wasn't going to judge him, and it felt good to have somebody to rely on for this. Getting this off of his chest felt good, and his friend seemed pretty happy to be trusted with it. Nomu beat me, my quirk activated on its own. It's scary, knowing that every time you use your quirk, something could push you over the edge. Naruto stopped punching Kirishima, and kicking him, in favor of sitting down on his bed and speaking. He didn't want to kill anyone, even villains, if he could help it. Yet, his quirk thirsted for blood, and the more power he used of his quirk, the higher the risk he could fall into another rampage. Even using Four Tails form was pushing what he was capable of handling. Any further and he would usually stop being able to see friend from enemy, so he could only use that number when the only people he could see are all enemies. Kirishima sat next to him. Like your mom. Kirishima knew he was stepping on a landmine. Like my mom. My father is the Thunder God, the legendary number 2 hero, famous for his teleport quirk. He had once saved over 1,000 people in under a second, from a gasoline explosion and a collapsing building, but when people see me, they remember my mom. She lost control, and all my life, people who knew my mom, looked at me with eyes that told me they were afraid of me. You and Mina were my first friends for a lot of reasons. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy I met you, but ever since I've met all of you and learned how to be happier. The bloodlust has gotten stronger. Naruto lay back and looked at the ceiling. Making friends had made it even easier for him to fall into the bloodlust. Imagining them getting hurt, or seeing them hurt, the thought alone could make him so angry. They were precious to him at this point, and losing them? He didn't want to go back to having no friends. Kirishima lay down next to Naruto, both of them looking at the ceiling. You need therapy, you've got a lot of emotional baggage. Kirishima gave his professional advice for this. Not to mention you're constantly being attacked by real freaks, and can't go into the city without a villain popping up, and in the last 2 weeks, you've nearly died 3 times. 4. When was the 4th time? Kirishima didn't remember Naruto almost dying. He was pretty sure he would have noticed it in the news if Naruto had fought a villain and nearly died from it. Last night I had a nightmare so bad, I actually woke up and had an anxiety attack, felt like I was going to die. Naruto didn't want to mention that. Naruto didn't like that he had been having nightmares every once in a while, but they had been happening. Kirishima sat up and looked down at him in concern. Dude, we should take you to a hospital or something. That is really serious, do you know what is causing it? Himiko Toga. I dreamed that you guys had never came to save me. I honestly though I was over what happened, but a couple of times a week, she appears in my worst nightmares, and next to her are a group of villains, being led by that bastard covered in hands. The dreams feel so real too, sometimes. I see the face of a man with no nose, dripping with the blood of heroes, and then there are times I dream of something worse. Naruto sat up with Kirishima. The dreams had always felt so real to him, to the point when he had those dreams he would wake up in a cold sweat. I'm having dreams of a little girl, with a horn on her head, and she's being hurt really bad. Naruto didn't know what his dreams were trying to tell him, but it was pretty fucked up. The girl was small, she couldn't be older than 6, and her arms were covered in scars. Her clothes were little more than rags, and her red eyes called for him without saying it. Dude, dark. Monster Fox. It was formed when the person with the Ninetales quirk and the Gigantification quirk had a child, and that child gained a composite quirk. The Ninetales quirk gave the person with it the power to transform into a Ninetales, and manifest all of the abilities of the legendary creature. With my Monster Fox quirk, I think I've been awakening the hidden powers of the Ninetales quirk. I'm afraid these dreams, that they aren't dreams. Naruto hated that thought so much. If so, then his visions were visions of the future. They were visions of people suffering, and there was a little girl who needed his help. His contact with his Tama had been when he started to get these dreams, and now, they wouldn't stop even now that he had locked it away again. Kirishima didn't know what to say, so he just placed his arm around Naruto's shoulder. Naruto looked at him, and he stopped with that. Sorry. It's fine. If these dreams are true though, then there is a little girl out there, scared and abused, and I have the power to save her. My dream last night, was when I saw the little girl. Aries, Naruto spoke in a practical whisper. He had just heard her name briefly in the dream, and he didn't know what her last name was. She's just a kid, no kid should be treated like a menace by adults because of a power they didn't choose. Like you? Kirishima asked with a look at Naruto. Naruto looked at him, shocked. What? You're seeing yourself in this girl, right? I mean, the government told the top 10 to kill you if it came down to it. You didn't have any friends growing up, and you grew up with the knowledge that your parents killed each other, and everyone is always putting a ton of pressure on you. This girl in your dreams, you're relating to her situation, because you can understand her, not to mention you've been tortured and abused by that blood freak, and you've nearly died several times. Kirishima wasn't smart by any stretch of the word, but even he could see that Naruto was seeing himself in this girl. Their situations were mirrors of each other. Where Naruto had his uncle, it was only later in his life that he got the support of others. Everything this little girl was going through, Naruto had experienced at some point in his life, so it was easy to see himself in this girl's shoes, and it just made everything they were doing to her in the dream that much more horrible to him. That makes me feel worse. Naruto pointed out. His friend sucked in his breath. Whoops. Have you talked about any of this to your uncle? Of course not, he's got so much on his plate. I don't want him to have to deal with my problems, you know. Naruto turned bright red when he realized what he had just said. You know. Don't repeat it. Naruto tackled Kirishima and covered his mouth to prevent him from saying those words again. He had a verbal tic, and he didn't like it when people knew about it. He had spent so long trying to get rid of it, but it would seem that in his moment of weakness, his verbal tic had decided to make a reappearance. The two of them wrestled on the bed for a moment, before Naruto got him in a rough headlock. Don't you dare tell anyone, got it? Naruto threatened in a low growl. Got it, you know. Kirishima went flying out the window. Chapter 37. Naruto, let's take our relationship to the next level. Kirishima blinked and looked towards Mina as she burst through the door to Naruto's room. He had no clue what to make of what she had just screamed into his ear. She had actually surprised him to the point that he had jumped out of Naruto's bed, dropping the martial arts magazine that he was reading. Mina had closed her eyes when she entered the room, so she didn't know it, but it was just him, Kirishima, in the room at the moment. There was a heavy silence. Naruto isn't here, he's out training right now. He asked me to watch his new pet. Kirishima pointed to the tank in the room, that had a toad sitting in the middle of it, the toad croaking as it made itself comfortable in its new home. Also, weren't you two already screwing? Kirishima was always under the impression that Naruto and Mina had been screwing already, and just didn't make a big deal out of it since they never really made a big deal out of their relationship. Until Mina had confessed her love for Naruto, most people in the class hadn't really known about their relationship, those that didn't pay close attention. They kept their affection for each other pretty tame in public, it was in private that they really showed their feelings. He had just assumed Mina had already put the moves on Naruto before now. Damn it. With Naruto. Yes. Now this is the perfect way to get ready. Naruto blocked a bear claw, not using his quirk, before he grabbed a firm hold on it, and he threw the shark over his shoulder that had thrown the punch, pulling it off of its spider legs, and slamming it onto the ground. There was no mistake in that sentence. The shark with the quirk, that Naruto had originally believed he killed until it saved his life, had made itself known to him again. So, since the shark could fly, Naruto had taken it hunting in the forest to find it the best animal stuff to work with. The shark seemed to have eaten some kind of intelligent animal, maybe a dog, and had gained the mental abilities of such an animal. When Naruto had beaten the shark, he had set himself firmly as its master, and it had actually been showing him some affection. Now, the shark had evolved even further with its quirk, and had become able to manifest more animal parts out of its body. It had 8 large spider legs coming from its body, complemented by the large bird wings coming from its back. Its left arm was a large bear arm, while it had a massive crab claw for a right arm. It seemed his shark could only manifest a max of 5 different animal traits at the same time. This shark would make an amazing sparring partner. Mina, Day 2. She was going to do it, only a few days until the sports festival, and she was going to get this done before then. She knocked on Kirishima's door, and when he opened it up, she sighed in relief at the fact he was in there, and Naruto was not. You, stay here, no matter what you hear come from Naruto's room, you stay here. Mina threatened him as she let a small amount of acid pool into the palm of her hand. His hardness would offer him no protection from her acid, and he nodded his head very quickly. Nodding her head, she went over towards Naruto's room, and she didn't even knock as she went right in. She was about to open her mouth, before she closed it when she saw that Naruto had company. She was very surprised when she saw Momo was sitting with Naruto by his desk, a book in her hands, while Naruto was doing some kind of work with her watching him. "You got this wrong. Damn it. Thanks." Naruto erased and corrected the mistake. Since he was lousy at studying, and he had lousy teachers growing up, and most of his time at UA was spent severely injured, he was way far behind in his studies. Academics-wise, he was at the bottom of the class, even though he was at the top of the class in the physical and battle aspect. Momo had noticed his low scores in class, and had actually offered to come to his room and tutor him in the subjects that he was behind in. Basically, everything except English, which he was at the surprisingly top of the class in, mostly because his uncle loved all things American, so he had been to the country quite a few times himself and had been forced by his uncle to learn the language. "Sorry Mina, can you leave? Naruto can't have any distractions from his studies." Momo looked towards Mina, and she placed her hand on the back of Naruto's head, forcing him to keep looking at his work. Mina pouted. "Damn it. Mina, day 3. Thankfully, Momo and Naruto were just going to study together once a week, which meant today was the day, for sure. She had checked up on Momo, who was training for the sports festival. She had locked Kirishima in his room. Those two, the ones closest to Naruto, were out of her way, so with that in mind, she was free to seduce Naruto. She opened the door. "Ribbit, I didn't know you knew so much about toads." There was Tsuyu, with Naruto as she helped him feed his new pet toad. They were placing crickets in a cage, and watching as the toad ate them quickly, once he actually noticed that they were around him. She shouldn't be surprised to see Tsuyu in Naruto's room one day since he got a new pet, considering that toads and frogs were a part of the same animal family. "This is Gamakichi, I named him after my last one, Gamabunta. I'm going to get him a brother, since he seems a little lonely. I know a ton about toads and frogs, and I even developed my own martial arts style based around them. I call it frog kata." Naruto explained to Tsuyu as he took his toad out of its tank, and passed it to Tsuyu gently. She took it and looked at it, before she looked up at Naruto. "Frog kata? That sounded interesting. I've never seen you use it." Tsuyu pointed out, since whenever he used his quirk, he used a strange form of boxing that she didn't recognize. She had no clue what it was called, but it seemed like a strange mix of several different styles of combat, with Naruto's own unique flair to it. "Never mind. I've seen it, can you teach me? I want to be even more froggy." Tsuyu poked a finger to her chin in thought. Naruto leaned down at Gamakiki at her chest level, and grinned at the toad, not noticing Mina behind him. "Sure thing, let's start after the sports festival. You can ask Kirishima and Deku, my training will leave you hurting." Naruto let his toad jump back into his hands, and placed it back into his tank. Mina pouted. "Damn it. Mina, day 4. Momo was training, Kirishima was training, and Tsuyu was spending her afternoon studying on her own. Those three, the only ones that made sense to visit Naruto and get in her way, were out of the way. She had threatened Kirishima, checked up on Momo, watched as Tsuyu rejected a person's offer to hang out. Those were the only 3 people who would interrupt her, to her knowledge. Naruto was in his room, seeing as she could hear the music coming from his room at the moment. "Ah!" Female scream, rushing into Naruto's room, her jaw dropped as she dropped to her knees. There was Kyoka, laying on her chest, with Naruto sitting on her back. Naruto was sitting cross-legged, and holding Kyoka's arms behind her back. The girl was covered in sweat to the point that it was showing through her clothes, of which she was thankfully wearing her gym clothes. She was using her quirk, not her hands, to push herself off the ground with Naruto's added weight. The girl was also training to keep her back as straight as possible while carrying a larger man on her, in the situation that she would ever have to lift a man's weight. What the hell? Why is Esuji asking for? She went on to the fortress with him, she must have wanted his help. Mina hated that her boyfriend was strong and kind right now, since if somebody wanted training from him, he would give it to them if he didn't have a reason to say no. That was 47. Just 203 more to go. You're a demon. Kyoka shouted, actually regretting the fact that she had asked for Naruto's help to grow stronger. Don't worry, after this you can sit on my back as I do 2,500 push-ups with one arm, if it makes you feel better. Naruto told her with a shrug of his shoulders. She wouldn't weight a ton, but she would add to his workout. Mina dropped to her side with a twitching eye. Damn it. Mina, day 5. Kirishima was in detention with Bakugo, Momo was training alone, Tsuyu was training for the sports festival, Kyoka was in her bed asleep after the nightmare Naruto put her through yesterday. She could do this. Looking at Naruto's door, she twitched. Do not disturb. Putting her ear up to the door, she could hear him asleep, more than likely on the floor or something. She sighed to herself, and rubbed the back of her head. She wanted to wake Naruto up, but she wouldn't do that to him. Not when he wanted to sleep. She wouldn't deprive him of his sleep, since he seemed to be having trouble sleeping lately, and he sounded pretty sound asleep. She needed to be supportive. Damn it. Mina, day 6, day before sports festival. Aya. Mina let loose a scream of fear when she opened Naruto's door, and what greeted her was the teeth of a shark. She nearly got her head bitten off, before Naruto pulled the shark back into the room and looked at her. No, bad, no eating people. Naruto punched his shark on the nose. Mina's jaw just dropped, sitting on her ass in a hallway, hand over her heart as she looked at the shark that was trying to escape Naruto. No, bad, down, sit. Naruto shouted at the shark, and the spider legs it was using started to take a sitting position, and it glared towards Mina with its shark tail showing aggression. I peed a little. Sup Mina, need something? Sorry about this guy, I brought him here to see about training this guy to be more obedient. He hasn't been handling the forest really well, poor guy. Naruto rubbed the shark under the jaw, and it was soothed by this action. What the fuck? Mina stood up, and she looked down at her legs. Thankfully, it wasn't visible that she wet herself from that surprise. Bad news, now that she had wet herself, she was not really in the mood to have sex herself. Her heart was hammering in her chest, and her pink skin had gone paler, not to mention there was a quirk-wielding shark in Naruto's room right now. It was kind of a mood killer to be honest. Nothing, just wanted to say hi, hi. Naruto looked at her in confusion as she spoke, but she continued as she turned around and started to walk away, the doors starting to close behind her as she used her foot to close it. I'm going to go take a shower, and then go to bed, good luck tomorrow. Mina finished off as she leaned forward, depressed. Naruto stopped the door from closing. You know, we've been dating for almost a year now, and you've gotten a real handle on your quirk. With everything going on, I never got to suggest this to you, but want to have sex. I mean, not right now, but next chance we get, maybe on your birthday. We can make a date out of it. Naruto asked her as he held his shark back from trying to escape. I seriously love you. I'll be looking forward to it. Mina smiled again when she heard that. Wait, she hadn't trained even a little for the sports festival. Damn it. Chapter 38. General Studies, Business Studies, Support Studies, and Hero Studies. The 4 types of classes at UA, and the 4 types that would be allowed to partake in the yearly sports festival, for UA, an event that was broadcasted across the entire nation and watched by many civilians and pro-hero agencies in the nation. It was the biggest place to make a statement, show off your ability, start gathering up a fan base, and begin making the connections that you would take with you to the top. Not only was it broadcasted nationwide, but the event itself took place in a massive stadium, where thousands were watching in person as well. For many, it would be a nerve-destroying time, for those wanting to get into the hero course, it was even more so. Usually, the only class with nothing on the line were the business courses, and they were usually only there to make connections in the business world. Naruto. Sup. Naruto looked as who was speaking to him as class A walked into the stadium, and the audience roared their approval towards the class. The honest favorites to win overall, and make the best showing. Oh, you. Naruto saw it was Todoroki that was getting his attention. I'm going for you, and I want to beat you at your best. You better give it dash. Sorry, but I'm not going to use my quirk, so better aim for me another day. This is just going to be a chance to train for me. Naruto didn't care about the results of this dumb festival. He just wanted to grow stronger, so he was challenging himself by not using his quirk. He was going to try to win of course, but this was more about taking himself to a new level, than it was about caring for these games. Honestly, go after somebody else, I'm not going to be the outlet for your daddy issues. Naruto could see that look in Todoroki's eyes pretty easily, and he could tell that either Todoroki was doing this for his father, or he was doing this to spite his father. Either way, Naruto didn't want any part of it. Todoroki went silent. Oh thank God. By the way Naruto, if there is any fighting, and we have to fight, can you take it easy dash, Mina started, before Naruto placed his hand on her head. Mina, you're my girlfriend, and I love you, but if we have to fight, I'm kicking the shit out of you. This and that are 2 different things. Naruto wasn't going to go easy on anyone, he wasn't going to use his quirk, but he wasn't going to go easy. He hoped he didn't have to fight Mina, but if he did have to, he was going to punch her for sure. You want to become a hero too, so don't hold back on me either. Naruto told her with a grin. She held her horns. Just don't break them, I don't know if they grow back. She prayed that he didn't bust her horns if they fought. She had never broken them before, other than the occasional crack on them. The cracks would heal, but she had never broken one off, and she didn't want her head to look weirder with one broken horn. They all walked to their spots as Class A, and stood with the other classes as they walked in. Naruto looked at the other hero course, Class B, the only real threats he could see among any of the other students showing up. Those who were also trained in combat by pro heroes as well. At least, none of them seemed like they were any real threat towards him personally, quirk or no quirk. With the pro heroes. So, who is your favorite to win this? Either Endeavor's son, or Thunder God's son. I feel sorry for the rest, but I don't think it's going to be a competition. Death Arms stated as he looked at the TV screen with Inko Lady and Kamui Woods. He had been lucky, and had not been one of the heroes who had been targeted by the freak of a villain not long ago. It hurt his pride a little, but he had been able to help control the flow of crime outbreaks as one of the few untargeted pros. Monster Fox and Half Hot Half Cold, those two quirks won't lose to a lot in combat, and I heard rumor that this year, there will be a tournament at the end. Death Arms walked towards the betting booth. This one of the very few forms of legal gambling that was allowed at the moment. He was going to make some money on this. I think that kid with the shadow has a good chance. Empty Lady figured she would bet as well. She didn't know who she was going to bet on though. She got in line with Death Arms. Who are you betting on? Empty Lady asked with a raised eyebrow. Todoroki. I think I'll bet on that Tokoyama boy. Empty Lady had seen his power up close, so she might as well place her vote for him then. Wow, both of you are so stupid then. I'm going to bet on Naruto Uzumaki. They both looked and saw a girl standing in front of them in line, as the line got shorter and shorter. The girl was a tall one, standing around 180 centimeters tall. She had long blonde hair that was tied up inside ponytails, and she wore an orange hoodie, with black pants. Her blue eyes shined with malice, and she had a wicked grin on her face as she looked at the television screens showing all around. He's dangerous, a real monster, I wonder if he's going to rampage. I wonder what he looks like when he does. The girl's cheek spread out into a wide smile, showing off the 3 whisker marks she had on each cheek. Rude. Empty Lady stated, before she saw the girl get hit on the head. Quiet, we're not here to start a fight, we're here to watch this. A boy spoke this time, standing at also 180 centimeters in height. His hair was blonde, extremely spiky, and long enough to cover his eyes, and go to his shoulders. He wore pure black, a black tuxedo with a red tie. His cheeks were decorated with 3 whisker marks as well. On his right hand, he had a X mark, with the same thing being reflected on his other hand. I'm betting 30,000 yen on Naruto Uzumaki to win, without his quirk. The boy placed his bet, and put down the money in cash and passed it to the betting manager. He was given his paper slip to keep, and he walked out of the line. I'm betting 25,000 yen on Naruto Uzumaki to win, all 3 events, without his quirk. She upped the stakes of her bet. I'd bet 30,000 too, but I want to enjoy eating all the delicious food here. She spoke with a more cheery tone. She followed after him moments later. Weird kids. 1,510 on Todoroki to win at least one event. Death Arms wasn't a big spender for betting. He wasn't going to lower his odds of winning anything, but he wasn't going to win a lot either with the way he bet. The less likely the odds, the higher the earnings. With the weird kids. Come on brother, you're just as interested in watching our elder brother win as I am, considering he killed Nomu, cousin Tamura has been itching to add elder brother to our ranks. To think, we can have 2 monster foxes on our side if he joins us. Me and elder brother, and you with your teleport, will cause so much chaos. The girl spoke with a wide smile, her sharp canines showing as she whispered her menacing words. Naruto, we're here to spy on hero candidates, and earn money. Oh come on Menma, don't tell me you're not the least bit interested in how Naruto has grown after being raised by father's mortal enemy, come on, you know you're curious. Naruto pushed her forehead against him. He pushed her off, and he scowled at the TV screen, seeing the members of Class A and Class B, the hero courses. After experiencing his first rampage, the darkness inside of Naruto has started growing, and his quirk will get stronger and stronger. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Naruto laughed loudly as she ignored all of the odd looks that she was getting. This was an amazing day. Menma was more wary of who was paying attention to them, though most people seemed to be willing to assume they were just kids who were in their own little world of delusions. Can you beat him? Menma asked quietly. Don't know, doesn't that make it fun though? Naruto just grinned wider, her eyes turning blood red as her teeth started to sharpen. She was so excited that she actually started to transform. She calmed herself down though. Soon enough, she would unleash chaos. Chapter 39. Obstacle Course. The more traditional first event of any sports festival, though for most high schools it was considerably far less important. For UA, only the 42 people who finished most quickly would be allowed to even try and take part in the events that came after the first event. It was a tournament of elimination, where one's running speed, balance abilities, and their abilities to analyze and take care of threats were all compared to one another. All of the classes started together, and their purpose was to run all around the stadium, starting inside of it in front of the small gates, before they ran around it and came back through the gates. The first obstacle is the gates. With so many people running through them at the same time, there will be crowding. I just have to be faster than everyone else. Naruto leaned down and placed his hands on the ground. No, even as he said that, Naruto wasn't starting at the front of the pack. He was starting near the back, so even with his speed, it would be hard for him to cover so much extra ground without hurting the other students. Hey, Uzumaki. Naruto ignored the male student voice that called out to him, since he didn't recognize who the voice belonged to. Cracking his neck by tilting his head, Naruto looked around for any advantage. He could use his quirk, and running all the way around the stadium would be easy. It would barely take more than a minute, if even that. That wouldn't be a challenge though, and right now, he wanted to challenge himself to see how far he could get without his quirk. To push himself to his limits, and go beyond them once more. If he allowed himself to take the easy way out in the competition, then that would just show how weak his resolve was. Good luck, Naruto. Kirishima started. Go. The crowd rushed towards the gates instantly, and Naruto trailed behind them as everyone got stuck. Jumping over the heads of the crowd, Naruto's feet touched the wall, before he jumped off the wall and landed on the other side of the crowd. Completely avoiding the crowd, after looking at the surrounding area, almost instantly placed Naruto in first as he cleared a considerable distance between himself as the competition. His longer, stronger, legs made his strides longer, and his bursts of speed more intense. And we already have our first two break away. Todoroki was following a distance behind him, freezing the ground around him and sticking a good number of students in place. Almost the entire business, support, and general studies were all frozen in place, with only Class A and Class B using their quirks and other abilities to get away from the ice and make any progress. He's fast. His quirk is strong, so I forget that even without using it, he's strong too. Todoroki looked at Naruto's back as the distance between them grew and grew. His quirk didn't make him faster or stronger, despite him having a stronger body than average thanks to his own father's training. Of course, even if Naruto didn't care about his declaration, he was still going to try his hardest to beat Naruto. What does he even know about father issues? He doesn't have. Todoroki stopped that line of thought, before he thought something he would feel shame for thinking. It wasn't Naruto's fault he had no parents, and holding that against Naruto was wrong, period. Still, Naruto's comment pissed him off. Tenya isn't caught up with me. I'm surprised. I expected more competition from him than anyone else here. Naruto was a little surprised he was in first place so far, and that Tenya, who had engines for legs, wasn't. Actually, Naruto was more surprised when he saw Izuku covering the distance by glancing back. The boy was actually using his quirk well, and increasing his speed to be able to cover a lot of distance in a short amount of time. Izuku felt his body creaking. Using 9% is killing me, it hurts, but I'm not breaking. I can maybe keep this up for 4 or 5 minutes before I hurt myself. Izuku looked at Naruto's back as he started to close the distance between them. He passed Todoroki, who looked at him with surprise for passing him, before he focused on Naruto. Naruto blinked to himself. With how much Izuku could use of One for All, it didn't make sense for him to be catching up, which could only mean he was going slower than he should be. Oh, I forgot to remove these, they must have been weighing me down. Naruto spoke out loud as he looked at the dense weights hanging from his arms, adding a lot of extra weight to his body. Running with them, just as Izuku got within 15 feet of him, Naruto took them off and tossed them to the ground. Better. Naruto started to up his speed far more than before, going almost twice as fast as before. Naruto sighed in relief at the loss of the extra weight, and when he glanced behind him, he saw Izuku looking surprised. The boy smiled though, weird. If I can catch up to Naruto, then I'll be worthy of this quirk. I'm sure of it. Ever since I started school, I've barely grown at all, but he hasn't stopped getting stronger. I can take more pain. Izuku pushed his quirk even further than before. Going from 9% all the way to 11%, and suddenly, the pain increased even more than before. He felt the creaking get worse, and it felt like his bones could break at any moment. Izuku grinned as wide as he could though, and even as Naruto continued to still get further away from him, though not as quickly as before, he saw Naruto glance back at him. Naruto grinned at him, a twinkle in his eye almost. Well damn. Here I thought my only competition was Tenya, but look at you Deku. Where was this you during training? Naruto asked loudly as he waved back at the younger teen. If he had seen this side of the boy when he was training, then he would have stuck around a lot longer than he did. He was curious about what changed, but that could wait. Naruto saw as giant robots blocked their path towards the next part of the race, and Naruto looked at them with a raised eyebrow. Not only them, but also the smaller robots on the ground as well. Giant, slow-moving, robots. Easy. He ran right around them, and going between their legs, as he cleared the robot portion of the race with incredible ease. When a robot stood in his way, he punched it and knocked it out of his way, denting the hard steel. His training with Kirishima paying off, giving his fists enough power to easily smash the robots, without hurting his fists in the process. One of the giant robots was frozen solid, no doubt Todoroki, but Naruto paid it no mind as he looked towards the giant pits with pieces of land sticking out of them. Ropes running from land to land, which would force people to slow down and crawl along the ropes or use their quirks in creative ways. Was this supposed to be a challenge? Didn't seem like it. Come on, teachers. Is this all you got for me? Naruto jumped onto a rope and started to run across it. It was easy for him to run across the ropes without losing any of his speed. It looks like Class A's Naruto Uzumaki is once more undaunted by the challenges before him. Is there any stopping this unstoppable force? That's stupid. Naruto jumped from one rope to the next as he crossed land after land with little to no challenge. Now here, many students were actually fearful of passing over the ropes and ended up dropping out. For the most part, only the hero course were able to pass this part of the race. Still, for most of them, it was extremely difficult to do without losing a good amount of their speed. Seriously, unstoppable force? Maelstrom of strength sounds a lot cooler, way to make me sound so uncool present mic. Naruto idly spoke to himself as he thought about the commentary. With the ropes, the distance between him and the rest of the class was something that would make it hard for any of them to really hope to catch up. Physical exams, they were where he shined his brightest, where he could use his body to its utmost best. Let's just hope he finds this next part as. Boom. The second Naruto's foot touched the ground after the rope portion, the ground exploded in a pink cloud of pain. The commentary paused for a moment, before Naruto ran out of the cloud of smoke without any fear of damage. Naruto ran into explosion after explosion, none of them were lethal anyway, so he just ignored them and went full speed through them. Stopping and slowing down for nothing as his body was assaulted after boom, after boom, after boom. Explosive as we do. It seems like nothing will stop this. Maelstrom of strength. Maelstrom, not maelstrom. Seriously, did you bite your tongue? Even when they get it right they somehow get it wrong. I should have left the weights on, then maybe this could have been a better workout. My morning run is harder than this. Naruto complained to himself as he crossed the finish line and entered the stadium again. Taking first place with relative ease. With Toshinori. That's my boy. Did you see him? That was Dash. Toshinori, surrounded by other teachers, quickly toned himself down. When he realized they were all sending him strange looks, he rubbed the back of his head with a small smile. He knew he was supposed to remain impartial because everyone were students, but seeing his nephew take first place, and seeing Izuku about to take second place, just made him really happy. He had trouble containing his enthusiasm for their success, even more so when he saw that Izuku seemed to have found something very important. His competitive spirit, on that screen, he had seen something in the boy's eyes when he looked at Naruto, a desire to improve himself further, to push his body to the limits to catch up with somebody. He hadn't seen that look in the boy's eyes since he had been cleaning up the beach. It was like Izuku had lost some of his motivation, but now, he was seeing that twinkle in those eyes again. He wondered what inspired this change. With Naruto. Ha, ha, ha. You did pretty good there, Deku, happy to see you pushing yourself so hard. Here, have a drink, you worked up a sweat. Naruto passed Izuku a water bottle, grin on his face, when the boy passed the finish line a little bit after him. Todoroki passed by a little bit after Izuku, with a pissed-off Bakugo passing after him as well. In fact, Bakugo was glaring absolute death at Izuku even more than usual. He's beaten me, again, and again, how does that runt keep doing it? Izuku smiled wide when he saw Naruto grin down at him. I'm going to beat you, Naruto. I'm aiming for the top, thanks for showing me your back. Izuku extended his hand to Naruto. Todoroki raised an eyebrow, considering he had made a similar declaration to Naruto, and had been ignored and insulted for it. He watched as Naruto looked at Izuku in some surprise, before he grinned wider. Well, look at you. Looks like you've finally started walking the path of a top hero. Fine, I'm accepting your challenge then. Naruto grabbed Izuku's hand and shook it with a softer smile. He was happy that Izuku was finally trying to grow stronger for the right reasons again, and he was fine with competing with the boy whenever he wanted so long as he was using it as a way to better himself as a person. Todoroki's eyes widened in shock. He ignored me, what makes Midoriya's declaration different than mine? Todoroki looked at Izuku with a narrowed gaze. What made him so special? Chapter 40. This, not good for me. The Cavalry Battle, the second event of the sports festival. The 42 students who had made it through the first event would be paired into multiple groups of 4, with 2 groups of 3 students, or 1 group of 2, based on their own decisions. The students could team up with anyone that they wanted to, and they form horses, for one person to ride on them and wear a headband. The headband would have a point total on it, and considering the places you placed in the first event, those totals would be added up, and the rider would wear that total. The goal was to take the headbands of other students, and add their totals to your own. Naruto's point value was 10 million. Basically, nobody wanted to team up with him, purely because they wanted to target him and take his points. Hey Naruto, want to team up? Hey Toru, sure. You want to be the rider? Naruto didn't think the girl would be able to support his body weight easily, unless the other person or people that joined them was pretty strong. Not to mention, if she stripped naked, then that put them at a pretty good advantage if she was the rider. Stealing others' headbands, and making it harder for somebody to steal their own. He wasn't sure how to ask her, naturally, but it wasn't like anyone would see her naked. I'm surprised you haven't teamed up with Kirishima or Mina, but sure, I'll ride you. Toru exclaimed brightly. Naruto hummed. Mina and Kirishima had been taken by somebody else before they could join up with him. Izuku wanted to face off against him, the same with most of the others he believed he could count on. Shoji had teamed up with Tsuyu and a boy from Class B, Mineta, or something, which didn't leave him with a bunch of people to go with. He was not about to team up with Class B, which didn't leave him a lot to work with. Not to mention he had seen Mei around, and he didn't want to team with her. Is there room open for one more? The classy voice called to them. Yamamo. Toru welcomed Momo to their group with her nickname. Didn't Todoroki try and recruit you? Naruto asked as he looked over at Todoroki, and saw that he had switched out Momo for another person. He looked over at Naruto, and the two of them locked eyes. Naruto ignored him though and looked over at Izuku, and then at Bakugo who had Mina and Kirishima. Momo smiled. We're forbidden from being on a team together in class because it's unfair, so being with you right now gives me the best chance of winning. Momo stated, since all she would have to do is make sure the points Naruto added to the team were safe. They didn't even need to go after other teams, they just needed to keep a firm hold on their own points for everything to work out well. Hagakure, are you okay with being naked as the rider? Momo asked it for Naruto, since she had her own ideas on what she wanted to do to make sure they won. Naruto raised an eyebrow, curious. -10 minutes later. This looks stupid, and it's kind of embarrassing too. This is the best possible formation. Momo stated as she placed her hands at Naruto's waist, standing behind him as she did. Toru was sitting but naked on Naruto's shoulders, so all of the strain of holding her would fall to him, since he was more than capable of handling it. If she just held on to Naruto in same way, their horse formation was considered complete, and she could have full access to her quirk as well. She had unzipped her gym uniform so that her bra was visible, not really caring about such a minor level of exposure. With all of her stomach exposed, she would be able to use her quirk a lot better than before. The only thing that even made Toru visible was the fact she had 15 headbands wrapped around her forehead and neck, 14 of which were fake, and had the word fake hidden on the inside of them. Momo had created a lot of copies of their group headband, so that they could drastically lower the chances of anyone being comfortable stealing it from them. Since nobody would know when Toru was reaching for their headband, and they had no clue of when they were reaching for the correct headband as well. Just approaching them alone was highly dangerous, with their Naruto tank being they could ram into other horses with no fear, and their Momo support allowing them to create items that could counteract almost any other quirk. Why am I not wearing a shirt? Naruto asked, since he too wasn't wearing a shirt. His quirk wasn't helped by him being nude like Momo and Toru, who could only really use their quirks to their best ability while nearly nude or naked. Fan service, I'm naked, and Yamamo's boobs cute bra is visible, so we have to balance it out for the girls in the audience. It's only fair. Toru shouted out as she beat him over the head playfully. Intimidation, you're not a small person, so showing your muscles can be a form of intimidation. Momo reasoned it a little better. Go. You're ours. Momo and Naruto jumped backwards as Toru stole the headband from one of the teams from Class B, and Momo put her right hand on her stomach, and she hid what she created. Tossed it to the ground in between them, Toru covered Naruto's heads as he closed his eyes. A blinding light and resounding sound filled the immediate area around them, and Momo and Naruto escaped in the confusion. Opening his eyes, Naruto started to run towards one of the other teams that was nearby. Ah! They then ran by 2 more teams and did the same time, blinding and deafening them, before stealing their headbands in the blink of an eye and escaping. They didn't stop running around either, as Naruto and Momo were athletic, and had the stamina to always stay moving around without fear of exhaustion. I'm coming for you Naruto. Momo, anti-Deku formation. Toru shouted out her command when she saw Izuku on his 3 horse members running towards them. She was surprised Bakugo wasn't after them right away, but then again, she looked where he was and saw that he was busy with another team. Momo on the other hand, got to work right away. She saw that Tokoyami, Ochiko, the support class girl were the horse. He teamed up with Ochiko and Tokoyami like you thought. Momo was their brains. Forming high-density weights, she based them to Naruto, who tossed them in the direction of Izuku and his team. She formed several more flash grenades and tossed them after Naruto did. The second Tokoyami brought out Dark Shadow, the being was forced to retreat right back into Tokoyami. The weights started to attach themselves to Izuku, Tokoyami, and Mei when they hit, fastening much harder. Severely slowing them down to the point they were having trouble staying in formation, and they just kept adding more and more weight to the opposing team. Sorry Deku, no hard feelings. I've got the weights everyone, I'll make you weightless. Ochiko shouted as she touched each of the members of her team. Instantly, the second she used her quirk she came to regret it. Her face grew more and more pale, since she wasn't wearing her suit to help deal with the nasty side effects of her quirk, her limits were much lower, and the dense weights increasing everyone's weights just made everything worse for them. A small green glass ball broke in front of her, thrown by Momo, and suddenly a very foul smell made itself known to them. Don't smell it dash. Barfing sounds. The horse formation was broken, and Izuku went falling with his team. Knocked out of the competition completely, with Toru stealing their headband on the way down. Passing by them, Naruto shared a glance with Izuku and nodded his head. Izuku frowned and looked down in shame, being knocked out of the competition completely, when he had declared to Naruto that he would face him head-on. Good plan Yamamoto, and good muscle Naruto. Toru shouted, since these plans were only able to work because of Momo's brain being capable of such plans, and Naruto's brawn being able to follow through on them. With her stealth ability making her able to steal headbands with ease, and all of their fake headbands, they were almost the perfect formation. Momo smiled, and Naruto smirked. We're dash Momo started. Team dash Naruto continued. Fanservice. Toru shouted out as she tried to complete the team name. Naruto and Momo looked at her like she was an idiot, since that was not the team name they had agreed on. In the stands. What a frightening combination. Toshinori shivered when he thought about how terrible it would be if Momo and Naruto ever turned villain together. Thankfully, there were no chances of that ever happening. Momo's ability to plan for most things, and Naruto's ability to take control over nearly any situation, combined with their excellent teamwork and the way they covered each other's weaknesses was just terrifying to think of going against. This was exactly the reason why they weren't allowed to fight against the other students on a team. They wouldn't grow as students if they just defeated their fellow students with ease, and the other students would grow after being easily defeated, but in this official competition, there was nothing stopping Naruto and Momo from teaming up. He's yet to reveal his quirk, but the efficiency those three are showing makes me wonder how they could be marketed. Surely, their stock will rise as heroes. Some things never chance, the business course dropped out, and now they're running simulations over how to market the other students. Toshinori knew that the business course was vital to the growth of heroes in the business sense. Back with Naruto, Momo, Toru. Wahahaha. She's getting way too into this. Momo looked up at Toru as she stole yet another headband and added it to their vastly growing collection of them. They, as a team, were able to make almost every horse formation fall to the ground after grabbing their headbands, and had taken out most of the other teams. As it stood, only 5 teams including themselves, were still standing on the field. Team Naruto, Team Bakugo, Team Todoroki, Team Monoma, and Team Tsuyu. Team Bakugo was still, fighting against Team Monoma, so they weren't a threat. Team Tsuyu were using Shoji's tentacles to hide the small people inside from being visible, so they were safe from most people at the moment. Team Todoroki were standing by, watching everything happen, with a few extra headbands of their own. If we approach them, we might be eliminated, damn it. Todoroki thought as he looked at Naruto and Momo, the 2 key parts of the team. I think we're done collecting headbands right now, let's retreat back. Only a few minutes left. Momo pointed out to Naruto, whispering it into his ear. Naruto frowned and looked at the rest of the competition, before he nodded his head. Creating a smoke bomb, Momo let it fall to the ground and explode, cover them in a large amount of smoke. Several flash grenades were thrown out of the smoke, blinding anyone who was looking in their direction, and the smoke started to spread as Momo created more smoke bombs. They had secured themselves in first place, so now it was best to retreat in a way nobody could come after them, with blinding lights and massive amounts of smoke. Ha! Got it back you bastards. Now, I'm taking out Fox Face. Bakugo got his headband, and Team Monoma's headband, and secured it around his neck. He looked across the field, and saw a massive amount of smoke filling half of the field itself. Fine, then that icy hot bastard. Bakugo got ready to run towards Todoroki's team. The buzzer sounded. The second event was over. Chapter 41. Cheerleaders. Americans too. Naruto noticed out of the side of his eye, while he was eating his lunch, they were being given a break, that cheerleaders from the American UA branch were going to go and get their own lunches. It would be about an hour or two until the next big event would start, so all of the students were being given a break to chow down on something, and maintain their energy for their fights. Since the last big event was going to be a massive tournament, a tournament that would include all of those who had won the second event. For once, Naruto was actually enjoying his lunch alone, seeing as his closest friends were all in the tournament with him, and they thinking on their own strategies to use against each other. Uzumaki Naruto, may I eat with you? Sure, take a seat, doesn't bother me. Naruto glanced up and saw a shorter, red-haired, boy sit down across from him with a far more modest lunch than Naruto himself was eating. He had a somewhat similar haircut to him, but his body was far less toned, showing he wasn't part of the hero course. With how he was smartly dressed, even in his gym uniform, Naruto would guess he was part of the business course. Whatcha want? Naruto asked as he, for the most part, actually ignored the boy and continued to enjoy his own meal. He could eat with him, but Naruto wasn't interested in talking business. I'm Sabakugara, a pleasure to meet you. Your performance in the first two events was a marvel to behold, I'll start with. Get to the point. Naruto wasn't going to be having any of that. Gaara nodded his head, before he passed Naruto a card with his name and contact information on it. Naruto looked at it, and saw that it was pretty nice. Gaara dropped any pretense he had before, and put on a far less emotional face. When it is time to graduate, I believe that we could do business together. You seem like the type to start up your own agency, instead of being a sidekick, so I believe it would be best to give this to you now. Have a good meal. With that, the boy was gone, leaving Naruto to think about what he had said. Naruto waited until he was out of sight, before he put the card in his pocket, and stopped thinking about the boy. Hey Naruto dash. I can, and will, stab you if this isn't good Denki. Naruto lifted his fork up, and showed it to Denki with a threatening glance. This was twice now that he was going to be interrupted while eating, and he didn't like to be interrupted from his meals. Denki raised his hands up, before he sat down next to Naruto or wrapped an arm around his shoulders. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Those cheerleaders passed by here just now, right? You know, the American-looking girls, don't you think that Class A would really experience a raise in morale if our girls were to don those attractive outfits themselves? Denki tried to sound smart. Naruto looked at him with a deadpan. Toru might agree to it, but I doubt the others would. Mina and Achiko would have fun, after you got them to agree, but there is no way that Kyoko would enjoy it, not sure about Momo or Tsuyu, but good luck getting them all to agree. Naruto stated to the boy as he went back to eating, deciding to ignore this stupid conversation. His mind drifted for a moment, and he imagined all of the girls in cheerleading outfits. Though they would look nice. Naruto admitted after a moment, and Denki grinned a little and nodded his head. His plan could work. Naruto, just the man I wanted to see. Mina, I'm not going to not beat you up if we fight each other. Naruto reminded her when she came to sit down. She gulped at the reminder that there was a chance that they would have to fight, before she sighed, and nodded her head. Denki suddenly paled a little, since there was a girl there, and that wouldn't bode well for his plan. It would seriously ruin his cool guy reputation to be heard saying perverted stuff. After lunch, it looks like there are going to be cheerleaders doing a show to keep spirits up. Think you can convince the other girls to join in on that? Naruto asked her nonchalantly, since once more, he wasn't really in a position to be asking any of the other girls to do that. Mina thought on it. Those uniforms are cute, and if I'm a cheerleader, I get to dance on national TV. Why the other girls though? Mina actually kind of liked Naruto bringing up the idea in such a calm way. Now that she looked at the cheerleaders that were eating, she was seeing how cute the uniform was, and thinking on how great it would be if Naruto saw her dancing in the uniform. Not to mention, she always kind of wanted to try cheerleading too, since it looked like it was really fun. You're not allowed to perv on other girls, only me, you're already on thin ice for having Toru naked on you. Mina poked Naruto's cheek. Denki registered those words, and remembered how seeing that. Toru was on Naruto's shoulders, but naked, their bodies touching skin to skin. I wish I was you. Denki spoke with a self-loathing frown, since his body wasn't strong enough to support a naked girl, hide his boner, and fight all at the same time. Otherwise he would have wished to be in Naruto's position. Denki brought it up, and I thought the girls might have fun if they gave it a chance. Some of them lost pretty badly in the second event, and this could be fun for them. Achiko threw up on national television, she kind of needs this to get her image back as a cute girl. Naruto spoke his thoughts a little, and both Mina and Denki winced when they realized that she did do that. The girl had been really depressed since lunch started, 1 for losing in such a way, and 2 for throwing up on TV. She needed something to help her relax, since she was out of the third event. Ahahaha. I am here, to ask you to eat lunch with me. Sure thing, All Might, see you guys later. Naruto stood up and walked after his uncle. Minus 30 minutes later. Toshinori couldn't help but look at Naruto in pride as they ate a rather silent lunch together in private. All he wanted to do was talk with Naruto, and eat lunch with him, nothing more really. Since they had sort of gotten a little out of touch, since Naruto moved into the dorms and gotten himself a girlfriend and other friends. So, you're not using your quirk for this? Nope, I'm going to see how far I can go without it. Anyway, the other schools are watching right now, aren't they? Naruto asked with a knowing look on his face. He knew this wasn't just for show, and that others were going to see how this tournament went. At first, he really did just want to do this for training. All my classmates might know what my quirk is, but for the rest of the world, they don't know my quirk is Monster Fox. When the time comes, I can use that to my advantage. Naruto said with a grin on his face. When it was time to test to see if he could get a provisional license, and competed against other schools, it would be best if those other schools didn't know what his quirk was, so he wasn't going to use his quirk for this sports festival. Your parents would be happy to see you doing this well. Toshinori spoke with a bright smile. They would have loved to see Naruto doing so well, and having fun, during these events. Naruto smiled and looked out the window, seeing some of the other classes doing more traditional events in the stadium. None of the events were really that important or noteworthy, but they were being active and healthy. You're growing stronger and stronger, and you'll keep getting stronger. Right now, you're stronger than the average pro hero, but don't let your strength go to your head. I just want to make sure you remember that. I thought I was invisible, and it cost me. Toshinori started to lecture Naruto. Naruto glanced at him, before he sighed, and nodded his head. He had something he wanted to say, but he didn't want to hurt his uncle's feelings with it. After this, the internships are coming up. I think you should send Deku to Super Gramps for training. Right now Deku can handle 9% of 1 for all, a little more if he goes above his limits without breaking, but he is trying to copy you still. He needs to find his own fighting style, or he won't be able to ever truly gain a mastery over 1 for all. Naruto gave his uncle a little advice as well. He had noticed a lot of things about Deku, but the biggest thing that was holding the boy back from ever realizing his potential, was the fact that he idolized All Might so much. Said person shivered in fear. Is it because I'm not a good dash? Of course it's because you're a shitty teacher. You damn genius types suck at teaching, because everything came naturally to you, so you bastards don't know what it means to struggle to get stronger. Naruto pointed at his uncle and started to shout. Naruto took a calming breath, before sitting back down and looking a little more serious. It's not your fault though. You and Deku are 2 very different people. Before your injury, your true form was just a little smaller than your muscle form, your fighting style always relied on those big muscles to deliver punches. Deku is different, he comes from a smaller family, he isn't going to be all big and muscly. He needs to find his own fighting style, and he can't do that learning from you. He needs to experience other teachers, with different styles, and find the one that fits him best, or make his own like I did. Naruto knew from experience what it was like trying to find your own style that fit. Naruto had trained in over a dozen different forms of martial arts over his lifetime, trying to find the type that fit him, and in the end, he didn't like any of them because none of them were something he could have used in both his human and fox forms. In the end, he had to take apart all of those fighting styles, and combine them into his own original style of fighting. He can learn that from you though. Toshinori pointed out, and Naruto frowned. He's different than me too, and I want him to get stronger, because he is the one you chose to inherit your title. Naruto glanced at Toshinori with a smile. He will be a great hero, but he is still lacking in a lot of areas. Right now, he isn't ready to compete with me. Now, I'm going to go and see how things are going down there. They should be showing the tournament lineup any minute now. Naruto got up and looked down into the arena. In the arena, minutes later. Oh thank God, I'm not fighting first round. Mina said with a sigh of relief. Her opponent was the only person from Class B to pass, that Mineta boy, so she wasn't worried about it in the slightest. It was only if she won her match, that she was going to have to fight Naruto, provided that Naruto won his match as well. Considering that Naruto was going to be going up against Tsuyu as his first opponent. Be gentle with the girl Naruto. Actually, I would appreciate it if you didn't. If you can you show me some of your frog kata when we fight? So I can get hands-on experience facing it. Before Naruto could even respond, Tsuyu walked up behind him and added her 2 cents in. She didn't want Naruto holding back anything against her, she knew she might not win or anything like that, but she wanted to use this as a learning experience. That way she could adjust, and do better next year, and prepare herself for her future even more. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He was cool with that. Chapter 42. Healthy body, nice boobs, big butt and hips, small waist, this girl is thick. For some reason, I'm going to enjoy punching you a little, might be the look you have on your face, kind of pervy. Mina stated as she loosened up her arms. She was up first and foremost, against Class B's only student who was making it to the final rounds. A student who had no pride apparently, and had teamed up with both Shoji and Tsuyu or Classic. Looking into the closest audience stands, she could see how disappointed Class B was with who they had that had made it to this round, so it would seem that Mineta wasn't a very popular guy. Seems like it was Naruto who eliminated his entire class, other than that copycat guy. Kind of feel sorry for them. Mina's private thoughts apparently didn't translate so well on her face. Fight. Take this. Mineta shouted as he plucked one of his balls from his head off, and threw it towards her. Blinking, she caught it with both of her hands, since the boy didn't have a very fast throw. She was about to throw it back, but she found that she couldn't remove it from her hands. Wait, what? Mina couldn't take her hands off of the ball, even though she wanted to. So when the boy threw another at her, she started to dodge out of the way of them. His balls would stick on the ground wherever they landed, reducing the amount of free space she had. Several ways to win. Knock the opponent out, injure them enough to be unable to continue, render them unable to move, or toss them out of the ring. If this boy got her with those balls on her legs, and made her unable to run around or use her hands, then she would lose by default. If I accidentally grab her boob or butt in a fight, that's okay, right? Mineta thought as he started to run towards Mina. Oh right, my quirk is acid. Mina realized as she stopped moving, and made acid come out of her palms. She melted the part of the ball that she was sticking against, before she shook the acid from her hands, balled them up into a fist. Unable to stop himself from moving forward in time, Mineta took both of her fists like a hammer, right into his face when he jumped towards her. His extremely small body went flying out of the stage, after he bounced off of the balls that he touched when he landed on the ground. Wow, seems like he doesn't stick to those balls. My win I guess, are you okay little guy? Mina called out to the hurt boy, she had knocked him one pretty good after all. She might not have strength like Naruto or some of the other strong guys in her class, but her physical strength was second only to Momo among the girls in her class. She was even above a lot of the boys in her class, again not counting those with really trained bodies, when it came to her raw strength. The little guy never stood a chance after getting hit directly. The winner of the first round by knockout and ring out is Mina Ashido, next up is Naruto Uzumaki and Tsuyu Azui, both of Class A. Naruto vs Tsuyu. How will this mistress of slime take on this titan of fur dash? Oh my god, these introductions are horrible. Naruto stated with a roll of his eyes. He had his hands in his pockets, while Tsuyu was hunched over, mouth slightly open so that she could start this on her terms, as soon as the match started. Fight! Her tongue shot out of her mouth and went right towards Naruto, and like lightning, his hand came out of his pocket and caught her tongue. Forming an extremely tight grip on her tongue, enough so that she had no chance to pull it back into her mouth, Naruto pushed his foot firmly into the ground. He grinned though, she hadn't even hesitated for a moment in launching that attack at him. Even now, her tongue was struggling to lift him up into the air, but he was standing firmly in place, pushing his entire weight into the ground. His reflexes are really good, I knew that much, but I didn't expect him to be this strong without his quirk. Tsuyu jumped up into the air and grabbed her tongue. She pulled on it, winced when she did too, and went flying towards Naruto. She positioned herself, and he sidestepped out of the way when she kicked the ground he had been standing on with both of her feet. The cement actually cracked a little, both of her legs enhanced to stronger than normal levels, thanks to her frog quirk. Now in close range, she turned around and placed her hands on the ground, before she kicked at him once more. She needed to make him let go of her tongue. Texas Dash, Naruto dodged out of the way and gripped his fist tightly. He had the perfect shot, right at the side of her head, and he was pretty good at guessing how much force it would take to knock a person out without causing serious damage. He unclenched his fist though when Tsuyu pulled her legs back and punched, so Naruto let go of her tongue. Opening his palm up, he remembered what he had told her he was going to do. He swung his leg in low, using his shin to smash her forearm, and sent her tumbling across the ground. He was going to show her the frog kata. Rib bit, ow. Tsuyu landed on her side, her arm had not taken that hit well. She was going to have a very large bruise once the match was over with, and more so than that, she was afraid her arm might be a little broken from that. You really don't hold back, do you? Tsuyu got back on all fours as quickly as she could, and she saw Naruto take up a stance she had never once seen before in her life. Then again, she wasn't a martial artist, so she didn't know what to think of this. In the stands. Oh, she's dead. Naruto's about to really go to town on her. Kirishima saw Naruto switch stances into the frog kata, recognizing it from his sparring matches with Naruto. He's a good guy though, he won't hurt a girl, right? Ochiko asked with a small, hopeful smile. She's dead. Naruto vs Tsuyu. You want to be a hero, well villains won't hold back because you're a girl, so I'm not going to either. Anything I do to you can be fixed by recovery girl, and if a little pain stops you from becoming a hero, then you can't be trusted with the lives of those who depend on you. Now, I'm going to come at you, don't die. That was his only warning to her, and the next thing Tsuyu knew, she was dodging a kick aimed at her face. She watched, ducked down, as the kick soared over her head, and she could feel the wind touch her face as it passed. Her eyes tracked the kick as it moved, but then, Tsuyu felt a horrible pain in her cheek as she was sent flying by something she didn't see. She landed in a standing position, before Naruto was already on her, and he swung his right arm at her. She leaned back to dodge it, and she even opened her mouth to counter with her tongue. Then, once more, she was punched by an attack that she wasn't able to see until it had hit her like a truck. Naruto's punch got her right in the chest, between her boobs, and she folded over his fist. She was lifted into the air, and Naruto jumped, pulling his fist out of her sternum and replacing it with a knee to her chin. She landed on her back, rolling around as she tried to find a way to breath, the wind knocked out of her lungs. How? Naruto got back into stance, and waited for her to get up. It was a literal few minutes before she caught her breath, and stood back up, blood dripping from her split lip. One of his punches from earlier had broken the skin, or was it a kick? She didn't know, to be honest. I need to see how he does that. It is like each of his attacks is backed up by some kind of invisible attack. Tsuyu jumped towards Naruto full speed, and lashed her tongue out at him. He gripped his right fist, and she watched as he leaned towards his right side. Keeping her eyes completely focused on his right hand, the gripped fist, and even twisting her tongue to wrap around him, she was hit by was a powerful force that struck her from Naruto's left side. Her eyes darted to the direction of the pain, and she saw Naruto's left hand with an open palm, right against her cheek just before she was sent flying. It hurt, a lot. His attack had thrown her for a complete loop. Naruto grabbed her tongue before she could pull it back into her mouth, and he yanked her back towards him. Frog strike. She felt an ungodly force hit her, right her and left breast, right above her heart. Everything went black. In the stands. She's out. That was his frog strike. I know firsthand how much that sucks. I've never taken one of those and stayed awake before. Kirishima rubbed his chest as he remembered the times he had been hit by that one himself. Tsuyu, on stage, was instantly out like a light. Several students were leaning over the edge of the railings, many with worried looks. She'll be fine. Naruto's frog strike takes Naruto's physical strength, and then he attacks in a way that sends a shock of force through the entire body. By hitting the heart, the attack does damage to everything except the point Naruto hits. Meaning since he hits the heart, this attack will never damage the heart. Kirishima explained the technique to his classmates. It was a technique that if Naruto ever messed up, had the chance to cause a person's heart to stop or worse, rupture. Naruto could only ever use it when he was completely sure that he was going to hit a person's heart with it. She's going to be okay, like really okay. Denki showed some real worry as Naruto picked Tsuyu up off of the ground, and gave her to the medics to take away. The girl wasn't showing any signs of waking up, and while Naruto was declared the winner, the audience was a little stunned. To them, Tsuyu looked dead. She's alive, just knocked out. Oh, thank God. Ochiko collapsed in her seat, and she wasn't the only one. Most of the class had been really worried about their frog girl. Watching her just up and look like she died had nearly given them a heart attack. She's lucky, this could have been a lot more embarrassing. Kirishima blushed when he remembered the first time he got hit by that attack. Tsuyu must have used the bathroom before she got on the stage, because if you got hit by that and knocked out with a full bladder, then the attack could cause a person to piss their pants. Kirishima had learned, from experience, that he needed to always use the bathroom before training with Naruto. She's going to be hurting for a couple of days though. Even after getting a recovery girl healing, I'm still usually left sore after that. He still hasn't used his quirk, he's just fucking with us, are we not even on his fucking radar? Bakugo shouted as he looked down towards Naruto walking off of the stage. This bastard was toying with them. Chapter 43. Hurt. Tsuyu's entire body hurt when she started to open her eyes a little. She didn't have a blurry memory or anything like that, she could clearly remember exactly what happened to her. She had lost to Naruto in their match, and had been put through the ringer. Tsuyu tried to sit up, but her body wasn't responding to her commands. The most she was able to move was her head, and a little of her upper body. The blanket that was covering her shifted a small amount, until a hand grabbed it and pulled it back up on her, covering her up again. It will take another hour or two before you can move normally. Recovery girl took your clothes off to wrap up your chest. See? Naruto lifted up the sheets in a way that Tsuyu would be able to see, but he wouldn't. She tilted her head a little and glanced down, and while she was wearing pants thankfully, her shirt had been taken off in favor of bandages being put on her chest. The arm Naruto kicked had a giant, nasty bruise on it, the bandages on her arm only partially covering it up. I'm sorry, I should have held back a little. Naruto dropped the sheet on her body. He bowed to her, his forehead against the bed she was on. In the match between the Creation Queen and the powerhouse of sugar, Yororozu takes the win. You didn't hold back, did you? Thank you. Of course I didn't hold back, you're tough. I promised to show you the frog kata. Do you still want to learn? Naruto asked her, partially the reason why he stayed with her while she was taken to Recovery Girl. If she wanted to learn his froggy way of combat, then he would teach her how to do it. Tsuyu turned her head to look at him, before she nodded her head. Yes, when you threw those attacks, you were able to hit me with invisible attacks, how? Tsuyu really wanted to ask him that. She hadn't been able to truly dodge any of his attacks that entire fight thanks to the way he had moved. I never saw those second attacks coming. Tsuyu commented with a blank face, though her face was always mostly blank to be honest. She was curious how he did it anyway though. She saw Naruto clench his fist, his right one, and the second her eyes were drawn to it, Naruto's left hand covered her eyes before she was able to see it coming. When frogs hunt, they don't always use their tongues. I noticed that a frog always jumps on its prey the second it looks away from it, distracted by something else. The way a frog moves their body also makes it harder for people to notice them. Naruto spoke as he pulled his hand back from her. The frog kata was just a style that focused on diversions and strong, hard to track, attacks that followed them if a person was being simple about it. Tsuyu looked up at the ceiling and thought on Naruto's words, trying to put them together. It takes being still, and being active, and combines them to form rough, rugged movements with calm and smooth transitioning attacks. Naruto explained it as he did it again. Tsuyu saw Naruto jerk his left arm, and the second her eyes looked at it, for even a second, Naruto's right forearm was against her neck. Her eyes naturally jerked back to where his other arm was, after the fact. She understood it better now, but understanding it and doing it, or even avoiding it, were a lot harder. Now, watch as the redundant hero himself, goes against the face of tape. Seriously, present Mike should not be the announcer. He keeps giving people dumb titles. Naruto complained with a grin. Redundant, that was kind of funny. Naruto dash. The match only lasted for a second, before Zero threw Kirishima out of the ring with a surprise tape attack. The quickest match yet. Wow, Kirishima lost to Zero. Pretty sure Todoroki is going to finish Toru in a second too, no offense to her, but the gap in their abilities is too big for her to cross right now. Naruto hated to admit it, but either Todoroki or Bakugo were the most likely people for him to fight in the final rounds. He was surprised that Zero was making it past round 1, considering Kirishima was strong, he had never really paid much attention to Zero though. He must have been more skilled than he was given credit for, but a surprise tape attack wouldn't work against whoever his next opponent was. Todoroki vs Toru. Where did she go? Todoroki froze a small amount of random stage as he looked around for Toru. He couldn't afford to use any big attacks, since he could accidentally kill her, or freeze her completely solid. The second the match had started, the girl had pulled her clothes off and went completely silent. It was just like during the USJ attack, when she had apparently been in the same area as he had been, and he never even noticed her. The girl, when not running her mouth, was extremely adept at stealth when naked, thanks to her quirk. He froze another small part of the stage in front of him, and quickly turned to do it again, trying to find the girl as quickly as he could. His ice wasn't great at finding her though, because of how much of a risk it would be to accidentally kill or seriously injure her. She was taking advantage of how easily his quirk could kill. That, or she was just lucky, and she had just planned to stealth him off of the stage. I've almost got him. Toru's shirt on the ground moved a little bit to the right, and Todoroki used this as his chance. Instantly, his ice crossed the stage, and froze the jacket and everything to the fight of the jacket, up to a height of 2 feet. With her speed, there would have been no way for her to avoid that. Todoroki wins, after a surprisingly long match for him. If I used my other side, finding her would have been, no. Never in a fight. Todoroki thought as he got off of the stage. Hey Todoroki, I'm not frozen. Hello. The entire crowd was silent, their cheers for him ended as Toru's pants, floating in the air as she waved them above herself, showed that she was several feet to the left of his ice. Todoroki's eyes widened in surprise, shock, at the fact that the girl had been able to fool him into thinking she had just been clumsy and tripped over her shirt. Toru started to put her pants and shoes back on. After new information, it seems like the verdict will be redone. Toru wins due to Todoroki leaving the ring. Midnight, just as shocked as anyone else in the stadium, shouted into a mic. She had put him as a favorite to win the entire thing, with a quirk as strong as his was. It was hard to believe that he had lost to such a simple strategy, against a girl whose quirk wasn't exactly built for straight-on combat. Change of announcement, Toru wins. What, but? I was confident I froze her legs in place. Damn it. I need to take some time to cool my head. Todoroki growled in self-anger. He had allowed his annoyance with Naruto ignoring him, to cloud his judgment against Toru. When Present Mike had announced his victory, he had just taken it at face value, and neglected to check to make sure he had actually frozen her. I won, really. I won. Toru started to jump for joy, her visible pants showing her actions. The crowd didn't cheer, they were just mostly still in shock. With Naruto. Rib bit. I know, I'm surprised too. I guess luck is pretty important to being a hero. I guess. Naruto didn't know a lot of what happened, but he was pretty sure that Toru got super lucky there. He hadn't expected her to pull a win out of her ass though, no matter how lucky she was. Anyway, I'm going to go and watch them. I was just here to make sure you were okay. Take it easy, Tsuyu. Naruto rubbed the top of her head, and grinned down at her. You're like a dad ribbit. Pfft. Naruto spewed the air he was breathing when she said that. He hadn't been expecting her to saw something so off the wall like that. It was literally out of nowhere, but the girl just spoke her mind. I'm sorry, what? Naruto asked as he quickly tried to regain his composure. She looked up. Or a brother. I thought you were really scary when I saw you. I was wrong though, you're really nice. Whenever anyone asks for help, you always try to help them. You're very dependable. You would make a very good big brother. Tsuyu just spoke as she looked at him. Over the course of their time together in school, she had lost her opinion on him as this man who was unapproachable and scary. Now, it was hard to even relate her first impression of him as a big grumpy guy, to the kind and caring figure that took great care of others. So adorable. Tsuyu thought as she watched Naruto's cheeks turn red. He forced himself to look away from her, but his eyes kept glancing back. So this was his embarrassed face. Shut up, your head must be injured more than I thought. I better get Recovery Girl back in here. Naruto quickly got up and started to leave the room, as quickly as possible. Really adorable. Tsuyu couldn't help the thought. She didn't know that Naruto was this bad at accepting such genuine compliments from others that he wasn't expecting. She could consider this her little revenge for him beating her up, she could, but she wasn't going to consider it that. She was a little surprised when Recovery Girl actually came back into the room. In the stands. Kaminari is surprisingly strong. Kyoka pointed out as they watched Denki take Shoji down with a massive burst of electricity. Shoji had been knocked out almost as soon as the round had started, the round taking about 2 seconds from start to finish. It had taken them a while to clear the ice off of the stage, but when the next round started, it had started off with a very bright flash. Shoji is unable to continue, but neither is Denki, ref. Idiot. Kyoka palmed her forehead, and she wasn't the only one. Denki had short-circuited his own brain, so he was just walking around with his thumbs sticking up. With a dumb-looking face, while Shoji was face down on the stage. He's so powerful, but he is such a glass cannon. Kyoka was embarrassed for him. His own power was his weakness, and overusing it caused him to become helpless. Got word from Midnight, it seems Denki will be announced the winner. Feels sorry for the guy, he got the short end of the electric quirk stick there. Kirishima spoke, having returned to the stands after his own humiliating defeat. The second his match had started, Zero got him with a surprise attack by wrapping him with tape. Being a close-range fighter, he had been taken by surprise and thrown out of the ring. Tenya vs Bakugo, think Tenya stands a chance? Kirishima asked around. Mina was just pale and sweating. I don't care about that. I fight Naruto in my next fight. I'm so going to get my face punches. Mina was shivering in fear. If you want, I've been watching Naruto fight, and might be able to help you with a strategy. Izuku said as he held his notebook up. He didn't know if it would help any, but since he met Naruto, the guy had been really cool. He had taken tons of notes about how Naruto fought, his quirk, and the way he fought without his quirk. He had originally thought of strategies to fight Naruto himself, not that they ever worked in the past. Mina gave him a big hug, before she took the notebook. Thank you. With this, I might only suffer small injuries. Mina had never been so happy to be in the same classroom as Deka the nerd before. I'm going to go use the bathroom, just in case. Mina stood up with a shiver. Never hurt to be safe. Chapter 44. You go Yamamoto. You can win. Mina, you're supposed to cheer for me. Naruto shouted towards the stands. The match wasn't even started yet, and his own girlfriend was cheering for Momo instead of him. It was betrayal in the greatest sense of the word, kind of, but not really. He knew she just didn't want to fight him, which she would have to do if he won the fight against Momo. Momo was calmly watching Naruto, a very tense, serious look splayed on her face. His fight with Tsuyu hasn't drained him. I'm going to have to go full on from the beginning. His body is tough, so I'll hit him hard. I should stay far back though, flash grenades, and I should mix in some real grenades. With as tough he is, they shouldn't do a ton of damage. Momo thought as she started to go over all of the information in her head that related to flash and real grenades. Using her mind, she started to mentally prep what she was going to need for her quirk to work. Cannon. I'll make a cannon too, just in case he powers through the grenades. Momo thought as she unzipped her shirt, she was going to need a lot of skin revealed, so she unzipped and rolled up her sleeves so that all of her arms were revealed. Naruto glanced at her with a raised eyebrow. You know, we make a super team, kind of makes me wonder which of us is going to win. I want to use my quirk against you, since you're really strong, but this wouldn't be a test of my current level if I did that. Naruto was honest with her. He wasn't 100% on his chances to win with her, not like he was with Tsuyu or would be with Mina. He put his odds, without his quirk, closer towards 70% or so when it came to Momo. She smiled. Thank you for the compliment dash. Fight. But I don't plan on losing, even to you. Momo created grenades from her arms. As they fell out of the air, she started to throw them towards Naruto. I have faith in you to weather this. Momo shouted as she pulled pins and threw. The first was the flash. Then came the boom. Well damn, that hurt. Naruto shouted as he ran towards her with his eyes closed. His shirt was now in tatters, a bloody gash on his chest from the explosion, sharp metal chunks in his skin. Naruto rushed towards the grenades, and he weathered the storm of explosions, but was pushed by a little. He protected his face from the bright lights and the explosions, the ground around him blowing up and taking serious damage. A large chunk of rock hitting him in the head as she continued to lob grenades at him, and he opened one of his eyes with a growing grin. The cannon formed out of her stomach and hit the ground in front of her, already aimed at Naruto as she yanked on the rope in it. There was a loud explosion, as the cannonball went flying towards Naruto. She was obsessed with making him stay as far away from her as possible. You'll beat me in close range, no doubt, but if I can dash. Naruto caught the cannonball as he dodged it, before he spun around and added more momentum to it. With added power, Naruto flung the ball back at her with more speed and power. It landed right back in the hole it back from, and the cannon exploded. Momo jumped away from her creation as it went off, blasting itself to metal chunks. Forming a shield out of her arm, she knocked away any stray metal chunks that would have hit her. She rolled to her feet, and saw Naruto standing in front of her with a fist pulled back. Texas Smash. Naruto called out as his fist rammed into her shield, with enough force to dent the metal. She took a knee. Ah! Momo's pained shout spoke volumes. She glanced at her shoulder, which had been dislocated by the blow. She formed a smoke bomb and let it hit the ground between them, letting it explode and cover them in smoke. She quickly created a fireproof blanket, and ducked down and covered herself with it. Forming a lighter in her hand, she stuck her dislocated arm out of the blanket. This smoke is laced with isobutane, this is going to be very destructive. Click. Shit dash, Naruto managed to say, before the gas all around them exploded with enough force to shoot him straight up into the air. The tattered remains of his shirt was gone at this point, and his pants were turned into shorts as he curled up into a ball to protect himself from most of the powerful explosion. Spinning in the air, Naruto landed on the ground on his feet as the fire and flames started to vanish. There was Momo, hiding underneath a blanket, all around her was scorched stage ground, before she uncovered herself and stood back up. She wasn't smiling. I hoped that would have ended it. Momo had wanted to send Naruto to Recovery Girl as soon as possible, since she had actually inflicted some serious wounds on him. His chest had pretty deep gashes, his right arm was completely covered in blood and hanging limply at his side, before he flexed said arm and jerked it back into place. She grabbed her own arm, and snapped her shoulder back into its proper place. Not without a short shout of pain though. How did he do that without shouting in pain? Naruto just smiled. Grenades use not only flames, but sharp metal chunks to hurt people, and the gas explosion would have killed most people. Naruto pointed out with a growing grin. This girl. Anything less than lethal force will be wasted on you. I have too much respect for your strength and durability, to not attack you with enough power to seriously harm a person. If you were using your quirk, you could have attacked me before I even had the time to use my quirk. Momo pointed out as she formed a long rod of metal, and took it into her hands. She wasn't without her close combat ability, though it wasn't her forte. If she used a weapon, she might be able to cover for her weakness while she thought of something else to use against Naruto. She had originally hoped that the cannonball would have knocked him out of the ring, but it would seem that type of weapon could be used against her too easily. You're taking advantage of how strong my body is, you're using my strength as a weapon against me. I like it. Naruto thought it was a little poetic. The only reason she was able to do this was because he was her opponent. She could use lethal weapons that she would never dream of using against another human, because they were being used against him. The second I hit you though, it's over for me. Momo knew, after taking that shielded punch, that if he scored a direct hit, she would be too stunned to be able to block a second or third hit. She would have to play some serious defense until she could come up with another counter against him. Naruto grabbed a rock from the ground, which had been knocked loose from her explosions, and he threw it at her full speed. The second he threw it, he rushed towards her with both of his arms low to the ground. She didn't block the rock, instead, she wisely chose to run towards Naruto and duck underneath. Shoving her rod into the ground, she jumped into the air high above him as he came in under her. In the stands. Wow. Yororozu is really strong. She did some real damage to Naruto of all people. Izuku was just shocked when he saw that Naruto had been hurt by one of their classmates. He had thought that it wasn't possible, not once had somebody in their class really held a candle to Naruto yet. Kirishima frowned, and Mina was a little pale. Those wounds, they looked really bad. Ha! Take that, you bastard! Bakugo shouted as he pointed down at Naruto. He was the only one cheering against Naruto though, most of them weren't taking any sides. Naruto's heavy wounds weren't something they could cheer to continue. You heard them, it's because she is fighting Naruto, that she is able to use her quirk like this. I can't imagine how much this is hurting both of them. Naruto's being hurt physically, while it must be killing Yororozu to inflict those injuries on him. Tenya added with a critical eye. He didn't like how far she was willing to do with this, but because it was Naruto she was fighting, this must was needed, it was required that she do this much to hope to win. Naruto hadn't expected his friend, Momo, to throw live grenades at him, or use highly explosive gas against him, so she had been able to get in a few free hits on him, surprise attacks to say. On the stage. Gotta keep up the defense. Momo thought as her rod was snapped in half when she tried to block a punch from Naruto. She tossed her broken weapon aside, and she formed a shorter version of it for one hand. In her other hand was a shield, but this time, the shield was made out of a stronger metal. She was forced on the defensive completely, with Naruto not allowing her to get any more range on him. Her advantage, long range, was now useless against him as he pushed close to her. She didn't take any blows full force, she used her shield whenever possible to divert the damage as much as she could. Naruto grabbed her by the throat and lifted her up into the air, before he threw her behind him, away from the edge of the ring. You almost walked out of the ring, you need to pay attention. This is a pretty good match, and I don't want you to ring out. Come on, let's see what else that pretty head of yours can come up with. Naruto turned around and rushed towards her. Momo's eyes widened. I almost walked off the edge. Momo would have lost, right then and there if Naruto hadn't rescued her from her own mistake. She looked back to where she was standing, and saw that she really had almost walked off the edge. She raised her weapon and swung it at Naruto, hitting him in the ribs. Naruto lowered his arm and trapped her weapon though, before he grabbed her by the arm. Raising her shield up, Naruto twisted her wrist and flung her entire body to the side without letting go of her arm. Guh. Like that, her arm was jerked out of its socket again, and she dropped her weapon and shield. She had to think of something, quickly, but she had to keep a watch on the ring edge again, and she had to make sure that she kept an eye on Naruto. There was so much to do, and if she made even one more mistake, it could be her own fault for losing. Naruto grabbed the back of her open shirt, before he pulled it over her head and covered her eyes with it. Grabbing her head with both of his hands, he pulled her down and kneed her in the stomach. When she was lifted off of her feet, he wrapped his arms around her torso, tossed her up into the air. He grabbed onto her feet, and swung her down. Instead of hitting the cement, Momo created a cushion for herself to land on, which only softened the rough landing a little. She's not fighting as hard, it's like the confidence she had at the beginning of the match is fading. Naruto frowned as he flipped her over and grabbed onto her face. The look on her face was a lot different than before. He's got a hold on me, what do I make to? Momo started to think of anything that could get her out of this. Naruto straddled her, sitting on her thighs as he took firm grip on her. She wasn't able to move her legs, and Naruto grabbed her arms and pushed them above her head with his other hand. I'm going to lose. Are you okay? Naruto asked her, surprising her, despite how he was holding her down. Despite how bloody and injured he was looking down at her with such care. Her eyes widened in shock for a second. They were fighting, he wasn't supposed to show concern for her right now. He should be taking his fist, and using it to pound her face in, not that she wanted that to be honest. Even in their fight, he was taking her mental health into consideration. Tears started to form at the edges of her eyes, and she looked at the wounds that she had put on his body. He had large gashes on his chest, his right arm was in horrible condition, his shins had massive burns on them, and he was bleeding from the forehead. All she had wrong with her was maybe some small bruises, and a dislocated arm. I took advantage of how tough you are. Momo whispered to him. The audience didn't hear her, she was so quiet. Yeah, it was a super smart strategy, you really fucked me up with that first attack, and that gas explosion was genius dash. I took advantage of how tough you are, so that I could hurt you this much. You're my friend, even if you would survive. I shouldn't have done this much to you. I went too far against you, fight or no fight. I inflicted these horrible wounds on you, and here you are, taking care of me even in our fight. Momo couldn't stop the shame she was feeling. She had used her brain to come up with the best strategy to try and beat Naruto, but it didn't beat him. All she did was seriously injure him, and instead of becoming worried about him like a good friend, she thought about ways she could win the match. I'm sorry Naruto. I didn't mean. The tears started to flow more freely when she saw chunks of metal sticking out of his chest. Naruto sighed, before he smiled down at her. He softly bopped her on the head, much to her shock. Don't be a dummy, this hurts like a bastard, but I'll be fine. Now, let's finish this match, K. Naruto stood up off of her, and helped her to her feet. She rubbed her eyes, before she blushed. This was all on national TV, and as the two of them started to walk away from each other, she glanced back at him. She smiled as the two of them turned to face off again. Time to finish this, and I have just the perfect thing. Momo declared as she formed a cannon again, only this time, it had a surprise. Naruto took up a stance she recognized as what he used against Tsuyu earlier. That will really hurt if it hits. She spoke under her breath. Naruto grinned. The next thing Momo knew, was what Naruto's fist looked like up close. 5 minutes later. My head hurts. Momo moaned as her eyes started to open. What happened, did she win? Don't move enough too much, Naruto really gave you a good lick to the cheek there. Recovery Girl stated as she finished wrapping up Naruto's arm, his chest already wrapped up. He didn't accept her healing, he just wanted her to take the metal fragments out, and that was it. Momo sat up and looked in the mirror, and she saw her right cheek was swollen up. Her arm was in a sling, and she had a large square bandage on her head. Naruto stood up and pat the top of Momo's head. You did really awesome out there. You're not great at close combat, but if you ever want some tips, feel free to come to me for help. That was a really fun match, I'm looking forward to doing this again with you. Naruto smiled at her. She blinked in surprise, before she nodded her head with a slowly growing smile of her own. She was half accepting her to hold a grudge for what she did to his body. Nope, it seemed that he wasn't that type of guy. Next time, I'll make a strategy that can beat you. I might have lost this time, but next time, I'll win for sure. Momo gave him her more dead serious look she could manage with a swollen cheek. He just grinned and leaned down so that their faces were inches apart. I'm looking forward to dash. The unspeakable happened. Chapter 45. It seems Zero exhausted himself and passed out, the winner by knockout is Toru. Not even present Mike as the announcer knew what to say to that, because the match that everyone was watching had been going on for upwards to 30 minutes. 30 minutes of watching Zero shoot his tape all around the stage, looking for a naked Toru with all of his might. The boy had stayed in the center of the stage the entire time, laid his tape across the ground to make Toru force herself to be careful where she was stepping. He played his part well, and used his quirk extremely well too. He had put up a super good fight the entire time, even as his quirk exhausted him and dried him up. The boy had tried his hardest to capture Toru, and it had taken 30 of him using up everything he had physically, before Toru made a mistake and landed on his tape. Which left the medics in an awkward situation. A knocked-out Zero was laying underneath a giant ball of tape, with what might be Toru's head sticking out. Zero had managed to wrap her up using all of the tape he had shot out, but with the last push of his strength, he had tried to push her out of the stage. Sadly, he used up so much of his strength, the amount of force he used to push her even a little, had been what it took to knock him out. Then, knocked out, the giant ball of tape rolled on his back and got stuck there. That girl is the luckiest girl here, she should have lost in her first round. Midnight whispered, hand over mouth, unsure of what she had just seen herself. Clearly, Toru was the technical winner since Zero was knocked out. A knockout was considered to be more of a win than being unable to move. Since Toru was unable to move, naturally she would have been considered the loser, and then Zero decided to continue to match before it could be called in his favor. He had the win in the bag, but he tried to roll her out and passed out doing it. Since she was still awake, the win that should have been his, went to Toru instead. In the Class A audience. Wow, Toru is so lucky. Izuku started to write down notes on the fight with a smile on his face. Zero's performance had been great, and the fight had shown the weaknesses behind his quirk, which he needed to write down as soon as possible. While Todoroki had lost to Toru because of his own self-confidence in his win, and because he had been distracted by something on his mind. Zero had lost to Toru, because after watching Todoroki, Zero had chosen to make sure that Toru lost by going with overkill. Thanks to his own actions, he exhausted himself to the point of passing out, and handed his well-earned win to Toru. The girl should have lost both fights, but thanks to her opponents being distracted, and overcompensating, she was once more continuing in the tournament. Think she can luck her way to the top? Izuku asked Tenya. The boy had a large bandage over his head, the last part of his injuries that needed to be healed, from his fight with Bakugo. I don't see her getting past Bakugo. His match is next. Tenya spoke as Denki and Bakugo came out of different ends of the stadium, and started to walk towards the stage. This could get messy. Kaminari might not look it, but his quirk is really strong. If he can shoot off everything he has before Bakugo can use his quirk, this could be a quick match in Kaminari's favor. Kyoka interjected her opinion on the coming fight. Bakugo was one of the strongest in class, but Denki also had an elemental-based, long-range quirk that was great for one-on-one fighting. Against Bakugo, it was simply a matter of who could shoot off their quirk faster than the other. She glanced at the person who knew Bakugo best. Go Kaminari. You can do it. Mina called out from the stands herself, cheering on the much more cheerful of the two blondes on stage. Because if somehow, you manage to win, and Naruto collapses on stage, I have a much better chance against you than Bakugo. Mina whispered under her breath. So transparent. The entire class that heard her words thought. She just wanted an easier fight. On the stage. Man, that is a really unpleasant face you have, Bakugo. Don't worry, I'm going to end this fight as soon as I can. If Naruto's not going to use his quirk, then I'll use this as my chance to become super popular by beating him. I'll finish you off in a second, don't worry, it won't hurt much. Denki gave some warning sparks off of his body. He had a plan, he was going to release all of his power as far around him as he could. The second the fight started, he wasn't going to make everything go up in lightning. Bakugo would get knocked out before he could release an explosion, and everything would go smoothly. Denki didn't see the murder on Bakugo's face the second he spoke the words. They're going to be peeling you off the walls, dunce face. Once I'm done with you, I'm going to beat the shit out of that nudist freak. I'll be the one to beat Fox Face, after he beats Raccoon Eyes. Bakugo shouted as small explosions came off of his hands. Midnight stood back with a nervous sweat, and she got her cell phone out and started to type a text. Can we have the medics on standby? Present Mike spoke what she texted him, and she gave the announcer box a thumbs up. She had been too nervous to say it herself, since she didn't want to get caught up in a dangerous explosion. She was right next to the stage, any big attacks were really capable of hitting her too. She was ready to use her quirk if it looked like Bakugo was going to go too far with it. Don't worry, I won't hurt him much. Denki shouted over to Midnight with a grin. Bakugo looked like a bomb about to explode. Midnight waited until she saw the medics near the edge of the arena, staying away from the stage, but being there in case things got out of hand. In the stands. I'm sad I have to watch a man die today. Kaken is going to kill him. Izuku was sweating nervously even as he said that. Bakugo was not going to take that one lying down, meaning Denki was going to be in for some serious pain in the next few seconds. Everyone offered their prayers. Back on stage. Fight! Midnight shouted, before she jumped for cover away from the mic, and behind a cement wall. This will be over in a flash. Die! Bakugo raised his arms, both of them, up the same second Denki prepared to shoot his lightning everywhere. The second any electricity started to charge up for Denki though, a massive explosion went shooting straight at Denki. Denki was covered by the explosion, before he went flying off of the stage and slammed into the wall with enough force to sink his body into it. His body was smoking, and covered in ashes, his gym clothes completely burned away. Leaving him mostly naked, except for his underwear. Even then, his ass was exposed as the back part of his underwear was destroyed. Nobody cheered for Bakugo, not even a single person. He's alive, right? Midnight asked into the mic, hiding behind the wall as she looked towards the medics. Don't worry, I made sure to attack him the second he released that damn quirk of his. The lightning shielded his body from the worst of my explosion. Remember this, dunce face, next time you talk shit, you better be better to back it up. Bakugo growled and glared. He looked down at his own palms, and frowned when he saw that he had slightly injured his own hands. He had used an explosion that was too powerful for his own body to handle without some help from his gear. He shoved his hands in his pockets and started to walk towards the edge of the stage. What was left of the stage? In the audience. Damn it. Now I have to fight Naruto, and even if I win, I have to fight Bakugo. No matter what, I'm in for a world of hurt. I'm gonna cry, you see this, I'm crying. Mina had literal dramatic tears rolling down her cheeks. No matter what, she was going to be unable to avoid the pain that was going to ruin her day. Her only hope was that Naruto wasn't going to be capable of going all out on her. Deku, what are your tips on fighting Naruto? Mina had looked through the notebook, and she didn't see anything she would be able to use. Why did her quirk have to be acid? Izuku thought about it. Run away. Naruto might be suffering from blood loss right now, so if you make him use up his stamina, that might exhaust him. I mean, you could abuse Naruto's. Kirishima covered his mouth with his hands, to stop himself from talking any further. He almost revealed something that Naruto told him not long ago in private, when Naruto opened up to him. I said nothing. I'm going to go get something to eat. Kirishima got up robotically and walked off before anyone could stop him. He almost revealed that Naruto was still suffering some mental trauma. Screw it, I'm going to do my best. What is the worst that could happen? Mina shouted with a giant smile on her face. Time to show the world her stuff. Chapter 46. Deep, calming breaths. As injured as he is right now. I have a chance. I can do this. Mina thought to herself as she stood across from Naruto. She wasn't a part girl, in or out of battle, and mostly relied on her intuition for combat. If she thought something would work, she went with it, and didn't usually have to think twice. In normal situations, it didn't matter if Naruto was injured or not, her victory chances weren't great. Naruto was injured, he had refused to be healed from his last fight, and he had been through more fights than she had. He had to be low on blood, and slower than he usually would be too. Right now, I can win. Mina lowered herself and moved her arms back in force. She could do this, she could do it. Naruto groaned and held the side of his head. I can't believe I passed out in Recovery Girl's office. Thank God Momo was there, but I can't believe I had another dream about that little girl. Naruto frowned to himself. According to a blushing Momo, he didn't know why she was blushing, he had passed out for close to 45 minutes in the medical wing. Mina gulped. Fight. Sorry Mina, but I just want to get this tournament over with. Mina felt pain in her gut as she was bent over almost instantly, the distance between herself and Naruto gone. She had started to run at him when the match started, but she hadn't even noticed him move until she felt an ungodly amount of pain. Her lunch wasn't in her stomach anymore as she was lifted off of her feet, hanging in the air by Naruto's fist holding her up. She threw up, the force behind the punch getting her far more hard than she thought Naruto would be able to manage in his injured state. Her legs dangled helplessly, before she was tossed to the ground outside of the ring. Mina finished puking up what was left in her stomach, thankfully she puked no blood so nothing vital was injured. It would seem that despite Naruto wanting to finish her up as quickly as possible, he was still taking her health into account by only hitting her hard enough to stun her, so he could toss her out of the ring. Should have known, I didn't have a chance. Mina wasn't able to properly stand by herself, so the medical men came and got her, picking her up and carrying her off to the medical area just like the rest of Naruto's opponents. Naruto was a nice guy, but people didn't usually fight him without paying a visit to the hospital after. I surrender from my match with Bakugo. Toru shouted towards midnight from the stands. She knew she had no chance of using her luck to try and make a win against the explosive wonder himself, she was more than likely going to be blasted off of the stage like Denki had been before she could even get her shirt off. A guy like Bakugo wouldn't hesitate to blast her to pieces either, so this was as far as she was going to for in the tournament. The fact she took down 2 opponents alone was enough to get her some good notice, and giving up against an opponent vastly stronger than he could be seen as a good judge of strength. Not to mention, even if she lucked her way through Bakugo, she wasn't going to be taking down Naruto, whose bad luck would somehow counteract her good luck, and possibly make the entire stadium collapse as a supervillain attacked it with a giant rampaging fish or something. There was silence. Can she do that? I'll allow it. Midnight shouted after a moment's thought. It was up to her if she was going to allow such a thing, but it didn't really violate any rules. Boom. Bakugo, in the stands, propelled himself down towards the stadium with an explosion, using a smaller explosion to guide himself to the opposite end of the ring to Naruto. He had a wide, wicked, grin with red angry eyes as he looked towards Naruto. Walking through the hallways wasn't fast enough of a method, not when he was going to be getting to fight the one person, well the second person he wanted to fight the most. Since the person he wanted to beat the most wasn't in the tournament, he would settle for this, and earn himself the #1 spot that he craved, that he deserved. I've been waiting for this chance since I saw you. I'm going to turn you into a bloody stain. Bakugo shouted out his usual pre-fight banter. Naruto wasn't fazed. In the stands. Momo limped into the stands, still somewhat hurt from her fight with Naruto, but she had a more concerned look on her face when she saw that the fight was about to start, before she could put a stop to it. On her way to the stands, she had passed by a defeated Mina, and she had heard Toru forfeit smartly. This isn't good. Naruto doesn't look like he's going to hold back. If he uses his quirk right now, he might actually kill Bakugo. Momo thought to herself as she took her seat. She would try and stop the fight, but honestly, she didn't think she could even if she tried. Naruto wasn't a person to back down from a fight, and Bakugo was sure as hell not going to do that. Are you okay? A fully healed Tsuyu asked as she looked at her fellow victim of a Naruto fight. I'll be fine, she wants to heal me little by little to conserve stamina. I'm more worried about this fight. Momo furrowed her brow. This wasn't going to be pretty. Fight. Naruto versus Bakugo. Boom. Bakugo propelled himself into the air above Naruto, over his head and behind him. Pointing both of his hands at Naruto's back the second he was behind him, he gave a great grin when he looked at how close Naruto was. His face became shocked when he saw that Naruto had his head turned to look at him, and not like he had turned his head to track him. Like he had predicted this would have been his first move, and turned his head to see where Bakugo would land ahead of time. Don't fucking mock me. Screaming, Bakugo unleashed his greatest explosion to date. Half of the stage was completely covered by explosions and flames, the audience getting a taste of hot air as many of them were pushed back by the shockwaves of his boom. Bakugo was launched backwards by his own explosion, out of the ring, but before he could land on the outside, he used his explosions to propel himself back into the smoke-covered ring. Is that all you have? The smoke started to clear once Bakugo landed, and as the smoke cleared, Naruto became visible in the same spot he had been standing in. Both of his arms were burned from the explosion, his sleeves destroyed as well. Naruto's position had changed, and his arms were extended at his sides. The stage behind Naruto, in a triangle, was left unharmed by the explosion. It looked like Naruto had changed the direction the explosion was flying at the cost of his arms, blood dripping from his fists as he dropped them to his side. Bakugo took a step backwards and looked around. How did he do that? Do that again, I dare you bastard. Bakugo shouted as he pointed his arms at Naruto. His words were challenge to Naruto, who turned to face Bakugo fully. I just want this tournament over with, whatever is eating your ass, isn't my problem. Naruto spoke seriously, frown on his face instead of the usual grin when challenged by a strong opponent. Fine, I'll take on whatever it is you have. Naruto took up a stance. He was going to finish this as fast as he could, though it would be harder since Bakugo was a ranged fighter. Naruto pointed 2 fingers on his hands, 2 each hand, towards Bakugo, and he nodded towards him. Fuck you. Bakugo unleashed a massive explosion, equal to one earlier in size, and aimed it right at Naruto. This time, the audience was looking at Naruto instead of Bakugo, and saw Naruto point his fingers towards the center of the explosion as it rocketed at him. The second the flames touched his fingertips, Naruto jerked his arms forward into the explosion itself, and most of the explosion started to get sucked into where Naruto's arms were. The rest of the explosion was safely diverted to the sides, away from Naruto himself. Using one hand, Bakugo launched himself up with a small explosion, using the smoke around Naruto to hide his spots, before he floated above where Naruto would be in the dust cloud. Aiming down, he fired another explosion with both hands this time, right into the heart of the smoke. Landing on the other side of the smoke, Bakugo started to run towards the smoke as it faded away. The more he sweat, the more powerful his quirk was, so he needed to stay as active as he could, moving around as much as physically possible for the fight in order to fight at his strongest. When the smoke faded, Naruto wasn't standing in the smoke. He wasn't anywhere. He killed him. Who the hell are you all calling dead? Naruto asked as he stood behind Bakugo, crouched down in his shadow, using Bakugo's own body to hide himself from immediate notice. Bakugo faced his palms at Naruto, and unleashed a small barrage of explosions as he put some distance between himself as Naruto. Naruto grabbed him by the wrist though and slammed him into the ground. He used the smoke to hide his escape, and while I was in the air, he used my shadow to hide himself from me noticing him. I hate this, but this bastard is even craftier than that worthless Deku. Bakugo pushed his palms into the ground. Naruto stepped on his hand, smothering it into the now revealed dirt. Naruto kicked Bakugo in the face, knocking him into the air with a bloodied nose. When Bakugo aimed an explosion at Naruto, Naruto swung his arm right next to the explosion and created a small air current. The explosion itself was diverted away from Naruto's body very slightly, and changed the direction Bakugo planned to propel himself in. I don't get why you have a beef with me, but you're not my rival. I noticed you are looking at me like a rival, but with your mentality, I'll never accept somebody like you as a rival, much less a hero. You and Toridoki both are strong, have good battle prowess, and amazing quirks. Neither of you are even close to being worthy of ever becoming a hero though. In his eyes, I see his motivation being spite for his bastard of a father. In your eyes. Naruto grabbed Bakugo by the face, and slammed him head first into the broken concrete. I see selfishness. A hero is a person who saves people. A hero doesn't want to become number one, just because they want to be number one. A hero is a person with ideals, convictions, strength of heart, to save the lives of others, even at the cost of their own if required. I see a desire to be the best in your eyes. Deku, Izuku Midoriya, that guy you seem to hate, now he is worthy of being called a hero one day. He has what it takes to be somebody I can proudly call my rival. Naruto raised his fist, and as Bakugo raised his palms to blast Naruto, he slammed his fist into Bakugo's face, slamming him into the ground a little deeper. He just wanted this tournament to be over. He needed to talk with his uncle about something more important than this, and he needed to do it as soon as possible. Deku, it's always Deku, it's that damn fucking nerd. What does he have that I don't? Why does that little weakling get your attention, while I don't even register on your radar? I'm stronger than him. Bakugo shouted out, his face a little beaten, but it wasn't enough to stop him. Naruto didn't need even a second to think it over. Being a hero isn't about being the strongest, it's about protecting people, that's it. Deku is a weak little nerd, like you said, but even if you're weak, you can get stronger, having the strength of heart to put your life on the line for somebody in need, that is the trait I look for when I think of a hero. As you are now, until you grow as a person, you're not ever going to be on my radar. We were born with these powers to help others. Naruto slammed his open palm into Bakugo's chest. He's Frog Strike. Using the same move he used on Tsuyu, since he just wanted the fight over with, Naruto knocked Bakugo out the second he was able to get the blow right to where he needed it to be. Naruto frowned as he stood up over the knocked out Bakugo. Winner by knockout, Naruto. People can change Bakugo, for better or for worse. I hope one day you'll grow up, and become worthy of the title hero. This world needs as many heroes as it can get. With those final words, Naruto started to walk away. As soon as the winner's ceremony was over, he needed to speak with his uncle. Chapter 47. You didn't attend the award ceremony to get your medal. Toshinori wanted to lecture Naruto about making more public appearances, as he passed Naruto his first place medal. The second the tournament had ended, Naruto had went to him, and told him that he wanted to talk with him as soon as possible. With that, Naruto had left the stadium and went told Midnight that something important came up. First place still went to Naruto, he just needed a proxy to take his medal for him until he could collect it. They were in Naruto's dorm room, and Toshinori blinked in surprise when he saw that Naruto's bed had been thrown out, and replaced by a large sleeping shark. The shark with multiple body parts that belonged to other animals, with its back covered in bare fur to make a new form-off bed for Naruto. This is Shark, I took him as a pet, and he's going to stay here to keep guard over my Hoshi no Tama for me. I've been in the process of training him not to attack people. Anyway, I wanted to talk with you about something important. Naruto brushed off the comment about him not attending the ceremony. Naruto sat down on the floor and tossed his medal onto his desk, before he crossed his arms and leaned up against Shark. Did my mother ever have visions of the future, in dreams? Naruto asked his uncle right away. There was no need for him to beat around the bush. To my knowledge, only visions about things that concerned her. Nobody ever believed her though, since her quirk was a transformation type. Are you telling me you've been seeing visions? Toshinori asked in concern. If that was so, then that would not only validate what Kushina used to say when she had weird dreams, but it would also mean that there was more to Naruto's quirk than either of them knew about. The original Ninetales quirk had always been a mystery, and when it transformed into the Monster Fox quirk, it was never known just how much of the Ninetales quirk's power transferred into the new quirk. Naruto getting visions as dreams was a big deal if it was true, since it meant he could also manifest other abilities of the Ninetales quirk in the future. Naruto nodded. At least, I think. I've been seeing dreams of villains, and there is this little girl I keep seeing in my visions. Her name is Aries. I need help, she needs to be saved. I really need your help. This is what she looks like. Naruto had drawn several pictures of her. He had taken his time, to make sure and get all of her features down as exactly as he could. He included the scars on her arms, because it was important to show just how much abuse she was going through. And there are almost no records of her, anywhere I looked. When I checked her family registry, it says she is living with a blood relative, but her father was a Yakuza boss. I think she's being used for her quirk, but I don't have proof. Naruto had already made time to do as much research on her as he could. Her parents were gone, and she had no other real relatives. She was living, with what Naruto assumed, to be her father's minions. If she was being this abused, then she must have a quirk that they wanted to use her for. You really don't do anything halfway, do you? Toshinori glanced at Naruto's desk, and he saw a multitude of documents there. Documents about Himiko Toga, who recently escaped from jail. Documents about the girl Aries, and even files on multiple other criminals who seemed to be unrelated to each other. He could tell that Naruto's dreams were really bothering him. Is there something else about your dream? You wouldn't be this worried if it was just that. Criminals can be taken down by heroes. What has you so worked up? Toshinori asked with a frown. It wasn't like Naruto to ever become worried about villains, unless the situation was truly horrifying. This girl, in my dream, that part isn't important. She needs to be saved. She's suffering, and nobody is helping her. Naruto shook his head. Toshinori looked at Naruto and nodded. Well, the tournament just ended, but pro heroes are already putting in applications to take you in for the internships. You winning the tournament and getting first place, without your quirk, really impressed a lot of people, myself included. I'm proud of what you did today. Toshinori took up his muscle form and gave Naruto a signature thumbs up. Naruto grinned. That made him happy. With Momo. She was unhappy with what she had to do. I have to tell her the truth, she has the right to know. Momo thought as she covered herself with a towel. She had been following after Mina, since the tournament ended and everyone started to go back to their dorm rooms. Mina had started to head towards the female baths though instead of her dorm room, like she had originally thought the girl would do. The girl had been given third place in the tournament, even though she only ever really fought once, and didn't get a chance to show off through any of the other events. Her fight against Naruto had been utterly one-sided, so it didn't really count as much of a fight. Ashido, Mina, do you want me to wash your back for you? Momo spoke up as she followed after Mina. She recoiled a little when she saw Mina's absolute lack of shame or modesty, as she had her towel draped over her shoulder, instead of covering her body. In the girls' changing room or not, one didn't just strip down and not cover themselves. She understood Mina was comfortable with nudity, and didn't need the reason to hide her body around other girls, but not all other girls wanted to see her body. Oh, Yamamoto, sure, I guess. After throwing up, I just sort of felt like a bath, but you must have really worked up a sweat yourself. Mina exclaimed as she put her arms back behind her head. Momo looked at her body. She's got a really nice figure, not extra fat on her. All muscle. Momo thought, obviously not counting the fat on Mina's breasts. Mina was just a couple of cup sizes smaller than she was, and that was saying something. She noticed that Mina's purplish-pink body really made it kind of hard to see any real flaws in her body. Since her skin color was dyed its color by the acid running through her veins, her body didn't really scar or gain blemishes. Not to mention when she used her acid, the first thing to go would be the dead skin cells on her body. Meaning her skin was absolutely flawless, and remained tight. With your quirk, your skin must be thicker, so you'll look younger longer. Momo spoke out loud without meaning to. Men had thicker skin, but thanks to Mina's quirk, part of her quirk factor would be thicker skin, meaning that like a man, her skin would naturally stay wrinkle-free longer provided that she took care of herself. With her acid quirk, she was always giving herself better skin as well, by flushing all the bad stuff out. Basically, Mina would never have to worry about acne or blemishes. Really? Never thought about that. Cool. You're not very shy about your body, are you? Momo asked as they entered the showers to give their bodies a pre-wash before entering the bath. She got behind Mina and started to wash her back for her. She was right, Mina had extremely soft skin. Mina snorted. My quirk is acid, you have no idea how many times I melted my own clothes growing up. I'm fine with a little skin showing, I just don't like it when pervs peep on me without my consent. Mina wasn't a shy girl, by nature or by the way she was raised. Which is good, since I've been trying to seduce Naruto, that idiot just doesn't get it. Mina sighed and shook her head. Momo froze at the mention of Naruto. She needed to say something to Mina. About Naruto, when we were in the medical office, we kissed. Momo came out and said it. Now she just needed to wait for Mina to explode, and slap her or something. There was no way that a girl like Mina was going to stand by and let another girl kiss her boyfriend, or boyfriend kiss another person in general. She looked in the mirror, and saw that Mina didn't really have any reaction positive or negative towards the comment. She just looked at Momo in the reflection, and started to wash her hair. So. I kissed your boyfriend, you should be screaming at me. Momo was shocked by that complete lack of reaction. Mina just snorted. Naruto would never cheat on me, I have faith in him. Also, you're my friend Yamamoto, and you're a good person too. Knowing Naruto and you must have kissed by accident or something, and you're overthinking things and feel guilty. I'm not going to be mad because of an accident. Accidents happen, anyway, it was just a kiss. Mina didn't blow up, get angry or jealous, or have any reaction that Momo was expecting of her. She just smiled and sent her a thumbs up, showing that they were still cool. She was forgiven for the accident. Mina was surprisingly mature about this. I expected you to. Momo didn't know how to put it. Get angry or start crying. Nah. Anyway, the fact you feel bad about this makes me feel a lot better. I'm really jealous of how you and Naruto just seem to click together so naturally. I was worried you and he might fall for each other, and leave me forgotten hahaha. Then I remembered, you're not interested in love like most girls. Mina laughed, before she yelped when she got soap in her eyes. Momo frowned. Naruto and I, click? Momo asked with a tilted head. You and Naruto are, like, perfect together. You're both powerful, have awesome quirks, are really heroic, and super hot, your teamwork is amazing, you rely on each other a lot and seem to just have personalities that go really well together. You two are like yin and yang, different, but balance each other. Heck, if I hadn't met Naruto first, he might have fallen for you for real. Mina laughed off her own jealousy. Was she still jealous? Yes, and as she spoke she actually felt a little fear in the pit of her stomach. The nervousness that she always felt when she saw those two together, the fear Naruto might fall for Momo and forget about his love for her, well it was hard to get rid of fears, even if they were irrational. Momo just seemed a little shocked, her mind had trouble accepting what Mina said, but she started to imagine it a little. Momo's daydream. Naruto and Momo, both in full hero costume, both sat across from each other, with slices of cake in front of each other. The two of them were a little older than they were now, with Naruto's hair having been cut a little shorter, and her figure a little different as well. Her mature body just a little more mature, the two of them just enjoying their idle hours of hero work while on patrol, eating together at a small cafe at an outdoor table. They were eating with one hand, and their other hands were together, on top of the table, a small display of affection. You have some cake on your lips. Naruto reached up and wiped the cake off with a thumb, before he licked it, and grinned at her. She blushed. Back to reality. Thankfully, you met him first, ahahaha. Momo hid her face behind Mina's hair and head, so Mina wouldn't see her absolutely burning red cheeks. I never even thought about that until you mentioned it. Damn, darn, why did you have to bring that up, Mina? Momo hated what she just imagined. Showing affection like that in public, she never imagined her own imagination would be that daring and lewd. Yep. I want to be a hero and all, but honestly, I'm fine if I become a sidekick too. I'm just doing this, because it's kind of expected of me. You are really focused on becoming a pro hero, not just a sidekick. There is no way you would ever fall in love when it could get in the way of your career. Well, I wouldn't say that. Yep, so I have nothing to worry about. You're different than girls like me and Toru. So, let's keep chasing our goals together, as friends. Mina spoke, her smile blinding as she interrupted Momo without meaning to. Momo sighed and nodded her head. This was honestly the best outcome in the end. Chapter 48. How is this going to help me learn frog kata? Tsuyu wasn't questioning Naruto's training methods, she was more than happy to do what was asked of her, but she was a little surprised when instead of focusing on her upper body like she first thought, she was working on her legs. All she was doing was running behind Naruto, basic training, with a tire tied to her with a rope. It was just leg strength training, mixed with stamina training. Well, there was a little bit of an added challenge, since Naruto drew a line around the track with chalk, and she was only allowed to let her feet run while touching the line. Your quirk makes your legs really strong and you're flexible, sure, but you need a really high control over your body. Not to mention, the stronger your body, the better this style is, and if you lack stamina, this style will destroy you too. While fighting, you're moving your body about 4 times as much as normal, when you're moving, you'll be losing stamina about 4 to 40 times faster. Naruto explained with a grin. He was taking this as his chance to train as well, since this was their last day off from school after the sports festival, and tomorrow they would be back to normal. So, he was using his quirk at the two-tail form, and running while pulling a truck behind him with a rope. He had seen where he needed to improve without the use of his quirk at the sports festival, and saw where he stood against his classmates. Now he needed to test the limits of each of the tailed forms he was able to enter while in control. Once he knew all of his limits, then he would see about finally pushing one more step further with them. Wouldn't I lose stamina 4 times quicker, since I'm moving 4 times as much? So you questioned his math on that. If your body was in peak condition maybe, but fighting with the frog kata is like a contradiction in the form of fighting. You have to be fast and slow, aggressive and passive, strong and weak, moving and still. Not only does this force your body to constantly try to force itself to pick one or the other, but your mind always has to be completely empty, but focused as well. This fighting style is both mentally and physically draining. Naruto was happy to explain it to the first person who ever wanted to really know the mechanics. Kirishima knew a little from their spars, but Tsuyu was the first person who ever wanted to learn the fighting style. Tsuyu saw Naruto's smile. He was really proud of this style. Why such a large gap in stamina loss? She questioned why his guess was between 4 and 40. For an untrained body, you lose more stamina. For an untrained mind, you lose more stamina. There are a lot of conditions. You need to be able to control and relax your body, focus and empty your mind, become still and moving at the same time. If you master each of these, and become used to it, this style will take less of your stamina. The frog kata isn't just a set of motions to attack, it uses every part of the body, and you can use it in any way. With your build, you would be best using the frog kata with your legs. Naruto glanced back and looked her up and down. Her arms weren't super strong, maybe a little stronger than a normal girl's arms, but her legs beat her arms by a huge margin. Even if she trained her arms to the limit, she would more than likely never be able to use them to use the frog kata to any real effect. Thinking on what he was saying, Tsuyu couldn't help but think of an important question. How long will this take to learn? Tsuyu asked him with a finger to her lips, all while running behind him. At this point, she was even starting to sweat and pant. She was about to reach the point where her body was going to hurt to tell her to give up. I would say about 6 months before your body is good enough to start, and after that point. I would guess about 1 or 2 years total. That is a long time, but the ability to knock out villains easily, without killing them, makes that amount of time worth it. Learning the frog strike will help me become the best hero I can be. Tsuyu nodded her head simply. She had a goal ahead of her, and it was one that would require a lot of her time and patience. Though, Naruto's freakish stamina made a little sense now, if he was always training his stamina to make use of this type of fighting style. Actually, the way he was so strong without his quirk made sense too, if he put this much effort into training all of his life like he seemed to do. My siblings want to see you again, by the way, and my parents want to thank you. They've been asking me to invite you to dinner when I go home on the weekend. Tsuyu remembered that when she thought about how strong Naruto was. Her brother was really impressed with Naruto, and the way her classmate had been a key component to saving the world, and freeing her from enslavement, and everyone from destruction. Sure, sounds fun. Wow, it was that easy to get Naruto to do stuff. I've said this before, but you're really nice. I'm sorry for thinking you were scary when we first met. Tsuyu really was sorry for her first impression of him. A tall, strong, guy who seemed to always have something on his mind, that could turn into a large dangerous fox, spew flames, and apparently enough punishment to kill a regular person, was just a terrifying person. Not to mention, even now, almost every time he used his quirk, she always felt the sensation that she was around a large, dangerous predator that could go on a rampage at any given moment. It was strange that she had that feeling, when Naruto had never given her a reason to suspect he would do anything to hurt his friends, other than beat them up in tournament fights, which didn't count. Naruto looked back at her with confusion. You don't need to apologize. We're friends now, so what you thought of me before won't change how I think of you now. I'm just happy to have friends like you in my life at all. So adorable. Tsuyu had never thought she would see such a big guy talking about friendship in such a genuine, honest way. It was absolutely adorable to see this big scary guy act like the total softie that he really was. Not to mention, in his fox form, his fur looked really soft literally. She kind of wanted to see if his fur was as soft as it looked, but she was a little too embarrassed to ask if she could ride on his shoulders. A girl her age shouldn't be asking boys that, not to mention she didn't want to come across as too, I want to ride on your shoulders. Tsuyu accidentally spoke her mind, without thinking about it. Her cheeks turned pink, that was a really embarrassing thing to ask in general. Naruto shrugged. Sure, don't see why not. Another location. You're late. Menma frowned deeply, dusting off his nice suit as he sat on the desk of an elementary schooler. With the time of day it was, there was nobody that was around to see him. It was after school, and this would serve as the best place to send a message. He hated being kept waiting, and sadly, his younger sister had no concept of what it meant to be on time. Her blood-ravaged mind only ever thought of when the next time she could go wild would be, and while her amazing power and combat potential could never be ignored, any attribute she held outside of fighting was annoying to even him. The girl was constantly late for everything, didn't care if she was making a scene or not, didn't ever give two shits about if their plans failed or succeeded. All she ever wanted was what she wanted, or whatever caught her interest. She was an animal, through and through. It's not often I get to possess people, brother, allow me to enjoy myself some. Kamui Wood spoke as the pro-hero walked into the room with a skip in his step. His voice sounded normal, but it was far more peppy than the usual Kamui Woods. Their mother had the Nine-Tails power of illusion, their elder brother had the Nine-Tails power of foxfire, and Naruko had the Nine-Tails power of possession. While she used her quirk, she was capable of possessing the bodies of others. Transforming her body and going inside of them, completely taking over their minds and bodies, with very few having ever been able to force her out of their bodies. Those with a blood relation to her were usually the ones that had a form of resistance to her power. The key to being successful in the business world is proper advertisement. Our cousin, he wants the League of Villains to be successful. He's a child though, our elder he might be. The way he thinks is too small-minded, allowing Stain to simply kill heroes in alleys, there are better ways. Release him, he needs to struggle. Menma ordered his sister with a deep frown. Straightening his tie, he stood up and placed a smile on his face. Kamui Wood's body jerked, before a black shadow started to exit his body, and it reformed into a Naruko, taking her own one-tailed fox form, a near-exact copy of Naruto's own, only with a slightly more feminine build to it. She quickly powered down and started to skip around the room, kicking over desks that got in her way. Destruction. Who are? Calm down Kamui Woods, it won't do for a hero to spend their last moments on their world questioning the pointless. You're here to serve as a sacrificial offering to a purpose greater than you. Be pleased, your death will be used to further the goals of the League of Villains. Menma spoke in a too friendly voice. That was all Kamui Woods needed to hear. I'll not go down easily. If you have information on the League of Villains, then I'll capture you. Kamui Woods shouted out as he pointed his arm at Menma. Menma clapped, while standing behind Kamui Woods as the wood that shot out of his arm, destroyed the wall that was behind where Menma had been standing. Menma took a small marble out of his pocket with AX on it and flicked it in the air. Kamui Woods' reflexes were on the good side, because he turned around in an instant and using more binding wood to try and capture Menma. Menma was in the air, with the marble he flicked in his hand, he had teleported upside down so that his feet were on the ceiling, and he took a bag of marbles out of his pocket and let them all start to fall out of the bag. Looking towards Naruko, who had AX on the back of her neck, he teleported to it while the marbles were still falling out of the air. I've allowed you to struggle enough, time to finish this. Menma opened his jacket and showed that the inside of his suit was lined completely with knives. When the marbles in the air had Kamui Woods completely surrounded, he ran his hand over the knives in his jacket quickly. Instantly, every knife he touched vanished, and they appeared at the marbles. With how close the marbles were to Kamui Woods, each and every knife ended up stabbing the man in a different location. The head, the heart, the liver, and over 24 other knives were all stabbing the man. His death was instant. Naruko pouted. I blinked and missed the fight, brother. You killed him too fast. That fight took like a second. You should have let me kill him. Naruko complained when she saw Kamui Woods' corpse start to fall to the ground. Menma held up his bag, and while the marbles were still falling out of the air, he started to catch them in the bag. The fight had been finished before the marbles even hit the ground, and since Menma caught them all, they didn't touch the ground after the fight either. Menma stopped smiling. This is a nice suit, I didn't want to needlessly prolong this fight and risk allowing him to touch me. Now, do the dirty work, and use his blood to paint a message on the walls. Dealing with a hero leaves a bad taste in my mouth. This kind of work is more suited for savages like you. Menma pointed out. Naruko hugged him, and he rolled his eyes at her. What was I supposed to write? Naruko whispered, since she didn't remember anything about the plan, other than she was supposed to possess the first hero she saw, and bring them to this building. She almost never listened to people when they talked. Menma sighed. The League of Villains is gaining power, heroes beware. Chapter 49. All Might, thanks for talking with me. Toshinori was a little confused when he got a call from Izuku of all people, asking to meet up with him first thing in the morning before school. The boy had been showing vast improvements in the One for All quirk, and with Naruto's tutoring there had not been much for him to do with the training. He was a little surprised that Izuku wanted to meet with him for some reason. Sure my boy, anything. You should feel safe asking me anything dash. Why didn't you choose Naruto? Izuku asked with a serious look. It had taken him a while, but he had finally worked up the courage to ask this one question that had been haunting him. Naruto winning the sports festival without his quirk, and seeing his classmate in action so many times just cemented this question. Naruto was clearly the better suited person to inherit One for All, with his body he would be able to easily master the power, and with his own extremely powerful quirk, he would easily surpass All Might himself as a hero. His undying willpower, courage, and his strong morals and values of a hero were just something that stood out head above the rest of their class. Izuku looked up, and saw Toshinori was visibly surprised, and even a little saddened by the question. I knew this question might come one day, when Midoriya started to grow stronger. Toshinori knew this would come. As a weakling, Izuku had never had a reason to compare himself to others in a positive way. The gap between himself and others was just always so great, that he could never see the tips of their power. He was stronger now, and it was natural he would compare himself to others. With his growth in strength, he was finally able to see where others' powers lay in comparison to his own power. The gap wasn't as great as it was before, and Izuku would just keep closing that gap, before he surpassed those who had been ahead of him. No doubt, he had compared himself to Naruto, and upon seeing the gap in power, Izuku had once more been placed back into the position where couldn't see where a person's power was in comparison to himself. I asked Dash. I heard you. Why? Toshinori wanted to know if he was right. Izuku became serious. Because, if he had this power, he would be a better hero than I would with it. Even now, after months. I still can't see how strong he is. I was able to compare myself to Kaken, one of the strongest guys I know. No matter how strong I get, how much of this power I use, it is like Naruto is always ahead of me, and he's getting farther away. Izuku looked down at his hands, which had been broken so many times when he trained with his power. At his strongest, he could use at most 11% of his power without completely breaking himself. Even with that power though, he knew he wouldn't win a fight with Naruto, while Naruto wasn't using his quirk. Toshinori nodded when he heard the explanation. He sighed. When I got this power from my master, I wasn't her first choice, the one she wanted to inherit the power, he refused to accept one for all. His name was Minato Namikaze Dash. Thunder God. The previous number 2 hero before his untimely demise years ago, famed as a hero who nearly as powerful as you, and having attained the moniker of the fastest hero alive. Izuku started to nerd out then and there as he went over everything he knew about the man. It was well known that All Might and Thunder God were both a famed duo at one point, but they went their separate ways very quickly after realizing they could save more lives when working separate. Wait, you weren't the first one picked. Izuku realized what had been said. Toshinori smiled. Yes, Minato was one of the few people I call a brother to me. My dear friend. He was powerful, kind, strong-hearted, and when I was quirkless, I never even thought of comparing myself to him. While I was training to get this quirk with him, we shared the same master. Minato was always ahead of me. No matter what I did, it was like the gap never closed. Even after getting this power, I never actually beat him in any of our sparring matches. Hold your horses Dash. Toshinori saw Izuku about to nerd out again. He was explaining something important, and he didn't need word vomit being spewed out. That could wait for later on. Anyway. He helped me hone this power. When my master chose him as the next one for all inheritor, I felt it was natural, and he refused. Even today, I imagine what it would have been like if he took the power. Toshinori could imagine Minato being alive, Kushina being alive too, and him being a regular person as he served as an uncle to the family. He couldn't help himself but smile, since that simple life sounded nice too. Why did he refuse this power? 2 heroes can save more people than 1 hero. He had his own quirk, and me without a quirk, wouldn't be able to become a hero. He could become a hero with his own power, and allow me to become a great hero with this power. The only reason Minato never became the number 1 hero instead of me, was simply because Minato wasn't as popular as I was. That man wanted the world to have more heroes, instead of wanting to take more power for himself. Toshinori smiled as he thought about one of the few personality traits that Minato had passed down to his son. Wait, isn't Thunder God Naruto's dad? Izuku suddenly realized something else very important. Yes, and like his father, when I tried to pass the quirk on to him, Naruto chose to refuse. He wanted somebody else to become a hero with that power, and when you came along, he promised to help groom you into the role of my successor. Toshinori couldn't hide it in good faith. Izuku deserved to know now that he had asked. He was never going to bring it up to the boy on his own, because there was no reason to tell him he was the second choice. Lying to him though, that was out of the question. They were master and pupil, they couldn't build their foundation of trust on lies. Izuku looked down, unsure, and because of that Toshinori sighed. It was never easy learning you were only picked because somebody else didn't want it. Izuku looked out the window, and saw a massive fox coming from the dorms to the main school building. The only thing that is keeping Naruto from becoming the strongest hero, is his own fear. His worst enemy is himself, and the day he masters his emotions, is the day the next number 1 hero is born. He's your rival. Toshinori spoke with a grand smile on his face. Just like his father. Years ago. Smash! Toshinori shouted as his fist made contact with his opponent, just at the same time as his opponent touched his hand go both Toshinori and himself. Minato, in full hero costume, and Toshinori in costume as well. Toshinori's fist was in Minato's stomach, before Toshinori and Minato switched places instantly. The entire shockwave of the attack, and all of the damage of it, suddenly transferred into Toshinori's own body as the shock from his punch hit himself. He was blasted away, while Minato landed on the ground with his back to Toshinori. Flying Thunder God Mutually Instantaneous Revolving Teleport, that sounds like a great super move name. Minato explained to himself as he made a mental note to write that down later. By touching himself and his opponent, he could teleport them both at the same time, to where each other were standing. That way, just as an attack would hit him, the aftermath of the attack would be transferred into the opponent's body and not his own. He just had to make sure to only teleport his own body, and not the vibrations of the attack that were hitting his body. That way when he switched places with his opponent, all of the force of the attack would transfer to them, even though they weren't being hit by the attack. Are you okay too? All Might? Minato asked as he took his helmet off his head, a wide smile on his face. Toshinori was grinning as he jumped back to where Minato was. No longer using his quirk, his massive muscles shrank a small amount, to slightly less massive muscles, for each one for all user, the way they used their quirk was different. His master used the quirk without gaining any muscle mass, while his increased when he used the quirk. Your extremely long super move names are the reason you're not more popular, nobody knows how to advertise you when you're always making such goofy names. Would you like to continue? Toshinori asked as he raised his hands up. Minato waved him off. Sure, let's see that new smash, I have a couple more teleports in me today. Minato put his helmet back on. We can't keep this going long though, I need to get back to Kushina soon, today is the special day she will be. Minato stopped when the sky turned white. Pink orbs appeared in the air, and an extremely loud roar could be heard. A massive red moon appeared in the sky, all of the clouds turned just as red. Toshinori was confused. It's the middle of the night. This is an illusion. I'll be right back. I'm going to check on Kushina. Minato spoke as he touched himself, and like that, he was gone. Toshinori was confused. Illusions? Present day. To think, that would be the last time Minato and I were able to spar, if I had known, I would have gone with him. I could have helped. Toshinori felt a regret that had never gone away, even after all of the years that had passed by. There was so much he was never able to talk with Minato about, share with him, and Minato would never be able to watch his son grow up. Your son is going to surpass you one day, to think. I never won against you, did I? Toshinori smiled to himself with an air of regret. Minato was the one person who he had never been able to really beat in a fight. The bastard was too damn slippery with that quirk of his, and his highly advanced strategic mind. You weren't the first choice, and neither was I. Izuku whispered to himself. In that aspect, he was just like All Might, and his rival, Naruto, was the son of All Might's rival. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the mirror between his relationship with Naruto, and All Might's relationship with Thunder God. If he could close some of the gap between himself and Naruto, then he would be a step closer to becoming the symbol of peace that All Might wanted him to be. Just as he will surpass his father, you must surpass me, your master. Toshinori placed high expectations on Izuku, but he knew it was possible for the boy. He just needed to work more, try harder, and push himself beyond his limits. Izuku gulped, before he nodded. Watch me become a hero that surpasses you then. Tell him. Toshinori thought to himself, knowing full well that it was more than likely not going to happen. He had resolved himself to be completely honest with Izuku, but this was something that was a lot harder to talk about. He gave Izuku a thumbs up. He felt like a coward. Chapter 50. Happy day. I'm so happy with this, I'm sure he'll accept. Ryuko spoke as she looked at a glass case that was showing off a manly, orange version of her own uniform, with black accents to it and a fur color to it. She had already submitted to UA her own personal request to allow her to take Naruto as her intern for the intern week. She was sure that Naruto had gotten a ton of other requests from other pro heroes, but she was like his elder sister. She had babysat him so much as a child, to the point he was bound to pick her. She was one of the first people of the top 10 to suggest that instead of preventing Naruto from becoming a hero, that they train him to control his quirk better than his mother. She had been just a child herself when Kushina lost control, so for her, the experience wasn't something she even remembered. Naruto was destined to pick her. After all, unlike other heroes who would just have Naruto watch them or lecture them for a week, she knew what he was capable of. She knew very well Naruto was more prepared for hero work than the majority of pro heroes. He was already ready, school was just a formality for him. He already did hero work when events happened around him, so she knew that she could trust him out in the field. She was going to put him to work, right beside her, so that he could use this week to gain all of the experience he needed for the future. You're super happy, Ryukyu. Am I? Ryuko schooled her features, calming herself. She had waited for this day for a long time, the day that Naruto would be able to legally do hero work at her side. She had offered him a position as her sidekick when he graduated, so that he could build a reputation outside of being Foxman. Sure, he wasn't going to be her sidekick right now of course, but it was just a few short years away. I'm rather excited, I believe that I got the student I requested as an intern. Don't you have paperwork to file? Ryuko pointed out to one of her employees for her own office. Seeing as she was a pro hero who was pretty famous, she had long since had her own office, and plenty of employees who filled out all of the legal stuff for her. One of her more important people, the man who was the head of her advertisement team, had approached her without her paying much attention to it. I was just wanting your permission for something. You see, my son Gaara is in UA's business course. I wanted to know if he would be allowed to work here as an intern, and learn from me. His business course are having their own internships to learn about the business end of things in person. Raza Sabaku bowed to her lowly. He wanted to be able to show his son the ropes in real life, instead of just telling him stories. Introduce him to important people, and start helping to build his son's future before he left UA's hallways. Ryuko raised an eyebrow. As a hero herself, she actually never had any idea that the other courses did internships. It kind of made sense for the business course to do them. But she didn't see the general studies doing them, it also made sense for the support course to do them. I'll allow it, but we can't let our personal attachments affect our work. I expect you to continue to put 100% into your work while you teach him. Ryuko stated that not only to Raza, but also herself. She was doing this not for just herself, but Naruto too. This was her chance to finally allow Naruto to do some real hero work, legally, and help him gain the experience that she was never able to give him before now. She couldn't allow her relationship with him to affect her own hero work either, meaning she had to act as a mentor, and continue to be a pro about it. The costume she had made for Naruto, it was something she wanted him to wear at least once. It was her gift to him, and her apology to him. She had been easily captured during the entire supervillain issue, and had required help to become free. She had fought against Naruto against her will, and tried to kill him while under that man's control. Even if it wasn't her fault, she shouldn't have allowed herself to be captured in the first place. Then Naruto wouldn't have needed to save her, so this was her way to say thank you and that she was sorry. Yes ma'am. Good, anything else? Ryuko asked with a glance at the man. We're receiving a 23% increase in profits. More than expected from your scale care products. Good, 23%, speak with accounting and tell them I want to increase the pay of the employees to fit the increase in profits. Ryuko spoke kindly as she turned away from the man. The profits from that line of sales was higher than expected, then she could afford to give everyone who worked under her a small increase in their wages. She was already making a lot of money from her hero work itself, her side products just added to that, and making more than what was expected just meant she would have more money than she really needed. Her staff worked very hard for her, to make sure that she could comfortably work as a hero, and they deserved to be rewarded for their efforts. It had been a couple of years since she had given them wage increases as well, so it was about time for her to do that anyway. Also, I'm going out on patrol now. Let the others know. Time to do hero work. At U.A. Hero names, we're deciding them today. Naruto thought as he leaned against his hand. He already knew what his was going to be, so it wasn't like he was going to be putting much thought into it like everyone else. They had Midnight joining Shota in his class, since he wasn't a good judge of what everyone could use for a name or not. Everyone was extremely excited for this, a class where they got to do something as important as begin the process of choosing a hero name. The name the world would come to know them by. As long as somebody doesn't chose anything dash. Alien Queen. Mina, your hero name is Pinky. Naruto corrected the girl instantly when she shouted that. It was one of the first things he ever called her, and what most people would remember her by anyway, her body being like 95% pink. Okake. Mina pouted and started to walk back to her desk. She had really wanted to go with the name she chose. She placed her head on the desk, suddenly a little uninterested in everything. Alien Queen sounded so much cooler. Since you're so eager, why don't you go next? Midnight pointed out to Naruto, and she started to pass out more dry erase boards to the class to write their names down on. Naruto stood up and started to write his name down on the way to the front of the class. Everyone was kind of excited, not just for his name of course, to see what their classmates were picking for hero names. Don't worry about me, I'm here, everything is alright. I'm alright, being a hero is dangerous, this is just part of the job. Naruto stood in front of the class boldly, and then, he flipped his board around. Rather instantly, there was audible gasps when Naruto's hero name was revealed to all of them, even Midnight was a little shocked. Are you sure, a name like that has a lot of weight behind it? Midnight pointed out, her tone unsure. When I show up, I want these words to be the first thing people think. I want my name to reflect how I want people to feel. No matter how hurt I am, this name will tell people everything is okay, that they can believe that everything will be alright. Naruto spoke with a wide grin. He had another reason, a reason nobody in the class other than possibly Midnight, would understand. She might be aware that he and All Might shared a relation, but that was only because she was UA teaching staff. The Kitsune hero, all right. Those words, he wanted people to think of those words when he arrived. That way, they would feel safe, because when he arrived, everything would be all right. No matter how hurt he was all right, and he would keep them safe. His name would put their hearts at ease, and allow them to think they would be safe. Are you sure you don't want to go with something Fox-related? Midnight asked him. All Right would be a name that would carry the weight of the name All Might with it, being a hero name for a legendary hero. The name was something of a homage to the number one hero, and Naruto might get a lot of crap for his chosen name from those who didn't know how he was related. That's pretty arrogant, naming himself after All Might like that. That was the common thought of a portion of the class. That was saying a lot, to name yourself after the number one hero. Naruto could see it in their eyes, that they were shocked and disbelieving of his hero name. Naruto didn't frown, he took it with a smile on his face. Outside the classroom. Toshinori, listening in on the class, put his hand over his heart and had tears in his eyes. His smile was stretching as far as it could go when he heard and looked through the crack in the door to see what Naruto picked for himself. He had assumed Naruto would pay homage to his mother or father, or make a Fox-related name. He had never thought Naruto would do something like that, and carry on the legacy of his name. Naruto chose not to inherit one for all, so he had also never even considered the possibility that Naruto might inherit something else from him. He had never felt so touched as a hero before, than somebody choosing to carry on his legacy in this way. I never knew he looked up to me like this. Minato, I'm sorry, but I can't stop myself from feeling happy, he chose to carry my name over yours. He couldn't help it, even as he felt guilty, he even more so felt happiness. He needed to support Naruto in this. Chapter 51. 0 requests. For many in the class who didn't get to show off during the sports festival, they got 0 requests from pro heroes to join them. It was up to them to put in requests to pro heroes to allow them to take on an internship, or they would be assigned one for themselves before the end of the day. For a lot of people who didn't really place in a tournament, or got taken out of it quickly, that meant no requests. For others like Naruto and Bakugo, they had several thousand requests, or Todoroki with his famous father also having as many requests. Over half of the class didn't have a single request though, other than those who were being hand-selected for their quirks. This sucks. Kyoka thought to herself as she laid down on her bed. She didn't know any pro heroes who would take her, so at the end of the day, she was going to be assigned one to take her own as an intern. She was just going to have to deal with it, she guessed. Maybe she would pass the time practicing one of her many instruments, she was usually too busy with homework to do that anymore. She was already in her PJs, and she didn't feel like being social at the moment. She had asked for her dorm room to be soundproofed, so if she played a little loud, she was sure that nobody would notice or be bothered by it. Knock knock knock. Nobody visits me. Kyoka had yet to have anyone really visit her room yet, despite all the time they had all been living in the dorms. The door opened. Hope you're decent, Kyoka. Naruto stated as he came in, with his hand over his eyes, just in case she wasn't. In his hand covering his eyes, he had some papers in them. Kyoka sat up and crossed her legs, she was decent in how she was dressed. I'm good, way to barge in. Kyoka commented with a small grin. She wasn't too bothered by what he had done, she was going to let him in anyway. What brings you here, don't you have some offers to go through? Kyoka asked him with a little scorn. Naruto had gotten the most offers out of everyone, thanks to his spot as first place, and how he did it in such an overwhelming way. She figured he would be up all night trying to pick who he was going to go for, after he had listed his preferences. Naruto shrugged. I chose a hero in a city that I need to go to anyway. I heard you and some of the others didn't get any offers, so I wrote some letters of recommendation for you guys. I think you would do great if you spent a week under the hero native. Naruto walked towards her and showed off his letter for her. He sat down on her bed with her, a wide smile on his face. She was stunned when he passed her the letter, and saw that he had actually written a letter for her. A real one, and on the page underneath the letter, there was a letter of acceptance as well. She glanced up at him. What do you want? Nothing, I just wanted my friends to find places that could help them. Naruto stood up and started to get ready to go towards the next person. He had a few more letters to deliver, since he had gotten the approval of a few heroes to have his friends intern for them. Kyoka was just shocked when she heard that, and when Naruto didn't request anything from her. She looked around her room, to try and think of anything that she could do for him, and the answer came to her almost instantly. Music. As thanks, let me teach you how to play something. Pick anything here, and I can teach you as much as I know. Before you try and say you don't need thanks, I insist you let me do this. I don't want to feel like I owe you or anything. Kyoka got up from her bed and chased him down, grabbing the back of his shirt. She closed and locked her door quickly, refusing to let Naruto leave until he had picked something to let her teach him. It was honestly the least she could do, since he was going out of his way to further her career and experience with this. Naruto looked down at her, before he grabbed her waist, picked her up and walked her back towards her bed. He sat her down, and her jaw dropped when she realized that she had just been treated like a child. I'm honestly good, I can already play the guitar and piano a little, so dash. He shouldn't have said that. Really? You play? You don't have any instruments in your room. Kyoka hadn't heard of this before. Naruto didn't seem to have any passion for music, so she had assumed that he didn't know how to play anything. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. My quirk makes me angry, so my uncle thought this would be a good way to focus my mind. It didn't really work. Naruto was grabbed by the hand and pulled so that he was sitting on her bed. She went over and grabbed her keyboard, before she picked it up and put it down in front of Naruto, turning it on for him. She even sat next to him and looked at him with eyes filled with expectation. Honestly, I don't really have fun doing it either, I only know one song. Naruto spoke to her with an uncomfortable face. It was the one song that meant a lot to him, and it wasn't something he really liked to do for just anyone. She smiled when she turned the keyboard on, and scooted closer to him so that they were side by side, and she pushed her fingers to it and started to play something pretty simple, just a small few-second tune. She was really good. My family loves music, and I do too. I didn't know anyone in the class could play anything. Kyoka plugged one of her earphone jacks into the keyboard, before she extended the other and plugged it into a speaker. With her quirk, she could feel music more deeply than any other person, other than her mother. Fine, but just this once. This is one hell of a way to thank somebody, making them play with you. Naruto told her with a sad smile. This was going to hurt. Music is the heart's melody, right? Well, I want to play with you, and show you how thankful I am. You play your song, and make it come out of there. Then, when I feel you, I'll play a song for you I'll know you will love. Kyoka just wanted to hear his song, so that she could play one for him as thanks. Naruto looked at her for a moment, before he sighed and nodded his head. This was going to hurt him. Play, Naruto Ost, Decision, piano version. Kind of slow, but it's... Kyoka closed her eyes when Naruto's fingers slowly went over the keys. She could feel each note reverberate through her entire body, and with her hearing, every note felt like magic that coursed through her blood. She blocked out the entire world, and allowed her thoughts and body to only take in his song. From Naruto, she expected his song to sound fast, catchy, and pretty hardcore for a guy like him. This slow beat, the timing of each note, and how long they all lasted was surprising. Her heartbeat started to slow down as she relaxed and lay back on her own bed, feet hanging off the edge as she found herself relaxing. The music wasn't happy, it was almost saddening, but it was beautiful. I hate this song so much, why does it have to be so beautiful? Naruto thought to himself as he leaned his head to his shoulder, and wiped a tear out of his eye. He was thankful that Kyoka was so oblivious to him at the moment. He didn't want her to see his reaction to the song he was playing. The worst part, it was his fault he learned this song. It was the song he had chosen over all songs to learn. It held a special importance to him after all. Kyoka was smiling. She could feel it, in her imagination, this song had a cool rain washing over her body. She could picture herself standing in the light rain, alone, with nobody around. Slowly, her smile faded when in her own imagination, the rain started to get heavier, and it drowned out the world around her. As the speed of the notes came faster, she could feel her body stinging. Her face felt wet, not just in her imagination, but her face was getting wet somehow in real life. Music inspires emotions, and conveys so much. What was the person who wrote this song trying to say? And why did Naruto learn it? Kyoka allowed her mind to wander as the song started to draw closer to its conclusion. As she listened to the song, the end came almost too soon. She got so long in the song that time passed her by too quickly. Then it ended. Okay, now I've got to go take care of those letters dash. That was really pretty, man, that was emotional. Kyoka unplugged her jacks from the keyboard and speaker. She sat up, and felt the tears drip off of her chin and into her lap. She rubbed her face, and dried it off. She had gotten really absorbed into his music, but she wasn't done. She grabbed Naruto's hand and pulled Naruto back into bed, before she pushed him over a little and sat directly in front of the keyboard. Since this is the type of music you like, I know just the thing to show my thanks, I didn't expect you to like that sad stuff though. Kyoka spoke as she cracked her fingers. Naruto stood up. I hate sad music actually, so I'm just going to go. I really didn't need a thanks though, but thanks for trying. Wait, then why do you only know that song if you hate sad music? Kyoka was a little, red as very, confused when she heard that. That song was completely beautiful, and to be honest, Naruto hating it when he was the one that learned it was weird. Naruto gave her a fake smile. My uncle told me this song played at my parents' and siblings' funeral. With that, Naruto closed the door, and Kyoka had no words to say. That was the quickest way for Naruto to ruin her enjoyment of his song, and the fastest way for him to stop her from trying to play a song for him. She felt bad that she had insisted so badly that he play for her, and she could now understand why she had felt so sad when she had been listening to the music. It was a song that was written to celebrate the memory of those who had passed away, it wasn't something that was made to be played for shits and giggles. Kyoka collapsed onto her bed, and looked at the letter and acceptance letter that Naruto had written and gotten for her. He had put in so much effort in order to make sure that all of his classmates, his friends, who didn't get any offers would be able to intern for somebody who would be a good hero for them. I human garbage for doing that to him, after the internships, I'll make it up to him for doing this. Kyoka felt horrible for making him do that. She had taken advantage of the fact that Naruto had trouble turning down his friends when they insisted on doing stuff with him. She needed to do something big to apologize. She would talk to all of the other people who Naruto was getting internships for, and see if they would be able to help her. Since no doubt they would all want to thank Naruto for what he was doing for them. She knew what she was going to do. Chapter 52. Ha! This area now belonged to the volcano thieves, if any of you so much as call a pro-hero, will kill all of these hostages. A massive man shouted out as he hoisted a large bag of money over his shoulder with one hand. He possessed a massive, muscular build to him, with flaming red hair that flowed all over his head. He wore a fully body dark blue bodysuit, and he had rock-based gloves and boots, with his right arm having a massive stone gauntlet on it. Smoke was being released from his stone shoulder pads, and he had a mask over his lower face. With the recent death of a pro-hero, Kamui Woods, they had gotten the desire to finally act in the light, instead of keeping their actions to the shadows, stealing only small-time objects. Volcano, the leader. Clear a path. The second man of the group stated, a much shorter, very skinny many with giant fan-like fans stated, his head shaped like a hairdryer. He had black tights on, that cut off at his shins and forearms. He had a bag of money too in one hand, and his other hand pointed towards the crowd and started to spin. A large tornado shot from his hand and the crowd parted, or else risked getting hit by the attack. Gust boy. Finally, a woman without money in her arms, wielding a small blunt weapon, showed a hostage that she was keeping in front of her. She was a tall, attractive woman, with wild white hair, and narrow gray eyes. She had a similar mask around her neck to her boss, and goggles over her eyes, her body being very on display in a massively revealing costume. She had small amounts of ash coming off of her free arm, and she started to throw it into the crowd, forcing them to close or avert their eyes to avoid getting ash in them. Dusty ash. Shit, where are the pro-heroes right now? A police officer thought as he rubbed the ash from his eyes. Volcano shot lava out of his gauntlet, and the cleared path was now outlined by lava, preventing anyone from getting in their way. Dusty Ash slammed her weapon into the back of the hostage's head, knocking him out cold. Let's make an escape. She spoke to the leader, who nodded. Best to get out of here while they had the money. Gah. Gust boy. Volcano questioned when he heard the sounds of his underlings shouting in pain. He and Dusty Ash both turned to face the wind-based quirk user, before they saw him lying in a crater, defeated and knocked out. All he saw was a quick flash or orange move right by his right side, going underneath his outstretched arm. Bwah! Dusty Ash felt a punch hit her in the gut as her vision was filled with orange. She was sent flying, and she saw a large fox with an outstretched arm, before the fox balled up his fist again and punched her before she got too far away. She was slammed into the side of the building, her own body keeping her pinned as she too was knocked out cold. Volcano turned around when he heard her shout, before he saw he was face to face with a large fox as well, with burning red eyes glaring into his own. Hi, I'm alright, are you? Naruto spoke as he waved a hand in a friendly manner. Naruto started to raise both of his fists into the air, before he slammed them onto the top of Volcano's head, knocking him to the ground in a crater of his own. Naruto clapped his hands together, before he dusted himself off, since the air had a good amount of dust in it still. So, are you? Naruto repeated the question once more for added effect. No. Volcano managed to weakly say, before his body went limp, and he passed out. Volcano thieves, swiftly defeated. It's Foxman, and he's wearing a costume. Foxman, you saved my cousin, you're awesome. Can we get an interview? Alright, you went off without me. It is extremely rude to leave me behind, while you're my intern. The large dragon, Ryuko, spoke as she descended from above. When she was close to the ground, she turned back to normal and landed on her feet. The second she had explained that they would be doing hero work today, and for the entire week of his internship, Naruto had grabbed the costume she asked him to wear, put it on, and he rushed into action. In retrospect, she should have seen it coming that he would be this eager. She looked up at his much taller form, in his over 7-foot form, it was like standing in front of freaking All Might himself. Naruto waved to the crowd awkwardly. He was doing legal hero work, under the authorization of a pro-hero, and their watchful eye. For once, he didn't have a reason to flee the scene of a crime the second he was finished with the villains. Alright, I thought your name was Foxman, are you paying tribute to the hero All Might? In turn, does this mean that All Right-san is a student of a hero school? One of the reporters managed to slip by the crowd and pushed forward. The police started the process of collecting the villains, and taking pictures of the damages to the concrete and the small damage to the building. They would document everything that happened as quickly as possible, so the bank could be reopened as soon as it could be. While that happened, the reporters who usually showed up once a villain attacked, would be able to swarm the hero who saved the day with whatever questions or so they wanted to. I never once said my name was Foxman. Naruto deadpanned, but he forced himself to maintain a friendly smile. Always smile, was his uncle's most important lesson. Well, alright, this is part of hero work. Thank you everyone, for staying as calm as you could. Thanks to my intern alright, the situation was resolved quickly. Come now alright, let's. Ryuko spoke, before she stopped when her phone made a noise. Opening it up, she saw a message from her deployment team, showing that another crime nearby was happening. She could see requests for heroes with quirks that increased their strength to show up and give a lending hand. There is a burning building nearby, it seemed a villain used his quirk to light it on fire, but knocked himself dash, and he's already gone. Ryuko glanced up and realized that Naruto had already transformed into a larger form to gain more speed, and run towards where the fire was. Even without a location from her, the black smoke billowing up in the distance was a good indicator of the location of the fire. She looked towards Naruto running to the crime scene, before she used her quirk and transformed into a dragon, before flying after him. He was far too eager. -10 minutes later. Naruto, in his four-tail form, was standing next to the building, and he was reaching inside of the building itself and carefully pulling out as many people, slowly and safely, as possible. He had already saved a total of close to 100 or so people, while on the other side of the building Ryuko was doing the same thing. She was allowing people to jump out of the window, and use her wings to land safely, before gently lowering them to the ground. They weren't the only heroes on the scene for this one, as many heroes with strength powers were doing their best to stop the nearby buildings from collapsing as larges of the flaming building fell onto them. The hero who called for help, a water-based one, was shooting water into the building to put out as much of the flames as possible, the firefighters helping him with it as they followed his orders. Part of the building itself collapsed, and it would have gone into the street, if Naruto didn't use his tails to catch the collapsed parts, and push his chest into the building. He smiled wide, and sent the people on the street a thumbs up. That is everyone. Death Arms shouted as he came out of the building's bottom floor with the last of the survivors in his arms. With that done, Naruto and Ryuko were given their key to carefully destroy the now collapsing building in a way that would make it collapse in on itself. So, they pushed themselves up against the building, and pushed through the walls, doing their big parts in collapsing it. The water hero started to put out the rest of the flames before they could spread to any of the nearby buildings, while Ryuko took her human form again. Reporters were on her instantly. I'm just glad that the worst everyone got were minor burns, no need to thank me. If the other pros hadn't contacted my office, then I wouldn't have known to show up. When Naruto joined Ryuko, in his one-tail form, he saw that she was already surrounded by a multitude of people. People were taking her picture, making sure to shake her hand, and were trying to get interviews with her. She just gave them nods and would try to respond to them as calmly as possible, more than willing to make a smooth public appearance. Death Arms was even being talked to by some people, not nearly as many people were interested in him as they were Ryuko, but a good number of them were. Even other heroes who had done less were being given praise by their fans. Did you employ a new sidekick Ryuko? This isn't my sidekick, this is a student of you. Foxman. Naruto felt a small thing hug against his leg, and he blinked and looked down when he saw a small girl that he sort of recognized hugging him. She only came up to his knee, and her shout and hug had stopped anyone from asking him questions. She looked about maybe 6 or 7 years old, and she seemed really familiar to him. She was smiling brightly as a woman came and grabbed her. Yuki, no, you can't just hug people like that. I'm sorry Foxman. The mother held her child and bowed a little. Naruto blinked, before he crouched down and looked at the little girl. My name is all right, not Foxman, Yuki-chan. Last time I saw you, you were even smaller than that. You've gotten bigger, you didn't have anything to do with this fire, did you? Naruto teased the girl as he poked her forehead lightly. He remembered her now, she was the girl who awakened her quirk and froze a road, and sent a gasoline truck crashing into a building, setting a building on fire. He was surprised to see her again, and it had been over a year since he last saw her. She had grown a little, lost a tooth in her smile, and she wasn't unleashing her quirk randomly. She smiled even brighter, and Naruto could see a camera facing his way. I want to be a hero like you. Mama. My drawing, I want to show him. I wanna. Yuki shouted at her mouth and reached for her purse. I'm sorry my child is such a hassle, you're her favorite hero. She draws pictures of you all the time. If you wouldn't mind dash, the mother passed her child over to Naruto, and the girl climbed onto his shoulder and sat herself down, hugging his head. The mother took this chance to go through her purse, and bring out the drawing of the day her child had made. Could you? The mother asked as she also pulled out a pen with the drawing. Naruto blinked. First, the drawing was a picture of Naruto in his fox form, a very crude drawing of him to say the least, holding hands with a crude drawing of Yuki. Naruto, were his face not covered in fur, would have been caught by the camera's blushing and shyness. He was honestly touched that he was somebody's favorite hero. In the picture, Yuki was wearing a crude hero costume, with sidekick written on the front of it. Please. Sure. Naruto took the pen, while Ryuko watched from a small distance with a smile, as he gave out his first autograph. He signed the picture with his own hero name, All Right, and he gave the letter G an extra spiral on the curve. To a future hero, from All Right. Yeah, thank you. Yuki screamed into his ear, and he remained smiling even as he winced. He passed the picture back to the mother, before he somehow managed to pry the child off of his head. Thank you for your support, but we must get going. Ryuko stepped in and insisted towards Naruto. She nodded to him with her face set in stone. Naruto nodded. He had chosen Ryuko for a reason, and he needed to speak with her at her office soon. Chapter 53. Being a pro-hero was far more exhausting than Naruto gave it credit for. Mentally exhausting. How do reporters get to the scenes of crime so fast? Naruto complained as he collapsed on the couch in Ryuko's office. It was soft and comfortable, and while he wasn't facing any physical exhaustion, dealing with so much publicity was just taxing on his mind. A bank robbery done by villains, a burning building with hundreds trapped inside of it, stopping a small-time robbery from happening while on patrol, preventing a suicide attempt, helping the police with identifying the cause of death of a murder victim and then tracking down the killer. All of these events had happened, and each time, the second the event was resolved, Naruto was suddenly surrounded by reporters who seemed to just know when and where something was happening. Ryuko sat behind her desk and smiled. Being in the shoes of a pro-hero was a lot different than being a vigilante like Naruto had been doing, where he avoided the press. You know, most heroes just have their interns watch from the sidelines. Ryuko pointed out to Naruto as she pressed a small button on her desk. What was perhaps her favorite button on the desk? She had a point anyway though, if Naruto had interned with anyone else, he would have more than likely been told to just watch as the pros did the work. She knew his skills though, she trained him after all, and she knew he was able to handle most situations. The reason why she wanted him to intern under her, was so that she could give him the experience that he needed. She wanted him to experience a hands-on experience, with dealing with reporters and the press in general. Naruto making a debut as a hero, while still a first-year intern, would raise his popularity by showing just how competent he was as a hero. It was a waste not to let him do actual hero work, and as long as she was there with Naruto, he didn't need to be a pro-hero, since he was her intern. Thanks for not being most heroes. Don't thank me, your potential would be wasted on the sidelines. If I believe my interns are capable, I will allow them to use their abilities where they can be useful. So, why don't you tell me what has been on your mind all day? Ryuko asked as the door opened up. She raised an eyebrow when she didn't recognize the boy who was carrying a tray that had 2 cups on it. She sort of recognized his looks, she had seen a similar guy before. She didn't remember employing anyone that young though to work for her. You are? Ryuko asked. Naruto looked up. You're that guy. Gaara, from the business class. Naruto pointed out as he saw Gaara walking into the room with 2 steaming hot cups of coffee on a tray. Naruto recognized him as the guy who gave him a business card, and apparently Momo one as well. He was wearing a nice suit this time though, and his super messy hair was combed very neatly to the side. Ryuko realized who this was. Ah, Raza's son he asked to allow to intern here. Thank you for bringing the coffee, and I hope you learn much while interning here. Ryuko, in full Ryukyu authority mode, spoke to Gaara as he sat down the coffee on her desk. He took one of the cups and walked over to Naruto, before handing it to him as Naruto sat up. Gaara stood up straight and looked at Ryuko, before he bowed. Thank you for the opportunity. So formal, but I guess for those not in hero classes, that is kind of normal. Naruto started to pour religious amounts of milk into the coffee, and some cubes of sugar. He got up and passed the sweetened coffee to Ryuko, before he took her black coffee for himself. Gaara was already out of the room, door closed behind him. Guess they didn't tell him you prefer sweet over bitter. Naruto mentioned as he sat on top of her desk, legs hanging off of it. She raised an eyebrow. My question, I would like an answer. I had hopes you would pick me, but I know you well enough to know you wouldn't pick me, if you didn't have an ulterior motive for it. I taught you practically everything I know. Ryuko pointed out as she gave him a small, knowing smile. She enjoyed seeing him try and hide the guilt from his face, seeing as she had nailed the nail on the head with that one. Naruto took a breath. Why did she have to know him so well? There is a girl who is suffering in this city, that I want to save. Your office is stationed here, and I knew that you were planning on letting me do real hero work. You were my best chance of saving her. Naruto admitted with a wince. Ryuko was like an elder sister to him, and he felt really bad that he was using her. He felt horrible for using her kindness for his own ends, but he needed to do it. He needed to do anything he could possibly do that would let him save the girl as soon as possible, and prevent any more horrible treatments to the girl herself. He didn't want to wait until it was too late, or tell the pro-heroes and wait for them to get warrants, or try and do their own research into the girl before saving her. I've been having visions, in my dreams, of the future. Naruto told Ryuko, and he glanced over to her. Gone was her amusement, and she was pure serious as she looked at him. She waved her hand. Continue, but how long have these visions been happening, and how often do they happen? Ryuko didn't doubt Naruto for a second, she didn't know him to be a liar unless it was for the best. She could see it was hard for him to talk about this stuff. For a couple of weeks, and they only happened a few times at first, but now they happen every night. I see Aries suffering every night, and every time, I'm unable to do anything but watch. I know I can save her. I know where she is, I know who is keeping her. Naruto stopped when Ryuko raised a hand to stop him. You're suggesting kidnapping. Her parents are dead, and she is being experimented on and abused by people. She has no family, and she's undocumented. She has no legal guardian, technically. Also, she has scars on her arms. I've already done my research, enough of it that if a pro-hero were to discover it, then they wouldn't need a warrant to hold a rescue. Naruto hated falling asleep now. So, whenever he would be sleeping, until the point he had to sleep, he stayed awake trying to do whatever it took to find a way to save Aries as soon as possible. He already figured out where she was, which was why he was interning under Ryuko. He had gotten the blueprints of the estate from the public housing records, so he knew where she was being kept in the house itself as well. But, he couldn't save her. Even if he was justified in saving her, the second he tried to become her guardian, then he would be admitting to breaking several laws and he would no longer be able to protect her. She would be returned to where she came from, and he could be blamed for hurting her. It would become moot if she was returned to the Yakuza, and all of her injuries were blamed on him. He needed the help of a pro-hero to save her, so that he could avoid legal trouble, and make sure that Aries would be safe. Ryuko was impressed, but she was also upset. You plan on fighting the Yakuza alone? Ryuko frowned. I'm not going to fight if I don't have to. I want to sneak in, fake her death, and get out with her. I want her out of there, before they even realize she is gone. She's gone through too much, I don't want to force her to experience violence anymore. I want to protect her. Naruto's fists were visibly shaking in anger. Every night, he was forced to witness what they were doing to her. Every single night now, he was forced to watch, but unable to do anything for her other than watch. The girl had experienced far too much violence, so if he could get her to safety without her seeing anything violent, then all the better. Ryuko looked more closely at Naruto's body language, he had never been good at hiding that, and she could see it. She could see the pure helplessness he felt for being unable to do anything without help. To save this girl, and make sure she actually stayed saved, he was required to get help. Yet, she was still suffering every second Naruto was unable to get the help of somebody he could trust. He felt weak, unable to do anything, and he knew that most heroes would not believe him or put their careers on the line because of a student's dreams, as it were. Naruto's closest hero was All Might, but because he was All Might, it was hard for the man to do stealth missions. That was the opposite of what Naruto wanted for the girl, and it would just put the girl in danger if All Might appeared. To be unable to save a person, it was killing him on the inside. If you want to save her, then go tonight. You'll be more stealthy if you go alone, but I'll write a report saying that I found probable cause, and that I was with you. Save her, and do it without getting into a fight. Ryuko spoke with an air of acceptance. Sooner or later, Naruto was going to snap and lose control of himself and push himself too far to save this girl. He had done so much work, and she already had faith in him as it were. Anyway, it sounded like this girl really did need saving, and if it was stealth, Naruto was one of the best choices for that if he knew the place as well as he was saying he did. She had never seen Naruto put so much thought into anything, usually he just rode on instinct. Really? Naruto was extremely surprised when she just gave him the permission. She nodded. I trust you, and since you're my intern, I can give you the temporary legal status of a hero. You better get some rest now, because you're going to have a busy night. Ryuko told him strictly. She didn't want him tired if he was going to be risking his life. Honestly, you're such a troublesome kid. Ryuko spoke, and she tried to maintain a frown. A smile slipped on her face though. Please promise me you won't get in over your head. Ryuko placed her hand on his shoulder. She knew that with or without her permission, he was going to do this. The only reason Naruto hadn't yet went to rescue this Aries, was because him acting too soon would put her in even more danger. Naruto gave her a grin. You know I can't make that promise. Naruto spoke to her with his grin sad. He always tried to keep his promises, and he didn't make promises he wouldn't be able to keep. He had to save her. Chapter 54. Stealth. Surprisingly, Naruto didn't suck at it. Considering he had to be good at hiding his tracks when he escaped from news reporters, it was common for him to know how to avoid being seen when he didn't want to be. Sneaking through the alleys, Naruto was heading towards the location where he would create the first diversion. The alley he was inside of led right to the right side of the hideout that Aries was being kept in. He would do something that would attract attention, before he quickly backtracked and went to the right location to enter the hideout from. There was a figure over there. Naruto blinked in surprise when he saw the guards ran away and called in some backup, and they passed right by him and went into a different alley. Unsure of what just happened, but not really caring to be honest, Naruto made the coincidence work for him. He looked towards the cameras, before he ran towards the wall in the blind spot, and jumped over the wall and landed on the other side, where there was another camera blind spot. For Aries' sake, he wanted to avoid any and all fighting that didn't have to happen. Now, I have to find Aries, she should be on the lowest levels. Naruto moved from shadow to shadow as he approached the mansion's outsides. He hated stealth so much. With a sigh, Naruto created a small blue flame in his hand. Tossing it into another bush, it instantly burst into flames. Quickly running as far away from the fire as possible, Naruto grinned to himself when he got into the building just as several men ran out of the building upon seeing the brightness of the flames. Their attraction to the flames diverted their attention away from him, at the perfect moment for him to get into the building. There were no cameras inside of the mansion that Naruto could see, but he knew they were there. Pulling his orange hoodie over his head, he transformed back into a human form, and let the shadows cover his face. It had been a while since he had done illegal hero work. Technically what he was doing right now fell within a gray zone, since he had a pro-hero's temporary status. Still, it had been a while since he saved anyone while wearing his hoodie. A door opened unexpectedly. Naruto grabbed the man that came out of the door, before he could see him, and slammed him into the wall head first. Shattering his black mask, and pushing his skill through the wall. Grabbing him, Naruto lifted the man over his shoulder and ran with him. If somebody saw the man, and woke him up, then they would know there was an intruder in the mansion. Naruto looked around, before he saw a closet and quickly and quietly stowed the villain away inside of it. The knocked out man would wake up eventually, but Naruto had bigger concerns. How the hell am I so stealthy in orange? Naruto whispered under his breath as he jumped up to the ceiling and grabbed onto it, just as two men in plague masks passed by underneath him. It was amazing to him how he was able to stealth his way around all of these people with orange being his main color. Naruto flipped down onto his feet behind the men, before he turned the corner before either of them could turn around. For the Yakuza, these men did not know much about home defense. Then again, as the Yakuza, not a lot of people tried to break into their house. Naruto reached into his hoodie, and he pulled out the blueprints to the place. He didn't have it all memorized, so Naruto continued moving as he looked at prints. He could feel a small, nervous sweat on his brow as he ducked behind a corner and looked around it. He frowned when he saw that there wasn't a viable way around this guard, easily that was. That would make it harder to get to Aries, but wiping the nervous sweat away, Naruto shook himself of his nerves. He couldn't afford to fail, not when somebody else's life was on the line. He slapped his cheeks lightly, before he forced a smile on his face. This was the face that would greet Aries, not a nervous one. He needed to be fearless for her. In another location. Nightly patrols are a major part of being a hero, though, you should always save these types of patrols to only a couple of times a week. Try and set up a schedule with other local heroes, so that you can fairly divide the night work. Native spoke as he walked in front of Kyoka. He wasn't exactly happy that she was the student that he got, but when he got a letter from Class A's #1 fighter, he had to accept her. They were about to turn into an alley. I don't think that is a smart idea, my Naruto sense is going off. Kyoka spoke as she looked at the alleyway with a critical eye. Pointing her jacks at the alley, she could hear light footsteps in it. Native raised an eyebrow. Naruto sense? What in the world is that? A few of us in Class A have developed a sense for when something really stupid and dangerous is going to happen. After hanging out with Naruto, we named this sense after him since dangerous situations are attracted to him. This alley is setting my Naruto sense into overdrive. Kyoka pointed her fingers at it. Her Naruto sense was telling her that if she wanted to live, she needed to avoid going into that alley. Native looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Well, while I think you're full of it, there are plenty of other places to look. Native decided that he wouldn't argue. If this girl wanted to make stories up, then he would at least humor her a little. He continued to walk, with Kyoka walking after him, making sure to avoid getting too close to the alley. She felt a really dangerous aura there, and it reminded her of Naruto when something weird happened. In the alley. That girl, she knows that boy, the real hero. A figure spoke with a smile, grinning from ear to ear. His clothes tattered, and he sheathed his sword and put his dagger away. He tightened the clothes around his eyes and where his nose would be, and he rolled his neck. The hero killer, Stain. Funny, he had planned on murdering that false hero Native when he turned into the alley, but it would seem that girl had inherited something called a Naruto sense, from the true hero. That boy, Foxman or alright, it didn't matter what they called him. He was one of the two people that Stain knew of, that deserved the title of a true hero. That boy, even before he would have started school at UA, had been doing illegal hero work for years. He never sought out fame or recognition, and many times, he would get extremely hurt from his rescues to the point that most would die from it. But he just continued on, and continued to do what was right, and save lives. The boy who had saved the entire world from that supervillain now long ago. The boy who held an ideology so similar to his own. The ideology that heroes nowadays didn't deserve the title of heroes, and that only those who wanted to become heroes for the sake of others and not themselves deserved the title. That being a hero was about the challenges that came with it, and you needed the determination to keep on fighting through those challenges. Yes, he had watched the tournament, and he seen that boy fight the entire time without his quirk, challenging himself and his own convictions, to test himself. There are so many false heroes to purge in this city, but alright, he is in another city right now. Stain, I've come to talk with you. Menma appeared behind Stain, teleporting to Stain's location. Stain stood up straight, and drew his sword once more. Leave. Like that, his sword was at Menma's throat, just a hair away from slitting his throat. Menma just placed his hand on the sword, and teleported it away. I'll return that to you once I'm done here. The last hero you attacked, he didn't die, he's paralyzed in the hospital. Menma simply reported what happened to the last attack victim. Stain showed displeasure at the information, but he didn't seem overly emotional about it either. He wanted to kill the man. Well, paralyzed was pretty punishing. You came just to say that? No, I came to make a request. Just killing heroes won't be enough to change them. If you want to change heroes in general, you need to pressure them. You need to provide them with stronger villains, and it will breed stronger heroes to fight them, which will in turn breed even stronger villains. I would like you to keep doing what you're doing, but I've written up a list of heroes who all have quirks too weak to further the progression of strength. Menma pulled a rolled-up piece of paper from his sleeve. Increase the strength of heroes, that isn't something I expected from the League of Villains. Stain accepted the paper and looked over the names. Menma gave a smirk. I don't wish to destroy heroes, my goals are similar to yours in a way. I want a world where heroes and villains are at their strongest. Those without the strength to climb to the top of the ladder, need to stay at the bottom. There are simply too many heroes in the world for my ideals, the sheer number of heroes is preventing the growth of villains. Menma passed by Stain and crossed his arms. A displeased frown when he thought about it. The world was so stagnant as it was now. With too many heroes, the villains were suppressed to the point that they were unable to produce any real number of significant villains. How do you benefit from this? Stain questioned as he drew his daggers and prepared to slay this teen if need be. Menma raised an eyebrow. Humanity will always seek stability, I intend to create peace, by creating a world where the strongest will be born to take command. If a villain takes the place as the strongest, the chaos will rule. If a hero is the strongest, then peace will rule, that is all I want. I want to see the symbol of evil and the symbol of peace at their strongest, and fight to the death. Menma spoke as he avoided the trash in the alley with a disgusted look. Stain thought about it, and he sheathed his daggers. Our goals are different, but this list will help me. Stain looked over the list he was given again. Menma vanished in the blink of an eye, before he appeared once more with Stain's sword in hand. He stabbed it into the ground, before he used hand sanitizer to clean his hands. Then use it. Either way, your actions help me. Just keep doing what you're doing, but make sure you don't leave survivors from now on. If you show any of those false heroes of yours any mercy, then you'll lose your value to the League of Villains. Menma left his threat vague. Death would be too much of a kindness for what he had planned for Stain, if he lost his value. I wonder how you'll slay heroes without your quirk, for example. Menma asked with a growing grin on his face. Stain just walked away. He had a dream to work towards. Chapter 55. Deep. For over 30 minutes easily, Naruto had spent his time skulking around the underground layers trying to find any of the stuff that he had seen in his blueprints. While he had found several of their research rooms, and stuff that was pretty damn incriminating against them, he had also found 4 or 5 pretty powerful villains so far. Nothing he couldn't handle, each of them were rather easy to take down with a good sneak attack. Can't believe that fucker took a bite out of me. Naruto looked at his chunk of flesh that was missing from his arm. One of the villains that he had unleashed a sneak attack on, had been able to react in just enough time to get in one attack on him. He had ripped the sleeve off of his hoodie, why were his hoodies so hated by destiny, and tied it around his arm to stop the bleeding. The once orange cloth was already stained scarlet with his blood, meaning he had failed part of his mission. He had left some evidence behind that the villains would be able to use to realize who he was. Thankfully, thanks to his being a transformation-type quirk, his blood wasn't exactly easy to read for DNA scanners and the like. Naruto so wanted to snap the necks of every person he found, and it took all of his willpower to just knock them out, even though he had started to take pictures of their faces and IDs with his phone to send their information to the police and label them criminals. He had loaded his hoodie up with some weird bullets that they were making, he didn't know what it was for but he didn't like it. How much longer would it take to find her? Hey! Fuck OFF. Naruto was sick of these people, and the more of them he saw, the angrier they made him. This time, he slammed his fist into the man's face so hard he broke his mask into pieces, and knocked him into the metal wall hard enough to dent it. I hate this stupid stealth shit so much. Calm down, don't let it get to you Naruto, you've got to smile. Naruto used his fingers to push his lips into a smile. With his smile in place, he focused his efforts on thinking about something positive. Something positive. Bang. Hard to do that right now. What the fuck? Naruto shouted as he activated his quirk and turned around. The bullets didn't destroy his quirk factor. Naruto rushed towards the man and shoulder slammed him into the wall, unkindly at that, before pushed him deeper into the now dented wall. Naruto had heard what that guy said loud and clear, and he reached behind himself and pulled the bullet out of his neck. He looked at it, and he glanced to the gun the man was holding. Ripping it out of his hands, Naruto slugged the man in the face, before dropping him to the floor. Naruto saw 2 more men come around the corner, both holding the same guns, and firing at him. Charging towards them, and taking the bullets head-on, he smashed his way through them. Since it would seem that stealth was no longer an option, time to do things the way he truly wanted to. Power idiot coming through, if you know what is good for you, point me to Aries. Naruto roared as he upped his power to his 2-tailed form and charged down the 2 men. The bullets hitting him doing nothing other than feeling like pricks to his skin. She's down that hallway on the left, and take 4 rights, and another left, can't miss it. The man on the right shouted as he pointed, fear in his eyes. Naruto passed them. Thank you. Dude, why did you tell him that? The left man asked with a shocked look as Naruto ran by them without punching them. That dude is somehow immune to having his quirk erased by the prototype drug, meaning his quirk factor isn't inside of his body, all we have are these guns, and I don't want to die. At least, if we report him to Chisaki and collect these blood samples he left everywhere, we have a chance. The right man collapsed on his ass, holding his chest as the heart attack he thought he was going to have didn't come. Seeing that giant fox man rushing him down had been absolutely terrifying for him. With Naruto. I heard that. Naruto whispered to himself, his fox ears picking up their words easily even from a distance. Naruto reached into his hoodie, and pulled out his Hoshi no Tama, something he had brought with him for the pure sake of saving Aries. His quirk factor. Unlike other quirks, where the quirk factor was inside of the body, Naruto's quirk factor was outside of his body. It existed away from his body, so if the bullets were filled with drugs that attacked the quirk factor, then it wouldn't work on him. Seeing as his quirk wasn't actually inside his body itself, other than being in his DNA. He had always known that Monster Fox had been one of the quirks that All for One wasn't able to steal, because of the existence of his Hoshi no Tama being outside of his body. He also knew that Erasure, Shota's ability, worked on him by severing his link to his Hoshi no Tama. He would have never expected the existence of his weakness would be a great strength against drugs used to destroy quirks. Monster Fox, like One for All, being one of the few quirks that couldn't be stolen by All for One had been something that Naruto had planned on using to fight said man one day. That thought, Naruto looked at the bullets and gave it a smell. It smelled like blood and human flesh. That pissed him off. Being in contact with this thing is making my mood swing. Naruto hated being in contact with what made him stronger, since it made him more likely to lose control of himself. If he wanted to be strong enough to save Eri, he needed it, so he had to have it. Here was there. Naruto saw two guards outside of Aries' secure room, both of them with guns, and the second they saw him. There were no words, no warnings, they opened fired on him. This time, the bullets were actual bullets. Naruto raised his arms to cover his face, without much space to move and dodge he was peppered by them. Body slamming the first man into the door, no doubt waking Eri up, though the gunfire might have done that first, Naruto picked the man up by his face and slammed the back of his head into the second man's face. Gah! He's too dash. Now, I'll just dash. Naruto pulled back his fist, before he smashed the door open. Walking into the dark room, he could see a large bed, and sitting up with fearful eyes was Eri, just like she had appeared in his dreams. Knock a little harder than I meant to. Naruto walked into the room and found the light switch. He pulled down his hood, before he transformed back to his normal size. He was smiling. He's not the usual. Eri thought as she closed her eyes, gritting her teeth, and not looking at Naruto. Naruto sat down on the bed next to her. We don't exactly have a ton of time, before those guys come here to stop me. Still, introductions are in order. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, you can call me that, or my hero name alright, or anything you want to really. Naruto placed his hand on top of her head, and he gently rubbed it. His anger faded away when saw her open her eyes in confusion. Kindness. Abused children, they were the ones who could feel kindness the most. A child who only knew hurt, was one of the few beings who were able to tell the difference between genuine kindness and fake kindness. It was ironic that those who experienced the most hurt, were the ones that could appreciate a simple head pat the most. The way Eri was able to look at his smile with a look that bordered on shock was sickening. You're not with them? Eri asked softly, unwilling to raise her voice. Nope, want to come with me? Naruto asked Eri as he extended his hand to her. There wasn't any hesitation when she wrapped her arms around his neck, and he used an arm to cradle her. The girl wasn't crying, laughing, or smiling, but her actions spoke louder than any answer could have. She nodded her head into his neck, and he lifted her up so that he was carrying her with one arm. Standing up, Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out his Hoshi no Tama. Gently pushing it into her arms, he smiled at her with confidence. This is... Eri didn't know how to describe it. That right there, is my life. If it breaks, I die, so be sure to hold on to that really tight. You've been fighting for too long alone, well, you're not alone anymore, and you won't be alone. Now, let's get out of here. Naruto created a fox fire in his hand as he transformed. Pointing it at the ceiling, Naruto shot a line of flames through the ceiling and melted a large hole through it. He continued to shoot flames until he broke through the first layer, and then the second, and he continued to shot his flames until each and every ceiling above them was melted. Naruto felt no more resistance to his fires, so stopping, he looked up and saw the sky in the distance. He would have liked to be able to do this to go down, but that would have been too dangerous, he might have hit Eri with his flames. So pretty. Eri whispered when she saw the shining blue flames. Naruto nodded. Yep, now let's get out of here. You ever dream of flying dash? You think I'll let her or you go? So you're Chisaki, see that man Eri, he thinks he can stop me from saving you. Well, you know what I say to that? Naruto asked Eri, and she just looked at Chisaki with fear. She tried to struggle out of Naruto's arm to return to the man, but Naruto held her tight, knowing why she was trying to escape. Chisaki saw Naruto not let her go, and Naruto looked towards Chisaki with a grin. I say dash. You are not leaving alive. Chisaki rushed after Naruto. I say, you lose. Naruto jumped and used his free hand to shoot fox fire at the ground, shooting him through the hole in the ceiling before Chisaki could reach him. Naruto grinned when he saw Aries' shocked expression. In no time at all, they reached the top floor, before shooting out of the mansion and into the sky. Naruto didn't mention the fact that this was his first time using his flames to fly alone, was not the time to doubt himself. Eri breathed. She tasted the fresh air as Naruto changed directions, and started to fly them at speeds that Chisaki and the Yakuza would be completely unable to follow them. Naruto took them above the clouds for cover, looking up at the stars for his map. He couldn't take her back to Ryuko's office, that was the first place that they would look for her after having seen his quirk in action. Eri was silent though as she was carried, almost as if she didn't believe what had just happened, and to be honest, he didn't blame her. The pains she must have gone through, her bandaged arms and legs. He might have saved her body, but he hadn't saved her heart yet, and that was a long road before she was truly rescued. In the hideout. He got away, he took Aries. Chisaki's eyes were narrowed in anger as he looked at the melted ceiling that had been used to escape. Sir, we got blood samples from him. Chisaki killed the man that spoke, leaving the man next to him sweating in terror. Gather any and all DNA of that man you find in this base. Chisaki ordered with a growl. He hated losing, and having his weapon stolen from him like this, it left a bitter taste in his mouth. They needed to create a new weapon. Maybe I can be of some assistance. Chapter 56. Ow, ow. Ow. Stop hitting me. Naruto's shouts were heard in the small hours of the morning as he sat in front of Recovery Girl. The woman had refused to heal him after his stunt this time. Instead, all she did was remove the bullets from his body and stitch him up. She was letting him deal with his arm in the damaged state it was in for the rest of the internship, as his punishment for acting so foolishly on his own. Now, she was hitting him on top of the head with her cane, his arm in a sling and bullet wounds all over his body that were now stitched up. Foolish child, do you have no value for your own life? Recovery Girl kept beating him over the head. If he wasn't him, these bullets would have been far more fatal than they were. He had lost an impressive amount of blood, and had gotten himself on the bad side of a group of villains, but at least that last one was par for the hero course. Becoming a hero meant being on the bad side of the villains anyway, so at the very least, she could forgive that one. Well, it's a good thing I'm alright now, thanks for healing me. Naruto said. Even though she didn't use her quirk, she had applied modern medicine to his wounds anyway, which would help him still. Not as well as her quirk would, but he would be back on his feet in no time. Heck, he could still fight as he was. He didn't need both of his arms to fight villains. Anyway, Aries needed me, so I had to be there for her. Naruto placed his hand on Aries' head. She had fallen asleep in his lap, having refused to leave his side. No doubt, she feared she would wake up and be back with Chisaki. That girl has no medical records, and no real birth certificate. Thankfully, I'm able to make those for her. You're just a child yourself, do you think you're dash? She is my responsibility, and I'm old enough to become a legal guardian now. I have a decent bank account, can pass background checks, have viable personal references, and I'm the hero who rescued her. Naruto spoke gently, careful not to wake Aries up. Since when he saved Aries, he had been a temporary hero thanks to Ryuko giving him legal permission to act the part of the hero. He could file to take this orphan child into his custody seeing as he had saved her. Also, if she is with me, then she will be at UA, and with all the pros here. She'll be safe, and she won't have to suffer those pains anymore. Naruto could see the horn on Aries' head, and it seemed a little smaller than when he first met her in person. The girl had taken to him, and had become comfortable in his kindness being genuine, which helped build a bond of trust with her. Her childhood will be a lonely one, without children her own age. Recovery Girl pointed out, and Naruto grinned. Once she is older, she'll meet people who will accept her. I didn't have anyone my own age either, but I don't hate my childhood. I just want her to have a better childhood than she would have had. I'll even drop out of UA if I have to. Naruto mentioned with a deep sigh. If he had to give up becoming a legal hero to keep her safe, he would do what he had to do. He had to take responsibility for saving her, meaning he had to do whatever it took to do that. If he had to give up his dreams as the consequence, then so be it. He hoped it wouldn't come to that though. The door opened. NRU-SSH. Naruto raised a finger to his lips. He was surprised to see Sir Night-Eye of all people coming into the office with a surprised face, upon seeing Naruto sitting with Aries, alive and well apparently. Seriously Sir Asshole, there is a sleeping kid. Naruto grinned and winked at him. Sir Night-Eye was visibly surprised. You're not dead, but when I saw your future a year ago, I saw you dying too. You actually rescued her, and didn't die trying. Sir Night-Eye was surprised when he looked and saw that Aries was sleeping safely on Naruto's lap. Naruto just picked Aries up gently and cradled her against his shoulder, before he walked towards Sir Night-Eye and placed a hand on his shoulder, patting it. Sir Asshole was not meant to be an insulting nickname from him. This is the first time I'm hearing about this, but thanks for coming. While you're here, you should catch up with my uncle. Naruto stated as he passed him by. He was going to go to Mina's room while she was at her internship, and borrow her bed to let Aries sleep in. The girl certainly deserved to have a nice good sleep. Yawning, he realized he hadn't really slept much either. I think I'll join you. Naruto joked to himself. Wait, since they were all in the dorms, then that meant Mina was in her dorm room right now, most likely getting ready to start her second day of her internship. While he wanted Eri to get to know a lot of people, introducing her to everyone so quickly might just push her into becoming even more shy. Mina was not great at keeping things quiet, so he needed to go to a different. I have a room, man, I'm tired. Naruto whispered to himself. Not getting a good night's sleep in weeks and staying up all night did not a good combination make. The dorms minutes later. Listen, Naruto, I know you don't like me. Todoroki spoke as he had his back against Naruto's door. He knew Naruto woke up early in the morning to work out, and he had really great hearing. I heard what you told Bakugo at the tournament, and it really got me thinking. I want to be a hero, but I don't know if I'll ever be able to use my fire side without feeling like it's my father's power. Todoroki spoke through the door. He had been working on this for a while now, since Naruto had lectured Bakugo to be honest. He had even taken up an internship under his father, to see if he would be able to get past his anger with his father, but honestly that didn't work out so well. He still could not see himself forgiving his father easily, or ever at all. Naruto's words had really gotten to him, and they had not even been intended for him in the first place. They had been intended for Bakugo, not him. After everything his father did. I know I've been cold to the others, and ignored everyone, but I want to change. I just don't know how to do it. If you have any advice, I want to try hearing it. I don't want to be consumed by anger anymore. Todoroki had trouble saying all of that, but it needed to be said. There was no answer to his statements. I know you're in there dash. Todoroki, you're blocking my way. Naruto spoke up as he looked down at Todoroki, who was blocking his way into his room. Todoroki looked up. How much of all of that did you, little girl? Todoroki didn't know what to say when Naruto opened his door and walked in. Shark jumped towards Naruto as he closed the door behind him. Patting Shark on the nose, Naruto yawned and was glad to see that Shark was taking to his training so well. Since he had gotten rid of his bed to make room, he went to his closet and pulled out his futon with one hand. Rolling it out onto the middle of the floor, Naruto placed a few extra pillows on it for Eri, and gently laid her down, before he covered her up with a blanket. Laying down next to her, on top of the blanket, Naruto felt Shark lay down on his other side and curl. What was Todoroki doing outside of his room? Balancing school and Eri is going to be hard, but I'll make it work somehow. I have to make it work. Naruto thought as he pat Eri on the head, and scratched Shark behind the gills. He hoped that Eri wouldn't scream when she woke up and saw his pet, since that would be pretty nasty of a way to wake up. He was going to have to go to his internship later in the day, but he was sure Ryuko would understand why he was late. He had to explain everything to Eri, and get her introduced to Shark. This girl is important Shark, it's up to you to protect her when I'm gone. Naruto spoke gently as he got the attention of Shark. Wait. What was Todoroki doing outside of his room? Chapter 57. Kyoko was bored. 5 days. 5 days into her internship, and she had done a great amount of nothing. She followed Native, watched as he took down some petty thieves who tried to steal from an old woman. That one incident had maybe been the highlight of anything that she had done, watch him beat up some thugs. She was nearly done with her internship, and she had only learned a few things about protocols, stuff that she could learn about in school. She had thought that she would be getting some action, maybe make something of a name for herself. She wasn't the only one. Only Naruto and Todoroki had been allowed by their pro-heroes to do hero work, and both of them were interning under members of the top 10. Look at me, I'm alright. Seriously, those stores really did not take their time transforming their Foxman merch into alright merch. Kyoko watched as a father took his daughter, who was dressed up with a white cape and a fox mask, onto his shoulders and smiled up at her. The girl had an alright action figure, she seemed like a bit of a tomboy. No, I'm alright. Do either of you want to be Native? Native asked when he saw what was happening. There was a boy, big brother to the girl, who was walking next to the father. He was dressed similar, but he had a Foxman t-shirt on, in pink. The super cool Native, who patrols the streets at night. Native explained who he was with a friendly smile. Who? Ow. Kyoko winced when she saw Native's spirit get crushed. Being less popular than a student, who wasn't even a pro yet, must have really stung his ego. The fact that Naruto already had a rather widespread fan base thanks to his vigilante work before he came to UA, and the fact that nearly every day of his internship he had made the news thanks to his heroic exploits under Ryuko. Native wasn't even in the double digits in popularity, he was in the high hundreds, between 900 and 1000 to be honest. He wasn't popular by any stretch of the word, you were more likely to find an empty lady figure than you were to find a Native t-shirt. That was saying something, since most heroes had t-shirts, while only popular heroes had companies make figures for them. Are you going to be okay? Kyoko pat his shoulder. He looked like he wanted to cry. This makes me glad you're my intern, he would have just made me look bad. I really don't like heroes who have those really flashy quirks, make us little guys look bad. Native complained under his breath. She didn't say anything in response to that. Naruto, in the past few days, has completed over several hundred rescues from building fires, villain incidents, and has taken down several new villain groups alone. Even Todoroki has taken down some villains by himself. Makes me wish I had flashy quirks like them. Kyoka could understand where he was coming from. She had a few classmates who had those super cool quirks, but at least she had a flashy quirk too, unlike Kirishima and Toru. It would be really hard for those two to get noticed with their quirks, so she counted herself luckier than them. Do you think I can fight a villain today? Kyoka asked Native as politely as she could. Hopefully, her politeness would win him over, and get him to consider it. You're just an intern. Interns don't get to actually fight villains, most interns don't. Native corrected himself when he looked back at the children with their father, who were still arguing over who had to be alright. Damn kids. Why was that student so much more popular than him? With Naruto. I'm alright, but these villains aren't. Naruto shouted out as he stood on top of a couple of knocked-out villains, a large wound on his bicep from where one of them had thrown a car at a crowd of people. He had used his shoulder to knock it away safely, but he had gotten a gash on his arm for his effort, a metal shard stabbing him. Just because he was taking care of Aries, didn't mean he could skip his internship either. At the moment, Aries was with Shark, watching Naruto's internship take place. The girl was wearing his hoodie, with it pulled up over her head. It was large enough that she was able to wear it like a dress, and Shark was walking around on bare arms and legs today. He's hurt, he saved people. Aries thought as she looked at the people that Naruto saved running towards him. Naruto had knocked out the bad guys, saved everyone in danger, and had done so at his own expense. Everyone was avoiding her, while they were avoiding Shark, who snapped at anyone who tried to get too close to her. She had her own personal guard Shark, since Naruto had tasked his pet with protecting her while he did hero work. You did well alright, that is the third time today. Nice use of your catchphrase. Ryuko clapped her hands slowly, not sarcastically in the slightest, with a nod of appreciation. Heroes who were able to make jokes, or had catchphrases were usually able to lighten the mood after a villain attack. It helped people like them, and built a certain trust that those heroes would be able to beat the villains. So far, there were few heroes who were able to do that. She was not one of them. She had no catchphrases or jokes she knew of, so she just retained a friendly and serious disposition, to let everyone know that she would do whatever it took to keep them safe. Come on Shark, there is more to do. Naruto spoke as he lifted Aries off of him, and placed her on his shoulder. What do you want for lunch? Naruto started to jog away from the scene, leaving reporters behind. He completely forgot that he wasn't a vigilante anymore. Ryuko jogged behind him, thinking about what she wanted to eat. She had no clue. With Kyoka. Well, looks like he did it again. Kyoka looked at the news report on a TV in a shop. This added to yet another heroic deed that Naruto had done, and it would only increase his hero reputation further. Too bad, if you were the hero who trained an intern capable of handling villains, it might make you more popular. Kyoka mentioned in passing as she walked down the side of the road. Native thought on it. Okay, but only if it is one villain, and they aren't too powerful. Native liked the sound of her words. Kyoka pumped her fist. Thanks Naruto, you're welcome Kyoka, I was just doing what a decent person does Naruto. Kyoka, instead of a response, started talking to herself. She thanked Naruto, not Native, before she responded to her own thanks in a more gruff voice, before switching back to her regular voice. Don't worry Kyoka, there aren't any villains around. Are you sure Naruto? If any appear I'll protect you Kyoka. Kyoka continued talking to herself like a lunatic. Native had second thoughts. What are you dash? Okay fucktards, don't make me use this flute. It worked. I can't believe that worked. Kyoka had decided to pretend to be talking with Naruto, to try and abuse Naruto's bad luck and summon a villain to herself. The Naruto factor of Naruto summoning villains to his very existence, had been played in her favor this time. All she had to do was talk to herself, and pretend to be Naruto, and she activated the Naruto factor for herself. Naruto had such the presence of a main protagonist, that she had been able to summon a villain to herself by just acting like Naruto was with her. I wonder if Naruto knows about. Time to make the name earphone jack known. Kyoka grinned to herself as she extended her ears and plugged them into the back of her stereo boots. She was ready to fight at a moment's notice. The villain she walked up to fight was a red-haired girl about her own age, wearing punk rock clothing, with a very petite figure just like her own, and slanted eyes. This was a music-loving girl using a flute as a weapon, with almost no boobs and slanted eyes. Kyoka felt a sort of kinship with that girl's appearance, but she cracked her knuckles uselessly and prepared to fight. This was her chance. The girl started to play the flute. Kyoka froze in place completely, as did everyone within a 20-foot radius of the girl. Everyone around the girl, those frozen, started to walk towards the girl while pulling out their money from their purses and wallets. Even Kyoka found herself pulling out all the money she had on her, not that much to be honest, and walking to the girl. Kyoka unleashed a large burst of sound from her boots, her enhanced heartbeat, and for a moment she drowned out the flute sounds. Everyone's control returned to their bodies after a moment, and the girl clicked her teeth in annoyance. That girl has a sound quirk, fucking cunt, you trying to drown out my music with your shit. Take so of this. The girl shouted out, before she visibly calmed down and started to play her flute. Kyoka froze again. This time, the entire world around her turned blood red, and her body was forced to take up cross position. She was able to glance to the sides, and saw her arms were bound by strings. Her arms started to melt. Aya! Kyoka screamed in horror, before she actually felt the pain of her arm being melted off. My quirk is demon flute. I can confuse the 5 senses of anyone who hears my melody. The only thing that can beat my quirk is true pain, and drowning out my sound, but it's not like anyone can hear me. The girl spoke as she looked at everyone. She had frozen the entire crowd, and all of them were screaming in pain. The girl was making sure to use her lips to blow a whistle, to keep them trapped in her trick. She started to walk around, before she grabbed the wallets and purses from the ground. Sadly, without using her flute, her tricks were a lot weaker, so it would fade away quicker as well. Kyoka used her earphone jack, and stabbed herself in the back of the leg. Too bad for you, but you didn't confuse my earphone jacks. I heard all of that. Kyoka thought as she snapped herself out of the illusion. She started to walk up behind the girl, before she plugged both of her jacks into her boots. She brought her thumb up to her mouth and she applied pressure to it with her teeth, enough to draw blood and keep her in pain. That way she wouldn't fall prey to the sounds again. Full power. With all of her heart, literally, she unleashed the strongest form of her heartbeat. Hyper-amplified, she unleashed it when she was a few feet away from the girl. She was knocked forward by the shock, covering her ears as Kyoka smacked her flute out of her hand. Pushing the girl to the ground, everyone was released from the illusions they were being shown. Kyoka pulled both of the girl's hands behind her back, before she grabbed the flute from the ground and threw it as far away as she was able to. What would Naruto do right now? Looks like I heartbeat you to the punch. That was horrible, that was a horrible pun, and I hate that was what I said as I arrested you. Kyoka whispered to herself with flushed red cheeks. The first thing that came to her head, just so happened to be extremely corny. Naruto's catchphrase was cool, badass, and made to let people know that he was okay, so they would be okay. It was a way to reassure himself and others that he had the situation under control, while also threatening the villain with bodily harm to lower their fighting spirit. Her catchphrase was, a lame pun. She was so embarrassed right now.